Chapter 761. Say it. Are you a man or a woman? Speak loudly. The drunken father completely lost his mind, beating Lu Haoqiang, who was cowering in the corner, while loudly questioning. Man! I am a man! Stop beating me, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Lu Haoqiang hugged his body with both hands and begged for mercy. You are a shitty man. You dead sissy. Freak. Jinx. The father beat him even harder. Don't cry. Men don't cry. Domestic violence usually lasts for more than 10 minutes, until the father has no strength left and falls asleep on the sofa. Lu Haoqiang wiped away his tears silently, cleaned up the messy living room, and even helped his father to the bed, then took out the medicine box and applied disinfectant to his wounds. Many times, Lu Haoqiang thought about closing the doors and windows of the house, turning on the gas in the kitchen, and going to hell with his father. But she was timid and cowardly. She only dared to think about it in her heart, and didn't have the courage to act. Last night, the reason why her father beat Lu Haoqiang was because he saw small red spots on her jeans that she didn't have time to wash. They were blood stains from her period. Her father didn't allow Lu Haoqiang to use sanitary napkins, which he thought were dirty and unlucky, but Lu Haoqiang had no better way to deal with physiological phenomena, so he could only use toilet paper. She made a fool of herself many times because of this matter, and became the laughing stock of the whole class. Female classmates alienated her, male classmates excluded her, and she had no friends. The head teacher took this matter very seriously, and made a special visit to her home to talk about this matter with Lu Haoqiang's father. Her father promised on his face, but as soon as the teacher left, he beat Lu Haoqiang and called her an unlucky and shameful thing. In the end, the physiological problem was still not solved, as if, as long as everyone pretended that it didn't exist, it would disappear on its own. At this moment, Lu Haoqiang got up, walked into the cramped kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out the cold and hard steamed buns, put them in the rice cooker to steam, and prepared a small bowl of white wine. This was breakfast for her father. If she didn't prepare, she might be beaten again when she got home from school. After finishing everything, Lu Haoqiang returned to the room, stood in front of the mirror, took off her shirt, took out a long bandage, and tightly wrapped her well-developed upper body in circles until there was almost no range from the side. Then, she put on the boy's school uniform, carried a school bag, and matched it with short hair, like a handsome boy. Lu Haoqiang stared at herself in the mirror, and began to practice the wide smile that boys have. She had to make herself look more like a boy so that she could get a little respect from male classmates, and avoid being bullied. Just when she was almost done practicing, the wound on her collarbone throbbed. A beam of clear morning light shone into the room, casting a white halo in the mirror, blurring her face. Suddenly, Lu Haoqiang felt an unprecedented boredom, exhaustion, and deep disgust in his heart. Disgust for his father, disgust for himself, and disgust for the world. Ah! Lu Haoqiang screamed and smashed the wardrobe mirror with a punch. Blood flowed from her white knuckles, and the boy in the mirror was shattered. Lu Haoqiang threw away her school bag, took off her clothes, and roughly pulled off the bandage on her chest. She stepped on a small stool beside her, and took down a small brown suitcase from the top of the wardrobe. Inside was the little red dress her mother wore when she got married. She put on her skirt, and smeared the blood on her fingers on her lips, like bright lipstick. She walked into the kitchen, and dumped all the breakfast she was preparing into the trash can. Then, she was satisfied and walked out of the house alone. Lu Haoqiang wore a retro little red skirt, and walked barefoot through the corridor of the tube building full of clothes, sheets, pickles, and bacon. The neighbors who got up early looked at her with surprise, but did not dare to approach her to talk. Soon, Lu Haoqiang left the suffocating tube building and came to the main road. The awakened town was thriving and full of vitality. The warm morning light dyed the wet streets red after the rain in the middle of the night. Lu Haoqiang crossed the sidewalk. Across the street was a group of workers in dark blue work clothes. They came over bustlingly. Lu Haoqiang shuttled among them, like a red dolphin swimming across the sea. Lu Haoqiang's steps became lighter and lighter, and her breathing became freer. She felt happier than ever before. She hummed a song, spun and jumped from time to time, and tried her best to enjoy the sunshine, the fragrance of flowers, and the morning dew, just like the innocent princesses who had just escaped from the castle in the fairy tale. 10 minutes later, she came to a small river, walked onto the stone arch bridge, and stood in the middle of the bridge. The short-lived happiness and freedom built on madness were overdrawn, and then came deeper despair and confusion. She climbed up the guardrail of the stone bridge, facing the morning breeze, and looked at the river under her feet. This small river is at most 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep. The water flow is not fast, but for a girl who can't swim and is determined to die, it is enough. Lu Haoqiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and imagined himself as a flying bird shot and about to be carried down. You didn't die in this stinking ditch, did you? A young girl's voice came from behind. Her voice was clear, but with a bit of a ruffian flavor. Lu Haoqiang was so scared that he almost fell down. She waved her arms to keep her balance and slowly turned sideways to look back. A girl with twin ponytails and a high school uniform was sitting on a bicycle. She crossed her hands and supported the front of the bicycle with a cool and playful smile on her face. She was very beautiful, with big and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a pointed chin. She looked energetic and cute, but also a bit unruly. Who are you? Lu Haoqiang asked. Don't care who I am, aren't you going to jump into the river? The girl still smiled. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to persuade you. I'm just surprised that someone really wants to die in this stinky ditch. It's too bad. It doesn't matter. Lu Haoqiang laughed at himself. I'm going to die anyway. Yeah. The girl slapped her thigh excitedly. I'm going to die anyway. Why not find a better place? This river used to be okay, but now, residents' domestic water and excrement are all discharged into it. Tut tut, how dirty, full of bacteria. Lu Haoqiang subconsciously imagined it, and felt sick. And there are water snakes, eels, insects, and the like in this river. Just think about it, after you die, they will all drill into your mouth, lay eggs in your body, and then give birth to a lot of small water snakes. The girl hugged herself exaggeratedly. Just thinking about it, I get goosebumps all over my body. Lu Haoqiang's face was pale, and he had goosebumps all over his body. By the way, have you ever seen the sea? The girl asked enthusiastically, her thoughts jumping. Lu Haoqiang shook his head. I haven't seen it either. I'm saving money. My goal is to go on a cruise and see the sea after graduating from high school. The girl said, how about it, do you want to come together? Ah? Lu Haoqiang thought he had heard it wrong. You can jump into the sea then. Isn't it better than jumping into a stinky ditch? The girl said sincerely. Lu Haoqiang tried to think about it, and his heart was moved. Yes, I'm going to die anyway. Why not choose a better place, the sea? How beautiful. Then it's a deal. The girl blinked her left eye. Hey, don't stand on it. It looks stupid. Lu Haoqiang, who was standing on the stone guardrail, turned red and white, and slowly squatted down. In a flash, the girl pushed the bicycle, took a big step forward, grabbed Lu Haoqiang's hand, and pulled him into the bridge. Lu Haoqiang plunged into the girl's arms, and the two fell on the bridge together. The girl hugged Lu Haoqiang with both hands, almost suffocating her, for fear that she would run away. The girl shouted excitedly, Why are you so depressed at such a young age? Are you worthy of your parents who gave birth to you and raised you? You are too selfish. When Lu Haoqiang heard this, the grievances that had been suppressed for more than 10 years suddenly surged into his heart, like a volcanic eruption. What do you know? My mother died a long time ago. My father hates me. He beats me and whips me with a belt every time he gets drunk. My classmates hate me and exclude me. No one wants to be friends with me. I am selfish when I am alive. It would be better if I die. It would be better for everyone if I die. The girl was dumbfounded. This is too miserable, right? Wow. Lu Haoqiang burst into tears. Hey. The girl was still lying on the ground, at a loss for a moment. She kept patting Lu Haoqiang on the back. In fact, this person should be more selfish. You should not care too much about other people's eyes. You should live for yourself. Classmate, don't cry. Can you get up first? My legs are numb from you. Chapter 762. Lu Haoqiang was tired of crying, and gradually calmed down, sobbing softly. The girl comforted her, and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. The handkerchief soon got wet. You can really cry. The girl joked cheerfully, Are you made of water? Lu Haoqiang didn't know what to say. I will compensate you. Can you afford it? The girl suddenly said seriously, This is made of the best silk of Tianshan snow silkworms. It is priceless. There are only 2 in the world, and the other one is in the hands of the queen of the snow country. Really? Lu Haoqiang was dumbfounded. Of course it's fake. You have a hole in your brain. You can't even hear a joke. The girl laughed heartlessly. She stretched out her hand. My name is Ba Qiuqi. Beishan night rain rises Qiuqi. It's easy to remember. Ba Qiuqi, what a beautiful name, really poetic. My name is... Ouch! Ba Qiuqi yelled. staring down at the 2 bloodstains on Lu Haoqiang's legs under his red skirt. Are you hurted? Instantly, Lu Haoqiang's face turned red to the root of her neck. She felt unprecedented embarrassment and shame, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She lowered her head and dared not look at Bachiochi. No. Oh! It's your period. Bachiochi reacted and said generously, Look at you, you didn't bring a small bread, and I didn't bring it either. Bachiochi picked up the bicycle. Get on. Hurry up. Bachiochi urged. Well? Lu Haoqiang lowered his head and sat on the back seat of the bicycle a little shyly. Soon, the two came to a small shop. Bachiochi parked the car and smiled at Lu Haoqiang. Wait. A minute later, the girl came out with a small black plastic bag containing small bread and a pair of ordinary sandals in her left hand. Lu Haoqiang was very surprised. Although the shop owner was a kind-looking auntie, Bachiochi could buy such things without blushing or beating her heart. How did she do it? Wouldn't she be embarrassed? Put on your shoes first. It's not uncomfortable to walk barefoot. Let's go. There's a public toilet over there. Bachiochi didn't care. Seeing Lu Haoqiang staring blankly, he said, Why, do you want me to help you change? Lu Haoqiang's face turned red again, and he took the black plastic bag. A few minutes later, Lu Haoqiang walked out of the public toilet and washed the blood on his legs with clean water. Bachiochi straddled the bicycle and waved with a bright smile. Come on, get on the bike. Where are you going? I take you to a nice place. Lu Haoqiang got on Bachiochi's bicycle again, and the two of them passed through the bustling streets. The April breeze blew on their faces, and the sun was fresh. Lu Haoqiang sat on the back seat of the bicycle, swaying, dazed, as if he was having a gentle dream. 10 minutes later, Bachiochi took Lu Haoqiang into a lingerie store on the corner of the street. Lu Haoqiang saw the fashionable lingerie on the models in the window at a glance, and his face immediately blushed. Bachiochi grabbed Lu Haoqiang's hand. Let's go. No. I won't go in. Lu Haoqiang broke free from Bachiochi's hand, and his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. Bachiochi looked at Lu Haoqiang's face carefully and smiled gently. Your mother left early, and your father doesn't like you. No wonder you have no knowledge in this area. Do you know that at your age? Bachiochi glanced at Lu Haoqiang's chest and pretended to be envious. It's still so well developed. She should have worn underwear a long time ago. Let's go buy one. I don't have money. Lu Haoqiang made an excuse and still refused to go in. I have money. Bachiochi grabbed Lu Haoqiang and dragged her in. Cousin! Bachiochi shouted to a young and fashionable proprietress. I brought my friend to buy underwear. You pick a suitable one for her. Okay. The proprietress took off the headphones of her Walkman, walked towards Lu Haoqiang, looked him up and down, and smiled. Your friend is really good looking. Why does she look like a tomboy, and her hair is too short? This is called personality. You don't understand. There is a generation gap between you and us. Bachiochi said. You're just talking nonsense, aren't you? You're so lawless because of your good grades. You skip classes all day and come to me. Be careful, or I tell your dad. Oh, cousin, I know you're the best. Bachiochi immediately acted like a spoiled child. I introduce more business to you in the future, okay? Who cares about your little business? The proprietress glanced at Lu Haoqiang. Classmate, come to the locker room, take off your clothes, and let me show you. Lu Haoqiang was trembling all over, and just wanted to run away, but Bachiochi had already blocked her way. She was shy and reluctant to go into the locker room. After a while, the proprietress walked out of the locker room and picked 2 ordinary white underwear to go back. Soon, both of them walked out. Bachiochi looked up and down at Lu Haoqiang in a red dress, and was very satisfied. Well, this is more like it. If it doesn't fit, or if it's uncomfortable to wear, tell me, said the proprietress. No, it's suitable. Lu Haoqiang walked to the mirror, and was stunned when he saw himself in a red dress with feminine curves. After a few seconds, a warm current penetrated from the abdomen into the chest and spread to all parts of the body. In the dizziness that almost melted himself, Lu Haoqiang had an illusion that he, who had been trapped in the dark swamp for a long time, was finally bathed by a beam of light. I am a woman. My body and soul are all women. Neither my biological father, nor this cold world, nor even death, can change this. Lu Haoqiang cried. This time, there was no crying, only warm tears, constantly sliding down her cheeks. Behind her, Bachiochi and her cousin watched quietly. The cousin shook her head, sighed softly, and whispered to Bachiochi, She must have suffered a lot, you should help her more. She doesn't need help from others. She is very strong. She is just too lonely and lacks a good friend. Bachiochi's eyes were smart and clear. Cousin, there is a generation gap between you and me. You don't understand. Chapter 763. That was the happiest day in Lu Haoqiang's life. A day she would never forget as long as she lived for 1 second. That day, except for the desperate early morning, the rest of the time was perfect. Lu Haoqiang skipped classes with Bachiochi and stayed in his cousin's shop. The third floor of the shop is a small attic, which is also Bachiochi's secret base. The sun shines in from the skylight, and the attic is warm and bright. The wooden floor is covered with soft blankets, and there are various comics, magazines, and novels, as well as a radio and many music tapes. There are also various handsome male star posters on the walls of the attic. The two of them lay on the blanket, listening to pop music together, watching blushing girl comics, and chatting about private topics belonging to girls. Bachiochi also borrowed her cousin's cosmetics to make up for Lu Haoqiang. The two of them played and quarreled, like best friends who had known each other for many years. Oh, don't move. I draw you a flaming red lip. Bachiochi smiled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Lu Haoqiang. Ah? Bachiochi thought he had heard it wrong. Lu Haoqiang. She repeated. How can a girl like you have such a name? It doesn't sound good at all. Bachiochi spoke bluntly. Lu Haoqiang lowered his head subconsciously. Don't lower your head. Bachiochi held up her chin with his hand and continued to apply lipstick on her. How about you give yourself a name? Is it okay? Why not? The name was given by my parents. Who cares? Bachiochi didn't care. If my dad gave me an ugly name, I would definitely change it. Yeah. Lu Haoqiang smiled, his eyes still a little unconfident. But I don't know what to change. How about Lu Qingying? Qingying? Well, actually this morning, I saw you just after you left the two building. Bachiochi took back the lipstick. Okay. Perfect flaming red lips. Wait, what's missing? Your eyes are not charming enough. I brush your eyelashes again. Bachiochi took out the mascara and said, You were wearing a little red dress, barefoot, dancing on the road, like an elf. Beautiful, smart, elegant. Lu Haoqiang blushed. It was the first time she was praised like this. Don't talk nonsense. How could it be? Really? I think the word light is the most suitable for you. You are the kind of light and fluttering. Maybe one day you are drying the sheets in the yard, and suddenly fly away and disappear in the blue sky. Strange description. Lu Haoqiang said. Haha, Lu Qingying. Bachiochi looked at Lu Haoqiang. Don't you think it sounds nice? Lu Qingying. Lu Haoqiang repeated softly, his heart trembling slightly, as if his soul was touched by a pair of gentle hands. She smiled and nodded. Bachiochi, hello, my name is Lu Qingying. Lu Qingying, hello, my name is Bachiochi. Bachiochi. Lu Qingying mustered up her courage. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, she pressed Bachiochi's hand down to stop her from continuing to brush her eyelashes. There is something I must tell you. You say. I am a hermaphrodite. Bachiochi was stunned. Ah. I have both a man's body and a woman's body, androgynous. Lu Qingying looked at Bachiochi. But my soul is a woman's. I have felt that I am a woman since I was a child. A freak like me? Do you still want to be friends with me? If you regret it, it's okay. I leave right away, and I pay you back the money I owe you. Oh my god. Bachiochi stood up excitedly, and hit his head with a bang. Ah. It hurts. Are you okay? Lu Qingying didn't expect Bachiochi to react so strongly. I leave right away. Sorry, I leave right away. Lu Qingying. Bachiochi didn't care about the pain, and immediately squatted down, grabbing Lu Qingying's shoulders with both hands. You are so lucky. Ah? This time it was Lu Qingying's turn to be dumbfounded. Being both a man and a woman, is there anything cooler than this? Lu Qingying was stunned. You are God's favorite. You are the most perfect work of the Creator. Oh my God, I envy you so much. I really want to change with you. Lu Qingying stared at Bachiochi blankly. She was not acting. Her eyes were excited, bright, and sincere. She really thought Lu Qingying was cool. Once again, Lu Qingying cried. Her eyes were red, and tears could not stop flowing. At that moment, she sincerely thanked fate, thanked herself for walking to the small stone bridge over the stinky ditch, but not jumping off, and thanked her for meeting the girl in front of her. It's so good to be alive. It turns out that as long as you live, good things will definitely happen. Lu Qingying woke up on the recliner in the office. She would take a nap every noon. The warm winter sun shone on her body covered with a thin blanket, warm and cozy. She would fall asleep quickly, without deliberately controlling the sweet dream. She could always return to the day when she first met Bachiochi, and return to that warm and bright little attic. Today's dream has not ended yet, but it was interrupted. Lu Qingying slowly stood up and said politely, "Who are you?" The window of the office was gently pushed open a crack, and the sound of a can appeared in the air. "Boss Lu, it's me, hee. Sorry to disturb your nap. Are you free tonight?" Lu Qingying did not answer, but smiled lightly, and a white petal appeared on her slender fingers. Swoosh! A breeze blew into the room, wrapped around Lu Qingying's fingers, gently lifted the petal, sent it out of the window, and quickly disappeared. Received by Boss Lu. The window was closed, as if nothing had happened. Gao Yang woke up, and the refreshing spring breeze blew in his face, rustling in his ears. In front of him was the empty rooftop of the tube building, which was full of white sheets drying, and a clean light was stained in the bright sunshine. Lu Qingying was dressed like a medieval country woman, wearing laundry gloves and overshoes, a blue and white headscarf with polka dots, and her hair was tied up, with 2 strands of hair hanging on her freckled cheeks. She held a wash basin with some clothes in her hands. She looked like a beautiful, gentle, hard-working farm girl. "Captain Juicy, long time no see." Lu Qingying's smile also became simple with the role she played. "Long time no see." Gao Yang stepped forward and walked into the sunshine. "Let's start." "Haha, still as direct as ever." Lu Qingying put down the wash basin and waved her hand gently. There was an exquisite small round table and 2 rattan chairs between the two of them, with a pot of flower tea and a bowl of waffles on the table. They sat down together, and Lu Qingying poured tea for Gao Yang. "Do you have any information for me?" Gao Yang nodded. 1S plus. Lu Qingying's eyes lit up. "As expected of you, you are talking about big deals as soon as you open your mouth." Chapter 764. However, the authenticity of these 2 pieces of information depends on 1 piece of information from you. Lu Qingying put down the teapot and smiled shrewdly. "Captain Juicy, you are just making big promises for me. My waist has become a little thick recently, and I am losing weight. I am also your old customer. When have I ever cheated you?" Gao Yang said. "Haha, I am the one who is most afraid of others playing the emotional card." Lu Qingying slowly pushed a cup of tea in front of Gao Yang. "Okay, ask, but I can't guarantee that I will answer. On the last night of the Scarlet Tide, you reminded me that there might be something wrong with this person X. The source of this information." Gao Yang's eyes sank. "Is it Mr. Jiang?" Lu Qingying's eyes, which were tightened by a smile, froze slightly. "Sorry, I can't say." "Thank you for your answer," Gao Yang said. "Hate you, you are so mean," Lu Qingying said coquettishly, covering her mouth with one hand and laughing. "I didn't say anything, you just guessed." "Well, you didn't say anything, I just guessed." Gao Yang followed Lu Qingying's words and said, "Then, based on my guess, I have 2 pieces of information on hand." Lu Qingying picked up the teacup and waited quietly. The elder Yan Liang of the Qilin Union is Mr. Jiang, with a 90% accuracy rate. Lu Qingying's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth smiled. "Haha, interesting. In this way, many things are indeed connected. This is considered S-level information," Gao Yang said. "It wouldn't be considered before, but now is a special period. It can be considered." Lu Qingying evaluated. "There is also an S+ intelligence, with an accuracy rate of 80%, Gao Yang said. Lu Qingying drank tea patiently without urging. "Qilin's real purpose." Gao Yang paused. "It's the opposite of opening the door." Lu Qingying had no expression on her face, but this reaction was much more real than the previous one, without any acting. She said in a serious tone, "Captain Juicy, are you serious?" Gao Yang was very convinced. Qilin and Mr. Jiang never thought of opening the door to the end. "This is a scam. I don't know their real purpose, so I can only tell you that it is the opposite of opening the door." Lu Qingying thought for a moment and smiled faintly. "This is interesting." Immediately, Lu Qingying retracted her smile and spoke without being polite. "Captain Juicy, you are not deliberately spreading rumors to avenge the Qilin Union, are you? You are an intelligence merchant, and you have your own judgment on the authenticity of the intelligence." Gao Yang was very frank. "If I could destroy the Qilin Union by just spreading a rumor, I would have done it a long time ago, and there would be no need to wait until now." "That's right." Lu Qingying nodded slightly. "I gave you 2 pieces of information." Gao Yang was very calm. "What can you give me?" I know you are most interested in the information of the Qilin Union now. After all, what happened in the Jiaxing Pavilion that night was really too much." Gao Yang was silent. I only know that the Qilin Union is going to merge with the Baichuan Group to form the Haichuan Group, and is reorganizing the team and recuperating. By the way, Zhonghe of the Baichuan Group took half of his subordinates to join the 12 zodiac signs. Of course, this is not a secret. You know no more than me, Gao Yang said. There is no way. The Qilin Union is very wary of me, and doesn't even want to do business with me. Lu Qingying was a little helpless. Gao Yang nodded. Then let's stop here tonight. Wait, don't be impatient. Lu Qingying stopped Gao Yang. I am investigating Chen Hui, and have some preliminary clues. I will let you know for free when there is progress. What are your conditions? Gao Yang asked. Haha, you ask even though you know the answer. Lu Qingying still smiled, but her eyes turned cold. My conditions are very simple. When you kill Chen Hui, remember to take me with you. I must let me do the final blow to her. Gao Yang nodded. Chen Hui must be killed, and the Songwu sect must also be destroyed. However, GOC's current priority is revenge. If there is a conflict between the two, GOC will prioritize revenge. I am really sorry and sad about the matter of Xiaxing Pavilion. Lu Qingying sighed softly. But Captain GOC, you have always been a smart person, but don't let hatred blind your eyes. If you fight with the Qilin Union and both sides suffer losses, will you really have the energy to deal with the Songwu sect at that time? Isn't this letting the enemy take advantage of you? Boss Lu, it's okay for others to say this, but isn't it a bit hypocritical for you to say this? Gao Yang's eyes also turned cold. Boss Lu was stunned, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone, for some people, dying 10,000 times is not enough. Yes. Gao Yang agreed, and I just want those people to die once. If I don't even do this, I am not worthy of being a human being. Lu Qingying stopped talking. Boss Lu, I need you to provide some help. Of course, you can refuse. Gao Yang said. What help? I need explosives. Can you get them? Gao Yang said. I do have a channel to get them, but it will take some time. Lu Qingying said. How much do you want? The more the better, and it would be best if we could blow up an abyss. Lu Qingying sighed secretly. This is going to the underground base of the Baichuan Group. It seems that Gao Yang is determined to take revenge. I understand. I will help you get explosives. Lu Qingying stared at Gao Yang. Although I am not qualified to say this, I still advise you to think twice. Some things, once done, cannot be turned back. Gao Yang smiled faintly. You should tell Qilin this. Lu Qingying woke up in the middle of the night. She lay on the bed, wearing a thin silk pajamas, with messy silver hair spread out like water plants swaying at the bottom of the lake. Her charming and blurred eyes focused little by little, and she pulled herself out of the sweet dream. She slowly got up, bent down, and reached out to open the door of the bottom layer of the bedside table. There was a small safe made of black gold inside. She patiently turned the safety lock, took some time to open the door, and took out 2 items from it. They were a thick black craft paper diary, and a black gold fountain pen. Lu Qingying carefully opened the diary, which already had 2/3 of the content recorded. It was densely packed with conversations, just like the chat records of mobile phone messages. Swish swish. Lu Qingying turned to the latest blank page, holding the black gold fountain pen in one hand, and tucking her messy silver hair behind her ears with the other hand, and began to write at the desk. 1. Yin Liang is Mr. Jiang. 2. Qilin's real purpose, not to open the door. Source of information, Gao Yang. Credibility after evaluation, high. After writing these 4 lines of blue words, Lu Qingying put on the fountain pen cap, and did not rush to close the diary, but stared at the page and waited patiently. About a minute later, 2 black words gradually appeared on the blank paper, received. Lu Qingying then closed the notebook, put it and the fountain pen into the black gold safe, and locked it again. Lu Qingying stood up and walked to the dark living room, picked up the cigarette box and lighter on the coffee table, shook out a cigarette, lit it in her mouth, and took a slow puff. She fell back and sank into the soft sofa. At that moment, she seemed to be in a state of confusion, but also seemed to be in a daze. Chapter 765. 1 p.m., Nanji District, Baichuanchuan Underground Base, Vice President's Office. Mr. Li sat in a wheelchair, leaning back, closing his eyes to rest. Qilin Union and Baichuanchuan have officially merged and renamed Heichuanchuan. All members of Qilin Union, except Xiao Xian, who is still in a coma, arrived at the Baichuanchuan Underground Base last night. Everyone held a very grand reunion banquet. Qilin and Mr. Li successively delivered impassioned speeches. In short, they were all useless but necessary procedures. After that, it was reorganization, which involve positions, responsibilities, resources, personnel relations, etc., which can be said to be the most headache-inducing work. Qilin only makes decisions, and does not ask about internal affairs. Specific affairs are handled by Mr. Li, assisted by Yen Liang, and the two take turns to talk to each member, listen to their demands, and do their ideological work. From last night to now, Mr. Li has not closed his eyes. After lunch, she finally got a breath and a short rest. The door was pushed open at this moment, and Yen Liang, wearing a crooked mask, walked in. Li woke up immediately. "Did I disturb you?" Yen Liang asked. "No." Li picked up the glasses hanging on his chest and put them on. "Is the list out?" "It's decided." Yen Liang handed a list to Li and said politely, "Vice President, please take a look." Li took the list and looked down. President, Qilin. Vice President, Mrs. Li. Elders, Yen Liang, Qinglong, Wu Sei, Yi Shi, Liao Liao. Yen Liang Group, Ling Shou, Protector, Luanjian, Bianjian, Su Mei, Xiao Xian, Miss, Anhegi, Shinkong, Saqing, 0618, Liu Tu. Qinglong Group, Liu Shuang, Guardian, Huagui, Sin, Gushi, Flower, Bumblebee, Tankid, Tsuyo, King Tiango, Yehuoba. Colorless Group, Iman, Guardian, Canary, Jinka, Huiche, Linfu, Musashi, Huawei, Chifeng, Lao 7, Yziaoyuo, Zia Kinkai. Yishir Group, Yushi, Guardian, Jianghao, Daji, Luding, Anonymous, Dofu. Liaoliao Group, Hansakata, Lingjia Tingting. Yen Liang added, Zhong he took some people to the 12 zodiac signs, and Lele insisted on not being an elder. The people in their two groups were assigned to other groups. Basically, the wishes of the parties were respected, and the matching of talents and abilities was also taken into consideration. Suzaku has to perform secret missions for a long time, and her group was disbanded and assigned to other groups. I promoted Ishir to elder, mainly in charge of medical care and logistics. There are not many people, and they will be temporarily assigned to other groups when performing tasks. For Lele, I still retain her title of elder, let her be responsible for intelligence, coordination and other work. In principle, she does not need to go to the front line, and she agreed. The elders have equal power and position. Any major decision needs to be approved by half of the senior management, and the president and vice president have a veto. That's about it. Li put down the list. Qilin promised me before that he would settle accounts with Qinhui after the organization merged. This matter cannot be delayed. The people of the original Baichuan group have a deep hatred for Qinhui. Don't worry. Yin Liang said, Qinhui must be killed, and Shenxi must also be killed. We will do it simultaneously. Li nodded. I have no objection. During this period, some people have gradually comprehended new talents. In the afternoon, Lele will preside over all members to register and archive everyone's talents. The president agreed. I agree too. Li waved his hand. Go ahead. Then I won't bother you anymore. Yin Liang turned and left, closing the door. Li leaned back on the chair with her straight body and relaxed. She closed her eyes, breathed evenly, and soon fell asleep. Early morning. Shijing District, remote mountain forest, Guihuan Villa. Gao Yang got a second-hand sofa from somewhere. Although it was worn out, it was very comfortable, and could let the body sink into it, which helped Gao Yang fall into a short sleep. Suddenly, Gao Yang woke up alertly. He heard very light footsteps approaching him. He looked up, and it turned out to be Cantu. She held her mobile phone in the dark, and the green fluorescent light illuminated her face. She looked a little hesitant. Captain. What do you want to talk to me about? Gao Yang asked. Cantu hesitated and nodded. Come and tell me. Yes. Cantu sat down next to Gao Yang and handed the phone to Gao Yang. Captain, I couldn't sleep, so I secretly checked my old friend's homepage in incognito mode and saw the latest update from Sister Zhou, which was posted yesterday. Gao Yang had already seen the content on the phone. Zhou Qing sent a long message. Is 509 of Liqing University cursed? Please, don't let anything happen again. Under the update, someone asked Zhou Qing what happened, and Zhou Qing answered patiently. It turned out that the 509 dormitory was full of blood, and Lin Dajian was nowhere to be seen. It was initially suspected that he was kidnapped. Captain, could it be? Cantu didn't have the courage to say it. Lucci, there is also dust. Gao Yang had already concluded. They arrested Lin Dajian and wanted to lure me out. What should we do? Cantu was at a loss. Let me see. A voice came. It was Johan, who had just returned from patrol. He just happened to hear Gao Yang's words. Johan stepped forward and picked up the phone, and soon he came to a conclusion. Captain, this is obviously a trap, but we can use the same trick against them, investigate secretly, and follow the clues to find the source. No. Gao Yang rejected Johan's proposal. We will do nothing. Johan frowned slightly. Do nothing? Do nothing. Gao Yang repeated. Johan was silent for a moment, nodded. He obeyed the order. Let's all go and rest. Gao Yang ended the conversation, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Cantu took the phone and went back to his room quietly. Johan also returned to his room, which was a small storage room with a hard mattress. He closed the door and lay down on the mattress, but he was not sleepy at all. He reached into his trouser pocket with his right hand and took out a gray armband with the number 4 embroidered on it, which was stained with faint blood. He stared at the armband and slowly clenched it. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Johan immediately became alert. Who? Your elder brother. Johan was stunned and immediately went forward to open the door. Wang Zikai was standing outside the door, wearing a childish yellow pajamas and a rough blonde hair. He said confidently, I can't sleep. So? Johan was a little amused. Do you want me to coax you to sleep? Actually, Wang Zikai was a little embarrassed to say, actually. Just say it if you have something to say. Johan doesn't like to beat around the bush. That? Wang Zikai scratched his face, his eyes dodging. I think you are too weak, so I plan to teach you some basic fighting skills. What? Johan thought he had heard wrong. Compared with Wang Zikai, he was indeed weak, but in terms of fighting skills, Wang Zikai was the younger brother. Ahem. Wang Zikai immediately changed his words. It's not teaching. How about we exchange ideas? Johan smiled faintly. You want to learn fighting skills from me? No, do I need to learn from you? Wang Zikai was very excited, but his voice was very low. For fear of being heard by others, you should understand that I am the destiny of Sequence 0. Then just ignore what I said, and go to sleep. Johan closed the door ruthlessly. Hey, don't. Wang Zikai put his foot through the crack of the door and laughed. Johan, teach me, but this matter must be kept secret. You know, I am the real leader of Jussi, and I need others to teach me boxing. It's so embarrassing to tell others. It's not my face that is lost, but Jussi's face. I keep it a secret. Johan was relieved. Wang Zikai is very strong, but if he can be stronger, it will be good for Jussi. Chapter 766. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a wasteland at the foot of the forest. Wang Zikai and Johan stood 5 meters apart, facing each other quietly. The moonlight was cold, and the wind was biting. The two were like masters fighting in martial arts novels. I'm going to do it! Wang Zikai shouted with full energy. Come on! Johan responded loudly. Okay. As soon as Wang Zikai finished speaking, he came to Johan with a swish and punched Johan in the face. Johan only felt his vision blurred, and a fist had stopped in front of his nose. The fist force turned into a strong wind, blowing him almost to close his eyes. Wang Zikai retracted his fist and frowned. Why don't you hide? Johan had a blank expression on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. It's not that I don't want to hide, it's that you moved too fast, I didn't react at all. Your growth rate is even faster than that of the captain who is the heir of God. Ahem. Johan coughed twice. You and I may not be in the same weight class. What do you mean? Wang Zikai looked confused. You know boxing matches, there are 8 levels according to the weight of the players, heavyweight, middleweight, lightweight and so on. I am not in the same weight class with you now. Haha, I understand. Wang Zikai finally reacted, you are too weak, so I can't use my full strength. Johan resisted the twitch at the corner of his mouth. You can. Explain it this way. Tell me, how much strength will I use to fight you? 70%. Johan felt a little guilty. Are you sure? Wang Zikai raised his eyebrows. 50%. Brother, why don't you think about it again? Wang Zikai was a little worried. 3. 20.5%. Johan roared in his heart. I can't lower it any further. This is about a man's dignity. Okay. Wang Zikai stepped back a few steps, jumping and stretching his muscles, slowly finding the feeling of 25% of his strength. Then I go. Come on. Wang Zikai rushed forward, and when his speed and strength dropped significantly, Johan realized that he had no rules at all in his fight. Just like street thugs swinging their fists at each other, it was simply unbearable to watch. Johan dodged easily. While fighting back appropriately, Wang Zikai was hit repeatedly, although he didn't feel any pain at all, but he was very annoyed. What's going on? Wang Zikai stopped and said angrily, "Why can't I hit you?" Wang Zikai. Jiuhan finally regained his prestige as a teacher. Your fighting ideas are like a blank sheet of paper. There is a swear word. As soon as you stick your butt out, I know what shit you are going to do. Damn, I'm so lame. Wang Zikai was a little hurt. No wonder you can't beat Qinlong. Your speed, strength, reaction, and resistance to blows are all top-notch. Jiuhan objectively evaluated, but you have no fighting skills and act entirely on instinct. It's easy to deal with enemies weaker than you, but when you meet Qinlong of the same level as you can only be beaten. What are you talking about? Wang Zikai made a squeak sound, and 3 bone spurs rushed out of his right hand. I can't beat him with my fists, but I can still chop him. Cold weapons are just extensions of arms and fists. They can increase some advantages, but they can't turn the tide of the battle, Jiuhan said. Wang Zikai frowned, touched his chin and thought seriously for a while, then he retracted the bone spur with a touch. You are right. Very good, humility is the ladder of progress. Jiuhan stepped forward and clenched his right fist. I will throw 2 punches, watch me. Swoosh. Jiuhan took a small step with his left foot and threw a quick straight punch at Wang Zikai's face. Just a gesture, not a real punch. Jiuhan stepped back and stood up again. Swish. Jiuhan took a big step with his left foot and threw an uppercut at Wang Zikai's chin. Jiuhan retracted his fist. How about these 2 punches? Very slow. Wang Zikai answered truthfully. Jiuhan once again suppressed the twitch of his mouth. Do you still want to learn? Learn. Learn. Wang Zikai hurriedly changed his words. But I don't know what you want to say. Which of these 2 punches is a fake move? Well, let me think. Wang Zikai carefully recalled Jiuhan's punches. His eyes lit up. The first punch is a fake move. Wrong, Jiuhan said. No way, the second punch is a fake move? I feel that your second punch is more serious, Wang Zikai said. Also wrong. Jiuhan announced the correct answer. Both punches could be fake moves. Are you kidding me? Wang Zikai was unhappy. Just now, were you staring at my right fist? Jiuhan asked. What else? Wang Zikai nodded. Not enough, you have to see my whole body. Jiuhan said, just now my left fist was kept at my waist, which was a punching action, so my right fist could be a fake move, and the next left fist is the real move, and so on. Although I stepped out with my left foot, my right foot may sweep your lower body in the next second. Wait. Wang Zikai stretched out his hand and called for a stop. I'm a little dizzy, let me sort it out. First sort it out. Does it mean that you swing your right fist to hit me, but your real move may be your left fist and right foot? Yes, Jiuhan said. Wang Zikai was dumbfounded. This was completely in his blind spot. Brother, I give up now. Is it too late? You can give up at any time, Jiuhan said sternly. Then wait for Qinlong to beat you up next time, in front of many people. Wang Zikai imagined the scene and got excited in a second. No! I want to learn. Very good. Jiuhan nodded with satisfaction. I will teach you some basic close combat skills, as well as some conventional punching and kicking moves. You have to practice them thoroughly, and you have to be able to control them without leaving any trace when you attack. Next you can flexibly combine these moves, that is, combos. Advanced combos all contain fake moves to trick the opponent's reaction before performing real moves. Finally, you will integrate these and turn them into a fighting instinct. When you perform a move, at least 3 possible reactions of the opponent will appear in your mind, and you will preset your own changes based on these 3 reactions. Stop. Wang Zikai was confused and didn't know what was going on. He called Jiuhan, brother, can you be simpler? Just tell me what I should do now. Jiuhan sighed in his heart, feeling that he had a long way to go. Let's do horse stance first. No problem. Wang Zikai immediately took horse stance. Jiuhan stepped forward, lightly kicked his calf, patted his shoulder, and helped him adjust his movements. In a trance, Jiuhan seemed to have returned to the time when Group 4 was still there. At that time, he and Heike were called Thunder God and Lightning Mother by the people in the group. They tortured other people in the group every day and forced them to practice boxing. Lian was the most talented, Xiangge studied the most seriously, Lao Qiao loved to slack off the most. Xiui didn't even bother to slack off, he just pretended to be sick and asked for leave, and was finally tied up by Heike to the training room. At that time, Jiuhan firmly believed that hard work pays off, and that as long as he kept working hard, he would become stronger and control his own destiny. But what happened in the end? All 4 groups died in 11th place. Did it have anything to do with their efforts? Maybe a little, but it still depended on the face of fate. Chapter 767. Early in the morning, Johan and Wang Zikai returned to the Guituan villa. They were shirtless, covered in sweat and scars. Wow! Cantu was half asleep, got up to go to the bathroom, and just walked out of the room. He ran into two shirtless men in the living room. Wow! Cantu suddenly woke up from sleep. You two. You. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Wang Zikai made a gesture. He didn't want people to know that he and Johan went to special training. You. Cantu looked up and down, blushed and his heart beat fast. What did you go to do? Can't say. Wang Zikai grinned and showed a mouthful of white teeth, and nudged Johan's strong chest with his elbow. This is a man's romance. Johan promised to keep it a secret, coughed awkwardly, and nodded. Oh my god, no way. No way. No way. Cantu resisted the urge to scream, and immediately imagined a 100,000-word crispy duck literature. She completely forgot about going to the bathroom, and turned around and ran to the room. No, I have to share this shocking gossip with Hong Xiaoxiao, and Ku again immediately. I can't hold it in for a second. Wang Zikai went to the bathroom on the first floor, and planned to take a cold shower. Johan planned to use the bathroom on the second floor, but was stopped as soon as he went upstairs. Johan. Gao Yang had woken up, and was standing on the open balcony. Captain, is there something? Johan walked to the balcony, and looked at the mountains with Gao Yang. The sunrise would take a while, and there was a blue mist in front of them. The two of them were blowing in the cold wind, and after a while, Gao Yang spoke lightly. Johan, I know you are anxious to find out that Songmu sect. Johan was silent. It is also my goal to eliminate that Songmu sect, but Lin Dajian's matter is a trap. We can't fall into it. Gao Yang said. I will be very careful. Johan said. Have you ever thought that Chinawei and Lucci could have used this trick to lure me out earlier, but it never worked? Why did they suddenly use this trick again now? Johan was startled, and immediately reacted. This time they came prepared. Gao Yang nodded. We don't know how many powerful enemies that Songmu sect has, but it is definitely not just Lucci and Chinawei. I even suspect that the dead beast is also in the Songmu sect. Johan was shocked. This is possible. Gao Yang boldly hypothesized. The fact that the dead beast has not appeared does not mean that they do not exist. Maybe they are still sleeping, maybe they are sealed, or maybe they are neutral. What if the Songmu sect awakened them, or reached a cooperation with them? Johan agreed. Indeed, these possibilities cannot be ruled out. Our understanding of the Songmu sect is very limited. Gao Yang said, so I have always wanted to capture Chinawei alive. Taking a step back, if I get Chinawei's body, Suzaku can also ask something more. When Suzaku was mentioned, Gao Yang's eyes dimmed a little. This trap is so blatant, which may mean that the Songmu cult is well prepared. Gao Yang looked at Johan. As long as you investigate, you will definitely leave clues. Not only the Songmu cult, but also the Haichuan group. Countless eyes are watching in secret. Don't forget, there is also Li's prophet. Once we have a deep connection with the whole thing, the risk of exposure will increase. The matter of Jiaxing Pavilion. Gao Yang said word by word, it must not happen again. I understand. Johan said. I will leave this matter to Nana. She will disguise herself as a college student, and return to Licheng University. She will secretly pay attention to Lin Dajian's affairs, only pay attention, not investigate, and leave the rest to time. Johan was completely convinced. He looked at Gao Yang. I shouldn't have doubted you in my heart. Man, she is right. You are the leader. We chose you, so we should trust you unconditionally. You don't need to explain to me any decision you make in the future. I'm not explaining to you just now. Gao Yang smiled faintly. I'm looking for you to discuss, Deputy Captain. Johan was stunned, and his eyes became more determined. I have no objection. Okay. Gao Yang glanced at Johan and tapped his temple with his index finger. There is one more thing to discuss with you. Johan understood, and started voice transmission to Gao Yang. Gao Yang woke up, and was standing on a small stone bridge. Under the bridge was a clear stream, with dense willows planted on both sides. The spring was bright, and the breeze was touching the willow branches, like the skirt of a beautiful woman, so charming. This time, Lu Qingying stood beside Gao Yang, maintaining her usual dress, and did not play a special character in Beautiful Dream. What do you want to talk to me about? Gao Yang asked. This time, it was Lu Qingying who took the initiative to find Gao Yang. Lu Qingying wanted to contact Gao Yang, and the method was very simple. She placed a pot of green plants outside the window of the office, and there would be a petal with the mark of Beautiful Dream on the green plant. The invisible Kin would fly nearby from time to time, and observe the window of Lu Qingying's office from a distance. If it found the green plants on the windowsill, it would remotely control a gust of wind to blow away the petal, and everything would look very natural. That night, Gao Yang and Lu Qingying could meet in beautiful dream. Yes. Lu Qingying didn't say any small talk this time, and went straight to the point. Captain Jussi, I found Chen Hui. This was completely within Gao Yang's expectations. Chen Hui did it so obviously this time, Lu Qingying would definitely be able to find clues. You can take action now, Lu Qingying said. Gao Yang was silent for 2 seconds, and then he answered calmly, I am preparing for revenge against the Haichuan group. I have to wait until this matter is over before I can find Chen Hui. Captain Jussi. Lu Qingying's voice became heavier. Opportunities cannot be missed. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when the next one will come. Chen Hui will run away, but the Haichuan group will not run away. You can seek revenge on them at any time. I know. Gao Yang insisted, but Jussi must be avenged first. This is more important than killing Chen Hui. Lu Qingying did not give up. I helped you contact you secretly, and the condition was to find Chen Hui and kill her. Yes. Gao Yang said, I did find Chen Hui, which is half successful. What about the other half? Lu Qingying stared at Gao Yang's eyes, a little aggressive. Captain Jussi can't go back on his word. I will fulfill it, but not now. Gao Yang sighed. Boss Lu, I can understand your eagerness for revenge, so you must understand me, right? Lu Qingying was silent. Gao Yang's eyes moved. If you really can't wait, you can ask someone else for help. I believe the 12 zodiac animals will be happy to help. The dead pig's hatred for dust should be no less than yours. Lu Qingying remained silent. She had thought of the dead pig a long time ago, but it would be impossible for the dead pig to catch dust alone. Dust is too cunning, and there must be helpers. The best hunter to deal with her is none other than Gao Yang. How about this, as compensation, I will give you another S-level intelligence. Gao Yang said, of course, you can judge the authenticity yourself. Lu Qingying saw that Gao Yang had made up his mind, and no longer forced it. As for the S-level intelligence, don't refuse it in vain. Okay. Lu Qingying sighed slightly. I accept your compensation. Gao Yang looked at the trickling water under his feet. This information is the condition for the talent to upgrade to level 8. Lu Qingying was puzzled. Isn't it the fusion rune? This is just one of the conditions, and other conditions are required, Gao Yang said. Really? Lu Qingying temporarily put aside her obsession with Chen Hui and switched back to her identity as an intelligence dealer. What other conditions are required? Chapter 768. Holy water, Gao Yang said. You mean? Lu Qingying frowned slightly and confirmed. Amniotic fluid of living animals? Gao Yang nodded. In fact, it is not amniotic fluid, but a living animal that is combined with humans and become pregnant will produce a special active energy. The living animal can extract it by itself. Even if the living animal dies, this active energy will remain in the bones. We can extract it through special methods. This is the essence of holy water. Lu Qingying digested this information. Whether the living animal is pregnant with ghosts, curses, or gods, it will produce holy water. There are differences in purity, and there may be other differences. Gao Yang paused for a few seconds. Here comes the point. No matter what kind of holy water, as long as it is applied to the rune, it can allow the top 12 level 7 talents to merge with the rune and reach the ultimate realm, that is, level 8. Moreover, as long as the first fusion is successful, the holy water will no longer be needed in the future. How did you know? Lu Qingying was half believing and half doubting. My mother is a living beast. I saw with my own eyes that she used the power of holy water in her body to help my father upgrade his talent and successfully merge it with the guardian rune. Gao Yang lied. In fact, he didn't see it, but Qingling saw it. There is other evidence to prove it. Gao Yang continued. I once went to the western country to find Hyena's research laboratory. He used the bones of living beasts to extract holy water of low purity. Lilia and Zhongyi merged into one, and Lilia's level 8 elemental angel should have used holy water. X's level 8 hell poison must have also used holy water. X has privately joined forces with the Dark One and the Sangmu cult, so it is very easy to get holy water, Gao Yang said. Lu Qingying nodded slightly. There is no loophole in the logic. Soon, she thought of something. Now that all the beasts are dead, there will be no more holy water, and no one can reach level 8. Not necessarily. Gao Yang smiled. Lu Qingying reacted instantly. How could I forget about you? You are the heir of God. Gao Yang nodded. I have my mother's blood in my body, but I can't get pregnant, so it is unknown whether I can produce holy water, a special active energy. But it doesn't matter. I have other ways to get holy water. although I can't use it now. How to do it? Lu Qingying asked. Sorry, I can't tell you. Gao Yang smiled. This is one of my future trump cards. Captain Juicy. Lu Qingying showed a shrewd and charming smile again. You told me this so generously, not just to compensate me, right? Gao Yang smiled. Boss Lu, you are a smart person. You should think about the team you stand on. Thank you for your kindness. I will seriously consider it. Lu Qingying replied softly. In the middle of the night, Lu Qingying woke up from the bed, slowly got rid of the lag brought by the beautiful dream, and her spirit and consciousness all returned to the real world. She got up from the bed, opened the safe, took out the black diary and the black gold pen, turned to the latest page, and started writing at the desk. Holy water is a special active energy produced by the pregnancy of animals and humans. Only by applying holy water to the runes can the fusion of human and runes be achieved and upgraded to level 8 talent. The information has not been verified. Credibility, medium. Half a minute later, 2 black pen words appeared on the diary. Got it. Lu Qingying continued to write quickly. Chen Hui has been found. I want to take revenge immediately. Will this affect the general? This time, the diary was silent for a full minute before a line of words slowly emerged. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Lu Qingying closed the notebook and put it back into the safe with the pen. She trembled slightly. She lit a cigarette and took a puff, but still couldn't calm down. She lowered her head and looked at the photo frame on the table. Ba Qiuqi in the photo had a bright smile. Lu Qingying looked at the girl in the photo, and her sad eyes were gradually shrouded by the haze of hatred. Sorry, I can't wait. I have waited for 10 years, and I don't want to wait any longer. 4 o'clock in the morning, Nanji District, Haichuan Group Underground Base. Lu Qingying was wrapped in a black coat, black stockings, black leather shoes, and a black beret. The only bright color on her body was her waterfall-like silver hair. Under the guidance of Lei, she walked through the quiet office hall and came to Qilin's office. Lu Qingying nodded and smiled, thanking Lei. Then she pushed the door open and went in. The room was spacious and bright. Behind the desk sat the President Qilin, who was wearing a plaid wool knit and a pair of gentle glasses. Sitting in a wheelchair beside her was a certainly, who was wearing a gray and white cashmere A-line coat and a bun. Although she was old, she was still dignified and graceful, and her temperament remained unchanged. Before Lu Qingying could speak, Qilin took the initiative to say, Yin Yang said, you have something important to talk to me about, and must meet with me immediately. Yes. Lu Qingying sat down on the guest chair, and crossed her legs elegantly. Anything about the union must be asked by me and Mrs. Li. Instead of me conveying it later, why not ask her to listen together? Do you mind? I don't mind. Lu Qingying said. Please go ahead. Qilin put his hands together on his lower abdomen and leaned back on the chair. I came here to find you and make a deal with the Haichuan Group. Lu Qingying said. Trade? Qilin's eyes moved. Chen Hui has been around recently. I found her. I can give you this information for free. Lu Qingying smiled. I hope you will catch her immediately. Chen Hui is a member of the Sangmu cult. She has killed many people, and is also an enemy of your organization. If you catch her and she is no longer useful, I hope you can end her. This is the condition I want. Qilin glanced at Madame Li, and Madame Li nodded slightly. The Haichuan Group was originally going to settle accounts with Chen Hui, and Lu Qingying came this time, which Madame Li couldn't ask for more. Qilin also felt that this was a favor, but he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked, what conditions can you give to the Haichuan Group? Don't just say that it's the information about the dust hideout. Not only that, there are 2 S+ intelligences. Lu Qingying assured, one of the intelligences is closely related to your Haichuan Group. The sooner you know it, the better it will be for you, but you must meet my conditions first before I can tell you. Qilin and Mr. Li were silent. President Qilin, President Li, Lu Qingying said sincerely, I have been an information dealer for so many years, and my reputation is obvious to all. I can guarantee it with my reputation. If you think it is not enough, I can also guarantee it with my life. Anyway, I will follow you to catch Chen Hui. You don't have to worry about me running away. Qilin nodded thoughtfully and asked, can I ask why you do this? I hate Chen Hui. Lu Qingying did not hide it, and was frank and direct. Mrs. Li should know that Ba Qiuqi, who died strangely that year, was my best friend. I have been asking about her cause of death for these years. Recently, I learned that she was killed by Chen Hui. I want to avenge Ba Qiuqi. Mrs. Li looked at Qilin. It is true. Lu Qingying thought of something else. If you are willing to make this deal with me, I have another unwelcome request. You speak first. Qilin looked at Lu Qingying. Please be sure to bring the dead pig of the Chinese zodiac. Lu Qingying smiled bitterly. He is Ba Qiuqi's ex-husband, and he hates Chen Hui as much as I do. Qilin was silent for a moment, then raised his head. Boss Lu, please stay and rest for a while. I will give you an answer before dawn. Chapter 769. Please hurry up. The dust will not stay in one place forever. Lu Qingying did not hide her urgency, and stood up and left the office. Qilin looked at Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li, what do you think? I think we can cooperate. Mrs. Li focused slightly. Dust is a historical problem left over from the Baichuan group. Now that the two major organizations have merged, solving the dust can not only hit the Sangmu sect, but also promote unity within the organization and improve morale. Indeed, Qilin said, but it is not ruled out that Lu Qingying is already a member of Jussi, and she is using a trick to trap him. This possibility is very small. Li said, Lu Qingying, the dead pig, the two people, the investigation and persistence of Ba Qiuqi's death, continue. 10 years have passed. This was not planned recently. It should not be an act. If you are worried, you can take me with you on this operation. Mrs. Li said, within 3 days, if something threatens my life, I will have a vague picture sense and can avoid danger in advance. Qilin nodded. You are worthy of being a prophet. Hee hee. Mrs. Li was not modest. Everyone thinks that I, an old woman, am useless. Perhaps it is time for me to change my image. Snow Country, Aurora Town, Holy Mountain Church. In the early morning, the classical and solemn church is located at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. The cold spire rises straight into the night sky, like a giant beast covered with black thorns lying dormant on the earth. The main door of the church is open, the auditorium is empty and dilapidated, and the stained glass windows cut the moonlight into a ground of broken white flowers. On the side of the end of the church, there is a confessional the size of a telephone booth. Sitting in the confessional on the left was a boy who was tied up and covered with bruises. He was the kidnapped Lin Dajian. He slept and woke up these 2 days, had no food or drink, and his body was extremely weak and his mind began to blur. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare from which he could not wake up. Creaky. The small wooden door opposite the confessional opened, followed by the rustling sound of a cloak, and someone sat down opposite. Who are you? Lin Dajian asked weakly through the wooden screen. Why did you arrest me? The man opposite did not speak. Did you arrest the wrong person? Lin Dajian choked. I have no money, and I have never offended anyone. I have never done anything bad in my life. Please let me go, please, I don't want to die. Lin Dajian cried and begged. The man opposite finally spoke, his voice hoarse and leaking. Life is original sin, desire is the enemy, and ignorance is the end of the world. What enemy? What end of the world? Lin Dajian became more and more confused. I heard a sentence recently. Do you know what it means? Chen asked. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know you. I have no grudges against you. Why are you arresting me? Yeah, how can you understand? You are just a lost person. Chen sneered and got up to leave. Let me out. Lin Dajian automatically ignored the 3 words lost person. He struggled hard but couldn't get rid of the restraints on his body. How long are you going to lock me up? Let me out. Let me out. Gala. Chen, covered with a black cloak, walked out of the confessional and left the church. Chen walked through a forest where the moonlight could hardly shine in, and walked for 10 minutes at night, and came to a vast gray wasteland. A wide river stretches across the wasteland, with large and small pieces of ice floating in the river. There is a protruding boulder on the river bank, with a little snow still on it. Mingjing, Luqi, sits on the boulder and looks up at the aurora. The night sky is full of stars, and an unpredictable green ribbon floats lightly, flickering and emitting a gorgeous pink from time to time. The deep night sky and the gray wasteland look like a mysterious, profound and psychedelic oil painting under the halo of the aurora. Chen climbed onto the boulder and sat down next to Mingjing, looking up at the aurora together. After a while, Chen spoke. I left some traces on the way to catch Lin Dajian. The heir of the gods will definitely find them if they are interested in investigating. If they are fast, they may be able to track them down tomorrow. Mingjing nodded slightly. We are ready here too. Yeah. The brother and sister stopped talking and continued to sit quietly, watching the aurora. After a long time, Chen said, where do these lights come from? Auroras are charged high-energy particles from the magnetosphere and solar wind. You know that's not what I'm asking. Chen interrupted impatiently. Where do these lights, this world, and us come from? Mingjing answered seriously. We come from the tree of life. Do you still have that dream now? Chen Hui looked at Ming Jing. In the dream, there were endless white and black walls, rivers with many eyes and hands, and a tree bigger than a city. They were all fruits grown on the tree, and they fell into the river after ripening. Ming Jing shook her head. I no longer had that dream since I first boarded a human. Me too. Chen Hui stretched out her right hand and looked at her palm full of burned scars. Since I lived in Huang Lian's body, I have never dreamed of the tree of life again. Chen Hui suddenly felt sad. She took out a yellowed photo from her pocket. The photo showed a young brother and sister. The man had long black hair, deep eyebrows, classical looks, and a handsome appearance. The girl also had black hair and a big braid. She was beautiful and delicate, like a beautiful girl from a small family, and she was lovable. Chen Hui stared at the photo in a trance, and remembered some things that seemed to be from her previous life. Do you still keep it? Ming Jing asked. I don't want to forget my face, Chen Hui said hatefully. Chen Hui, appearance is not important. Ming Jing reached out to lift Chen Hui's cloak. Don't. Chen Ai sensitively avoided. I hate this face. No, I hate everything about him. If I hadn't been attracted by his talent, I would have changed him long ago. Chen Ai, appearance is not important. Ming Jing repeated. Our souls will never change. Do we really have souls? Chen Ai laughed bitterly at himself. I thought only humans have souls. All things have spirits, all life has souls. Ming Jing was very sure. Yeah. Chen Ai listened to Ming Jing's serious words and felt relieved. In the past 10 years of undercover, Chen Ai missed Ming Jing the most. In the past, the brother and sister were always inseparable. Later, they joined the Sangmu religion. For the sake of faith, salvation, and going to the kingdom of God, they had to separate and perform their respective tasks. Chen Ai pulled down the brim of her cloak to completely cover her face. She tilted her body and gently leaned her head against Ming Jing's shoulder. Ming Jing, can we really reach the other side? Chapter 770. Of course. You're lying. You don't know either. Chen's hoarse voice was full of a hint of coquetry. I know. Ming Jing's voice was gentle and restrained. I've dreamed that we would turn into the aurora, fly out of the fog, and fly to the end of the world. Where is the other side? What is on the other side? There is God. Great, gentle, loving, compassionate, omniscient, omnipotent God. He just quietly watches us, like a bath of divine light, which can wash away all our sins. He just sighs softly, which is full of infinite wisdom, and can answer all the confusion in our hearts. What else? Chen closed his eyes, and tried to imagine this scene. And love. Love? God loves the world loves God, all living beings love the world, and the world loves all living beings. Haha, it sounds so silly. Everyone does nothing and just loves each other? Chen said. Yeah. If it's just like this, we already have it. I love you, you love me, and we are everything to each other. Our love is only temporary, God's love is eternal. I can't argue with you. If you say so, then so be it. Chen Hui was a little tired. Ming Jing, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep for a while. Sleep. Ming Jing still looked up at the night sky, and the changing aurora was reflected in her melancholy eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, the Snow Country Airport. An 8-member awakening team disguised as a family tourist group walked out of the airport openly. The tour guide was Wu Sei, and the identities of the 7 tourists were as follows. Grandma, Li Mumu, father, Qi Long, mother, Lu Qingying, eldest daughter, Liao Liao, son-in-law, Zhong He, youngest daughter, Lu Shuang, and uncle, Dead Pig. In this family, the eldest daughter Lei feels the most wronged. After the Haichuan group was established, Lei took the initiative to resign in order to save her life, retreated behind the scenes to do intelligence work, and was determined to survive until the end of time. But she had to participate in this mission. Because her talent from the heart, serial number 187, auxiliary system, was needed. From the heart has 2 abilities, one of which is to activate the Loki aura. It can greatly reduce the attention, curiosity, and suspicion of people around you. If the companions are close enough to the gifted person, they will also be enveloped by this Loki aura with the same effect. It is too ostentatious for 8 awakened people to act together. Without 1,000 faces, they can only find from the heart as a substitute. From the heart also has an ability, begging for mercy from the enemy, which can effectively reduce the enemy's hatred, anger and murderous intent, stimulate the enemy's kindness, tolerance and compassion, and even have a certain chance of escape. In this family, the most embarrassing one is the son-in-law Zhong He. When Dou Hu learned that Si Zhu was going to the snow country with Lu Qingying, he immediately sent Zhong He to accompany him, as a test for the new member. Zhong He is now a formal employee of the 12 zodiac signs, named Shadow Rat, and his full name is actually Shadow Rat second generation, because the third generation of rats is also called Shadow Rat. Zhong He had just changed jobs for a few days, and he had to meet his former colleagues Wu Sei, Lu Lu, and Qing Long and Lu Shuang of the Qilin Union. It was simply a sure field. Li was calm and composed, and Wu Sei also fully understood Zhong He's choice, but she deliberately didn't spare him, calling him Master Shadow Rat all the time, and was very weird. According to Lu Qingying's information, the dust was hidden in Aurora Town, and the only official way to Aurora Town was the long-distance bus station. The group did not set off immediately, but checked into a hotel with few people near the long-distance bus station. The 8 people booked 4 double rooms in total. Li and Lei Lei shared a room, Wu Sei and Lu Shuang shared a room, Qing Long and Zhong He shared a room, and Lu Qingying and Dead Pig shared a room. Lu Qingying and Dead Pig wanted to go to Aurora Town immediately, but Li, the highest commander of the team, insisted on waiting. What was he waiting for? Li did not say. After checking into the hotel, everyone had a meal in the room and rested separately. They rested until late at night, but Li still had no intention of going to Aurora Town. During this period, Li woke up once and called Elder Yin Yang for a few minutes. After that, she sat in front of the window, looking out the window, thinking quietly. Lei Lei didn't want to disturb her, so she found a magazine and flipped through it. She didn't understand foreign languages, so she just looked at the pictures. Knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Lei Lei went to open the door, and Lu Qingying was standing outside the door, smiling. Is Madame Li asleep? She slept for a while before, and she's awake now. Lei Lei answered truthfully. Lu Qingying said, the open-air hot spring in this hotel is nice. There's no one here at this time. You can go and relax. Lei Lei knew that Lu Qingying wanted to get rid of her, and talk to Madame Li alone. Lei Lei was about to refuse, but someone's voice came from behind. Lei Lei, go take a hot spring. Yes. Lei Lei obeyed the order. Lei Lei found the hotel front desk, opened the translation software on her phone, and stated her purpose. Soon she was led to the locker room, changed into a bathrobe, received toiletries, and went to the ladies' hot spring area. The hot spring is in the backyard of the hotel, like an open-air light blue pond, with misty water vapor. 2 figures can be vaguely seen in the center of the hot spring, which are Wu Sei and Lu Shuang. Wu Sei and Lu Shuang sleep in the same room. Wu Sei doesn't like the people of Qilin Union, especially those of Qinglong Group and Yinliang Group. Lu Shuang is a robot. The atmosphere is really awkward when they are in the same room. Wu Sei used to live in Iceland and always liked to take a hot spring bath. When it was late at night, she came here. Who knew that Lu Shuang would also come to take a hot spring bath? Lu Shuang has the dual talents of frost and water god. Soaking in the water can make her relax and recover better. The previous battle of Jiaxing Pavilion consumed a lot of her energy, and she has not fully recovered. Lu Shuang did not feel awkward at all, so the only person who was embarrassed was Wu Sei. The 2 were silent in the hot spring pool for more than 10 minutes. Both of them relaxed physically and mentally, and the stiff atmosphere was also eased a lot. Wu Sei slowly approached Lu Shuang and took the initiative to say, Lu Shuang, I want to ask you something. Lu Shuang slightly side-glanced, expressionless. Her skin was almost transparent in the moonlight. Did you know what the result would be that night at Jiaxing Pavilion? Wu Sei asked. Lu Shuang didn't speak, as if she didn't understand. Did you know that many people would die? Wu Sei further asked. Yes. Lu Shuang said, we must wipe out the GOC organization. Don't you have any psychological burden? Wu Sei thought Lu Shuang didn't know, but this made her very angry. There are your former colleagues there. They are traitors. Lu Shuang said. Well, even if traitors deserve to die. Wu Sei's eyes were cold. Then did you know that Chening took many people to GOC, including 2 children, a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl? Are they also traitors? They don't know anything. They are completely innocent. Chapter 771. Liu Shuang was silent. In fact, she didn't know that Chening led people to join GOC until the battle was over, but she didn't defend herself. Liu Shuang, how could you do that? Wu Sei's eyes flashed with hatred. You are a heartless person. I was on a mission. I completed the mission. Lu Shuang had no expression on her face. This completely angered Wu Sei, and she couldn't help but yelled, hack the mission. Wu Shuang pointed at Lu Shuang. You are killing people. You idiot. Executioner. What's the difference between you and those beasts? No, I think you are not even as good as beasts. Splash Lu Shuang stood up from the hot spring water, and the misty water just covered her flat and smooth belly. You are not qualified to judge me. Liu Shuang felt the anger in Wu Sei's eyes, and in an instant, her eyes turned into a dazzling deep blue, and the hot springs around her quickly cooled down. Voila! Wu Sei also stood up from the hot spring pool, his eyes flowing with a dark red luster. The white mist on the surface of the hot spring spread out in waves, and the invisible spiritual power was spreading in all directions. I don't mind helping God judge once. You try. Achoo. An exaggerated sneeze came suddenly, and Lu Shuang and Wu Sei immediately retracted their killing intentions and looked aside. Liaolu appeared at the edge of the hot spring pool without knowing when. Her hair was tied up, revealing her neck and head, and she slid towards the two of them clumsily. Hey, why is this hot spring a bit cold? It's so disappointing. Yeah, what a coincidence, you two are here too. Liaolu walked over with pretended enthusiasm. She first looked at Wu Sei with a lecherous look. Oh, Sister Wu Sei, your figure is too good. I'm really envious and jealous. Don't come on, you're not bad either. Wu Sei hid his embarrassment, picked up a wet towel from the water, covered his upper body, and slowly sank into the hot spring. How can I compare with you? I'm just a small witch meeting a big witch. Lila smiled like a female hooligan, and looked at Lu Shuang who was still standing. Sister Lu Shuang, your skin is so white and glowing, your body is thin, your arms and legs are thin, wow, it's too much, you're just a girl from the second dimension. Lu Shuang looked indifferent. She squatted again, and soaked in the hot spring. I don't have a good figure. No, you are two completely different beauties, both are God's favorites. Lula continued to flatter, unlike me, I'm not sexy enough, not thin enough, just ordinary, and I'm nothing. Lu Shuang and Wu Sei were silent. Lei opened her mouth like a machine gun, and she kept talking. Sister Wu Sei, what fun, beautiful, and delicious places are there around here? Please recommend them to me. I feel like I have to stay here for a few more days. I can't waste my time since I'm here. Wu Sei thought for a while. There's really nothing fun. It's the same everywhere. It's freezing cold and lifeless. But there's a restaurant that has really good lobster soup and smoked lamb's head. Hey, Sister Lu Shuang, can you eat seafood? I think your skin is prone to allergies. I'm never allergic. Lu Shuang said. That's great. Let's go eat together then. Lei kept talking, and she heated up the cold and dangerous atmosphere again. Although this excitement was somewhat awkward, it was at least safe. Lei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, I successfully prevented two beauties from having a passionate battle in the hot spring. Lei, you really have great merits. After soaking in the hot spring, Wu Sei and Lu Shuang, who were supposed to sleep in the same room, obviously couldn't stay in the same room, otherwise they might fall asleep in the middle of the night and tear down the hotel. But Wu Sei didn't want to stay with Li, and asking the boss to add a room temporarily would also be a bit conspicuous. Finally, under the arrangement of this peacemaker, Lu Shuang and Qing Long shared a room, Wu Sei and Lu Qingying shared a room, and Si Zhu and Zhong He shared a room. No one had any objections. In the room with a double bed, Qing Long just took off his coat, put the quilt on the floor beside the bed, and then lay down flat. Before Qing Long awakened, he was a special forces soldier. His long military career made him accustomed to short sleeps and hard beds. After retiring, this habit did not change. Everything that was too comfortable and relaxed made him feel dangerous instinctively. The lights in the room were turned off, and only the cold and dim moonlight outlined the outlines of the furnishings in the room. About 5 minutes later, Qing Long, who was lying flat on the floor, said calmly, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Qing Long and Liu Shuang had performed missions many times before, and it was not uncommon for them to sleep in the same room due to limited conditions, so they had no concerns about each other. Qing Long also taught Liu Shuang the 300-second method of falling asleep. After long-term training, Liu Shuang could fall asleep at any time and any place, and wake up at any time and any place, just like Qing Long. Liu Shuang didn't sleep, and there was no such thing as insomnia. It only meant that she was worried and didn't want to sleep. The dim room was silent for half a minute, and suddenly Liu Shuang's cold voice came. "Elder Qing Long, Wu Sei said I was a fool, an executioner, and even worse than a beast." Qing Long was silent. "Am I?" Liu Shuang asked. Qing Long looked at the ceiling and sighed softly. From Wu Sei's point of view, her accusation is not wrong. In the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion, our hands were stained with too much innocent blood. Even if we are righteous, we cannot change this. Are we wrong? Lu Shuang asked again. I obey Qilin's orders, and you obey my orders, that's all. Qilong replied. If... Lu Shuang paused slightly. What if President Qilin is wrong? I believe in Qilin, Qilong said. Lu Shuang thought for a while. I believe you too. We are guilty, but we are not wrong. We are warriors, and the duty of a warrior is to implement beliefs and obey orders. Yes. In the darkness, Qilong's sharp eyes softened a little. Lu Shuang, you have been with me for so many years. Have I ever told you about me? No. Do you want to hear it? Qilong asked. Lu Shuang, who was lying flat on the bed, blinked slightly, indicating that she wanted to listen, and then realized that Qilong couldn't see at all, and immediately said, I want to. Qilong crossed his hands and pillowed his head, squinting slightly. Before awakening, I was a special forces soldier. That year, there was a war in Sanju. My team went to rescue a group of overseas Chinese, but we underestimated the danger and brutality of the local armed forces. In the end, the mission failed. Those overseas Chinese and our entire team were wiped out. The room fell into a brief silence. Lu Shuang thought she should say something, but she didn't know what to say. Qilong spoke again. My body was full of shrapnel, and I couldn't be saved at all. In the end, I miraculously survived. Later, I learned that I didn't die because I awakened. When I was dying, I heard the name of the talent and the serial number. I thought it was an illusion caused by my unconsciousness. Moreover, my talent was not obvious when I first awakened. Although my body seemed to be stronger than before after recovering from the injury, I didn't think much about it. After recovering from my injury, I retired from the army and suffered from a serious mental illness. I thought I was not worthy of living. The thought of committing suicide was like a poisonous snake, lingering in my heart all the time. But as a soldier, I thought suicide was a cowardly and shameful behavior, which prevented me from taking action and eventually led to a split in my heart. Later, I met Qilin, who is a psychologist and an awakener. Qilong smiled faintly. He guessed that I had awakened, but he didn't expose me. He just treated me as an ordinary patient. He helped me get out little by little until I was basically recovered. Then he confessed his identity and led me into another world. Qilin once told me that most people only care about the crying in front of them, which is understandable, but someone has to care about the crying in the distance, because the crying in the distance is the future. Everything Qilin did was for the future of mankind. Humanity cannot perish. No matter how much it costs, mankind must continue. Someone must be alive. Someone must remember the dead and the distant history, remember where this civilization came from, and remember the dimness and brilliance of this civilization along the way. This is the responsibility of the living. It is a responsibility we must shoulder as long as we live one day. This is the meaning of my life, and it is also the belief I want to carry through to the end. It was the first time that Qilong said this to someone other than Qilin. Although this could not alleviate his guilt for participating in the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion, the heaviness in his heart was alleviated a little. Liu Shuang, what is your belief? At this moment, Liu Shuang was still lying flat. She only felt that her stomach was heavy and seemed to be a little warm. It was a very strange feeling that she had never had before. Your belief is my belief, Liu Shuang answered loyally. Child, you are escaping, Qilong said earnestly, but it doesn't matter. You are still young, and you will always find your own belief in the future. I may never find it, Liu Shuang said. Why? Was his right I may have no heart? Liu Shuang's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. Everyone's happiness, sadness, guilt, sympathy. I don't seem to have any of these. Do you care about the fact that you have no heart? Qilong asked. I don't know. Liu Shuang lowered her head slightly. You are troubled, Qilong said. Yes. Liu Shuang admitted, sometimes, I feel troubled. That means you have a heart. Qilong was very sure. People without a heart will not feel troubled. You just closed your heart. You awakened too young, and your heart chose to protect itself in this way. In the darkness, Liu Shuang's body trembled slightly. She stared at the dim moonlight on the ceiling, and the strange feeling in her stomach emerged again. It turns out that I have a heart. Chapter 772. 3 o'clock in the morning, a double-room hotel. Dead Pig and John Hyuk slept in their own beds, but they didn't really fall asleep. Sleep for a while, we may fight at any time, so we need to conserve our energy. Dead Pig's nasal voice was thick, and his voice was like a ball of flowing ink in the dark, pouring into John Hyuk's ears. John Hyuk turned over to the opposite side of Dead Pig, and his voice was a little muffled. You didn't sleep either. I'm old and I don't sleep much, Dead Pig replied. Old pig, I've been thinking about something, John Hugh said. Is it related to me? Dead Pig guessed. Yes. Because Dead Pig has always been very approachable, John Hugh didn't hesitate to speak. It's mainly about your ex-wife. Xiao Ba. Dead Pig was a little more serious. Don't be angry if I tell you. John Hugh gave a shot of prevention. As long as you don't insult or slander her. Dead Pig said. Not to the point, I have no grudges against her. John Hugh said. Then tell me. I want to ask, why did Bachiochi like you? John He looked puzzled. The Dead Pig was stunned, laughing and crying, Heh, you little bastard. This is not an insult to her. At most I think her taste is not very good. I heard from Boss Lu that you were not as fat as you are now, but you were also very ordinary, and you were not worthy of your ex-wife at all. Sister Lu is right. The Dead Pig rested his head with one hand and exhaled slowly. In fact, I used to think about this question often. Why did Xiao Ba like a man like me? Xiao Ba and I. The Dead Pig paused and asked with a smile. If you don't want to listen, I won't talk about it. Listen, why not? I can't sleep anyway. Zhong He said. Before I woke up, I was an office worker, or what we would call a social animal. My parents died early, and I have been a dull person since I was a child. My colleagues like to push their work to me, but I don't care. I just work overtime until very late every day, and sleep when I get home anyway. I do 3 things every day: work, eat, and sleep. I am the most boring and useless person you can think of. On my 26th birthday, I actually completely forgot that it was my birthday. I worked overtime as usual and got off work after 10 o'clock. I went to wait for the bus, and because I was too tired, I fell asleep sitting on a chair. It was already early in the morning when I woke up. There was only me and a woman in front of the bus stop. The woman sat next to me, and my head rested on her shoulder. Is she Bachiochi? Zhong He asked. Yes, she was sitting next to me at the time. I fell asleep and leaned on her shoulder unconsciously. She saw that I was so tired and wanted me to sleep a little longer. The bus came one after another, and she always wanted to wake up this man on the next bus, but she accidentally missed the last bus. So she thought, just be a good person and let me sleep well. TSK TSK. Zhong He smacked his lips. I didn't expect it to be so romantic. Romantic? Dead Pig chewed on the word. I really didn't think about it before. Keep going, I'm a little interested in this story. I felt very sorry when I woke up and wanted to apologize, but Xiuba didn't care. She said she was hungry and I would treat her to a midnight snack, and the matter was settled. We just went to the roadside to eat a plate of fried rice, and Xiaoba ate it all up. She said that everything tasted delicious when you were hungry. After that, we went home and found that we lived in the same direction, so we walked for a while and chatted. I forgot what we talked about because I was very uncomfortable the whole time. Before we separated at an intersection, she stopped me and said that she thought I was cute and wanted my contact information. What? Bachiochi pursued you? Zhong He turned over and sat up in surprise. You are bragging. Haha, if you don't like to hear it, I won't tell you. Dead Pig doesn't care. Don't, keep talking. I want to see how outrageous it is. Zhong He got excited. Actually, Dead Pig also turned over and sat up, crossing his legs. There's nothing much to say. After that, Xiaoba occasionally asked me out to play, and she would bring her good friend Lu Qingying. The 3 of us became good friends, and then one day, Xiaoba said to me, why don't we get married? John He was dumbfounded. What's going on? At that time, my expression was exactly the same as yours now. Dead Pig laughed. I asked her if she was crazy. Xiaoba said she wasn't crazy. She thought I was cute and down to earth. She just wanted to find a man like me to marry and have a cute child. Then you got married? Zhong He couldn't believe it. Yes. Dead Pig took it for granted. Xiaoba is stupid, but I'm not stupid. Where can I find another woman as good as this? Zhong He was speechless for a moment. I awakened not long after getting married, and then I found out that Xiaoba and Lu Qingying had awakened long ago. Anyway, it was quite a coincidence. That's what I said. Zhong He slapped his thigh. That makes sense. What do you mean? Asked the Dead Pig. Old Pig, think about it carefully. Zhong He said, because of an outrageous encounter, Bachiochi took the initiative to seduce, pursue you, and quickly married you, and then coincidentally, she and Lu Qingying happened to be awakened, and you also awakened, and then you and Bachiochi went to the 12 zodiacs, and then Bachiochi broke up with you and divorced, and she left the 12 zodiacs and ran to the Baichuan group. Yeah. Dead Pig didn't take it seriously. Don't you think all these coincidences are like a script? Zhonghe said. Dead Pig was stunned and sighed helplessly. You kid, I knew you didn't really want to hear the story between me and Xiao Ba. You were thinking about this. Don't you care? Zhonghe looked sharp. You may have been deceived by Ba Qiuqi from the beginning. What did she deceive me about? Dead Pig's face darkened, and he was a little angry. Xiao Ba is such a good girl, willing to come into my life and marry me. As a wife, she loves me wholeheartedly, takes care of me, and treats me well. I can feel all of this. When she was with me, our happiness was real, and the sadness of divorce was also real. What did she lie to me about? No. Zhonghe hurriedly explained. She must have loved you. After all, people are all made of flesh and blood. It is human nature to turn fake into real. However, this cannot deny that her purpose of approaching you was not pure at the beginning. Aren't you curious? So what? Siju interrupted. Isn't love with impure purpose not love? Zhonghe was speechless. How can there be so many pure things in this turbid world? Dead Pig looked at Zhonghe. Xiao Zhong, it may be difficult for you to understand that before Xiao Ba appeared, my life was numb, gray, and boring. I was not really alive. It was just a kind of inertia of breathing and heartbeat. Xiao Ba is a beam of light. No, a little sun. She illuminates wherever she goes. One day, she accidentally shone on the moss in the corner of the wall and on the stones in the gutter. At that moment, the mood of the moss and stones that had never seen the sun, you will not understand. Lu Qingying and I are the moss and the stone. It is our greatest luck to be close friends and lovers with Xiaba. If I hadn't worked overtime that day, if Lu Qingying hadn't committed suicide that day, we would have missed this beam of light forever. Our lives would be miserable, pitiful, numb, and we would have died silently and worthless. But we are so lucky that Xiaba came into our lives and illuminated us. Now that she is dead, Lu Qingying and I choose to avenge her. You see, her light is still guiding us forward. We love Xiaba. She is our angel. We are willing to do anything for her, even if it means living in pain after losing her. Zhonghe didn't know what to say. Haha, I said some stupid things. The Dead Pig seemed a little embarrassed. He lay down and turned over. Go to sleep. If you don't sleep, it will be dawn. Zhonghe was still immersed in the Dead Pig's words. He admitted that he was shocked by some emotions he had never experienced before. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, and began to think about love, happiness, and meaning, things that were close at hand and yet far away. Wait a minute. Suddenly, the Dead Pig sat up. What? Zhonghe was a little nervous. You are not going to teach me again? I haven't digested the previous words yet. Actually, I am also thinking about one thing. The Dead Pig looked at Zhonghe. You and I can play a cooperative skill. You? Zhonghe laughed, and had no respect for his seniors in the workplace. What else can you do besides getting beaten? Haha, don't look down on people, you are the only one who can comprehend a new talent. The Dead Pig's words had something to say. Zhonghe's eyes lit up, and he also turned over and sat up. He was about to speak, and then closed his mouth, reaching out to take out a small anti-eavesdropping jammer from the backpack on the bedside table. It was stuffed into his hands by Do Hu before he set off. Okay, tell me. Zhonghe was eager to try. Chapter 773. The next day, the group stayed in the hotel for another day, with no intention of leaving for Aurora Town. Since Lu Qingying had a private chat with Li, she had not urged this matter again. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning of the third day that the group sneaked into the bus station, stole a bus, and drove to Aurora Town. After arriving at the station, the 8 people did not stay at all, and went straight to the Holy Mountain Church under the snow-capped mountains behind the town. The night sky was covered with heavy snow, and the whole town was desolate. The 8 people wore white down jackets, which just served to conceal their whereabouts. Traveling in the heavy snow, Li was not convenient to sit in a wheelchair, so he sat on the broad shoulders of the Dead Pig. For the Dead Pig that was as strong as a mountain, Li was as light as a child. Soon, the 8 people came to the door of the Holy Mountain Church. Lu Qingying said softly, "This is it. It turns out that we are revisiting the old place." Qinglong was a little emotional. Wu Sei frowned. She didn't have a good impression of this old place. "You wait here." Qinglong glanced at Lu Shuang. "Let's go in and take a look." "Yes." Lu Shuang stepped forward. "You don't let your guard down either," Qinglong reminded. Wu Sei, Lulu, Zhonghe nodded slightly and consciously stood on the periphery of the crowd to protect the Dead Pig carrying Mr. Li and Lu Qingying, who had little fighting power. Qinglong and Lu Shuang opened their 6 senses to the maximum and walked into the church with the door open. The auditorium was cold and dim. Qing Long walked to the center of the auditorium, and immediately noticed a very weak heartbeat coming from the confessional not far away. Judging from the heartbeat, it should not be an enemy, but an ordinary person. Qing Long stopped, looked at the confessional, and then looked at Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang understood, raised his left hand slightly, and a white mist immediately rose from the ground, spreading towards the confessional, turning into a few strands of white mist, and drilled into the crack of the confessional door. 10 seconds later, Liu Shuang nodded to Qing Long. There is an ordinary person inside, no other enemies or ambushes. Qing Long nodded, and came to the door of the confessional. Liu Shuang conjured up an ice sword in his hand, and threw it to Qing Long. Qing Long caught the sword, easily destroyed the bolt of the confessional, and pushed the door open. Ka. In the small space, a young man was sleeping, his body was tied with hemp rope, and there were some beverage bottles beside him. A smell of urine came to the nose, and Qing Long and Liu Shuang immediately held their breath. It seems that this young man has been tied here for a few days, relying on these drinks to maintain basic life every day. As for his dignity, no one cares at all. Qing Long held the ice sword in his hand, and cut the hemp rope on the young man. Lin Dajian woke up from his coma. He looked at the two figures outside the door in a daze, thinking he was dreaming. These days he was in a daze, and kept dreaming. In his dream, Interpol came to rescue him again and again, but every time he woke up, he found himself in despair that he was still locked up in this place. He couldn't hold his urine, and could only pee in his pants. Every day, a masked man in black would come and roughly feed him a few sips of drink before disappearing. He felt like a beast locked in a pigsty. He had no idea how long this torture would last. Sometimes, he even hoped he would die soon. "What's your name?" Qing Long asked. Lin Dajian was stunned, and finally realized that this was not a dream. "Lin Dajian." He shouted excitedly, "My name is Lin Dajian. I've been kidnapped. Are you here to save me? Hurry and save me." Because he hadn't moved for too long and was too weak, he felt weak all over, his head was light and his feet were heavy, and he fell down just as he was about to stand up. "Don't be afraid, we are here to save you." Qing Long took 2 steps back expressionlessly, took off his down jacket and long coat, and threw it on the ground. "Take off your clothes and put on this." Okay. Lin Dajian burst into tears. Thank you so much." Lin Dajian didn't care about the cold, and quickly stripped himself naked, and used a clean top as a towel to wipe his lower body vigorously, and then picked up the down jacket and long coat on the ground and wrapped it up. Qing Long and Liu Shuang stood at the door of the church. Qing Long asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" "Yes, you can. Come out first." Okay. Lin Dajian staggered out of the church. Outside was the dim snow. Lin Dajian looked up. Snow-capped mountains, woods, church, night sky, aurora. Only then did he realize that he had come to a completely unfamiliar place. At that moment, he was obviously very cold, but the joy of surviving the disaster still wrapped him like a warm hot spring. These days, Lin Dajian actually thought a lot. Mishir disappeared, Gao Yang dropped out of school, Chiu was killed by a robber, and everyone was saying that dormitory 509 was cursed. Lin Dajian had to believe it even if he didn't want to. He almost accepted the ending that he would go crazy in the confessional until he died tragically. But thank God, he didn't die, he was saved. It's great to be alive. Lin Dajian was sincerely grateful that no matter how difficult, bitter and desperate these days were, he still persisted. He did not die, and what was waiting for him was hope. He couldn't wait to go back. He wanted to take a good bath and have a good sleep. He wanted to buy all the games that were still on sale. He wanted to eat meat and drink wine. By the way, he also wanted to confess to Sister Xia. Damn it, he was not afraid of being rejected. What was there to be afraid of? Compared with what happened in the past few days, these were nothing. He walked towards the crowd in the snow while laughing. Are these people really a rescue team? They look so informal. Thank you so much. Lin Dajian was so excited that he couldn't help crying again. If it weren't for you. Qing Long. Li, who was sitting on the dead pig's shoulder, suddenly shouted loudly, interrupting Lin Dajian's words. Lin Dajian was startled and didn't understand what happened. At this moment, Li had seen the scene 10 seconds later. Soul bomb. Li didn't have time to explain more. Everyone's heart trembled suddenly. Qing Long reacted instantly. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Lin Dajian at an incredibly fast speed, grabbed his arm, and threw him over his head. Wow! The snow under Qing Long's feet suddenly swayed a strong wave of air. Lin Dajian felt his body sink heavily, and the world turned upside down, and his ears were filled with cold wind. He rushed straight into the sky like a rocket. In his blurred vision, the stained glass windows of the church appeared, then the towering spire, then the majestic snow-capped mountains, and then the beautiful aurora in the night sky. It was so beautiful. At that moment, Lin Dajian almost forgot about fear, and only had instinctive emotional reactions. Lin Dajian's world was frozen at this moment. Next, his soul was stripped from his consciousness, and was kneaded into a ball by some rapidly activated energy, and quickly rushed out of his mouth, turning into a bright dust nebula. Bang! Lin Dajian's soul exploded. The 8 people in the snow looked up at the soul fireworks exploding in the night sky, their faces shining, but their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Bang! 10 seconds later, Lin Dajian's body fell again, and fell into the snow. He was dead. Long before he fell to his death, he had died from Chen Hui's soul bomb. They are in the church. Zhong He was the first to discover, and shouted at the spire of the Holy Mountain Church. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, on a windowsill at the spire of the church, there stood 2 tall and thin figures, Ming Jing, Lu Qi, and Chen Hui, Huang Lian, the kings of the twin borders. Chapter 774. On the balcony of the highest spire of the church, 2 figures were standing, Ming Jing and Chen Hui, Huang Lian, wearing a black cloak. Qing Long stared at Liu Qi beside Chen Hui, wary of his judgment, and did not dare to attack rashly. He shouted, "Liu Qi, why do you want to work for Songmu cult?" "I am not Liu Qi, I am Ming Jing." Ming Jing replied. "Sure enough, you are also the king of the border. You boarded Liu Qi's body?" Qing Long said his guess. "Yes." Chen Hui looked down at everyone and shouted, "This bait is not prepared for you. Why do you meddle in other people's business?" "Chen Hui, we are seeking revenge on you, but it is not meddling in other people's business." Lu Qingying looked at Chen Hui, with a smile on her lips, but her eyes were as cold as a knife. "Ah, isn't this Boss Lu?" Chen Ai sneered, "You and Ba Qiuqi are really good sisters. She used to talk to me about you, saying that you are a great beauty. I dreamed of having your body, but unfortunately I had a mission to do. I didn't expect that today you would take the initiative to deliver it to me. I don't think it's necessary." Lu Qingying's mouth curled up slightly, and she said the most vicious words in the softest tone. "Your current skin is a perfect match for your soul." Ha ha ha. Chen Ai suddenly laughed out loud, as if she was irritated, but also seemed to be just amused. Hiss hiss hiss. Colorful light flashed under Chen Ai's cloak. After a while, the cloak began to expand and fly, and countless dust composed of energy rushed out from under the cloak. The cloak fell off, and was blown away by the cold wind. Chen Ai was already wrapped in the gorgeous nebula dust. Her figure swayed, like a dream. Her voice also became neutral and full of granular texture processed by electric current. "Lu Qingying, my soul is beautiful," Chen Hui said. "Stop talking nonsense." Dead Pig's eyes were already filled with burning hatred. "Kill her and avenge Xiba." "Yes." Qi Long formulated a preliminary tactic. "I will deal with Ming Jing alone. You must not get close to him. Chen Hui is yours. There is an enemy above. It is a fire attack." Li saw the future 10 seconds later again. Everyone was shocked and looked up quickly. It turned out that the appearance of Chen Hui and Ming Jing was just to attract their attention. A thin man in a black vest and jeans was floating in the sky above their heads. He was Tokus, the king of devourers. He opened his hands and aimed at the 8 people under his feet. His arms were covered with twisted faces, and the eyes of a face on his left arm were blooming with strange blue light. Tokus was using the talent flying, and this face was once the owner of the talent. At the same time, the eyes of a face on Toku's right shoulder flashed purple. It was the owner who once possessed the flame talent. Purple flame. Tokus was surprised that the old woman had predicted his sneak attack in advance, which greatly increased their reaction window time. But he still followed the original plan, and sprayed 2 strong purple flames from his palms. The flames turned into 2 small tornadoes, plowing the snow frantically. In a blink of an eye, the ground in front of the Holy Mountain Church was charred. The 8 people were not injured. Liu Shuang summoned a solid frost fortress in time to protect everyone. In the heavy snow, Liu Shuang's frost was like a fish in water, and his strength increased greatly. The purple flame of Toku's looked strange, but its power was ordinary, and it was not at the same level as Liu Shuang's elemental power. However, Liu Shuang did not underestimate the enemy. She knew very well that the most difficult enemy was Ming Jing, who possessed the judgment. When Liu Shuang could no longer feel the purple flame attack, she immediately disintegrated the frost fortress. In an instant, everyone was shocked. In just a few seconds, Mingjing and Qinwei had arrived under the main entrance of the church. Mingjing pointed at the 8 people at a short distance, stretched out his hands, his eyes flashed with a strong sacred white, and his whole body was also rippling with sacred energy. He was accumulating power. He had to randomly judge 6 awakeners at a time, which could not be completed in an instant. For this unfair duel, I will initiate. Boom. Qilong kicked his legs and rushed towards Mingjing and Qinwei at a speed second only to teleportation. He would never give Mingjing the opportunity to launch a judgment. Mingjing was shocked. He did not expect Qilong's movements to be so fast, and was forced to interrupt the moves. Wow! The soul energy particles that wrapped around Qinhui spread out instantly, covering Mingjing as well. Qilong, who had rushed halfway, immediately stopped. He knew that Qinhui's soul had the ability to curse, so he didn't dare to touch it easily. 10 quick punches. Qilong threw 10 punches with both hands, which were very weak but extremely fast. 10 punches with enough power to break a telephone pole rushed towards Mingjing and Qinhui. The two had no time to dodge. Bang bang bang. A tall figure appeared in time, using her strong, slender, and voluptuous body to block the 10 punches. The one who came was the king of killers, Tia. The woman's wild blue hair flew back, and her light gray-blue skin was smooth and hard, like a beautifully polished metal statue. The key parts of her body were covered with scales, like a piece of armor, protecting her from fatal injuries. Qilong calmly examined the woman in front of him and made a preliminary judgment. She is a very strong warrior, but far from my opponent. Tia had the same judgment. She knew that she could never be Qilong's opponent. She had heard about this awakened warrior with the strongest data on paper. Even the beast genie in his prime could not beat him. And Tia's strength was at most 40% to 60% of the old genie. I knew things would not go smoothly. Tia shouted irritably, "These people are not easier to deal with than the heirs of God. If things go wrong, everyone will have to die here tonight." Tia only dared to say this in her heart. Mingjing, who was surrounded by the soul particles of dust, had the same judgment. He immediately made a decision: adopt Plan B. Okay. Tia shouted to Tokus in the sky, "Tokus, dwarf. Get someone." At this time, Tokus was throwing purple fireballs at the enemies under his feet. These fireballs were like small grenades. They did not pose much threat to them, but they could effectively delay them, and give Mingjing a chance to make a judgment. When Tokus heard the word "get someone," his heart sank. Although I also guessed that Plan A would not succeed, this failed too quickly. Tokus was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The enemy was too strong. He put his hands together, created a dazzling purple fireball, and threw it into the night sky. Bang! 2 seconds later, the fireball burst into a gorgeous purple firework, lighting up the entire night sky and the entire Aurora town. Chapter 775. Aurora town is a backward town. The residents go to bed early. In the middle of the night, there are only a few lights except for the street lamps. But tonight, there is not even a light, and it is strangely quiet. In fact, the group felt something was wrong when they passed by, but after all, the focus was the Holy Mountain Church, so there was no need to stop and investigate. At this moment, the purple light enveloped the cold houses in the town, making everything look even weirder. Bang bang bang. After a few seconds, the windows and doors of all the houses broke through, and countless high-level beasts rushed out. They were the devourers, killers and boarders who had been ambushing in Aurora town. Once, these high-level beasts were suppressed by the power of Songdao, and their beast nature could not wake up actively. But since the advent of the Curse Abyss, Songdao's restraint has been greatly weakened. The beast nature of the high-level beasts still cannot wake up actively, but they can be awakened by their respective kings and be loyal to them. Plan B set by Mingjing is simple and crude, that is, human sea tactics. There are nearly 3,000 high-level beasts lying in ambush in the entire Aurora town. No matter how strong these 8 awakeners are, they will be exhausted to death if they fight so many high-level beasts without any preparation. When Tokus fired the purple flare, Qilong vaguely smelled a very dangerous conspiracy. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the enemy. Air. Half a second later, the muscles of Tia's arms bulged exaggeratedly, and the veins on her face bulged. She used all her strength to barely take Qilong's punch. A strong shock wave shook the bodies of the 2 people, and the snow on the ground was instantly dispersed, revealing a circle of gray soil. Tia was horrified. "How dare you call us monsters? I think you humans are the monsters." Weightlessness. Dust activated the 6th level gravity, and everything around him instantly lost weight. Qilong and Tia slipped and floated up. Qinglong quickly kicked Tia, and Tia raised her foot to block it. The two bounced off each other under the force. Qinglong was able to escape from the weightlessness field and stand firm again. Dust quickly changed the gravity in the field, reached out to grab Tia, and then activated weightlessness again, taking Mingjing and Tia directly to the sky. Tokus, Dust and others who had already tacitly flown to the air, grabbed their companions' hands, and flew over the sky above Aurora Town. Next, what the four of them had to do was to temporarily stay away from the battlefield, let the human wave tactics tire these 8 people out, and then wait for an opportunity to act. This was originally a trap prepared to annihilate the Nine Heirs organization. It was all their trump cards, but now they had to use it against Qinglong and others. It was really a helpless move. But as long as they could win this war, everything would be worth it. At that time, the Dust could live in Qinglong's body, thus possessing Qinglong's strength, which would become their new trump card to kill the heirs of God. They are going to run away. Zhonghe shouted. Chase! Qinglong responded, his legs bent rapidly, and the muscles in his lower body burst out with all his strength, kicking hard. Bang! A spiderweb cracked in the ground in an instant, and Qinglong turned into a cannonball, rising from the ground and flying diagonally in the direction of the escape of the 4 high-level Beast Kings. No matter how amazing Qinglong's jumping ability is, it is still not as good as flying. With this jump, Qinglong almost caught up with most of the distance, and then his body began to fall in a parabola. There was no place to step in the air for him to make a second jump. Relying on the reaction force of the energy wave generated by his fist to move himself was not possible, because the efficiency was too low, and it was difficult to control the direction. Qinglong was about to lose the enemy. Roar! A roar came from under his feet. Qinglong looked down and saw a white dragon made of ice and snow rising from the ground, with other people standing on the huge dragon head. Liu Shuang stood at the center of the dragon head's eyebrows, opened her arms, and her eyes shone with dazzling blue light. She actually created a huge ice dragon several hundred meters long, carrying everyone from the direction of the Holy Mountain Church to the sky above Aurora Town. Even in the heavy snow, this move was close to Liu Shuang's limit. Sure enough, the frost dragon drew a half arc in the air, and then began to disintegrate and disintegrate. The distance it chased was no farther than Qinglong's. Qinglong immediately understood Liu Shuang's intention. He landed on the dragon head and used it as a stepping stone for the second jump. Be careful. Qinglong left this sentence and kicked his legs. Empty. The ice dragon head instantly disintegrated into countless frost and snowflakes. The 7 people lost their footing and fell downwards. Qinglong once again transformed into a precise cannonball, flying at high speed towards Mingjing and his group. Be careful of your uncle. You don't care about our lives at all. Zhonghe cursed in his heart as he fell towards Aurora Town. Shadow rope. Zhonghe's hands rushed out 2 black thin ropes transformed from phantoms, and wrapped around the arms of Wu Sei and Lu Shuang who were closest to him. Then, the black thin rope climbed up along their arms, quickly wrapped around their waists, and popped out again, wrapping around Li Mumu and Lu Qingying, and repeated again 2 seconds later, wrapping around and Dead Pig. Zhonghe suddenly pulled to his side, and the 7 people falling from the sky immediately formed a circle with Zhonghe as the center. Dead Pig. Zhang Hyuk shouted, be a meat cushion. The dead pig had already realized it. He opened his arms, turned his back to the ground, and fell steadily. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Hyuk continued to control the phantom, and pulled everyone onto the dead pig. Instantly, the phantom turned into countless filaments, covering everyone together like a fishing net, ensuring that everyone was firmly attached to the dead pig's strong and wide belly and chest, and everyone felt like they were sitting on a solid boat. The phantom continued to spread, wrapping the dead pig's body, and growing many soft black tentacles on his back, which would serve as a cushion for the dead pig to land. Pound. 3 seconds later, the dead pig's spaceship fell into a bar, and it directly knocked down the 2-story building and crushed the bar. For a while, tiles, wood, snow, broken bottles, and wine splashed everywhere. 7 people were safe and sound, including the dead pig that served as a thick meat cushion. Bang, bang, bang. Without giving everyone time to react, 5 strong and violent killers arrived first, knocking open the door and windows, and 2 of them jumped directly from the hole in the roof. Their arms turned into sharp blades and stabbed at everyone. The speed was so fast that Liu Shuang, Wu Sei, and Zhonghe, who were used to long-range attacks, had no time to react. Look at me! Lu Qingying, who was still sitting on the dead pig's chest, shouted, and her whole body exuded a psychedelic and charming energy, which seemed to emit a sweet fragrance. In an instant, the eyes of the 5 killers looked straight at Lu Qingying. Although they were still moving, their movements were obviously slowed down. Fortunately, these 5 killers were all males, and all of them were hit. Lu Qingying's level 7 charm can also target females, but the state must be switched and cannot be targeted at the same time. At the same time, Zhong He and the dead pig also looked at Lu Qingying completely uncontrollably, and they were immediately confused, their mouths dry, and their bodies burning with the fire of desire. However, the mental strength of both of them was not low, and they immediately restrained their desires. Chong chong chong. 7 or 8 icicles rose from the ground and stabbed the 3 killers, stabbing them and blocking their movements. The killer who jumped down from the roof also fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and his body twitched and showed signs of petrification. It was Wu Sei who activated petrification in time. Puff puff puff. Lu Qingying retracted charm in time, and Zhong He quickly calmed down. The phantoms under his feet turned into 3 black spears, piercing the heart of the killer, who was restrained. Run! Lulu rushed to the door first, stopped suddenly, and his face of panic instantly turned into despair. Others also rushed to the door, and were dumbfounded for a while. The streets of the town, the roofs nearby, and everywhere that everyone could see were full of beasts, basically devourers and killers, and there were also some dangerous and cunning hosters, who were a mass of black, staring at the 7 awakeners with eager eyes. Lele estimated that there were at least 1,000 high-level beasts. In fact, her estimate was too conservative. There were a total of 2,837 beasts ambushing in Aurora Town, and 5 killers had just died, so there were still 2,832 beasts left. Lele's quick-thinking brain completed the calculation in an instant. Liu Shuang is currently the top combat force in the team. Theoretically, she can deal with 20 devourers, or 10 killers at the same time, and 5 hosters at most. Wu Sei and Zhong He are very strong in single-on-single, but not good at single-on-multiple. Suppose they can deal with 10 devourers, or 5 killers, or 2 hosters at the same time. Lu Qingying's charm can restrain the enemy, but it will also restrict teammates. Moreover, there are too many enemies. They will not be stupid enough to line up to die. They will swarm up. It will be a big melee. What about the dead pig? The dead pig is almost useless except for being beaten. He will be the last one to die among all the people. He will be chopped into mincemeat by thousands of beasts. His powerful body repairability has become a curse that intensifies and prolongs the pain. As for Li, the ability to predict the future 10 seconds is a joke at this moment. She doesn't need to predict at all. In the next half hour, they will face a constant siege, and they won't have a second to breathe. If they can hold on for half an hour. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? 1 second later, Lele's brain came to the only conclusion, GG. Chapter 776. GG. The game is over. It's over, everyone is going to be over. Since becoming an awakener, Lele was facing such a desperate situation for the first time, and she was stunned and forgot to move. Frost Realm. Liu Shuang was indeed experienced in combat. She immediately summoned the extremely cold air, which spread to the 4 walls and ceiling of the bar, and condensed a thin layer of ice. As for the broken doors and windows, and the holes above the head, they were the focus of repair, and were covered with thick ice patches. Phantom! Zhong He understood Liu Shuang's tactics, and countless black lines emerged from his feet. They were like lush black blood vessels, covering the inner wall of the entire building, and reinforced it. Liu Shuang originally planned to summon an extremely strong semicircular frost fortress to isolate them from the enemy. But no matter how strong the frost fortress was, it could not withstand the siege of thousands of high-level beasts. After the energy was exhausted, they were still waiting for a fight to the death. As for escaping, it was impossible. Now the whole Aurora town is full of high-level beasts. Unless they have talents such as invisibility, flight, shuttle, teleport, they can escape. Unfortunately, they don't have them. So they have no choice but to fight. Liu Shuang and Zhong He built a fortress based on the bar, leaving only one door open, so they don't have to worry about being attacked from the back and front, and don't have to deal with too many enemies at a time. But both of them know that this temporary fortress can't last too long. The killers are the most bloodthirsty and impulsive. They don't care what tactics these humans are using, and they want to rush into the only door one after another. Unfortunately, they fell outside the door one after another, all hit by Wu Shuang's petrification. Their legs were partially petrified, and they lost their mobility. Full body petrification consumes too much energy, so Wu Shuang must save it. More killers, who came and were hit, and thrown away by Liu Shuang's ice and snowstorm, or pierced through the chest by the sharp phantom spear. Many beast corpses were piled up at the door without knowing it. Everyone fought and retreated, and the battle space was further compressed. There was already a pool of blood under their feet. The lone killer that Liu Shuang and Zhong He failed to deal with was blocked by the burly body of the dead pig. This man had thick skin and flesh. The killer's hand blade pierced into his thick abdomen. The dead pig did not change his face, raised his arms, and slapped hard, and his palms were like two cymbals, hitting the killer's forehead with a bang. The killer immediately started bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his brain turned into a pool of paste. He didn't even scream, and fell to the ground limply. Crushed by despair, Lele finally came to his senses, and was shocked by the tenacity and perseverance of his teammates. Yes. Even if it is a dead end, you must never give up easily. Hold on. Aren't miracles hidden in despair? Crack, crack. The fortress made of frost and phantom silk threads is more fragile than imagined. It lasted less than a minute before countless cracks appeared, and it was about to break. A small number of boarders hidden in the killers and devourers took action. Their 10 fingers turned into sharp bone spurs of 7 or 8 meters, constantly stabbing at the fortress, like countless nails, bit by bit digging into the fortress of ice and shadow. At the same time, a large number of killers also used brute force to turn themselves into battering rams for sieges, and desperately hit the outer wall of the fortress. Bang bang. At the same time, holes appeared in the walls of at least 3 places. Roar. 6 or 7 killers rushed in from these holes. Don't kill me! I surrender! Lila knelt on the ground, raised his hands to his head, and shouted, "Spare my life!" Lila did not surrender sincerely, but activated from the heart. For a moment, the killers who were about to besiege slowed down, and they didn't know why they had a little hesitation about the goal of killing the awakened in front of them. Bang bang bang. In a flash, Lula quickly pulled out 2 black gold pistols from his armpits and fired 7 bullets in 1 second, all hitting the killers' heads. The bullets accurately shot into their right eye sockets and destroyed their brain tissue. The killers fell to the ground one after another, and they couldn't even scream before death. At that moment, everyone in the room was stunned. This is definitely not an ordinary gun technique. This is Gun God. Liao Liao has understood Gun God. Isn't it normal to hide 1 or 2 tricks when traveling in the world? Liao Liao shouted in defense, and fired 2 more shots at the door, blowing off the heads of 2 devourers. You hit it deep enough. Wu Sei suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. I settle with you later. You are the most cunning one. As a former colleague, Zhong He, while controlling the phantom to fight, complained loudly. Get down. Li, who was sitting behind the dead pig, shouted. Everyone was startled, and immediately repelled the enemy in front of them, and they all got down. Swish, swish, swish. After a few seconds, countless bone spurs pierced through the wall of the bar like high-speed bullets with tails, and more than a dozen boarders gathered outside the house attacked the house at the same time. A bone spur flew by, brushing against Zhang Hyuk's scalp. He was terrified, and couldn't help but think of the magic he had seen on TV when he was a child. A blonde beauty got into a magic box, and the magician inserted rapiers from various angles outside the wooden box, and finally almost filled the box, but in the end, the beauty still stood out of the box unscathed. At this moment, he felt that they were the blonde beauty in the magic box, dodging the magician's countless rapiers in a thrilling manner. Ay. Swish, swish, swish. 2 seconds later, the messy bone spurs scattered throughout the house were retracted, and a large group of high-level beasts surrounding the house also stopped attacking and hugged their heads. Damn Lele. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Zhang Hyuk cursed in his heart, but was extremely happy. If there was chaos, their hope would be increased by 1 point. This is not safe. Change places. A few seconds later, Lele stopped screaming and shouted. For a moment, everyone in the house woke up from the chaos. Lu Shuang knelt on one knee and slapped the ground with both hands. Ice ladder. Da-da-da. A strong cold air quickly condensed, building a frost staircase on the ground. They rushed out of the door at a not-so-fast speed and climbed towards the sky at a 45-degree angle. Let's go! Lu Shuang took the lead in climbing the ice ladder, and the others immediately followed. Zhong He manipulated the phantom, transforming it into 2 flexible thorn whips, violently whipping the high-level beasts that wanted to approach, while Lele fired frantically, sniping the boarders farther away to prevent them from using bone spurs to attack. The dead pig carried Li and protected Lu Qingying at the same time. Everyone climbed up the ice ladder as fast as possible, but the ice ladder built out of thin air was still too fragile, and was soon smashed by the 2 killers. The ice ladder lost its foundation and collapsed quickly, like a group of floating dominoes collapsing. Everyone ran quickly on the ice ladder, competing for time with the ice ladder falling behind them, and they were about to be caught up. Jump! Zhong He shouted. The few people in midair had no choice but to jump to the roof of a 4-story building across the street. When everyone was in midair, Lei launched chaos again, forcibly interfering with the enemy's actions. 2 seconds later, the 7 people landed safely. Zhong He's phantom turned into a spike and rushed around, quickly eliminating several devourers on the roof. Lu Shuang supported herself on the ground with both hands, trying to activate the ice ladder again, but failed. The original Frost Dragon and the subsequent series of high-intensity battles almost exhausted all her energy. Lu Shuang's elemental explosive power is very strong, but her durability is not good, which has always been her shortcoming. Bang, 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 bang. Lulu is still shooting down the killers and devourers, who are trying to climb onto the roof. Zhong He and Wu Sei are dealing with the more difficult and cunning boarders alone. Lu Qingying and Li are hiding behind the dead pig. The dead pig opens its arms and almost blocks all the long-range attacks for them, and can also deal with the approaching enemies. But all this is just a drop in the bucket. More and more high-level beasts climb onto the roof. They retreat step by step, and the range of their activities is getting smaller and smaller. They can't kill all the enemies, and they can't escape. They have no choice. Chapter 777. Lei has used up all the magazines, hundreds of rounds, but the enemies are getting more and more. She threw away her 2 guns and screamed to the sky, "Ah!" After launching chaos several times in a short period of time, coupled with the high-intensity battle, Lei has reached her limit. She knew that this was the last time to launch chaos, and there would not be a next time, so she could only keep this weird cry as long as possible. Her throat bulged, her eyes were full of hideous bloodshot, her face was pale, and 2 thin streams of blood flowed from her nostrils. Lei, you can do it, hold on a little longer. A little longer, the Grim Reaper is standing behind you, you can't let him swing his scythe, delay 1 more second, 1 more second. There will be a miracle, there will definitely be a miracle. Ding. The string in Lei's head broke, she had reached her limit. Her spirit was shattered, her body was soft and powerless, and she fell backwards. The last thought that flashed through her mind at that moment was actually an insignificant thing. My brother is a Destiny boy can't catch up with the ending. Boom. 2 seconds later, Lei, who fell heavily to the ground, heard a huge sound, and the space also produced a strange distortion, as if the whole world was a blank sheet of paper, which was rudely torn apart by God. The real situation was similar. A golden waterfall-like energy shock wave rushed out along the main street of Aurora Town, rushing from one end of the town to the other. There was a dazzling golden light between the sky and the earth. Lei only felt that a golden sky curtain suddenly stretched out in front of her eyes. Countless high-level beasts were flying, struggling, melting and quickly turning into wisps of black afterimages in this golden sky curtain and disappearing completely. The people on the rooftop were also blown up by the hurricane raised by the golden sky. Fortunately, Zhong He's shadow rope pierced into the concrete in time and entangled everyone around him, so that everyone was not swept into the energy wave that could melt everything. In the last second of consciousness interruption, Lei figured out what was going on. Qinglong, take action. Qinglong, using the Frost Dragon summoned by Liu Xuan as a pedal, made a second bounce in the sky, and quickly approached the Devourer King Tokus, who was flying at full speed with his companions. Psycho, Tokus only felt a cannonball rushing towards him. He cursed in his heart and quickly let go, throwing Dust, Mingjing and Tia out of the sky. On Toku's arms, 2 eyes with twisted faces emitted dazzling light. He activated Iron Man and Phantom at the same time, transforming into an Iron Man clone to block in front of him. Pound. The high-speed Qinglong punched Toku's Iron Man clone in the chest, and the Phantom was directly blasted into countless pieces of broken iron. However, this also effectively buffered the power of Qinglong's punch. Toku's body had also turned into an Iron Man, and with his arms clasped together, he forcibly withstood the remaining power of Qinglong's punch. Pound. Tokus was hit by this punch, although he did not disintegrate like the Phantom, but the whole person still flew out like a cannonball. He directly smashed a water tower, fell on the small square under the water tower, and rolled 7 or 8 times on the snow. Toku's body was almost falling apart. He endured the severe pain, stood up quickly, and wanted to escape. Bang. The Qinglong fell 20 meters in front of him, shaking out a piece of broken snow. This is outrageous. Are you really a human? We are both on the growth path. Why is there such a big gap between us? Tokus gritted his teeth secretly. He knew that flying would not be enough to escape. With Qinglong's jumping and chasing speed, he could snipe him directly from midair. As for running away on foot, it was even more of a joke. Who could outrun him? We can only fight. Toku's opened his arms, and in an instant, the eyes of the dozen twisted faces on his arms all lit up. Swish. Toku's had no time to mobilize the energy, and the energy path in the combination body, and Qinglong was already standing in front of him. 0.1 seconds later, Qinglong punched. 1,000 simple punches. Da-da-da-da. The overwhelming fist shadows surrounded Toku's, and he had no reaction time or chance to fight back. He had an illusion that Qinglong seemed to have hundreds of hands at the same time, each hand clenched into a fist, hitting every part of his upper body at the same time. The force of the punch continued to increase, and soon his skin and flesh were torn apart, then his bones shattered, his internal organs flew, and the dense pain turned into countless puzzle pieces, which were forced into his brain. In a few seconds when his consciousness was dulled, there was only one thing left in Toku's mind. If he had known this would happen, he should have agreed to be Tia's dog. Da-da-da-da. 5 seconds. No more, no less, 1,000 punches. The turbulent airflow suddenly stopped and spread around. Qinglong retracted his fist. Toku's in front of him was already a bloody mess, like a bright red wax figure that had only had time to melt halfway. 2 seconds later, he fell down limply, and blood bubbles were still gurgling on his broken body. The king of devourers died without dignity. Qinglong killed the enemy. Not even bothering to take a second look, he immediately turned around, his eyes tightened. At this moment, he was at the intersection of Aurora Town, looking around. The whole town was full of various high-level beasts, a black mass. On the roof at the end of the street, you can vaguely see the figures of fighting, that is Lu Shuang and others are caught in a desperate battle. Qinglong rushed towards his teammates. Countless high-level beasts rushed up. Qinglong solved one with a punch, but they were not afraid, and continued to move forward. Qinglong walked and killed, and his feet were soon filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he hardly moved forward, and the high-level beasts that covered the sky and the sun surrounded him desperately. The strong killers were not afraid of death. They could not hurt Qinglong's powerful physique, so they bit, hugged, and entangled Qinglong's body, restricting his movements. The arms of the devourers turned into soft and tough tentacles, which wrapped around Qinglong in circles. The bone spurs of the hosts also stabbed Qinglong randomly, forming a dense thorn cage. Qinglong was completely trapped and could hardly move. His meticulous face was covered with tentacles with blue-gray scales, which hissed and squirmed like tiny venomous snakes. Qinglong's sharp eyes, like an eagle, looked through the gaps of these venomous snakes to the end of the street in the town. He saw Liu Shuang rushing out of the bar with the ice ladder and running to the roof of the opposite house, but they failed to escape and fell into a bitter battle again. They can't hold on until I get there. There's no time. Qinglong recognized the current situation and made up his mind. He gathered his energy deeply, and his whole body burst into dazzling golden light. Even though he was surrounded by countless tentacles and killers, the golden light still shone from the gaps, like sunlight breaking through dark clouds. Qinglong completely ignored the enemy on his body, clenched his right fist, and began to accumulate power. His body had not fully recovered, but he decided to throw the strongest punch with super long accumulation of power again. 1 second. 2 seconds. 8 seconds. In the middle of the street, the golden light surrounded by countless beasts suddenly went out, and the air around them seemed to dim, and time also stopped for a second. Boom. The golden light exploded, and it instantly engulfed everything around. God's golden line reappeared in the world. This time, God didn't even need a ruler. He only needed to take a golden chalk and gently draw along the groove line of the main street of Aurora Town. Swish. All the high-level beasts crowded on the street instantly disappeared in this golden line, turning into footnotes to this brilliant and magnificent spectacle. With this punch, there were less than 1,000 of the 3,000 high-level beasts left. Who? There were no living high-level beasts around Qinglong. They were either broken into pieces, or taken away, and melted by the energy wave of the strongest punch. Qinglong panted and felt dizzy, but he knelt on one knee and managed not to fall down. The battle is not over yet. Qinglong gritted his teeth and stood up. He still had half of his energy left. It might be impossible to deal with Chen Hui and Ming Jing, but as a warrior, he had to fight to the last second. Swish. Tia appeared. After landing, the king of killers separated from Chen Hui and Ming Jing. When she looked up, she saw Toku's being hit by Qinglong and crashing into the water tower. She rushed over immediately. She naively thought that as long as she and Toku's joined forces, they might be able to deal with it for a while, and get out smoothly. But the fact is that she didn't even have time to get to the battlefield. Qinglong killed Toku's in just 5 seconds. Tia hid in the distance and witnessed the tragic death of her companions. Fear, shock, anger, sadness, all kinds of emotions turned into a tear of humiliation, flowing out of her beautiful golden eyes. Toku's, I don't hate you, I have always rejected you, but I am afraid that you will get tired of me immediately after you really understand me, and you will find that my soul is boring. Speaking of which, do we really have souls? Why do you still think about these things? Toku's, if you die, I will avenge you. Tia hid, waiting for Qinglong to get involved in the human wave tactics, and waiting for him to throw the strongest punch. Then, the cat and mouse game was officially reversed. Chapter 778. Tia's slender arms turned into 2 scarlet half-moon scimitars. She was lying in ambush on the roof, with her legs bent, gathering strength, and kicking with all her strength. Her whole body turned into an elliptical red knife light, attacking Qinglong's back. Qinglong sensed the strong murderous aura, but he was still exhausted after just throwing the strongest punch, and the energy path in his body was also lagging. In short, he became sluggish. Qinglong had no time to dodge. He barely mobilized the last bit of energy in his body, trying to strengthen his body to resist this blow. In fact, he no longer had the confidence to withstand it. Clang! A ghostly black shadow came behind Qinglong and blocked Tia's 2 half-moon scimitars. This person was tall and thin, with frizzy curly hair, deep eye sockets, a tiger tattoo on his left temple, and a toothpick in his mouth. He held a black gold giant sword taller than a person in one hand, and steadily blocked Tia's sneak attack. Huh, I finally caught up. Dohu spat out the toothpick. To be honest, the food here is really bad, the beef is so old that it fills my teeth. Qinglong was relieved when he heard Dohu's voice. Dohu is here, which means that the reinforcements from Haichuan Group have also arrived. Qinglong probably guessed that they also have a plan B. After arriving in the snow country, Li refused to leave for Aurora Town immediately, and Qinglong knew that things were not simple. Unexpectedly, Li was waiting for the large army. It seems that her level 7 prophet has glimpsed the future in which she will be ambushed by a group of beasts. Dohu suddenly rotated the blade and shook it hard, pushing Tia away 7 or 8 meters. Tia stood firm and stared at the sloppy man in front of her. This person is very strong. Dohu, do you need help? An old man in black cotton-padded clothes and trousers slowly walked out of the alley. He was the elder Yan Liang who wore a crooked mask. No, I'm more worried about the others. Dohu smiled easily. You guys hurry over. Don't worry, we've already split up into 2 groups. Yan Liang didn't really think Dohu needed help. What he was really worried about was that Dohu might take this opportunity to kill the weak Qinglong, although the possibility was very small. Yan Liang raised his right hand, pulled it back, and activated space magic. Qinglong felt a trance, and instantly came to Yan Liang's side. Can we go? Yan Liang asked. Qinglong's face was a little pale, but his eyes were still sharp. I'm fine. You go to support Lu Shuang. Don't worry, the main force has passed. Yan Liang said. At this moment, Dohu and Tia stood on a street full of ruins, corpses, and residual fire. There was heavy snow, and a small amount of golden flames flying in the air. That was the energy dust left by the strongest punch. The 2 of them faced each other silently, and quickly looked at each other. My name is Dohu, the deputy captain of the 12 Zodiacs. Dohu picked up the giant sword. What's your name? Tia, the king of killers, the favored one of the blue goddess. Tia also introduced herself very formally. Haha, great. Dohu was very happy, with a childish excitement on his face. My dragon-eating giant sword will not kill unknown people, and the first person to die in its hands is you. A wave of anger suddenly rushed to Tia's head. The failure of the mission, the death of Toku's, and the contempt and humiliation of the enemy defeated her already limited rationality. I'm going to pull out your intestines, break your neck, and tie a bow. Tia gritted her teeth. Ah, just thinking about it makes me excited. Dohu grinned, raised the giant sword, and aimed it at Tia. Ah! Tia stopped talking nonsense, and a roar broke out of her chest. Her body swelled rapidly, and at the same time, the hard scale armor spread rapidly, covering her whole body. Her spine and coccyx rushed out of her body, and a thick green tail grew, accompanied by a large stream of sticky dark brown liquid. In 2 seconds, she turned into a giant lizard man as tall as 3 meters. Swish! In an instant, the lizard man disappeared on the spot, leaving only 2 broken footprints and a stream of air. The lizard man's arms turned into 2 huge half-moon scimitars, crossing horizontally and slashing towards Dohu, like a giant pair of scissors, cutting Dohu's head directly. Clang! Dohu held the hilt with both hands and inserted the giant sword into the ground, just stuck between the two half-moon scimitars, blocking Tia's instant kill. A trace of surprise flashed in Tia's golden glass ball pupil. She actually blocked my attack without moving. Tia's tail swung towards Dohu, trying to entangle him. Dohu shrank his legs, jumped up to avoid the attack of Tia's long tail, and then kicked the giant sword with both feet. Bang! Tia's two arms and scimitars blocked by the giant sword suddenly became numb, and the whole person was shocked and retreated. Dohu landed, and he kicked the giant sword again. The giant sword brought out a wisp of dust, raised it up, and rotated it firmly in Dohu's hand. Dohu looked at the dragon-eating giant sword in his hand, and his eyes flashed with uncontrollable joy, like a child who finally bought the limited edition toy he had dreamed of. Awesome! This knife is awesome, and this guy is simply a tailor-made enemy for my new weapon. Dohu held the hilt of the sword with both hands, raised it high, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Squeeze! With the injection of energy, a messy blue-gray blade appeared on the dragon-eating giant sword, like a burning strange fire. Dong! Dohu turned into a black phantom, with a blue-gray tail, and approached Tia. Dang! Tia crossed her arms, and blocked Dohu's horizontal slash. The sharp and sour strange pain spread through her arms, and spread all over her body. Several pieces of the solid scales on her body fell off immediately. What's going on? Dang! Without giving Tia a chance to be surprised, Dohu flashed to her head, and the second fierce sword light slashed vertically. Dang! Tia raised her arms again to block the blow. This time, a sharp and sour pain spread all over her body. Wah-la-la! The scales on her arms fell off in large pieces, and she felt like a fish on a chopping board, with the scales all over her body being frantically peeled off by the back of a knife. Tia vaguely figured it out. The destructive power of this giant sword does not lie in the slashing, but in the shock force. The energy of the fighting tiger is injected into the giant sword, and then the energy is shaken into her body through the heavy blow of the giant sword. Although her completely beastly form has increased her explosive power and defense tenfold, it also has a disadvantage. That is, her huge body makes it impossible for her to dodge easily, and she must parry every slash of the fighting tiger. The giant sword itself cannot hurt her, but its attached shock attack is like an electric current that flows through her body. The real horror of this giant sword does not come from its destructive power to the outside, but from its shock-like disintegration and destruction of the inside of a living organism. Tia suddenly realized, this giant sword is specifically used to deal with giant enemies with high defense. In fact, Dohu asked someone to forge this weapon to make up for the shortcomings of assassins, and to deal with his nemesis' high defense and thick blood enemies. If Tia maintained her human form, evaded his slashes quickly, and engaged in a skillful tangle with him, the situation would not be one-sided. Tia felt annoyed, but she had no chance to come back. Dang! She was distracted for a moment, and the giant sword chopped Tia's back. Ah! Tia was more like being hit by a club than a sword. The rough and wild shock-like energy instantly spread throughout her body, and they rushed around, completely messing up the energy path in her body. Clatter! Tia's scales fell off in a large area. She was like a fir tree in the snow, kicked 3 times by a man, and the snow on the leaves fell off. No! I can't fall here. I still have to avenge Toku's. Pound. Tia, who almost lost the protection of her scales, received the 4th blow on her chest. This time, the hard skin and muscle she was proud of also collapsed, and her skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant, and blood foam flew everywhere. Pound. The 5th blow. Pound, pound, pound. In fact, the energy in Dohu's body was also losing rapidly. After all, he was using his own energy to feed the black gold monster in his hand to ensure its terrifying power. Dohu was getting more and more tired, but his movements were getting faster and faster, turning into several afterimages to surround Tia. The weaker the killing expert, the stronger his fighting power. Dohu was clearly swinging a heavy giant sword, but he was so agile that it looked like he was swinging a whip. The messy blade light turned into countless whip shadows, whipping Tia. After 30 seconds, Dohu stopped attacking. If he continued to fight, he would be exhausted. He had to rely on forcibly hurting himself to enter a near-death state, and then continue with a more ferocious attack, but he thought it was unnecessary. Clang! Dohu threw away the dragon-eating giant sword in his hand, sat on the ground, and breathed heavily. Hoo! I'm so tired, so tired. Dohu had no opponent at all. Tia, who was 10 meters behind him, was still standing there. Her skin and flesh were torn, and there was no part of her body that was intact. Her hair was disheveled, blood was flowing from her 7 orifices, and her originally beautiful golden eyes were almost bursting out of her eye sockets, like a dead fish. She seemed to be staring at Dohu, but in fact she was staring at the void. She was dead. Bang. 3 seconds later, Tia's body exploded, turning into countless blood and corpse fragments. The shock force of the dragon-eating great sword destroyed all the energy pads in Tia's body, and also smashed every bone and muscle tissue in her body. Fighting Tiger rested for a full minute, and bathed in a blood rain. He stood up, picked up the dragon-eating great sword and put it back on his back, and wiped the sweat and blood stains on his face with one hand. He took out the shriveled cigarette box from his hip bag, shook out the last cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and then he felt alive. He walked slowly towards the other end of the town, thinking as he walked, well, it feels good to use the big sword for the first time. But there is still room for improvement in the moves, otherwise the endurance is too poor, and it will be over in a short while. Chapter 779. The streets penetrated by the energy wave of the strongest punch were in ruins, and the people were devastated and in chaos. Faced with this destructive force, like a natural disaster, the remaining high-level beasts did not retreat, but continued to move forward, surrounding the house where Lu Shuang and others were, and kept climbing up, like a zombie siege. TSK. 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 Wearing a ferocious red Tengu mask, Tengu stood in the air and launched space, cutting indiscriminately at the remaining high-level beasts in Aurora Town. He used this move casually, and with low accuracy, but it was not tiring and consumed little energy. Anyway, there were still many high-level beasts, and they were relatively concentrated, so he could always cut some. From time to time, hidden ripples flashed in the air. When the beasts sensed the danger, most of them were too late to dodge. For a while, broken arms, legs, and heads were accompanied by blood, flying around in the snow, and the scene was weird. Earth Fortress. The monkey, the singer, and Ishur were brought to the rooftop of the building besieged by the enemy by the flying Tengu. The monkey supported the ground with both hands, quickly pulled up the cement floor and bricks under his feet, and built a solid fortress to protect Liu Shuang and others who were in desperate situation. Ishur took out the medicine he carried with him and gave emergency treatment to his injured and energy-depleted companions. After a few seconds, countless tiny holes appeared on the Earth Element Fortress. La la la, la 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 la. The singer sang ethereal and gentle chants, and they rushed out of the fortress and echoed throughout the town. Some high-level beasts fainted directly, and high-level beasts with strong mental power were also in a trance, and their movements became slow. Ha ha! The guardian of the Yanliang group, Ling Chou, was flying in the wind, laughing wildly and excitedly, while sparing no effort to summon the 5 elements meteor shower to bomb the most concentrated places of high-level beasts. Die! Die! The messy elemental energy bloomed everywhere, and the broken bodies of beasts kept splashing in the air, and miserable wails came one after another. At first glance, the scene was gorgeous and beautiful, but at a closer look, the picture was brutal and evil. Wah 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 wah. A giant black gold cross boomerang was spinning at high speed, cutting the arms of 2 devourers, and splitting the head of a killer at the same time, then turning a corner and returning to Iman's hand again. At this moment, Iman was standing on the roof of a wooden house. She shook off the blood on the boomerang and threw the black gold dart at the 2 rushing killers again. Behind Iman stood the chubby old 7, who rolled up his sleeves. His 2 little arms were bulging with veins, and his 10 fingers were as thick as carrots, and he quickly ejected air bullets. Da-da-da-da. The air bullets were fired at the enemies, like machine guns, killing or repelling them. Roar! The ancient lion, which had merged with the lion, turned into a golden lion man, and was rampaging among the beasts, occasionally knocking the enemies away or biting their heads. Woo! 2 fighters flew over the town. Their core was just a toy plane, which was transformed into a real fighter after being armed with layers of translucent blue energy. The fighters fired machine guns at the bottom of the street, and the dense blue light bullets plowed through the chaotic beasts like 4 blue chopsticks. This is a tiny toy. In addition, the participants include Sin, Huagui, Bianjian, Xia Qingkai, Luanjian, Sume, Bumblebee, and Hej, Canary, Ywoba, Liutu, etc. This time, Haichuan Group and the 12 Zodiacs almost came out in full force, and the battle situation was no longer suspenseful. The number of high-level beasts decreased sharply. When entering the second half, Dohu, Yanliang and Qinglong also rushed over, speeding up the clearing of the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, the high-level beasts were wiped out. After basically confirming safety, Pohu disintegrated the Earth Element Fortress, and Lele woke up from a coma. She looked around and saw that the whole town was a sea of fire, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. It was just like hell on earth. All the awakened people who participated in the battle were exhausted. There were many minor injuries, serious injuries, and deaths. However, because everyone took the resurrection medicine in advance and was not injured in the vital parts, there was no real loss of personnel. Dohu, Qinglong, and Yinliang all jumped onto the roof. Are you all okay? Qinglong looked at Liuxuang and the others. Nothing. Liuxuang nodded, her voice weak. Where's Chenhui? Lu Qingying looked at Qinglong. I killed the high-level beast king who set off the flare. Qinglong said, but I didn't see Chenhui and Mingjing. Lu Qingying immediately looked at Dohu. I killed a killer king, but didn't see Chenhui. Dohu shrugged. Lu Qingying looked at Yinliang unwillingly. Yinliang shook his head. I didn't see Chenhui either. He must have escaped. Lele was supported by Wu Sei, his voice still weak. Elder Qinglong threw such a terrifying punch, and you sent so many people to support him, they knew the plan couldn't succeed. A trace of deep anger flashed in Lu Qingying's eyes. If Chenhui is not dead, what's the point of killing more beasts? Suddenly, a cool breeze penetrated into Lu Qingying's mind. Lu Qingying was stunned and shouted, they must have gone to the station. Are you sure? Dohu asked. Where else can they go? Lu Qingying said. Dohu thought for a while. Well, the guess is reasonable. Aurora Town is too small to hide. As long as everyone seals its only official passage and conducts a carpet search, they will be caught sooner or later. Since the mission failed, they might as well evacuate as soon as possible and return to the main city of Snow Country along the official passage. Walking is too slow, and they must go to the station to find transportation. The station is a little far from here, and it may be impossible to catch up. Yinliang said. This is the truth. Chenhui now has gravity, and walks very fast. Most people can't catch up. Qilong may still catch up, but he is now an empty shell. Gusher was also fast, but he was seriously injured in the battle. Even if he managed to catch up, he would never be a match for Chenhui and Mingjing. Wei Xiaolo was also injured, and he was no longer able to make toys. However, there was another person, who was fast and strong, and was very suitable for chasing. As long as he could entangle Mingjing and Chenhui, the others could rush over to support him. Tengu. Dohu came to the same answer as Yinliang. Oh! Tengu immediately flew into the sky. Tengu! Take me and Zhonghe! Dead Pig shouted. Tengu was stunned and didn't quite understand. Forget Zhonghe, Dead Pig is not light. Taking them too would slow down the flying speed. Trust us. Zhonghe also shouted. Tengu looked at Dohu, and after getting the instruction from his eyes, he no longer hesitated. 2 white cloth belts fell from his sleeves. Dead Pig and Zhonghe each grabbed one and followed Tengu into the air. Tengu! Faster! Tengu was flying at full speed in the air, but the Dead Pig was still complaining about it being too slow and kept urging him. Zhang Hyuk on the side joked, How dare you urge me? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? Old pig, how about I saw off your 2 legs, and I definitely speed you up? Hee hee. The Dead Pig laughed with a thick nasal tone. Then you have to saw your phantom faster, otherwise the wound will not grow faster than my flesh. Ah. Tengu said casually, It seems that I saw them. Chapter 780. Zhang Hyuk and the Dead Pig looked up and saw 2 figures supporting each other, jumping on the roof of the town 100 meters away. Their movements were light, and changed the gravity around them. It's dust and mirror. Chase! The Dead Pig shouted. It's the fastest. If it's faster, it will be stranded. Tengu was in great pain. He secretly used all his strength to speed up a little bit, and slowly close the distance with the target. Zhang Hyuk. The Dead Pig looked at Zhang Hyuk with a sharp gaze. Are you sure? Come! The Dead Pig shouted. This distance should be fine. Zhang Hyuk no longer hesitated. The phantom rushed out of his body, and turned into countless black silk threads, to bind the Dead Pig's body. Too loose. The Dead Pig shouted. Zhang Hyuk's mind moved and increased the strangling power of the phantom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless black threads immediately cut through the Dead Pig's skin, embedding into the flesh and blood inch by inch, and the whole person suddenly turned into a huge blood pupa. Eh? Tengu was shocked. Aren't they going to chase the enemy together? Why did these 2 people fight for no reason? Stop fighting. Don't fight anymore. I'm fine. Keep speeding up. The Dead Pig endured the pain and shouted, It's still a little distance. Oh. Tengu didn't ask any more questions, guessing that the Dead Pig and Zhonghe were going to fight hard. He didn't hold back, and at the cost of damaging the energy path in his body, he stimulated a short burst of power and quickly closed the distance with the target. Jong-hee, didn't you eat? Stop scratching, use force. The dead pig continued to shout. Don't stop until I say stop. Crazy. Jong-hee risked everything, took out the awareness of killing, and launched the strangulation power of the phantom with all his strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black filaments further embedded in the dead pig's body, cutting through the skin, muscles, blood vessels, and veins, almost touching the bones. At this moment, the dead pig was like a cabbage, entangled by circles of steel wires. The outer leaves were constantly breaking and falling off, and these steel wires were getting closer and closer to the heart of the cabbage. It can't get any deeper, you will die, stop it now. I don't want to kill anyone. Jong-hee looked at the dead pig that had turned into a black and red zombie, and his heart was on the verge of collapse. Stop. The bloody dead pig finally spoke. His face was red and hideous due to the splashing blood, but he was smiling. His blood-stained eyes burned with raging fire, staring at the dust and Mingjing moving at high speed 50 meters away, locking onto the back of the dust bit by bit, and a stream of energy turned into countless invisible floats, quietly catching up with her. It's almost there. It's about to be caught. Closer, closer. Someone is catching up. Mingjing, who was hugged by Chen Hui, vaguely felt that there were pursuers not far behind him. Chen Hui did not look back, and continued to run with all his strength. Almost, we will be at the station soon. Chen Hui, it's too late. Mingjing was very calm. You go, I will hold them back. Shut up. Chen Hui continued to jump. Tia and Tokus are dead. If you die too, how can I complete the task? Then give up. Mingjing said, alive, there will always be a chance in the future. No. Don't even think about it. Let's go together, I can do it. Suddenly, Chen Hui felt a chill on her back, and the hairs on her body stood up. She keenly felt a strange energy tightly wrapped around her. Chen Hui didn't know what happened, but she had a strong premonition. She couldn't escape. At the critical moment, Chen Hui activated zero gravity and pushed Mingjing forward. Mingjing was shocked, and when she reacted, she was already flying towards the station. No! Mingjing stretched out her hand, but could only watch Chen Hui move away from her. Chen Hui shouted to Mingjing, stay alive. Avenge me. Swish. The dust in the air disappeared. In a moment, a dead pig with blood and rotten meat appeared in the original position of Chen Hui. At this time, the dead pig had fainted and fell towards the sky. With a bang, it broke through the roof and fell into the sheepfold of a farmhouse. The new talent that the dead pig realized was time and space conversion. He locked Chen Hui, who was 50 meters away, and exchanged positions with her, letting her fall into the cage of Phantom. But the dead pig was too big. In order to ensure that the Phantom that Jong Hyuk used to tie up the dead pig could instantly tie up Chen Hui and prevent her from making any resistance, the dead pig required that Jong Hyuk's Phantom must be embedded in his flesh and blood to minimize the scope of the bondage. This was also the combination of skills that the dead pig and Jong Hyuk discussed in the hotel the night before. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. After Chen Hui was locked by time and space conversion, she felt a trance and came to Jong Hyuk and was tightly bound by the Phantom. Ah! She screamed in pain and had no time to resist. Chen Hui finally caught you. Jong Hyuk was very happy and did not give Chen Hui any chance. He continued to strangle her. Chen Hui was wrapped up by the Phantom and instantly turned into a black mummy. Ah! Chen's body tightened inch by inch, and blood flowed out of the black filaments. Stop! Jong-hee stopped. Although he wanted to kill her immediately to avenge Captain Huang Lian, he couldn't do it. It was too selfish. Si Zhu and Lu Qingying had waited for this moment for 10 years. This was their revenge and their salvation. Jong-hee couldn't take it away like this. Mingjing flew quickly to the station in zero gravity. He watched Chen being caught by a strange move and turned into a bloody black mummy with screams. Mingjing knew that Chen was probably dead. Even if she didn't die immediately, she would die sooner or later. The Awakener hated her too much and would never let her go. Mingjing wanted to go back to avenge his sister, but he knew he couldn't do it. There were too many enemies and masters this time, and he couldn't be a match. Besides, he had a more important mission to kill the heir of God. Survive. Avenge me. Mingjing heard Chen's last words. Now, he had one more mission. Sister, don't be afraid. Death is not the end. Brother will complete the mission. We will all turn into Aurora and go to God. In that eternal kingdom, there will be no more sadness, pain, confusion, and fear. There, people love everything and everything loves people. There, we belong to each other forever. The zero gravity around Mingjing disappeared, and he fell on the roof of a bus in the station square. He jumped off the bus with a roll, rushed out of the station quickly and calmly, and rushed into an alley on the side of the road, where two motorcycles were parked, one red and one black. He rode his sister's red motorcycle, started the engine, and rushed to the endless road, leaving a scarlet tail in the dark night. Chapter 781. Half an hour later. Wu Sei, Zhonghe, and Liao Liao were leading people to clean up the battlefield. Li Mumu, Yin Liang, Qing Long, Dou Hu, Lu Qingying, and Dead Pig had already arrived at the Holy Mountain Church. On a chair in the auditorium sat the king of the borders, Chen Hui. Her hands and feet were crippled by Dou Hu, and she had no chance of resistance or escape. She also had no energy left to materialize her soul, to wrap around Huang Lian's body, that was burned by the fire. Blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and there were two black eye sockets on her disfigured face, and the light in her eyes was extremely dim. You're so stubborn. I couldn't get anything out of you after asking for a long time. Dou Hu was very troubled. Qing Long had a little respect for the enemy in front of him. Although she was extremely evil, she was worthy of being a loyal warrior. Don't waste time, do it. Chenai's voice was weak but arrogant. Suzaku can interrogate the corpse. I want to see if she can interrogate my soul. Yin Yang looked at Li. President, you decide. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Give her a quick death. We will take the corpse away and interrogate it after Suzaku comes back. Li looked at Dou Hu. After all, he was the representative of the 12 zodiac signs. Okay? Okay. Dou Hu smiled at his hands and said experiencedly. However, the 12 zodiac signs must be present when the corpse is interrogated. After all, we have made a lot of efforts tonight. That's natural. Li said. Chen, do you have anything else to say before you die? Dou Hu looked at Chen. Chen lowered his head, dying, and his voice was unclear. Life is the original sin, desire is the enemy, ignorance is the end. When the holy fire burns all over the earth, those who betray God will be abandoned by God, and those who believe in God will be favored by God. You will eventually return to nothingness, and we will eventually reach the other side. Dou Hu sneered in his heart. Songmu cult is indeed a group of psychopaths, but it can be regarded as a little mysterious information, which is better than nothing. Dou Hu looked at Si Ju and Lu Qingying. Lu Qingying had no expression on her face. She had been waiting for this day for 10 years. She thought she would be hysterical or homesick, but she was unexpectedly calm, even calm. It turned out that all the anger and hatred were consumed in the long investigation of the past 10 years, and in the repeated thoughts of her best friend. Lu Qingying looked at Chen Hui, who was determined to die in front of her, and asked lightly, Did Xiaoba say anything before he died? Chen Hui was stunned for a while, before realizing that she was referring to Ba Qiuqi. Chen Hui slowly raised his ugly face, his eyes full of hatred and his smile provocative. You didn't say anything, you just kept screaming, and your soul burned out in less than half a minute. Is that so? Lu Qingying glanced at the dead pig, which had recovered roughly at this moment, with countless long brown scars still remaining on its body. He held a bucket of gasoline in his hand, walked to Chen Hui expressionlessly, and poured it on her. The gasoline flowed down her head, all over her body, and washed away the blood on her body. No, no. Chen Hui wanted to struggle, but she couldn't move at all. She was not afraid of death, but she didn't want to die in a fire, perhaps because the original host Huang Lian had experienced a fire, or perhaps because she had burned too many people's souls, and she knew the horror of a fire. Lu Qingying took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and looked at Chen Hui faintly, her voice still faint. The body should be more resistant to burning than the soul. She flicked the cigarette in her hand towards Chen's face, and sparks flew everywhere. Crash. The fire instantly burned all over Chen's body. Ah! No! Ah! The flames bit Chen, who fell from the chair and rolled on the ground. Her screams echoed in the empty and cold auditorium. The swaying firelight coated the colored glass with a layer of golden light, and then emitted a colorful light, jumping on everyone's face and coming into view. Everyone watched Chen quietly being burned at the stake. The firemen in Lu Qingying's eyes struggled and twisted in pain, slowly stopped moving, and turned into a pile of charcoal. She didn't even blink her eyelids. She wanted to remember the subtle flow of light in the church, remember every cluster of flames, remember every trace of burning smell in the air, and every scream in her ears. All the details, all remembered, so that they can be perfectly reproduced in beautiful dreams in the future and appreciated over and over again. A minute later, Chen Hui died completely, and the flames on his body went out. Lu Qingying succeeded in revenge, but she was not happy at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in her ears again. Lu Qingying. You are so lucky. Being both a man and a woman, is there anything cooler than this? You are God's favorite. You are the perfect work of the Creator. God, I envy you so much. I really want to trade with you. Bachiochi, you are wrong. You are the perfect work of the Creator. You are so beautiful that you don't belong to this terrible world. I also want to trade with you. I wish that at this moment, the person alive is you. Qin Hui died, and his charred body was put into a special body bag. The Haichuan group and all the Zodiacs took a short break, went to the station, took a bus, and returned to the main city of the snow country. As for the Aurora town, which was in ruins and corpses after the battle, they were unable to deal with it, and they had no intention of dealing with it, so they could only leave it to Song Dao. In fact, when everyone drove away, Song Dao's power had already appeared. The earth trembled slightly, and the destroyed streets and houses, as well as countless corpses, began to sink rumble and soon disappeared. It won't be long before the same buildings will spring up, like bamboo shoots after rain. After dawn, Aurora town will be brand new, as if nothing had happened, but it will become a lifeless dead town, just like Gujiao village when it left the city. At this moment, there is still a single witness in Aurora town, who is admiring Song Dao's rigorous and indifferent aftermath work. On the snowy mountain behind the Holy Mountain Church, in the crevice of a steep cliff, there was a blond and blue-eyed middle-aged man. He was wrapped in a white cloak and holding a white tactical telescope. His whole body was covered with snow, almost blending into the snowy mountain. This man was Gao Yang after his disguise. Tonight's battle was a trap set for the God's Heir and the Nine Heirs organization. As the prey, Gao Yang would never miss this good show. He had sneaked into Aurora town a long time ago, but he had no intention of showing up from beginning to end. Even when his former roommate Lin Daijian was thrown into the sky by Qin Long and turned into a soul firework to bloom, he just watched quietly without moving. Afterwards, he waited for the appearance of the high-level Beast Kings, watched this crazy human see tactics, saw the desperate fight of the Qinglong team, and saw Qinglong hit the God's Golden Line again. Last time in Jiaxing Pavilion, Gao Yang actually didn't see the full picture of this Golden Line, because he was one of the targets wiped out by the Golden Line. Even Gao Yang had to admit that Qinglong's destructive power was still the ceiling among the awakened ones. However, Gao Yang was not blinded by hatred, and did not make such impulsive behavior as killing the weak Qinglong in the chaos. Sure enough, the awakened troops led by Yan Liang and Dohu appeared in time, and the balance of the battlefield tilted in the opposite direction. Gao Yang could also think with his toes that this was the decisive role played by Li's prophet. She saw the future of the human wave tactics and arranged for backup troops. What happened at night was not all in Gao Yang's expectations, but the general trend was similar to what he thought. Soon, the war came to an end. Gao Yang was the first person to discover that Qin Hui and Ming Jing decided to escape. At this moment, he finally took action and activated the 7th level sound transmission to secretly remind Lu Qingying, stranger, station. Gao Yang deliberately concealed his voice characteristics. Lu Qingying was indeed a smart person. After receiving the stranger's tip, he was not surprised at all. He immediately pretended that it was his own guess and told the people around him. In fact, Gao Yang also asked himself why he wanted to meddle in other people's business. The first point is naturally to hope that Qin Hui and Ming Jing can be arrested, so that the 3 major organizations can find its Songmu sect along this clue. The second point is that as an avenger, Gao Yang can understand Lu Qingying's feelings. After confirming that the Haichuan group and the 12 Zodiacs had left Aurora town, Gao Yang walked out of the gap in the cliff, shook off the snow on his cloak, and held the cliff with one hand. He looked down at the towering spire of the Holy Mountain Church under his feet, the white fir forest, and the slowly sinking Aurora town in some areas, and concentrated slightly. Boss Lu, your revenge has been avenged. Next, it's Juicy's turn. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew, ruffling the scattered hair on the boy's forehead. 2 seconds later, the figure on the cliff disappeared. Chapter 782. The official passage out of Aurora town is a straight road with endless snowfields on both sides. Of course, if someone really gets off the bus and explores both sides, he will find that he can't walk for more than 200 meters. What awaits him is the magic boundary that he can never approach, that is fog. An orange bus is driving steadily on the road in the snowfield. There are more than 20 people sitting in the car. Most of them are injured and tired and have fallen asleep with their heads tilted. The few people who stay awake are also looking out the window, each with their own thoughts in silence. The people in the car look like tourists, who had been traveling for more than half a month. The initial excitement and enthusiasm have faded, leaving only fatigue and eagerness to return home. Do-hoo holds a cigarette in his mouth and holds the steering wheel of the bus with both hands. Next to him, Lee is sitting awake. Xiuqian's radar is gone, and Lee can see what will happen 10 seconds later, which is also another kind of reconnaissance. Do-hoo can't sit still and chats with Lee. Hey, can you believe it? We just killed thousands of high-level beasts, although most of them were killed by Qinglong. Lee looked at the quiet night outside the car window and nodded slightly as a response. Last time, the Scarlet Tide, plus the battle tonight, the young and strong high-level beasts in the foggy world should be almost dead. As long as we unite, what can't be done? Lee smiled faintly. Ha. Do-hoo laughed. The problem is that some people don't want to unite. Are you talking about Juicy? Lee pretended to be confused. More than that? Do-hoo smiled, half joking and half testing. Lee stopped talking. She continued to look out the window at the end of the road, looking at the horizon that could never be reached, thinking. At this moment, Lu Qingying and Yin Liang sat side by side in the rear seat of the car. Lu Qingying's 2 fingers gently rested on the back of Yin Liang's old hand. The two closed their eyes and entered a sweet dream. Due to environmental restrictions, the sleep was very shallow. This time, Lu Qingying did not go to great lengths to create an interesting and real dream. The dream space was very small, just a confession room. Lu Qingying sat on the left and Yin Liang sat on the right, with a wooden screen covering their faces in the middle. Elder Yin Liang, if you help me get revenge, I will keep my promise and tell you 2 important pieces of information. Lu Qingying paused. However, whether it is true or false, you can judge it yourself. Go ahead. The first piece of information, the conditions for the rune to merge into a level 8 talent. You still need conditions? Yin Liang was a little surprised. Haha, I had the same question when I first heard it. Then, Lu Qingying told Yin Liang about Gao Yang's conclusion. Yin Liang thought quickly, but he didn't dare to think too deeply, for fear that Lu Qingying would catch his inner emotions and voice. He nodded gently. I know. The second piece of information is closely related to the Haichuan group. You can pay more attention to it. Lu Qingying reminded. Please speak. Jiuxi is planning revenge on the Haichuan group. Lu Qingying said. Ha. Yin Liang was calm. It's within my expectations. Do you know the specific details of their revenge? How could you tell me? Lu Qingying smiled lightly. The only thing I can tell you is that he asked me to make a lot of bombs. Yin Liang nodded. I am very satisfied with this deal. Me too. Lu Qingying replied, happy cooperation. Yin Liang stopped talking. Soon, darkness came and the dream was broken. 5 seconds later, Yin Liang on the bus opened his eyes, and Lu Qingying woke up at the same time and withdrew his hand. Yin Liang's thin body swayed gently with the bus, and a trace of cold light flashed in the old eyes under the mask. Gao Yang, what tricks are you trying to play this time? The next morning, Shijing District, Guichuan Villa. The captain is back. Kan, who was playing Tetris on the sofa, jumped up and shouted as soon as he heard the door being pushed. Although it may be that the patrollers outside came back, there are subtle differences in the sound of each person opening the door. The captain's door opening action will be more gentle, and Kan can hear it at once. I'm back. Gao Yang gently closed the door, and took off the black windbreaker covered with snow. Captain, how is it? Kan walked forward, took Gao Yang's windbreaker, and hung it on the hanger behind the door. Gao Yang went to the snow country alone this time. Almost everyone opposed it, but Gao Yang insisted. He asked Nana to change his face, copied voice transmission, invisibility, and swift wind, and set off. These 2 days, Kan was particularly nervous, and prayed for the captain's safety in his dreams. Now that she saw the captain, she only had a faint joy on her face, but if she had a tail, it would have been high. Hearing the movement, the other members also came out of the room one after another. Except for Wang Zikai and Qing Ling who were patrolling outside, and Nana and Yasha who were on a mission outside, everyone else gathered together. Captain, how is it? Asked the deputy captain Johan. Qin Hui died, Ming Jing escaped, and there were 2 enemies, I guess the king of the furious beast, who were also killed. Then, Gao Yang described everything he saw in Aurora town. You are right. Johan was sweating after hearing this. This is a trap set by Qin Hui to lure you out. If Jiuxi takes the bait, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. Yes, thousands of high-level beasts. Even if they stand still and let me fight, I will be exhausted to death first. Kanta's scalp numbed just thinking about that scene. Gao Yang nodded. If Li hadn't predicted the danger this time with profit, and called in a large force to reinforce, the entire Qinglong team would have been defeated. It's difficult. With that old fox here, how can we take revenge? Jiang Wei was very worried. Qining on the side didn't speak. Every time Li was mentioned, she would be silent. She hated her so much that she didn't even want to talk about her anymore. Gao Yang thought for a moment, and made a decision. Let's proceed as planned. Jiuhan nodded. Well, the Haichuan group just fought a big battle and is exhausted. It's the best time for revenge. Qining, have you upgraded your talent? Gao Yang asked. I upgraded it last night, and the damage rune was returned to Qingling, Qining said. Very good. On the night of the Jiaxing Pavilion incident, Qining tried to commit suicide in the bathroom, but failed. She fell into a deep sleep and realized her third talent explosion expert after waking up. It was because of the appearance of this talent that Gao Yang thought of the bomb. The Haichuan group's base is underground, so we have to find a way to blow up their base, or at least force them all out. Gao Yang did not expect to succeed in revenge with the bomb. It was just one step in the plan to make the Haichuan group abandon this safe underground base. Jiang Wei. Gao Yang stretched out his hand to Jiang Wei. Try again. Okay. Jiang Wei immediately shook Gao Yang's hand. Chapter 783. Gao Yang frowned slightly. Sure enough, I still can't copy confidence. It turns out that Gao Yang's level 6 copy can only copy the talent of sequence 11189. It is not clear whether Mingjing's judgment can be copied. The first 10 and last 10 talents cannot be copied, which just confirms Long's speculation. Talents are connected from beginning to end. Gao Yang is very curious about Jiang Wei's confidence, because it corresponds to Qilin's all things. Gao Yang tried several times, but still couldn't copy and explore confidence. Jiang Wei didn't use confidence on Gao Yang either. In fact, he never used it on anyone, because he didn't know what confidence was for and how to use it. This resulted in Gao Yang's system being unable to explore confidence, and he still doesn't understand the role and mechanism of this talent. However, Gao Yang still has some guesses. At present, confidence is more resistant to poison than most awakeners, even stronger than Qinglong, because he was the first person to wake up from the hell poison on the night of the Scarlet Tide. It's a pity that there is no one who uses poison among the 9 heirs, otherwise they can try it on Jiang Wei. In addition, Jiang Wei has said more than once that he didn't feel anything when he looked at Qilin. Of course, it is not ruled out that Jiang Wei is as slow as Wang Zikai, and can't feel the pressure of mental power. It's a pity that there are no illusions or mental damage talents in the team, otherwise they can also try it on Jiang Wei. To put it bluntly, Jiang Wei is now a mysterious waste. Then everyone discussed for another half an hour, and decided on a specific revenge plan. After the end, everyone washed up and went back to their rooms to rest. Gao Yang was the last one to take a shower. He was wrapped in a bathrobe and wiped his hair with a dry towel. He returned to the living room and found a person sitting on the sofa. It was Qingling, who had returned from patrol. The lights in the living room were turned off. Gray moonlight flowed in from the French windows. Qingling closed her eyes and rested in the moonlight. Her beautiful face was as white as jade. Gao Yang walked over softly. You're back. Qingling opened her eyes. Waiting for you. I'm done, go ahead. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa. Not taking a shower. Qingling glanced sideways. I want to tell you something. Gao Yang wiped his hair quickly, put the towel on his shoulder, and turned sideways. Go ahead. Jiuhan told me about the revenge plan. Qingling's eyes were stern. I want to join the battle. Everyone has to join the battle. Gao Yang said. I want to be in the same group with you. Qingling said. Gao Yang was silent for a moment. Qingling. Don't tell me it's dangerous, my life is my own. Qingling interrupted. This is just one of them. Gao Yang explained unequivocally. I have carefully considered everyone's mission, based on your abilities and tactical positioning. You think I'm weak? Qingling interrupted again. Gao Yang was stunned, sighed slightly, and said earnestly, Qingling, we are all weak, death is always around. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, I can only try to increase the chances of winning. Qingling leaned forward, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang was startled at first, but quickly reacted. He closed his eyes, opened them again 2 seconds later, and his eyes moved. I want to be in the same group with you. Qingling repeated firmly. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. I adjust the grouping. After getting Gao Yang's consent, Qingling blinked with satisfaction. She let go of Gao Yang's hand, stood up, untied her ponytail, and let her long black hair fall down like a waterfall. She walked quickly to the bathroom. Don't sleep yet, Help me blow my hair later. Okay. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. 1 o'clock in the morning. In the meeting room of the Haichuan group, Qilin, Li, and Yin Liang sat around a small table with a cup of coffee, a cup of pu'er tea, and a cup of oolong tea on the table. The water on the teacup rippled slightly, because there was an anti-eavesdropping interference ball on the table, which was diligently creating white noise. Yin Liang told Qilin what happened in Aurora Town, and the 2 pieces of information about Lu Qingying. Li, who was listening, looked normal. She was not surprised at all that Gao Yang would retaliate against the entire Haichuan group. Qilin also acted calm about this. He thought for a moment, and turned to look at Li. If Juicy uses bombs to blow up the base, how should we respond? We are several hundred meters underground. It is not so easy to blow up. We must blast deep into the ground at a fixed point. It is useless to just blow up on the ground. Li said. Gao Yang has been to this underground base more than once, and he must know the situation. Yin Liang said. Since he asked Lu Qingying for bombs, there must be a way. Li smiled. Take a step back. Even if he can really blow up here, we can evacuate safely. There is a secret escape passage in the base. Gao Yang doesn't know about this secret passage? Yin Liang asked. Impossible. This passage has never been used, only I know it. Li thought for a while, and added, and thanks to your runes, Chu Yu's talent has been upgraded to level 4, which is equivalent to double insurance. Will it be too late to evacuate? Yin Liang tried to think of the worst possibility. Have you forgotten my talent? Li said calmly. I will stay here all the time. If Gao Yang's revenge plan really endangers my life, I will definitely be able to sense it in advance, just like this time when I went to Aurora Town. Based on this, we have enough time to evacuate or take the initiative to deal with it. Qilin was silent. Is the president still worried? Li asked. On the contrary, he is too confident. Qilin spoke. What do you mean? Li did not react for a while. Hee. Yin Liang and Qilin thought of the same thing. Mrs. Li, don't you think everything is going too smoothly? Li thought about it for a while, and understood. Indeed, Gao Yang could not have thought of our response plan. He knew that the current revenge could not succeed, but he still insisted on doing it. Could it be? A feint to the east and attack in the west. Qilin gave the answer. Mr. Li nodded. This is the only possibility. I think so too. Yin Liang picked up the pu'er tea and slowly drank a sip. On the way back, I have figured it out. If we put Lu Qingying's first intelligence together, we will find that Gao Yang's current actions are just the tip of the iceberg, and the real conspiracy is under the sea. Qilin, Mr. Li looked at Yin Liang wearing a crooked mask at the same time. Chapter 784. Yin Liang analyzed slowly. On the surface, Gao Yang was obsessed with his revenge, and was unwilling to help Lu Qingying kill Chen Hui immediately. So he compensated for his broken promise, and gave Lu Qingying a piece of information, which was that the necessary condition for the talent to upgrade to level 8 was holy water. Let's not talk about the authenticity of this information, just talk about why Gao Yang gave this information to Lu Qingying. Qilin smiled faintly. This information seems neutral and harmless, but it is actually more beneficial to the Haichuan group. Madame Li is already level 7 prophet, and the wisdom rune is also in our hands. If Madame Li wants to upgrade to level 8, she must be able to merge with the rune. If applying holy water is really a necessary condition for rune fusion, we will definitely pay attention to this matter. That's right. Yin Liang said. Gao Yang had long calculated that Lu Qingying was eager for revenge. Since Jiusi was unwilling to help, she would definitely ask us for help, and this information is a good bargaining chip. You mean, Gao Yang deliberately passed this information to us through Lu Qingying's mouth? Mr. Li also figured it out. Yes, and it's more than that. Yin Liang said, including the information that he asked Lu Qingying to make a bomb, he also wanted to deliberately convey it to us through Lu Qingying's mouth. He just wanted us to know these two things. Mr. Li focused slightly. I have fought with Gao Yang several times. Yin Liang laughed steadily and hoarsely. This kid must have a plan within a plan, and he is best at repairing the plank road in the open and sneaking through Chinsong in secret. Qilin's slender middle finger adjusted his glasses and followed Yin Liang's logic. In Gao Yang's plan, since we know the importance of holy water, we will definitely find a way to find holy water. At least we can't let Gao Yang get it first. And Gao Yang clearly told Lu Qingying that he knew where the holy water was. He didn't tell Lu Qingying, not because he wanted Lu Qingying to guess, but because he wanted us to guess. Yes. Li followed the train of thought. The intention of actively revealing it to us is too obvious, so we can guess it ourselves, giving us an illusion of taking the initiative, thus lowering our vigilance. This answer is also easy to guess. Yin Liang smiled. There are only two places. One is the Hyena Laboratory in the western country, but it was completely blown up. Qilong later went to investigate and found nothing valuable. The other place? In I country. Qilin thought of the answer. That's right. Yin Liang nodded slightly. There is an underground site under the desert of Inai country. When Gao Yang went to investigate, he found a mummy. It was a long-dead beast with a dead fetus in its belly. It should be the ghost closest to the curse abyss. It is very strong and evil. At the beginning, Gao Yang brought back some things from the site, but due to limited conditions, he did not bring back the coffin and the mummy inside. After Gao Yang came back, the curse abyss was born and created the abyss after his death. Then Gao Yang defected and established Jusi. The civil war broke out, and all kinds of people were robbed. This caused us to completely forget to go to the underground site for an in-depth investigation. But now it's different. We already know that the flesh and blood of the beast's corpse can be used to extract holy water, and we also know that holy water is a key link in upgrading talents to level 8. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, we will definitely be interested in the mummy in the underground site of Inai country again. At least, we will send an elite team to transport the coffin and mummy back to ensure that it does not fall into the hands of Jusi. So the trap is here. Qilin's eyes became sharp. Yin Liang concluded, I think that bombing our base is just a feint. The real ambush is in the underground ruins of the desert of Nigua. Yin Liang looked at Qilin. Gao Yang knows very well that with the current strength of Jusi, it is impossible to compete head-on with Haichuan group. When most of us stay behind to protect the base, we will only send a small team to investigate the underground ruins of Nigua. Gao Yang has already sent elite troops to ambush there and kill us by surprise. Dispersing our forces and defeating them one by one is indeed the best strategy for Jusi. Then we will use their own tricks against them? Asked Mr. Li. It depends on you. Yin Liang looked at Li. If you had not predicted that the base would be attacked, we could have used their tricks against them and sent all our main forces to ambush in advance and annihilate GOC. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. GOC has been hiding in the dark. If they refuse to come out, it will be difficult for us to force them to show up. But if you predict that the underground base will be severely damaged by GOC in the next few days, this means that GOC's 2 attacks are real, and it is even possible that the attack on the Nigerian side is a feint. Then we will adjust our strategy and focus on this side. Li nodded thoughtfully. Well, this is the safest way. Qilin picked up the coffee, took a sip, and concentrated slightly. Gao Yang should also know that we will see through his tricks. This time, he is playing an open card with us. Uh-huh. Yin Liang nodded. Conspiracy can only win a small victory, and open conspiracy is the right way. In terms of hard power, GOC is still too weak. Li shook his head. For an organization that has just been established, this growth rate is already Li didn't finish his words, and suddenly held his head, trembling all over, his face pale, and he almost fell off the wheelchair. Qilin and Yin Liang were slightly startled. Yin Liang stepped forward to hold Li's shoulder. Madam Li, are you okay? No, it's okay. Madam Li tried to take a deep breath, and slowly came back to her senses. She smiled bitterly and looked at the two. I just saw that Jusi will come to blow up our base. The bomb is very powerful. I'm afraid that some of them have realized expert in blasting. When? Who? Yin Liang asked immediately. The time should be tomorrow night, or the early morning of the day after tomorrow. They are all wearing masks. There are 8 people, both men and women, and it seems that there are 4 men and 4 women. What else did you see? Li shook his head. The picture is blurry, fleeting, and I can't see more clearly. Could it be that Gao Yang's real move is still here? Qilin frowned slightly. Not necessarily. Yin Yang replied lightly. At dawn, the sky has not yet broken. The Jusi people gathered in the front yard of the villa, namely, Gao Yang, Johan, Qingling, Wang Zikai, Guanto, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Kyo, Chening Zhang Wei. Before departure, Johan asked Gao Yang to say something, because for anyone, this could be the last mission. Everyone had long been aware of this. They firmly stared at the young leader in front of them, waiting for his final declaration. Gao Yang also looked at everyone. He also wanted to say something inspiring, ambitious, and imposing, but he thought for a long time and realized that any word seemed redundant at this moment. Finally, he shouted 3 times. Fight! Keep fighting! Fight desperately! The voice echoed in the empty valley, and in the eastern sky, the thick lee-gray clouds cracked, and a ray of dawn pierced the darkness and descended on the earth. Chapter 785. The next morning. South Wing District, suburban area. An abandoned signal tower stands in the wasteland covered with shrubs. Johann wore a black mask with a touch of gold on the forehead, dressed in solemn black clothes, holding a tactical telescope, observing a dense forest 2 kilometers away, which was the entrance to the underground base of the Haichuan group. After observing for nearly half an hour, Johann retracted the telescope and climbed down from the signal tower with agile movements. 7 people were squatting in the weeds under the signal tower, all wearing masks of different styles. 2 of them were sitting under a tree, a man and a woman. The man wore a beetle mask, had messy hair, was of medium build, had a prominent beer belly, wore home-style purple cotton clothes and pants, and held a pink bear hand warmer in both hands. The young girl next to him had twin ponytails, a diamond-studded queen mask, a domineering and gorgeous black palace-style Lolita dress, an equally gorgeous lace umbrella, and a pair of black gloves. "Can I go now?" The middle-aged man wearing a beetle mask spoke. It was Gregor. "How long have you been out?" "Wait a little longer." The girl wearing the queen mask spoke. It was Gao Xinshin. Gregor complained dissatisfiedly. "I just came here to make up the numbers. It's almost done. I'm freezing to death. Chilling out will make your mind clearer, and maybe inspiration will come." Gao Xinshin coaxed perfunctorily. "I have many ways to get inspiration, such as smoking, shitting, picking my feet, going to massage parlors. But it definitely doesn't include squatting here in the cold weather like a second-rate writer in freezing." Gao Xinshin disagreed. "Gregor, I heard that you have a strong talent." "It's okay." Gregor was very honest. "I have never fought, and I don't know." "Why don't you go fight later?" Gao Xinshin said with a coquettish smile. "Men fighting is the most attractive." "Don't try this trick, don't push it." Gregor was a little angry. "Besides, I am wearing the bracelet your brother gave me, so I can't fight. Have you forgotten that my brother hasn't injected the curse into the bracelet for more than 48 hours, and you are free now?" Gao Xinshin said. "Freedom is bullshit." Gregor got angry when he mentioned this. "Gao Xinshin, look at your lack of ability." Wang Zikai, wearing a golden mask with God written on it, walked over swaggeringly. "Why are you panicking when your brother is here, and you still need this kind of trash to help? One more person means one more chance of winning," Gao Xinshin said. "Yes." Chining, who was wearing a gray coat and a firefly mask, came over and tried to persuade him. "Teacher Gu, since you are willing to come out to help us, it means that you have recognized us, Juicy." "I recognize a fairy." Gregor was furious. "If Gao Xinshin hadn't copied my manuscript to threaten me, I wouldn't be able to stand here at all. You have all the skills, but always want to give up." Zhang Wei, wearing a mask with the number 6 written on it, walked over with his hands in his pockets. "I have all the ambitions but am a waste, how ironic." "Who gave up?" Gregor debated with the scholars. "My greatest value is not my talent, but my talent. My literary creation is much more meaningful than your petty tricks. Art is eternal." "How dare you?" Nana, wearing a sailor suit, stood on a small mound, wearing a black cape and a witch mask. She crossed her hands and said arrogantly, "A mere mortal is qualified to talk about eternity in front of my king. Do you know that in the past tens of millions of years, wow." Swish Johann jumped off the signal tower and landed right in front of Nana, scaring her. "Everyone," Johann said seriously, "I saw an abnormal number of insects in the woods at the entrance of the Haichuan group's underground base. It should be Liao Liao patrolling and on guard. It seems that they have been prepared," Chining said. "Wow, the captain is really good at predicting things." Hong Xiaoxiao, wearing a red heart poker mask, spoke. "Our action this time must have been predicted by Mr. Li in advance." "Yeah." Johann glanced at his watch. "It's time, act according to the plan." Johann turned around and walked quickly to a car covered with camouflage oilcloth. He lifted the tarpaulin with force, revealing a black pickup truck with 7 or 8 boxes of explosives piled on the back of the truck. On the explosives box was a black cello case with a sniper rifle inside. Johann picked up the cello case and knocked on the earhook intercom. "I find a place to hide. Wait for my signal, and don't act without authorization." "Yes." "Okay." "Understood." Everyone responded. Before leaving, Johann was worried and looked at Wang Zikai again, activating voice transmission. 2 seconds later, Wang Zikai looked at Johann. "Don't worry, I can hear you." "Very good." According to previous experience, Johann's voice transmission cannot communicate with the lost, but Wang Zikai is very special, and can actually receive voice transmission. Just in case, Johann must confirm again. Chining walked to the trunk, picked up the heavy bomb box, put it on the ground, and activated the level 4 demolition expert to empower the bomb. After empowerment, the power of the bomb will increase by 3 times, and the passive marking effect can last for about 2 days. If the gifted person can detonate the bomb at close range, the power will be greater. The closer the distance, the more terrifying the power, up to 8 to 10 times. While empowering other bombs, Jining looked at Gao Xinxin and Gregor. You go back. Gregor, you go. Gao Xinxin said coldly, I stay. No. Gregor was so angry that he laughed. If you don't leave, how can I leave? Not bad, Teacher Gu. Knowing shame, and then courage. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. In this case, let's do it vigorously. Don't be so self-indulgent. Gregor poured a bucket of cold water. My manuscript is still in her hands. What should I do if she dies? Xinxin, you should go back with Teacher Gu. Hong Xiaoxiao also advised. If something really happens to you, how can we explain to the captain? If you die, you die. No need to explain. Gao Xinxin looked at Hong Xiaoxiao with a firm tone. You and my brother are fighting hard. Why can't I die? Hong Xiaoxiao was speechless. She didn't expect this little girl to be so conscious. In fact, Gao Xinxin also knew that her words seemed brave, but in fact they were willful. She had no fighting power, and staying here would only drag everyone down. But as long as she was there, Gregor would not leave. Even if Gregor did not want to actively get involved in the war, his Plague Knight could also play a deterrent role, making the enemy dare not approach easily, which was a kind of protection for everyone. She knew that her behavior was shameless, but she could not care so much. Soon, Jining completed the empowerment of 7 or 8 boxes of explosives, consuming most of her energy. She exhaled heavily and nodded to Nana. It's okay. Hee, is it finally my king's turn to appear? Nana put one hand on her waist, pushed the witch mask to the top of her head with the other hand, and took out a pair of bowl-sized sunglasses and put them on. Chapter 786. At the same time, Nana quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, she became a small giant about 5 meters tall. With a level 7 size, she could maintain this size for at least 20 minutes. She lay face down on the ground, with her hands and feet together, and turned into a spaceship. Jining, Zhang Wei, and Hong Xiaoxiao quickly carried 7 or 8 boxes of bombs, stacked them neatly on Nana's back, and tied the bomb boxes with straps to ensure that they would not slide down. Then, Jining took off her shoes, jumped on Nana's back, stood next to the bomb box, and held the straps with both hands. Take off. Nana shouted, and a strong airflow like a helicopter propeller blew around her body, blowing everyone's clothes and hair messy and unable to open their eyes. Nana, who was lying on the ground, took off smoothly and flew to the entrance of the Haichuan group's base. Oh my god, could this be? Gao Xinxin's twin ponytails were blown messy, and she was stunned. Transformed Barbie? In fact, Nana just used the 1,000 faces to copy the level 5 gas of the can, and then flew up with the wind control technique. She took this posture to load the bomb. Her mission this time was positioned as a bomber, and Jining was the pilot. Nana flew to an altitude of 200 meters, and flew quickly towards the small woods on the ground. Jining grabbed the restraint belt with one hand, and the remote control to detonate the bomb with the other hand, shouting against the wind, Nana. Call Queen Nana. Queen Nana, descend to about 50 meters when passing through the woods, slow down appropriately, and when I shout run, you immediately speed up and escape. It's just a trivial matter, it's easy. Nana tried to understand. Isn't it just a U-shaped roller coaster? Correct. Jining smiled. This girl is really a Chinibyo, and she is also really reliable. Soon, Nana's bomber flew towards the woods, began to descend and slow down. Jining saw the right moment, and kicked a box of explosives down with a fierce kick. The explosives fell into the woods. Jining estimated the distance and shouted, run. At the same time, she pressed the detonation button. Boom. 2 seconds later, a terrifying explosion occurred in the center of the woods. The dazzling red semicircle spread to the surroundings, destroying the whole forest in an instant. The huge flames rushed straight into the night sky, producing a huge irregular mushroom cloud. Nana, who was trying her best to escape, only felt a light behind her, as if there was a mountain of light rushing over, and then the whole night sky was as bright as day. After a few seconds, a huge shock wave caught up with her, pushing her away from the explosion at a faster speed. Ah! Jining held the restraints tightly to prevent herself from falling off Nana's back. Hong Xiaoxiao, Gao Xinxin, Zhang Wei, and Gregor, who were 2 kilometers away, saw a dazzling fire bursting in the distance, and the dark clouds covering the night were dyed dark red. Then, they heard a loud bang. A slight tremor came from the soles of their feet, and finally a strong wind blew in their faces. 30 seconds later, the aftermath of the explosion was initially calmed. Nana, who had kept a safe distance, turned around again and flew back to the bombing site. She looked down at the ground, and in the things reflected in her sunglasses, there was no small forest, only a huge meteor crater, which was charred black and left countless burning objects. In the central area of the crater, there was indeed a hole, which was the elevator shaft leading to the underground base. And this is just the power of a box of explosives. The power of Level 4 Demolition Expert is indeed a qualitative change compared to Level 3. Qining looked at the entrance of the former organization's base being destroyed, and was surprised to find that she did not feel the slightest guilt in her heart, but instead felt a kind of excitement that made people tremble slightly. At this moment, Qining finally had the courage to think of her companions in Group 3 again, and thought of Xiaotian's smiling face, their voices and smiles, and their bits and pieces, which eventually gathered together, and turned into sharp pain and hatred, and finally turned into an abstract sound. That sound was so familiar, it was the two words that Captain Gao Yang said, revenge. Nana, I see the elevator shaft, get closer, fly slower, I throw the explosive box in. Qining shouted. Call me Queen. Nana corrected loudly and descended again to fly towards the meteor crater. As long as the bomb box is thrown into the elevator shaft accurately, it can reach the base of the Haichuan group. The detonation distance of the bomb is 1,000 meters, which is absolutely enough. Although the power of long-distance detonation will be greatly weakened, the power of the explosives itself is terrible enough. Qining took out a dagger, cut a restraint belt, picked up a box of explosives, and waited for Nana to continue to approach the meteorite crater. It's almost there. Closer, closer. Johan, mission aborted. Retreat immediately. Suddenly, Johan's warning voice entered the minds of Qining and Nana. Qining was startled and immediately looked down at her feet. A few seconds later, she found that a familiar portal appeared on the edge of the meteorite crater, and more than a dozen figures ran out of the portal. Qining, it's Chu Yu's space teleportation, they've taken action. Johan, Nana. Get up in the air. Leave now. Nana, call me Queen. Although Nana complained in the voice transmission, she didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately accelerated to fly away from the meteorite crater. After the Haichuan group was established, Chu Yu was assigned to the Qinglong group. Chu Yu's talent is space teleportation, also known as chaotic space, serial number 99, time and space system. As the name suggests, he can create two portals to send any object from one place to another. Of course, the size of the object is limited. The portal created by the Level 3 space teleportation has a distance of no more than 300 meters, and a maintenance time of 1 minute, which is not very useful. But now Chu Yu's space teleportation has been upgraded to Level 4, with the space-time rune of the Qilin Union, which has undergone a qualitative change. The maximum transmission distance has reached 1,000 meters, and the maintenance time has reached 5 minutes. Now Chu Yu created a portal to bring everyone to the ground. In fact, he could also create a portal to help everyone evacuate, but it was obvious that the Haichuan group decided to take the initiative to fight from the beginning. A 2-meter wide and 3-meter high gate with blue light waves stood on the wasteland. One after another, the awakened ran out from behind the portal. The leader was Elder Wu Sei, followed by Iman the Guardian, then Canary, Jing Ke, Hui Che, Lin Fu, Musashi, Wan Zi, Qi Feng, Lao 7, Wei Xiao Luo, and Xiao Qin Kai. The entire Wu Sei group was dispatched. Musashi! Wu Sei shouted. A middle-aged woman with long burgundy curly hair, gorgeous makeup, overly plump figure, and a dusty temperament walked out of the crowd, with a charming smile on her face. She opened her arms and said in a bright and high-pitched voice, Shooter field. Wu. A hemispherical pink field with a diameter of 10 meters, with Musashi as the center, bloomed like a translucent red bunker, wrapping everyone in it. Shooter field, serial number 145, auxiliary system. The range and damage of the long-range attack skills of all awakened people in the field will be doubled. The attack distance of the level 4 shooter field will be tripled, and the damage will be doubled. Bang, bang, bang. Old 7 raised his hands, which were swollen like 10-carat fingers, and fired powerful air bullets at Nana and Qining in the sky. With the blessing of the shooter field, Old 7 felt that he was not firing rifle bullets, but anti-aircraft guns. Chapter 787. Ah. Tall and slender, Iman used her arm strength to the fullest, holding a shield-sized black gold boomerang, spinning rapidly in place. 5 seconds later, she threw the boomerang out like a professional discus thrower in a violent and fierce posture. Swoosh. Nana's boomerang flew into the sky with a pale golden energy trail. With the blessing of level 6 arm strength, the boomerang she threw out had the ability to automatically calibrate the target and semi-track the target. Wei Xiaoluo was also well prepared. She had a robot toy hanging on her chest, which had been fully empowered. The toy quickly turned into a 3-meter-tall semi-blue energy-shaped robot. Wei Xiaoluo sat inside the robot and controlled the robot's 2 anti-aircraft gun arms. Chong chong chong. The dense blue oval energy shells shot towards Nana, like countless blue footsteps, leaving a long string of footprints in the night sky. At this time, a long-faced man with a mustache, wearing a black hat with a bucket shape, a yellow Taoist robe, and a big wooden box on his back, stepped forward. He held a peachwood sword, danced 2 sword flowers, pointed at the top of his head, and shouted, "Fight!" Swish, swish. Countless yellow talismans flew out of the wooden box behind him. They were like living yellow birds, rushing towards Nana in the air. This man is Lin Fu, with the talent talisman, serial number 96, elemental system. This talent can control the talismans at will, and according to different talisman seals, they have different abilities. We can hit her. We can definitely hit her. Come on, come on, come on. We can definitely hit her. A petite girl shouted excitedly. She was wearing a baseball cap, a white waistcoat, and a red miniskirt, holding 2 shiny pompadours, and dressed like a cheerleader. She called back, talent psychological suggestion, serial number 171, spiritual system. She can repeatedly give psychological hints to teammates or enemies about a specific thing through language and body movements, thereby strengthening teammates or weakening enemies. For example, making it easier for teammates' bullets to hit the enemy, and making it more difficult for enemies to dodge teammates' bullets. After receiving Johan's order, Nana took off and fled immediately. However, the boomerang thrown by Iman was too fast, and the pursuit distance was tripled with the blessing of Shooter Field, so he easily caught up. Nana's body was too large, and it was really hard to dodge. Be careful. Chinning only felt a golden light flying past, and it was about to cut into Nana's chest. Nana's swift wind copied by 1,000 faces was only half-baked, and she could not summon the wind element wall to resist while ensuring flight. She quickly twisted her huge body, and barely avoided the boomerang's attack, but her left arm was still hit. Ah! Nana's left arm was cut with a sharp wound, the muscles were torn, blood splattered, and the bone was visible. Shrink quickly! Chinning shouted. Nana endured the pain, and quickly shrunk her body to the size of a normal person. The bomb on her back and Chinning instantly lost their support points, and fell from a high altitude. A few seconds later, the boomerang turned around and hit Nana again, and it seemed that she was about to split her in half. Swish! The boomerang passed through the air, and flew back to its owner Iman on the ground. Nana shrank to the size of a fist in time and escaped. Chinning, Nana, leave me alone, leave now. Johan still activated the 7th level voice transmission. Chinning and Nana were both in the chat group. At this time, Chinning and the remaining boxes of explosives fell towards the center of the crater. She knew that the mission to blow up the Haichuan group base had failed. According to the plan, she and Nana only needed to do their best, and did not have to succeed. But Chinning did not think so. During this period, she had been relying on hatred to support herself to survive. She was suffering from pain and self-blame all the time. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would have nightmares, dreaming of her companions in Group 3, dreaming of the moment when Xiao Tian knocked him to the ground. His little face was pale, full of fear, but his eyes were full of reluctance. Chinning was tired, so let's stop here. The falling Chinning took out the pistol. The detonator of each box of explosives was independent, and Chinning no longer had the remote control in her hand. It doesn't matter. As long as she can shoot and hit one of the boxes before she and the boxes fall to the ground, it is equivalent to detonating all the boxes at a very close distance, and the power of explosive expert will be increased by at least 8 times. Although it is impossible to accurately blow up the underground base of the Haichuan group, all the enemies coming out from the portal will be wiped out. Thinking that she is about to be freed, Chinning feels unprecedented relief. I died in revenge and fought to the last second. It shouldn't be considered too cheap to die. Xiaotian, wait for me. Sister will come to accompany you soon. Swoosh. A slender figure swooped over and grabbed Chinying's waist. It was Nana, who had become normal size. She accelerated her fall with the wind and caught up with Chinying. The incident happened suddenly. Chinying was hit hard, and her pistol accidentally fell off. Nana, you... Chinying was anxious and angry. What are you doing? I told you to leave. This is the king's mission. Your life belongs to the king. One of Nana's arms was disabled, and her sailor uniform was stained with blood. Her bloody expression was both second-rate and resolute. Without the king's permission, you are not allowed to die. Nana, Qining cried, don't worry about me. Go quickly, otherwise you can't escape. Johan, Nana, fly away. Quick! Nana continued to rise into the air, trying to fly out of the enemy shooting range. Puff. Ah! An air bullet hit Nana's thigh, and blood poured out. Nana! Qining, who was hugged by Nana with one hand, could no longer care about anything else. She took out a sea potion from her waist. This was the only sea potion in the Juicy organization. She was about to insert it into Nana's body. Swoosh. Ah! Qin Ying's shoulder was also hit by a blue energy bullet, and her entire arm fell down, and the sea potion slipped out of her hand. Ah! Nana immediately changed her strategy and dived at full speed, which greatly increased her flight speed, allowing her to quickly shuttle and dodge with Qining in the dense rain of bullets. The people shooting on the ground did not expect Nana to change her flight trajectory so quickly, and they were unable to keep up for a while. Seeing that Nana and Qining, who were diving at low altitude, were about to escape the shooting range, Johan's voice drilled into their heads again. Johan, be careful ahead. Nana and Qining were suddenly startled. A yellow net wall appeared 50 meters ahead of them. It was an encirclement composed of hundreds of yellow talismans, which was the talisman technique controlled by Lin Fu. These talismans were arranged neatly, and were still increasing, spreading into a net of heaven and earth, with a strong sense of oppression. Qining, Nana, turned small and run away. Leave me alone. Qinying's face was ashen, and she tried to break free from Nana's hand. Nana, are you kidding? My king will never allow anyone to hurt my people. Nana did not let go. She held Qining captive, and continued to rush towards the heavenly net in front. Nana knew very well, if she slowed down and stopped, she would definitely die, and there might be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 788. 2 seconds later, Nana and Qining broke through the net. Surprisingly, they were not hurt at all, but a few runes were stuck on their bodies, rustling. Nana had a rune stuck on her forehead, like a subdued zombie. She looked confused. Eh? That's it? Qining was also surprised and happy. It was so easy to escape. She didn't hesitate, and quickly tore off the rune on Nana's forehead, and also tore off the runes on the two people and threw them away. Johan, don't look back, fly away immediately, and leave the rest to him. Qining looked down and was shocked. It was Wang Zikai. On the wasteland near the crater, a black Simo turned into a swift cheetah and approached the location of the portal at a high speed. The person who drove over was a blond boy with an arrogant smile and bright eyes. All the people in the Wusei group noticed Wang Zikai's approach at the first time. Suddenly, no one cared about the enemy in the sky. Lin Fu, who was going to spend a lot of energy to detonate the spell, also break in time. As a person who gets a small salary every month, there is no need to be too serious. It is better to save energy and think about how to save his life next. In fact, under the exaggerated spread of Qi Feng these days, the people in the colorless group have become so scared of Wang Zikai, the strongest fighter of Jiuxi. Everyone privately gave him a nickname, the golden-haired death god. In the words of Qi Feng, if you want to see the golden-haired death god, don't worry about anything. There are only two ways, either run or pretend to be dead. Whether you can survive depends on how strong you are. Now, just seeing Wang Zikai rushing over on a motorcycle, everyone lost their composure and stood there stupidly for a while, not knowing whether to turn around and run back to the portal or continue fighting. Fight! Wusei had seen big scenes, after all, so she calmed down immediately. He's alone. He's definitely not our opponent. Wusei's reassurance helped everyone regain their sanity and boosted morale. Old 7, Wei Xiao, and Lin Fu quickly launched a long-range attack on Wang Zikai, who was 100 meters away. Wang Zikai twisted the front of the car, kept moving forward in an S shape, flexibly dodging various bullets, and his driving skills were superb. Watch this. Iman saw the opportunity, and threw a boomerang with force, locking Wang Zikai's motorcycle. Facing the tracking boomerang, Wang Zikai could not dodge. He kicked his legs, jumped off the car, and rushed towards the high-speed rotating boomerang. Snap. Instantly, Wang Zikai caught the boomerang with one hand. That feeling was like a person reaching into a ceiling fan that was turned to the maximum speed, instantly clamping the blades of the ceiling fan and forcing it to stop. When this happened, not to mention the boomerang's owner Iman, even the team leader Wusei was dumbfounded. What the hell is this monster? Wusei, who was still in the air, raised his lips, and threw the boomerang back with a swish. Flash. Wu Sei didn't even finish shouting open, and the giant boomerang turned into a gray light and shadow that could only barely capture the afterimage, and swished past through the crowd and pierced into the ground 7 or 8 meters behind them. Everyone opened their pupils wide, dared not move, and forgot to breathe. The air froze for a second in a very strange way. ZZ. A circular bloodline appeared on Lao 7's right shoulder, and blood gushed wildly, splashing on everyone's body and face. Lao 7's entire arm was cut off. Ah! My hand? My hand? Old 7 fell to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. The others began to breathe again and shouted in their hearts, "Great! It wasn't my head that was cut off. I'm still alive. Magic hair." Xiao Qingkai, who was standing at the front of the team, also came back to her senses from the fear of death. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Wang Zikai had turned into a phantom and rushed toward Xiao Qingkai, and she was forced to fight. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Qingkai didn't dare to hold back at all, and a large amount of black hair turned into sharp and tough steel wires, stabbing Wang Zikai in all directions. Wang Zikai didn't even bother to dodge, and rushed forward. His skin hardened in an instant, turning into a bronze statue. Ding, ding, ding. Countless steel wires hit Wang Zikai's body, rubbing out messy sparks and making sharp sounds that made people's teeth ache, but they couldn't hurt Wang Zikai at all. The steel wires were as fragile as dry straw and broke one after another. Wang Zikai came to Xiao Qingkai and punched her in the face. However, the fist suddenly stopped when it was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Qingkai's nose, leaving only a strong fist wind. Almost at the same time, Wang Zikai's left fist hit Xiao Qingkai's abdomen. Wow! Xiao Qingkai vomited blood and flew out directly. Poor Xiao Qingkai, her internal organs in the abdomen were all shattered, and she almost died in midair. But she was lucky. Before the operation, everyone took the resurrection medicine, and Xiao Qingkai's heart and brain were not seriously damaged, and she could be resurrected. In fact, if Wang Zikai punched Xiao Qingkai in the face, her head would explode like a ripe watermelon, and there would be no possibility of survival. It just so happened that Wang Zikai had just learned a few fake moves from Johan, and couldn't wait to find someone to practice with them. He didn't consider a fact at all. For an opponent of Xiao Qingkai's level, he didn't need to do any fancy moves at all. Even if he closed his eyes and punched casually, she couldn't dodge at all. Wang Zikai, who knocked Xiao Qingkai away, was delighted. Wow! This move is really awesome. Wang Zikai didn't have time to be happy. He felt a strange numbness on his left side, and at the same time, the muscles on his left face felt stiff. Wu Sei had already launched petrification on Wang Zikai. Swish. In less than half a second, Wang Zikai's figure disappeared, leaving only a blurry afterimage. What? Wu Sei was shocked. This Wang Zikai's close-range movement speed was almost catching up with teleport. When Wang Zikai appeared again, he had already arrived above Musashi's head and kicked Musashi's left face. Wang Zikai's choice was right. Killing Musashi first would break the shooter field, and without the distance doubling bonus of long-range attacks, Nana and Chen Ying could escape without any worries. However, Wang Zikai attacked Musashi first simply because Musashi was closest to him. His battle strategy was, hit whoever he saw. Bang! Wang Zikai failed to kick Musashi's head away. At the critical moment, the stubborn weasel flew over and violently knocked Musashi away, taking the kick for her. Wang Zikai kicked the stubborn weasel in the face, as if he kicked an iron ball. Bang! The stubborn weasel flew more than 10 meters, fell to the ground, bounced repeatedly, and rolled more than 10 times before stopping. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth, and fainted. Chapter 789. After Wang Zikai landed, his right foot hurt so much that he almost jumped up, but he forced himself to endure the pain. His face was almost purple, and he was already screaming in his heart. Damn it, it hurts so much. Wang Zikai activated her talent level 3 Hedgehog, which made her physical defense terrifyingly high, and caused 25% physical rebound damage to the attacker. The reason why Wang Zikai felt pain in his foot was that he kicked himself. Bang bang bang. In order to maintain his high-profile image as a savior, Wang Zikai forced himself to endure the pain. During this distraction, several blue energy bullets hit his chest. The energy bullet exploded on his body and blew him away, but Wang Zikai was not hurt. This level of attack did not hurt him. Wang Zikai flew out of the energy explosion. His shirt was completely torn, revealing his well-proportioned muscles and smooth upper body. He flipped and landed, kicking his legs, reacting very quickly. Bang! In less than half a second, He had arrived in front of the robot driven by Wei Xiaoluo. Wang Zikai had long forgotten the fighting skills that Johan taught him. He returned to the crude and simple fighting mindset, changing from hit whoever is closer to I hit whoever hits me. Bang! Wang Zikai punched the robot in the blue energy state. It was as fragile as an eggshell and shattered into countless energy fragments. Although the tiny body wrapped in it was protected by the robot, it was still shattered by the punch. She didn't even react, and she flew more than 10 meters away and rolled several times. She bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. She was also lucky. Although she died, she escaped the side of the golden-haired death god, because at least she had a complete body and could be resurrected with the resurrection medicine. During the fight, no one else was idle. Jinka and Canary began to cooperate. Jinka was a tall, thin middle-aged man, wearing a loose gray linen suit that exposed his breasts, with messy black long hair, like a wanderer. His hands drooped naturally, and 2 narrow and sharp white bone blades rushed out of his palms with a smash, like 2 samurai swords. Jinka's talent bone hyperplasia, serial number 91, reinforcement system. His ability is, the bones in the body are extremely hard and can proliferate and deform at will. Jinka's melee ability is very good, but because of his low talent, he is underestimated by many people. Canary is a skinny red-haired girl with twin ponytails. She has red eyes, 2 sharp tiger teeth, and a wild and violent red totem on her face. She wore a black sportswear, and there was a circle on her flat chest, and the word dog was written in cursive font inside the circle. Canary pounced on Jinka like a move, opened her mouth, and bit Jinka's shoulder fiercely, and her sharp fangs pierced into his flesh and blood, injecting her talent energy. Ah! Jinka raised his head in pain and screamed, his deep brown eyes flashing with crazy scarlet light. Canary's talent is rabies, serial number 102, toxin system. Canary has rabies virus in her body, she herself, and the people she bit will fall into a violent state, and her body's explosive power will triple for a period of time. But the price is that the IQ will decrease to a certain extent, and in severe cases, it will not distinguish between enemies and friends. This talent is most suitable for warrior-type awakeners, because warriors fight more on instinct and intuition, and do not need too much IQ. Within a few seconds, Canary and Jinka turned into 2 mad dogs with bloodshot eyes, rushing towards Wang Zikai in a double team. To be precise, Jinka rushed towards Wang Zikai, and Canary used both hands and feet to pounce on Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai had just dealt with Wei Xiao, when he felt 2 murderous intentions coming from behind. He turned around quickly, and the 2 narrow bone knives in Jinka's hand had already chopped towards Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai instinctively felt a certain threat, and did not use his hands to parry. He leaned back to dodge, and only felt a slight sting on the tip of his nose, and a small red dot quickly appeared. His skin was actually cut. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up, and he was excited. Haha, I finally met someone who can fight. I thought you were all chickens. The rabies virus in Jinka's body began to enter its heyday. His explosive power increased sharply. Wang Zikai just kicked Canary, who pounced on him, and felt a gust of wind cutting his throat. Wang Zikai retreated and dodged, and another gust of wind pierced his side waist. Wang Zikai stretched out his hand and grabbed Jinka's bone knife. Suddenly, his palm felt hot and blood flowed. He endured the pain, clenched it tightly, and pulled it quickly, and then snatched the bone knife. The bone knife was pulled out of Jinka's palm, bringing a line of blood. Jinka didn't care at all, and kicked Wang Zikai's calf, and a dagger-long bone blade rushed out from his toes. Wang Zikai was shocked. What the hell? Your bones are free. He shrank his legs up suddenly, jumped up to avoid Jinka's sweep, and then turned his hand, holding the bone knife in his hand, and stabbed Jinka's heart. Jinka didn't have time to dodge, and didn't intend to dodge. Squeak! The bone knife in Wang Zikai's hand failed to pierce Jinka's chest, and the opponent activated the bone hyperplasia in his chest to block the attack. Crack! Half a second later, the bone knife in Wang Zikai's hand broke into several sections, like a crisp plaster. Wang Zikai was surprised again. Aren't your bones very hard? Why are they so brittle in my hands? In fact, Jinka's bones are only hard when they are with him. Once they leave their owner, they will become osteoporosis. Wang Zikai certainly didn't know this, and he didn't have the time and intelligence to think clearly. Jinka's swords rushed towards Wang Zikai. Not only his hands and feet, but any part of Jinka's body can change into bone blades at will, making it hard to defend. Wang Zikai relied on his super strong physical reaction to dodge and retreat from time to time, while also guarding against Iman's boomerang and Lin Fu's strange spell. No! You can't use bone spurs? Isn't that bullying? Hold on, Wang Zikai, you can do it. Just practice the fighting skills that Johan taught you. Wang Zikai resisted the urge to use bone spurs to fight back, continued to fight with Jinka, and began to think about tactics. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't give him a chance to practice, and suddenly, Wang Zikai's limbs became slightly paralyzed. Not far away, Wu Sei had quietly launched petrification on Wang Zikai. Hui Che hid behind Wu Sei and kept muttering, "Petrification can succeed, it will succeed soon, Sister Wu Sei, come on, come on, come on." Because Wang Zikai, Jinka, and Canary were fighting fiercely, the three of them were always moving. Wu Sei had to keep capturing Wang Zikai and avoid accidentally hurting his teammates. The effect of petrification was greatly reduced, and it could only slowly erode Wang Zikai's nerves. However, Wu Sei soon realized that the boiling frog and warm water method might be more suitable for dealing with Wang Zikai. In this way, when Wang Zikai realized something was wrong, his movements had obviously slowed down, which gave Jinka and Ganali a chance to kill. Wang Zikai just didn't think before doing things, but he was not brainless. He immediately realized that he was attacked by Wu Sei petrification, and he cursed in his heart, "You have no martial ethics. Forget it, I can't play anymore." Chapter 790. Jinka was keenly aware that Wang Zikai's movements were slowing down. In his manic state, he became more and more impulsive, thinking that he had a sure win, and was about to strike a fatal blow to his chest when the opportunity arose. Swish. Things happened so fast that Jinka only felt 3 purple arcs flashing in front of his eyes, and he had no idea what was happening. Then, he realized that his right hand was out of control. Then, he found that his right arm had left his body, and was thrown above his head with 2 streams of blood. Wang Zikai's right fist had 3 long and narrow bone spurs. Those 3 bone spurs that could cut iron like mud easily cut off Jinka's proud bone knife and arm. When Wang Zikai was about to cut off his head, more than a dozen talismans with explosion written on them had flown up at some point. Pa pa pa. These talismans, regardless of friend or foe, were attached to Jinka and Wang Zikai, flashing a dazzling red light. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Zikai and Jinka exploded together, and flames shot up into the sky. Jinka, whose arm was broken, was blown away and died in a bloody mess. He was also lucky, at least he could save his life with the resurrection medicine, and he was not completely killed by Wang Zikai. Lin Fu attacked with a spell without distinguishing between friend and foe, just to save his companion. Wang Zikai flew out of the explosion, he rolled to the ground, stood up quickly, and took back the hand with the bone spur and slapped his chest anxiously to extinguish the remaining flames. Damn it! It's over, I can't grow chest hair. Wang Zikai has always envied Huixiong for having a thick chest hair. He thinks that such a man is sexy. He once seriously asked Huixiong how to grow chest hair. Chest hair is natural, some people have it, some people don't. Huixiong couldn't bear to tell him the truth, half-jokingly told him to take good care of the skin on his chest, and it would grow naturally in the future. Unexpectedly, Wang Zikai, the idiot, believed it. Wang Zikai took a look at his slightly burned chest, and suddenly kicked towards Lin Fu, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Brother is angry. Johan, Wang Zikai. Run! A cool breeze penetrated Wang Zikai's head. Wang Zikai, ah! I just warmed up. Johan, Qilin is here. Run! Wang Zikai quickly raised his head, and indeed 2 blurry figures appeared in the portal not far away. Judging from the shape, it was Qilin pushing Mr. Li in a wheelchair. Johan, who was hiding in the distance, had been observing the overall situation and monitoring the portal, and found Qilin and Mr. Li at the first time. According to the original plan, the Johan team bombed the Haichuan group's underground base this time. If it succeeded, it would be best. If it failed, they would retreat, and there must be no casualties. Wang Zikai, what are you afraid of? Johan, obey the order. Wang Zikai was stunned, and Gao Yang's admonition immediately rang in his ears. Wang Zikai, you must absolutely obey Johan in this mission. If you disobey the order, you will no longer be my brother in the future. Wang Zikai cursed in his heart and ran away. He was very fast, and in a blink of an eye, he was more than 50 meters away from Qilin. But he was still slow. Qilin, who was not wearing glasses, had already walked out of the portal, and a hidden green light flashed in his eyes. Activate Spirit Lock. This move belongs to the single attack of Wooden Man. The attack range is the same as Wooden Man, and it can avoid hurting teammates. Moreover, when locking the target, Qilin can also keep moving normally, constantly closing the distance with the opponent, giving him the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. However, Mental Lock also has obvious shortcomings, That is, the mental control is very weak, only 1/6 of Wooden Man. However, it is enough to deal with Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai immediately felt that his whole body was tied by an invisible rope. He stumbled and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. Wang Zikai supported himself with both hands and slowly got up. He could still move, but he always felt that there was a bunch of messy ropes wrapped around his body, which was a hindrance and slowed down his movements. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen talismans with stop written on them caught up with him, and stuck densely on Wang Zikai's back. In an instant, Wang Zikai seemed to have been acupunctured, his body became more and more stiff, and his speed became slower. Ah! Wang Zikai gritted his teeth and struggled to move forward, while pulling off the talisman on his back with his backhand, and slowly, his movements became faster again. However, 5 seconds later, an irresistible numbness penetrated his body. Wu Sei caught up and activated petrification. This time she used her talent without reservation and without distraction. Wang Zikai's 10 fingers first showed strange changes. The skin became stiff, pale, and dry, and soon tiny cracks appeared, like plaster. Then, the capillaries on his skin emerged exaggeratedly, and changed from purple-red to blue-gray. Then, the skin on his face became paler and drier, and cracked along the lines of the muscles. Jiuhan, Wang Zikai. Run! Run! Wang Zikai, don't rush me, I'm running, but I can't run anymore. At the same time, Qilin was pushing Li's wheelchair, and walked towards Wang Zikai at a moderate pace. If they move closer by a dozen meters, they will be in the effective range of Qilin's spiritual pressure. By then, even if Wu Sei can't kill him, Wang Zikai will be unable to escape and will surely die. Wang Zikai is a very difficult warrior among the 9 heirs. It would be great if he could be eliminated. There is a sniper. It will hit your head in 5 seconds, Li said in a low voice. She had seen the scene 10 seconds later. 5 seconds later, a bullet shot at Qilin's temple. Qilin quickly turned his head and dodged lightly. He did not stop and continued to push Li forward. Qilin's level 7 all things not only improves mental strength and charm, but also physical strength, endurance, strength, and agility. He just looks gentle and elegant, not really weak. He certainly can't beat an excellent warrior in a pure physical fight, but it is no problem to deal with a killer, which is enough to prove the strength of his physique. Moreover, Qilin's mental rays can help him be alert to any disturbance within 70 meters around him, so that he can react in time to avoid fatal danger. Even without Li's reminder, it is not easy to sneak attack Qilin from a distance. The man who ranks first in the strength ranking of the awakening world does not rely solely on fame and prestige. Jiuhan, Prince Kai. Run! Prince Kai, no. I really can't run anymore. Prince Kai's skin is almost completely petrified. And this petrification is still penetrating into his flesh, blood, internal organs, and bone marrow. In another 10 seconds, he will become a complete stone statue. In fact, Wu Sei was very shocked. In front of her level 6 petrification, Prince Kai actually held on for more than 10 seconds, and it seemed that he could hold on for another 20 seconds. 2 small streams of blood flowed from Wu Sei's nostrils, and her eyes were bloodshot. She clenched her teeth and let the mental invasion continue to deepen, not daring to relax at all. Wang Zikai, tell Gao Yang. I did not disobey orders this time. Jiuhan, do not give up. This is an order. Chapter 791. Xiu Bang. Another sniper bullet was fired at Wu Sei. It was useless. When Qilin dodged the sniper, Iman immediately determined Jiuhan's direction, rushed to Wu Sei's side, and spun a huge boomerang to block the possible bullets, allowing Wu Sei to kill Wang Zikai without distraction. Jiuhan, Nana. Come back to save people. Chuning, Nana is seriously injured. It's too late. Nana, help me up, my king can still. Don't move. You are surrounded by me. Suddenly, Gregor's voice came from a distance, and it came from a small speaker. Prince Kai's petrified neck could not be raised, and his dim eyes, that were about to lose their light, vaguely saw a pickup truck appear on the wasteland 100 meters ahead. Jiuhan, Hong Xiaoxiao? Why are you here? Are you crazy? Hong Xiaoxiao, Deputy Captain, I don't want to do this either, I was forced to do this. Jiuhan used a telescope to see clearly that in the driver's seat, Hong Xiaoxiao was crying and driving at full speed, her face full of fear. Gao Xinxin was sitting in the passenger seat, with a determined look on her face. Gregor and Zhang Wei were standing in the back car. Gregor held the front of the car with one hand, and held up the megaphone with the other hand, shouting, Everyone! You are surrounded by me. I am Gregor, the awakener of Plague Knight. In 5 seconds I will launch the hell poison, and you will all die. Gregor turned off the megaphone and shouted to Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin, I did everything you said, give me the manuscript. Don't just talk, show me your skills. Zhang Wei shouted from the side. Ah, so annoying. Gregor looked irritated, threw the trumpet to Zhang Wei, and raised his hands. Suddenly, a dark gray poisonous wind turned into a huge skull, floating above the pickup truck, and it slowly flew towards the enemy, full of evil oppression. Oh my god! Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. He immediately raised the trumpet and shouted excitedly, the poison of hell is about to be launched. Everyone! Let's hold hands and hearts together, and go to hell together, ha ha ha. Zhang Wei's devilish laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, except for Qilin and Li, everyone's face turned pale. As awakened people, who almost died from hell poison, they were extremely afraid of Plague Knight, although they only needed to calm down a little to figure out. The launch conditions of hell poison are very harsh, there must be sacrifices, and the rune circuit must be fused to level 8, and blood mist must be used as a medium to achieve indiscriminate poisoning of awakened people in the entire foggy world. But at this moment, they were no longer rational. Let's go! Iman only got a small salary a month, so there was no need to risk her life to this extent. She hugged Wu Sei and ran away. Wu Sei's petrification was forced to stop. The energy in her body was already seriously overdrawn. This loss of energy immediately made her extremely weak and unable to kill Wang Zikai. She simply stopped struggling and let Iman hug her and run away. Wang Zikai was stuck on the edge of death, with 1 foot in the gate of hell and 1 foot outside the gate. Run! Why are you standing there? Qi Feng, who was just a bystander throughout the whole process, was more excited than anyone else. He picked up the unconscious stubborn weasel and ran towards the direction of the portal without looking back. Others also helped their injured or unconscious companions to retreat. Qilin frowned slightly. He let go of Li's wheelchair, leaned on his crutches, and walked quickly towards the petrified Prince Kai. Don't go. Li called Qilin. Gregor's toxin control range is not shorter than your mental ray, and GOC may have other ambushes. You don't need to take the risk. Qilin stopped. Indeed, the person on the other side was not the god Gaoyang. He didn't need to take the risk. In a blink of an eye, the car drove to Prince Kai, drifted and turned beside him, and Zhang Wei took advantage of the situation to pull the petrified Prince Kai into the back car. The car drove away quickly. During the whole process, Gregor drove a huge skull, hovering not far in front of Qilin and Li, maintaining a deterrent force, as if saying, if you dare to do it, I will let the skull explode into countless toxin dust, and everyone will die together. Hurry! Hurry! Accelerate! Gao Xinxin shouted. Hong Xixiao's accelerator had long been welded to her feet. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her face full of tears. She cried with joy, Great, I'm not dead. I didn't die after turning around under the eyes of Qilin. Jiuhan, Hong Xiaoxiao. Wang Zikai has a hairpin on him. Save him first. Hong Xiaoxiao, but I'm driving. Zhang Wei, can't you do 2 things at the same time? Hong Xiaoxiao, I'm not the captain, I can't do it. Gregor, no need to save him, this guy is fine, his heartbeat is still there, and the signs of petrification on his face are also fading. Jiuhan, Zhang Wei, Brother Kai is awesome. Jiuhan, everyone, retreat immediately, hide, and then meet at the agreed location. Zhang Wei, Hong Xiaoxiao, Nana, Chening, yes. In the back of the car, Gregor put Wang Zikai down, stood up, snatched the horn from Zhang Wei, and banged on the passenger door, while shouting at Gao Xinxin inside. Gao Xinxin, open the door. Give me back my manuscript. You have the guts to steal the manuscript. Do you have the guts to open the door? After surviving the disaster, Gao Xinxin's face was no longer full of determination. She was so excited that she cried and laughed, and stuck her head out of the car window, with her ponytail swinging in the wind. She shouted happily, Gregor, you were so handsome just now. Gregor was stunned, and touched his head a little embarrassedly. Hey, this is nothing, I was more handsome when I was young. Gregor suddenly reacted and raised the loudspeaker again. Don't talk nonsense. Where is my manuscript? Where did you hide my manuscript? I didn't hide it at all. Gao Xinxin smiled slyly. I just helped you organize the manuscript, classified it, and moved it all to the E drive. How could you save the manuscript in the C drive? If the system is reinstalled, it will all be gone. So stupid. Gregor was stunned. Really? Believe it or not. Gao Xinxin made a face, retracted her head, and sat back on the co-pilot's seat. Gao Xinxin fastened her seat belt and breathed a sigh of relief. Is this mission a success? Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded, wiped the tears from her face, and stopped crying. Although some people were injured, the goal was achieved. We succeeded. My brother. Gao Xinxin looked forward, his eyes flashing with determination. It will definitely succeed. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. 5 minutes later, Qilin and Madame Li looked at the huge and charred meteorite crater in front of them. Lei Lei led 2 team members to trot. President, Vice President, all the remaining bombs have been dismantled. No one from Jussi was found nearby, and they all escaped. Thank you for your hard work. Qilin nodded slightly, and put on his glasses again. Lei Lei immediately felt that the invisible sense of oppression was half weaker. Madame Li sighed softly. As expected by Elder Yin Yang, this is just a false move. Lei Lei was calm on the surface, but he was complaining wildly in his heart. No way. Such a big move turned out to be just a fake move. Jussi is too crazy. No wonder Qinlong and Yin Yang have been missing for a long time. They probably went to deal with Jussi's real move. I always feel that the 2 elders are a bit dangerous. Forget it. It's none of my business. I'd better continue to hide. Qilin looked down at his quartz watch. There will be news from Yin Yang soon. I hope it's good news, said Mr. Li. Chapter 792. Late at night in I Country. Gao Yang, Qingling, Guan Tu, and Kuyu, who were in disguise, got off the plane at 10 p.m. and took a taxi to the Triangle Tower scenic area. As soon as the 4 sneaked into the desert of the scenic area, they saw the long-awaited Raven Shark. Raven Shark's talent determined that he was very strong in the water, but his combat power was mediocre on land, so Gao Yang arranged him to perform other tasks. Almost all the isolated islands in the foggy world have official waterways, so Gao Yang arranged Raven Shark to come to an I Country many days in advance and take a walk near the Triangle Tower scenic area. At this moment, a silver moon was hanging high, and 5 figures stood on the gray and cold desert. Raven Shark was wearing a loose linen robe and a headscarf, which seemed to be a bit like adapting to the local customs. He stared at Gao Yang's chest. Captain is here again. Yeah. Gao Yang smiled faintly. The last time I came to Ningguo, it was the last time. Captain, why do you like to talk nonsense? The desert was very cold at night, and Cantu just put on the Christmas gift Gao Yang gave her, the red coat. Enliven the atmosphere. Gao Yang glanced at the Crow Shark. Crow Shark, you did a good job. Go back quickly, and leave the rest to us. The Crow Shark did not leave. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something. Anything else? Crow Shark stared at Gao Yang's chest. I want to see Elder Suzaku. Gao Yang nodded. Go back to Johan, he will take you to see her. The Crow Shark nodded, turned around and ran. The 4 watched Crow Shark's eager figure disappear in the desert, and they felt complicated for a while. Especially Kuyu, after learning that Suzaku was in trouble, she always wanted to go to the secret base to take care of her. Gao Yang did not agree, and did not let them meet for the time being. Let's go! Gao Yang turned around and headed towards the center of the desert. This time, there was no camel to travel, and the 4 of them stepped on the yellow sand, one deep and one shallow. It was the first time for Ke and Cantu to come to the desert. Although they were on a mission, they couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and take pictures of the magnificent, ancient, and lost triangular tower under the moonlight. Qingling and Gao Yang walked in front, and Qingling whispered to Gao Yang, Tell me the detailed plan. Ambush them. Gao Yang replied. The underground ruins? Qingling asked. Gao Yang nodded. Who to ambush? Qinglong, Yin Yang, or Qilin, and their subordinates? Gao Yang said calmly, I don't know who will come. It should be impossible for them to come together, and they have to leave some people to defend the base. Qingling frowned slightly. Even so, it was a bit difficult for the 4 of them to deal with an action group of the Haichuan group, or even 2 action groups, but Gao Yang said it was an ambush, so he naturally had his plan. But how do you know they will definitely send someone? Qingling asked. I told the Qilin Union a piece of information through Lu Qingying. To upgrade a talent to level 8, holy water is definitely needed. Currently, in this foggy world, the only animal bones that can still extract holy water are the mummies in the underground ruins. Qingling glanced at Gao Yang. Is this information false? You can't say it's false. Gao Yang's mouth showed a bitterness. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? My dad directly upgraded from level 3 to level 8 with the help of my mom. This shows that holy water can definitely quickly upgrade talents to level 8, but this method is too radical, and may not be the most correct method. Are you sure they will take the bait? Qingling asked. They will. Gao Yang was very confident. Qing Ling nodded and didn't ask any more questions. A breeze suddenly blew in the quiet desert. Gao Yang looked back and saw that it was Cantu who was taking pictures for Kuyo. Cantu thought that if the clothes and hair fluttered, it would be more dynamic, so he created some wind on his own. Kuyo turned sideways to the camera and slightly awkwardly lifted the dancing hair on her face. Cantu took the opportunity to click a few pictures. Perfect, very storytelling. Cantu gave a thumbs up and handed the phone to Kuyo. It's my turn, haha. Okay. Kuyo took the phone and was about to take a picture, but found that Gao Yang and Qing Ling were looking at him, and he was a little embarrassed. Take it. Gao Yang was very calm. There's still time. Thank you, Captain. With the captain's approval, Cantu opened up more and posed several funny poses with the triangular tower under the night sky as the background. Then, Cantu rolled his eyes and said with a grin, Captain, can I take a photo with you and Sister Qing? Since we are here, let's check in. Cantu didn't dare to invite only the captain, as his intention would be too obvious. No problem for me. Gao Yang glanced at Qing Ling. Qing Ling didn't care and nodded. The two walked over, but Ke squatted down again, holding up his phone, and did not forget to instruct him. Captain, you stand in the middle. Cantu, you stand closer to the captain. Turn your head a little, don't block the triangular tower. Okay, just like that. Don't move. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Click. After taking the photo, the four continued to move forward in the desert. Ke shared the photo on the three people's mobile phones. Gao Yang took a look at the photo. He stood in the middle, Qing Ling stood on the left, and Cantu stood on the right. His face was calm, and he looked like he was taking an ID photo. Qing Ling, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face, with one hand hanging naturally and the other on the hilt of the knife at his waist, with a cool look on his face that said, I'm in a hurry after taking the photo. Only Cantu looked like a tourist, leaning slightly, his head vaguely resting on Gao Yang's shoulder, his left calf slightly raised, his expression slightly reserved, and smiling. Gao Yang found that Cantu seemed to fit his red coat better than before. He asked casually, Cantu, have you grown taller? Ah? Really? Cantu smiled. I haven't measured it for a long time, I don't know. Maybe my hair has grown a little longer. Ke said again. Gao Yang glanced at Cantu and was quite emotional. When I first met you, you still had a mushroom head, but now your hair is almost to your shoulders. Cantu blushed immediately, lowered her head, and flicked the hair by her ears. Ahaha, my hair grows fast. In fact, she had planned to cut her hair back to a mushroom head, which was easier to take care of. But Hong Xiaoxiao advised her not to cut it, saying that it would look better with the coat. Xiao Hong, you really didn't lie to me. The captain thought I had grown taller. Rounding it off, he was praising me for being pretty. Cantu was very happy and immersed in joy all the way. The four walked for another 10 minutes, and the leader Gao Yang stopped. We're here. The four stood on a small sand dune, with a small basin under their feet. A closer look revealed that it was a circle, with obvious traces around it, like some special force field secretly maintaining the boundary of the basin. Is this the altar? Cantu asked. Well, it's like this when the beast is not activated. Gao Yang explained. Cantu, it's your turn. Okay. Cantu took a deep breath, raised his hands, and activated the level 5 gale. Suddenly, a small tornado appeared in the center of the basin. It was like a drill bit, drilling into the yellow sand. For a while, the yellow sand was flying all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The four people approached the small tornado in the sandstorm. Soon, the sand under their feet began to flow and sink. Hold your breath. Hold hands. Gao Yang stretched out his hands. The four of them immediately held hands and formed a circle. Splash. After a few seconds, the four of them fell into the quicksand at the same time. Chapter 793. Similar to the last experience, Gao Yang continued to sink and was buried by the quicksand for more than 10 seconds. Then his feet were empty, and he fell at high speed. Qing Ling was well prepared, flying with a flying sword to catch everyone, and the four of them landed safely, each brushing off the quicksand on their hair and clothes. Cantu shook off the sand on her coat distressfully. If she had known it would be so exaggerated, she would have changed her clothes. If she continued like this, her clothes would be damaged. Gao Yang created a small fireball and walked in front to lead the way. Gao Yang and Qing Ling were not here for the first time, and they looked calm. But he and Cantu looked around, surprised and alert to everything in front of them, always worried that something terrible would come out of the darkness. Soon the three of them arrived at the gate of the temple, crossed the dried-up river, and saw the towering city wall. The four of them got into the strange narrow road and a forest of stone pillars in the center of the city wall, and finally came to the circular square in the center of the temple. Gao Yang used a flame to ignite the special fuel in the groove under his feet, and a huge animal totem immediately ignited on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. The obelisk in the center of the square stood quietly there, and the ancient murals on the monument were bright, mysterious, and weird. Under the obelisk was a very oppressive black coffin, which was made of special black stone. The coffin lid was attached with a relief made of black metal, which was a luxurious and gorgeous sleeping queen. The coffin was also inlaid with a lot of black metal decorations. Ken and Ku were stunned again. Although they had seen photos before, the shock of being there in person was still incomparable. Ken stared at the black coffin under the obelisk and suddenly remembered something. Before, Uncle Xiong had boasted to Ken that he had fought the little monster in the coffin for 300 rounds, but was ruthlessly exposed by Brother Manshi. It turned out that Uncle Xiong lay down at the beginning of the game and woke up after the fight. He only had time to take 2 photos and send them to the group. Now, Uncle Xiong and Brother Manshi are gone. Although Jussi has joined the gentle sister Chening, the socially adept Zhang Wei, and the strong and sensible Yining, a certain kind of liveliness is still gone. Kanta's chest felt sore, and then it felt empty. This is no longer sadness and sorrow. If I have to say it, it should be the loneliness after things have changed, a sense of loss after being abandoned. Only she and the captain are left in the former Group 5, but the captain no longer belongs to Group 5, he belongs to the entire Jussi. Group 5, it seems that only Cantu is left. The tacit understanding that only people in Group 5 have, the jokes that can be understood, and the topics that can be talked about will never be mentioned again. Just like the yearbook in the U story that is sealed in time, most people will not realize that the second they want to record the time in the yearbook is the first second that time begins to be forgotten. Cantu sighed lightly, cheered up, and followed everyone to the obelisk. Gao Yang walked in the front and began to give orders. Let's move the beasts in the sarcophagus first, and then set up traps. Be careful. Qingling had been on guard all around, and was the first to discover the sneak attack. A 3-meter-long 5-color elemental spear, which actually looked more like a 5-color twist, suddenly fell from the sky and pierced Gao Yang's crown. The 2 black gold knives in Qingling's hands immediately flew up and rushed towards the elemental spear. The 2 collided, and the elemental spear exploded instantly. Countless elemental particles turned into a hail of bullets and covered the 4 people. Ken had summoned a wind elemental umbrella in time to block countless elemental bullets. Gao Yang's eyes turned cold, and he looked up at the stone pillar forest in the direction of the square entrance. 2 figures slowly walked out. It was Yin Liang wearing a crooked mask and his guardian Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu, I said I would obey the arrangement. Yin Yang said with a somewhat unhappy tone. Sorry, I really can't wait. Ling Qiu smiled sinisterly. I'm afraid that if I act too slowly, you will kill all the people. Captain. The canned voice trembled slightly, panicked. We seem to be ambushed. Gao Yang already understood his situation without the canned reminder. In the stone pillar forest around the square, enemies walked out from every direction and slowly surrounded them. Be careful. There are people behind you. Ke reminded loudly again. Gao Yang and Qingling quickly turned around, and Qinglong and Liu Shuang walked out of the dim stone pillar forest together. The plan was discovered, and they came to hide in advance. Qingling leaned forward slightly, ready to fight. Gao Yang remained silent, and quickly looked around at all the enemies. Yin Yang and Ling Qiu intercepted in front, and Qinglong and Liu Shuang blocked the back. On Gao Yang's left stood Sun He, Gu Shi and Su Mei, all with different looks. Sun He was very defensive, his whole body had turned into a plant. He knew the gap between himself and Jiusi and others, although there were Qinglong and Elder Yin Liang in charge. But if a melee really broke out, no one would care about anyone else. Gu Shi rode on the back of the giant lion, with a confident smile on his face, but a little tired in his heart. To be honest, he had had enough of the endless killing of compatriots, and hoped that this time he could solve the god heir and put an end to the civil war. The taste of the god heir must be very beautiful. Su Mei wore a thin suspender skirt. Her body was plump and soft, her slender index finger pressed against her chin, and her narrow and long dancing eyes flowed with tender and lustful desire. You can ask He Dong and Dao Ge, they know the taste of the god heir best. Sun He sneered coldly, in fact, to remind his teammates not to let down their guard. Hee. Su Mei still smiled. Maybe he will be very gentle to women. 4 people walked out from Gao Yang's right side, namely Hua Gui, Bianjian, Luanjian and King Tiango. Huagui did not underestimate the enemy, and directly combined with Bianqian and King Tiango to form a three-headed and six-armed team. King Tiango, the new member, has the talent of personality killing, which can be used for mental invasion to split the target into multiple personalities in a short period of time. There is no priority between the personalities, and it is difficult to reconcile. At the least, the target loses its mobility in a short period of time, and at the worst, it will have a mental breakdown and become a real lunatic. Huagui integrates the talents of Bianqian and King Tiango. With the assistance of Memory Tailor, King Tiango's personality killing only takes 2 seconds to succeed, and it is very powerful in close combat. In addition, Huagui's Guardian bonus can make up for the shortcomings of the two people's low defense and low blood. King Tiango took the initiative to participate in this mission. Since he made a bet with his brother Huang Daihe to see who can survive to the end, he must go all out. He doesn't want to lose to his brother. Luan Jian still looked timid. He stood aside, feeling awkward like an outsider. He had already thought about it. When the fight started, he would hide on the smooth mirror surface and take action according to the situation. Gao Yang confirmed the number of people in his mind. A total of 11 people, including warriors, elements, spirits, toxins, controls, assistants, guards, and various combat types. I believe they also took resurrection medicine in advance. It seems that Yin Liang is well prepared this time, and is determined to win. The 4 of them can't escape even if they have wings. Gao Yang, I have seen through your tricks. Yin Liang stepped forward. Just surrender. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. As long as you give up your life, the 3 of them can live, and the civil war will end. Qilin didn't come? The silent Gao Yang finally spoke. Yin Liang was stunned, and suddenly had a very ominous premonition. Gao Yang was not panicked at all, as if everything was within his expectations. What do you mean? What a pity. Gao Yang sighed lightly. I can only kill him next time. Yin Liang was shocked. Is this kid crazy? Where does his confidence come from? Or does he know that he is desperate and is bluffing and playing the empty city plan? Yin Liang hesitated for a moment, but reason told him that Gao Yang would lose in the current situation. He raised his hand, which was the signal for battle. 11 people were like arrows on a string, ready to go at any moment. They had already discussed tactics and set up a trap. When Yin Liang was about to wave his hand, Gao Yang suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed the can and Qingling beside him, pulled them towards him, and hugged them tightly in his arms. At the same time, Gao Yang took a step back to ensure that Ke, who was hiding behind him, stuck to his back again. Qingling can, but was totally unprepared for Gao Yang's move, and was stunned. Gao Yang had no time to explain, and a bomb detonator appeared in his hand. The moment he pressed the button, he shouted, "Absolute barrier!" A rich and dazzling golden energy emerged under Gao Yang's feet, which spread rapidly and stood up, turning into a golden energy barrier the size of a telephone booth, locking the 4 people inside. In fact, Gao Yang could have created a larger barrier space, so that the 4 people would not have to be so crowded, but Gao Yang's energy was limited, so he saved as much as possible. The moment he saw the absolute barrier, Yin Liang and Qing Long almost immediately guessed what would happen next. Others also had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, but they had no time to do anything, and could only open their eyes in surprise, and a thought flashed through their minds. Gao Yang actually realized absolute defense. Yin Liang shouted, "Run!" Nigua, Triangle Tower Scenic Area. The desert in the early morning was desolate and vast. Looking around, there were only gray-blue sand dunes like waves. It looked no different from the previous nights, both beautiful and lonely. Boom! Suddenly, a column of fire with a diameter of 500 meters rushed out from this gray-blue wave. It rushed straight to the sky, like a red light column connecting the sky and the earth, and a big hole was poked in the deep night. The sky and the earth were bleak and depressing like the end of the world. Then, a huge vortex appeared in the center of the explosion, and the quicksand around was sucked in. At the same time, more yellow sand was raised to the sky, evolving into a sandstorm covering the entire desert. After a minute, the sandstorm gradually subsided. The vortex in the center of the desert had turned into a huge abyss with no bottom. The bottom of the abyss was the central square of the obelisk of the underground ruins. However, the square had been razed to the ground, and most of the things were gone, only scorched earth, thick smoke, and a sea of fire. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a faint golden light appeared in the sea of fire, and slowly it became clear that it was a translucent light golden telephone booth. Gao Yang, Guan Tu, Qingling, and Kuyi squeezed in there, chest to chest, back to back, without any injury. Chapter 794. Can's face was pressed against the translucent barrier, his nose was squeezed and deformed, his mouth grew into a big O, and his pupils were shaking. Everything happened too fast, too outrageous, too absurd. Can's brain was completely unable to turn around, and it crashed directly. "Captain, what did you do?" "Nothing." Gao Yang had a blank expression and cold eyes. "I just gave them back the gifts I received on New Year's Day." In fact, Yin Liang guessed correctly. Gao Yang just wanted to leave them here and then ambush them. However, this ambush was planned a long time ago. Long before Gao Yang got the bomb from Lu Qingying, he asked Johan to find a way to get the bomb, and then let Yasha transport the sealed bomb to Nigua by water. The bombs obtained from Lu Qingying were only used to blow up the underground base of the Haichuan group. Whether it was successful or not was not important. When they found that the number of bombs matched, they would not suspect that Gao Yang used the bombs in other places. Raven Shark didn't know what he was transporting. He followed the instructions to secretly send these things to the desert and hide them, and then waited for Gao Yang to come to contact him. The night before going to Aurora Town, Gao Yang first came to the Nigua Desert to meet Raven Shark and get the bomb. Then Gao Yang sneaked into the temple ruins under the altar of the living beast, empowered all the bombs, and buried them under the obelisk. This is why Raven Shark said to Gao Yang when he saw him tonight, "The captain is here again." Raven Shark simply didn't understand why Gao Yang, who had just been here 2 days ago, came again. Gao Yang quickly played a joke to change the subject and didn't want to expose the matter. Next, Gao Yang took Qing Ling, Can too, and entered the underground ruins again. They were all acting, but he deceived everyone. Sure enough, Yin Liang easily saw through Gao Yang's first 2 plots, and used the same trick to ambush Gao Yang in advance. For Gao Yang, no matter whether it was Qilin, Yin Liang or Qing Long, as long as someone came to ambush him, the plan would succeed. Because Gao Yang's real winning hand was absolute defense. From the time he realized this talent until now, Gao Yang had never used it in front of anyone, nor told anyone, not even Qing Ling, Johan, and Gao Xinxi knew about it, let alone Yin Liang. Half a ton of explosives, empowered by level 4 demolition expert, detonated at super close range. The power reached 10 times. When the enemy was unprepared and unexpected, its lethality was no less than Qinglong's strongest punch at super long distance on New Year's Eve. However, Gao Yang was not naive enough to think that this blow could wipe out the enemy. Just say the tactics once. Gao Yang spoke quickly. "Can blow away the smoke, Daika becomes invisible, Qing Ling, and I deal with the rest of the people, Ka whistles to assist, and you decide the timing yourself." "Understood." "Yes." "Yeah." Gao Yang took a deep breath, his eyes were like torches, and he shouted, "Revenge." Swish. In an instant, Gao Yang lifted the absolute barrier, and the 4 people who were close together quickly separated. Snap! Can put his hands together, and push them to both sides. Moonlight appears after the clouds are cleared. Swish. 2 hurricanes suddenly appeared, like 2 giant hands pushing to both sides, instantly dispersing all the smoke on the explosion ruins, and the completely destroyed underground ruins were exposed. 30 meters away, a white ice crystal lotus appeared. Like a landscape rockery, its surface was severely damaged, and many petals were withered. Gao Yang knew very well that the perfect fusion of ice and water elements allowed her to instantly summon a defensive move to resist the explosion. Gao Yang had seen this ability before when she used the Phantom to blow up the Xuanwu building. However, this time, ice crystals of ordinary thickness could not work, and she had to make a giant ice lotus with all her strength. The advantage is that it has extremely strong self-protection ability, and the disadvantage is that it cannot be removed immediately. Even if Lu Shuang melts the ice crystal lotus at the fastest speed, it will take more than 10 seconds. What's more, she couldn't know when the explosion outside would end while she was in the lotus. To be on the safe side, she would definitely wait a little longer. Crack, crack, crack. Deeper cracks appeared on the surface of the ice crystal lotus. It seemed that Lu Shuang was going to come out. How could Gao Yang give her this opportunity? Absolute barrier. Gao Yang quickly rushed to the target, closed the distance to cast the spell, put his hands together, and his eyes were shining with golden light. Liquid golden energy rushed out from under his feet, turning into a line of fire close to the ground, and rushed towards the ice lotus quickly. Chong chong chong. The golden fire line exploded, and turned into 6 translucent barrier walls. They were like folded cardboard boxes, quickly wrapping the ice crystal lotus inside, and covering it with a lid. 5 seconds later, the ice lotus and the absolute barrier finally broke apart, and Lu Shuang and Qing Long inside were unharmed. Qing Long immediately found the absolute barrier that blocked him. He frowned and punched the translucent barrier. It was useless. It was absolutely impossible to break it. In the next 10 minutes, Qing Long and Lu Shuang will be trapped in the narrow absolute barrier and can't move. Gao Yang and the other 4 have 10 minutes to deal with others first. Qing Ling, who witnessed all this, was not angry because Gao Yang even lied to him. He would talk about this later. She immediately understood Gao Yang's tactics and defeated them one by one. She began to search for other enemies, and soon came to the conclusion, only Yin Liang and Ling Chou are left, and everyone else is dead. Gao Yang looked around with all his 6 senses turned on, and came to the same conclusion. Gu Shi, Su Mei, and Luan Jian had no time to react, and could not withstand the terrible explosion. They were directly reduced to ashes, and nothing was left. Sin He was slightly better, and a small part of his body was left. He activated the plant full armor as soon as he appeared, but it was still impossible to withstand such an explosion. The body below the chest disappeared directly. His upper body still had vines that he had not had time to retract, burning quietly, like a piece of wood struck by lightning. Hua Gui, Bian Jian, and Qing Tian Gao were in a state of 3 heads and 6 arms, so their defense was strengthened to a certain extent, so some of their bodies were left. However, the 3 heads and 6 arms became 1 head and 2 arms. The head was Hua Gui's, and whose 2 arms were whose, to be honest, Gao Yang could not tell, and had no time to tell. What is certain is that the 3 of them are still stuck together, bloody and messy, with internal organs flying around, looking like a gnawed chicken claw, and the resurrection medicine is useless. Conclusion: 7 people died, 2 survived. Gao Yang's eyes were fixed on 2 figures not far away, Yin Liang and Ling Chou. The 2 stood in the elemental wall that looked like broken walls and ruins. Obviously, at the moment of the big explosion, Ling Chou activated the elemental wall, and tried to build an elemental wall to resist the damage. Unfortunately, his elemental power is not as specialized as Lu Shuang's level 6 Frost and Water God. In terms of timely defense, they are not at the same level. In fact, if Yin Liang had not launched the space distortion with the maximum intensity, and forcibly absorbed a large amount of explosion damage around the 2 people, the fate of the 2 people would be the same as others, and they would be reduced to ashes. Although they survived, they were still seriously injured. Ling Chou half crouched on the ground. His whole body was severely burned, his left face was completely melted, and only a charred black hole was left in his left eyeball, like a half-burned wax figure. His sinister right face became extremely hideous under the interweaving of anger and pain. Beasts! I want to kill you! I want to kill you! Ah! Ling Chou shouted, and 2 colorful elemental wings grew on his back. His elemental spirit broke through level 4 with the help of the miracle rune, and just now, it was upgraded to level 5 under extreme anger. Swish! He rushed towards Gao Yang, and Gao Yang didn't even look at him. Qing Ling raised her hands, and the 2 long swords flew back to her hands, and the butterfly double blades drilled into her feet. She flew with the swords and rushed towards Ling Chou. The 2 men fought quickly, and the fight was indistinguishable. The dazzling green sword light and colorful elements flew everywhere, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Gao Yang walked towards Yin Liang step by step with an expressionless face. Yin Liang's entire right arm was blown off, and his body was covered with wounds of various sizes. His black cotton coat was burned to tatters, and the blood and flesh inside were a mess. Only a small half of his crooked face mask was left, and cracks appeared. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the mask was completely broken and slid off his face. The face under the mask was Jiangyi. Gao Yang was not surprised at all, and smiled. Jiangyi, we meet again. Heh. Jiangyi covered the bleeding arm gap, his face pale, and his voice hoarse. Smelly boy, you actually comprehended absolute defense. I underestimated your growth rate. Although time was tight, there was one thing Gao Yang had to confirm. Master Jiang, you don't want to open the door, so Qilin never thought about opening the door, right? Yin Liang was silent, which was equivalent to acquiescence. You and Qilin are the greatest enemies of mankind. Gao Yang continued. Yin Liang was still silent. No matter what Qilin's ambition is, it is doomed to fail. No matter what your answer is, it is doomed to be wrong. Gao Yang pulled out the black gold dagger from his waist and pointed it at Yin Liang's face. I will kill you, kill Qinglong, kill Qilin, and kill Li. I will lead Jussi out of the darkness and see the dawn. And your bones will rot in the darkness, and nothing will be left. Gao Yang's emotions were not angry or excited, but very calm and determined, as if he was saying the sky is blue and the snow is white, which is a natural thing. The corners of Yin Liang's eyes with ravines tightened a little bit, and his old eyes became colder a little bit. He stared at Gao Yang's face, slowly stood up, and gently wiped the wound on his right shoulder with his left hand, and the bleeding stopped. The old man took a step forward and introduced himself like all the delusion beasts did when they saw the awakened, the leader of the observers, Master Jiang. The ability is delusion. Chapter 795. On the other side of the battlefield, Ling Qiu continued to fly in the air with his elemental wings, and from time to time, he summoned dense elemental javelins to stab Qing Ling. Qing Ling stepped on the double discs and double blades with his feet, and he had already become one with the sword, like a flexible flying bird, dodging the elemental javelins or swinging his sword to smash. Qing Ling quickly approached Ling Qiu in the air. When he was less than 10 meters away, Qing Ling bent his legs and suddenly jumped up, with two cold and charming blue sword lights in his hands, rushing straight to Ling Qiu above his head. Ling Qiu had no time to avoid it, and the elemental wings behind him quickly closed and crossed towards his chest, blocking Qing Ling's attack. Bang! The two long swords slashed at Ling Qiu's elemental wings with fierce sword energy. Suddenly, the chaotic sword energy and gorgeous elemental particles flew around like large tadpole fireworks. If that scene were frozen in an instant, it would be like a medieval oil painting with religious overtones, with the content being the fateful duel between the female warrior from hell and the colorful winged angel from heaven. Ding! After 3 seconds of delicately balanced confrontation, Ling Qiu's elemental wings shattered into countless elemental particles. Ling Qiu felt numb all over, surprised by the strength of Qing Ling's sword energy. In fact, Qing Ling's momentum had also reached its end. She fell straight down, flipped backwards in midair, and stepped on the butterfly double blades again with both feet. Qing Ling didn't want to give Ling Qiu a chance. She bent her knees, and was about to jump towards Ling Qiu again, but a cold red flashed in the corner of her eyes. Qing Ling didn't have time to see what it was. Her rich combat experience and strong instincts made her turn sideways immediately. Swish, swish, swish. 6 red cold lights that were enough to instantly penetrate the flesh and blood body came towards Qing Ling to double-team her. Qing Ling's body was soft and agile, like a gymnast performing difficult movements in midair, dodging the 6 red cold lights that crossed and shot past her. 2 seconds later, Qing Ling stood firm in midair again, with the help of the butterfly double blades, and suddenly looked up. The elemental wings behind Ling Qiu changed into a single wind elemental wing. He looked down from above, with his hands open, and a dazzling red light ball flashed on the tips of his index, middle and ring fingers. Qing Ling's eyebrows tightened. It seemed that the 6 red cold lights that had just attacked her had not disappeared. They were given life by Ling Qiu's superb element control ability. These 6 red lights moved at high speed, folded, and intersected, as if outlining some complex figures. Ling Qiu's fingers began to swing, as if tapping on a non-existent keyboard. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 intertwined red lights received the order, and shot towards Qing Ling one after another. Ding ding clang clang. Qing Ling dodged and swung her 2 swords, fighting with the 6 flexible and cunning red cold lights, occasionally slashing out crimson light particles and green sword energy. Gradually, Qing Ling was unable to cope with it. Swish. A red light brushed against the back of her head and shot into her black hair, and the ponytail instantly spread out. 2 seconds later, another red light pierced her left arm, and the Xiao Dao immediately fell from her hand. Qing Ling was startled, endured the pain, and hooked her fingers. The Xiao Dao immediately felt the call, and rushed towards Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu's wind element wings overlapped in front of his chest again, blocking the Xiao Dao's attack, but the red cold light controlled by his hands did not stop, and came towards Qing Ling again, and it seemed that several holes were about to be opened in her body. Shu Ku attacked again, blowing a strange whistle that lasted for 1 second. In an instant, 6 red death lights disintegrated into countless red light particles, and the wind element wings on Ling Qiu's back also disintegrated, losing the shape of wings. Ling Qiu's mind was forced to jump out, causing him to forget to control the power of the elements. Of course, Kanta's invisibility also disappeared, and she and Ku immediately appeared again. It turned out that the two were hiding behind the black coffin that was blown away. The two held hands and stared at each other. Swish. 1 second later, Cantu and Ku were invisible again. At the same time, Ling Qiu and Qing Ling also quickly regained their attention. Qing Ling did a backflip and landed, and quickly jumped to the side. The next second, 6 red cold lights chased down and shot the stones on the ground. They bounced up quickly like 6 red impact balls and chased Qing Ling again. Qing Ling, who returned to the ground, although one arm was injured and could only swing the knife with one hand, Her mobility was greatly improved. Moreover, in midair, he was facing the red cold light from all directions, but when he returned to the ground, the attack surface was much smaller. Qing Ling waved the Tang sword smoothly, constantly slashing and parrying the 6 red cold lights that attacked him, and it was difficult to separate them for a while. From a distance, Qing Ling was like a graceful dancer, spinning and jumping from time to time. The 6 red lights kept chasing her and entangled her, but they could never really touch her, as if they were just 6 red ribbons she danced with her sword. Ling Qiu was anxious. He used to enjoy the pleasure of killing prey very much, and he wished that the time of torturing his opponent would be extended to infinity. But now, he was the one being tortured. This big explosion injured him badly, and his whole body was in unbearable pain. His physical strength and energy were also madly consumed, but the woman in front of him was at ease, and did not look defeated at all. Not only that, there are 2 dangerous poisonous insects hiding in the dark, ready to attack him at any time. In fact, when fighting with Qing Ling, air blades flew over from time to time, but he dodged them all, which caused Ling Qiu to be distracted to guard against them, and unable to deal with Qing Ling with all his strength. It can't be delayed any longer. Ha! Ling Qiu shouted, clenched his fists, and 6 red cold lights received the order, and immediately flew back to his body, and spun at high speed. Not only that, the 4 elemental powers of blue wind, blue fire, purple thunder, and white ice also rushed out from his palms. They turned into dazzling brilliance and spun rapidly around the owner. The 5 elemental powers spun faster and faster, turning into a colorful tornado. Ling Qiu was about to launch a 5-element tornado that swept the entire battlefield without reservation, at the cost of consuming or even overdrawing all the energy in his body. In fact, this abyss-like underground ruins gave him a geographical advantage. Once the tornado was launched, no one could escape. A sinister and violent sneer appeared on the half of Ling Qiu's face that was not disfigured by the explosion, but this smile soon solidified and turned into doubt, and then shock. Ling Qiu had realized that his elemental tornado was too slow to start, and even began to slow down. At some point, Cantu had already appeared. She flew alone in the wind to the high sky opposite Ling Qiu. She pointed her hands at Ling Qiu with her 10 fingers spread as wide as possible. Cantu's eyes were wide open, and her enlarged pupils were like 2 dazzling sapphires. 2 small streams of blood flowed out of her nostrils. She was pale and her voice trembled. "You don't even think about succeeding." Cantu's energy was fully activated, and she launched the level 5 gas to create a reverse tornado outside of Ling Qiu's elemental tornado, trying to offset it. Ling Qiu was furious when he found the can. A mere single-element talent dared to compete with the elemental spirit. He was simply overestimating himself. "Ah!" Ling Qiu shouted and activated the elemental tornado again. Suddenly, the space seemed to be distorted. Countless colorful air currents were running around, and the energy was vibrating in circles. Wow! After 7 or 8 seconds, the can was still no match for Ling Qiu. She spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled all over, like a flying bird hit by a bullet, falling from a high altitude. The moment she landed, the can looked at Ling Qiu and the tornado that was about to form around him from an inverted perspective and grinned. "I succeeded." Chapter 796. Although the time that the can fought against Ling Qiu was short, it bought an opportunity for Qing Ling. Qing Ling didn't know when she stepped on the black coffin lid that weighed more than a ton, and the black coffin was floating above Ling Qiu's head. There was a black metal relief on the coffin lid, which not only protected the coffin lid from being destroyed by the explosion, but also allowed Qing Ling to control it through metal. Metal power. The black coffin pressed down towards Ling Qiu. Asshole. Ling Qiu had to raise one hand and draw back the wind element power from the tornado around him to resist the pressure of the coffin lid. Hush. The strange whistle sounded again. How many people did I kill in total? Ling Qiu's mind suddenly jumped, and his control of the elements became lax. 1 second later, the whistle disappeared. Qing Ling came back from the jump of her mind first, and she clenched her right hand fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. 2 black gold knives, 2 black gold darts, and butterfly double blades stabbed at Ling Qiu from different directions. Although they were dominated by the powerful force of level 6 metal, they still could not pierce the tornado barrier around Ling Qiu, and the 2 sides fell into a struggle. After a few seconds of stalemate, Ling Qiu's tornado still had the upper hand, and the 6 black gold weapons began to vibrate at a high frequency, and they were about to be sucked into the powerful inertia of the tornado. At this moment, a sharp purple light flashed in Qing Ling's eyes, and she shouted, "Lightning!" Zizizizi. The lightning energy that had been injected into the 6 black gold weapons was quickly activated. They pierced the tornado, connected with each other, and turned into 3 electric lights, which crossed and hit Lingqiu's body. Ah! Lingqiu felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body was temporarily paralyzed. The energy path in his body was destroyed, and the elemental tornado around him also collapsed in an instant. Bang! Above his head, Qing Ling stepped on the heavy coffin lid and fell directly, hitting Lingqiu's head and pressing him to the ground. On the ground, waiting for him, was the black sarcophagus inlaid with black metal that was originally used to bury mummies. Bang! 3 seconds later, the coffin lid covered the sarcophagus, tightly closed, and locked Lingqiu. At the same time, Qing Ling held the hilt with both hands and stabbed the narrow tang sword into the coffin lid. Qing Ling's blood-stained face was beautiful and cold, and her eyes were purple like glass. Her skirt and long hair flew up, and there were crackling purple electric currents around her. They turned into thousands of floating things and swam towards the sky, as if attracted by some kind of divine power. 3 seconds later, the charge was completed. Activate Level 6 Thunder. Thunder. Bang 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 bang. Countless purple lightning bolts thicker than electric poles fell from the sky. They rushed down in 3 seconds, and all poured into the black gold tang sword in Qing Ling's hand accurately. The extreme electric light almost melted the blade, shining a dazzling pale light, and even the gifted master Qing Ling was transformed into a phoenix reborn in the lightning. At that moment, Cantu and Ke felt that the world was eclipsed, the dazzling lightning and deafening thunder, and all the cruel judgments in the world seemed to be poured into the coffin. 3 seconds later, Cantu and Ke put down their arms again and barely opened their eyes. Qing Ling had jumped off the black coffin. She turned her back to the black coffin. There was still a chaotic current in her flying black hair. Her face was as white as cream, her chest was slightly heaving, and blood was flowing on her left arm. She lowered her head slightly and raised her right hand. Swish! Behind her, the tang sword flew out of the coffin lid and returned to Qing Ling's hand. Caw caw caw. The entire sarcophagus broke into pieces, turning into a pile of black gravel and a small amount of melted and deformed black metal. Among these gravel pieces, a corpse with almost only a charred skeleton left could be vaguely distinguished. It should be said that the corpse and the pile of black fragments fit perfectly, forming a tomb full of the artistic sense of death. Elegant! Too elegant. Cantu and Ke were already stunned. They completely ignored why Qing Ling had the talent of thunder and lightning, as if Qing Ling should be like this. In fact, Qing Ling realized thunder and lightning the night she came back from Base Wei. This became her trump card, and she didn't even tell Gao Yang at first. Before carrying out the revenge mission, Qing Ling found that Gao Yang didn't take her with him. She knew that it was because she was weak and was assigned to the Jiuhan team, which made her inexplicably angry. So she confronted Gao Yang in advance. That night, she held Gao Yang's hands. Gao Yang immediately understood, and through copy discovered her new talent, which turned out to be lightning, and it was already level 6 lightning. Because of the same type of talent metal being explored first, lightning can share the energy path in the body, and Qing Ling easily reached level 6 in less than a week, and integrated the two talents. At that moment, Gao Yang felt very complicated. On the one hand, he was happy that Qing Ling had become stronger, and on the other hand, he knew that Qing Ling had to follow him to Anai country. Although the tasks of both groups were dangerous, Gao Yang intuitively felt that the trip to Anai country would be more dangerous. But Qing Ling had made up her mind, and Gao Yang no longer objected. As Qing Ling said, her life was her own, and no one was responsible for it. At this moment, Qing Ling, who had completely killed Lingqiu, was already very tired, but she did not relax her vigilance. She shook the long knife in her hand and looked at Cantu and Ke. Don't stand there, the matter is not over yet. Chapter 797. On the other side of the battlefield, Gao Yang and Jiang Yi were fighting at the same time. Since the beginning of the fight, Gao Yang has always been in an absolute advantage. Theoretically, even before Gao Yang comprehended absolute defense, if he could have a fair 1v1 with Jiang Yi, he could have a 50-50 chance. Jiang Yi's spatial ability is indeed treacherous and changeable, but as long as Gao Yang keeps a sufficient distance and concentrates on sensing danger, he can dodge it through teleport. Moreover, Gao Yang also has Phantom, which can switch between the real and fake body, greatly increasing the fault tolerance rate. Furthermore, Jiang Yi's spatial ability cannot be used infinitely, and both Space Magic, Space Mixer and Heart Thief consume a lot of energy. Assuming that Jiang Yi uses a spatial attack ability once, Gao Yang will launch a teleport to offset it. This deal is more cost-effective for Gao Yang. What's more, Gao Yang now has an extra absolute defense, while Jiang Yi has lost an arm and consumed a huge amount of energy. To be honest, Jiang Yi could absorb most of the burst damage by distorting the surrounding space and time. Gao Yang was quite shocked by this alone. As a delusion beast, he was a bit too strong. In short, Gao Yang was now crushing Jiang Yi. This scene was so familiar, except that the two positions were swapped. Although Gao Yang wanted to kill Jiang Yi immediately and avenge his companions, he still chose to activate spiritual armor to keep himself in absolute rationality and execute the most cruel and correct tactics like a robot. Gao Yang and his phantom quickly circled around Jiang Yi, throwing fireballs from time to time. Jiang Yi, who had a broken arm, knew that he could not lock Gao Yang's real body, so he could only use the space mixer that covered a large area. Despite this, Gao Yang easily escaped by teleport. Jiang Yi is also an old fox. He knows very well that Gao Yang is further consuming his energy and waiting for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. He deliberately exposed a flaw, making his turn a little slow. Sure enough, Gao Yang took action. He took the opportunity to teleport behind Jiang Yi and hit a flaming fist. Space displacement. Jiang Yi activated the skill. In an instant, Gao Yang and Jiang Yi switched positions. Gao Yang punched the air, and Jiang Yi was already standing behind Gao Yang, who was punching. Jiang Yi clenched his right hand and activated the space mixer at close range. For a moment, Gao Yang was surrounded by countless small vortices after the space was distorted. Da-da-da-da. Gao Yang's body burst into countless small holes, and he was directly pierced into a hornet's nest, but he didn't even shout, because it was just an illusion. Jiang Yi had guessed that Gao Yang would use this trick. He had already felt Gao Yang's real body quietly coming behind him. Jiang Yi had no time to turn around. He directly mobilized the energy in his body, and used space displacement again. In a flash, Master Jiang swapped positions with the person behind him again, and used the same trick to start the space mixer again. Using space-related abilities 4 times in 2 seconds in a row would cause great damage to the body, and was almost impossible to do. But Master Jiang had a trump card in hand, and managed to do it. But what greeted him was not victory. He twitched his eyes, and found that he had been tricked again. The person who swapped positions with Master Jiang for the second time was not Gao Yang, but a translucent golden energy shield, which was one of Gao Yang's absolute defense. The reason why Gao Yang did not use the small fireball was because the energy form of the fireball was different. When approaching Master Jiang's back, even in a particularly urgent situation, he could judge what the thing behind him was through the subtle airflow and temperature changes. But a solid energy shield that is about the same size as a human body, when approaching Jiang Yi at a very fast speed, simulates a feeling very similar to that of a human. In a very urgent situation, it is difficult for Jiang Yi to distinguish immediately. Moreover, Gao Yang often uses the trick of using Phantom to confuse, and then using the real body to sneak attack, which also confuses Jiang Yi. At that moment, Jiang Yi's space mixer directly smashed a golden energy shield. At the same time, Gao Yang's real body flashed to the back of Jiang Yi. Bang! Gao Yang punched Jiang Yi in the face. Jiang Yi's already skinny body flew out with a whoosh sound, crashed into a charred rock wall of the underground ruins, and then bounced back to the ground. Roar! Jiang Yi, who fell to the ground, had no time to stand up. A ferocious flame dragon attacked along the ground, directly engulfed him, and rushed to the rock wall behind. Boom! The entire battlefield was dyed red by the light of the flame explosion. A few seconds later, the battlefield returned to darkness, leaving only a 10-meter wide charred gully on the ground, and a cave full of magma stones had been burned under the rock wall. Unfortunately, Master Jiang was still alive. At the moment of being swallowed by the flame dragon, he used all his strength to activate the space distortion, and did not hesitate to cut off one of his calves and a piece of flesh around his waist, escaping from the brink of death. A few seconds later, Master Jiang appeared 30 meters away. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the energy path in his body was completely damaged, and the energy was exhausted. His black clothes were tattered, his face was full of burns and blood, and his entire left arm and right calf were gone. He barely stood up, like a mutilated scarecrow ravaged by a flock of crows. Gao Yang looked at Master Jiang coldly, without any sympathy or pity in his heart. A thought even flashed through his mind. Killing him like this would be too easy for him. Unfortunately, he had no time to enjoy revenge, because there were 2 real strong enemies waiting for Gao Yang, Qinglong and Liu Shuang. Gao Yang secretly gathered his energy, and was about to launch the final attack. Heh. Jiang Yi's voice was hoarse and broken, as if it was leaking. If I had known you were the Arab god, I should have killed you that night when I left Jiang. It's worth 1,000 gold to know earlier. Gao Yang said this to Jiang Yi, and also to himself. Gao Yang rushed towards Jiang Yi without any nonsense. Suddenly, he frowned, and something was wrong in Jiang Yi's body. No, it was Jiang Yi's chest. Woo! A circle of strange gray-blue energy spread from Jiang Yi's chest, and Gao Yang quickly teleported back. Gao Yang saw clearly that Jiang Yi's chest flashed with a dazzling gray-blue light, and his broken body slowly floated in the air and stopped 3 meters above the ground. Gao Yang, I know you hate me, but I can't die yet. My answer is correct. Handing in the paper is my mission. Chapter 798. Jiang Yi's eyes seemed to melt, turning into 2 white vortices. Dazzling gray-white energy gushed out, and a surging, extremely unstable white light ball appeared in his chest. He let out a heavy, strange, and rapid cry from the depths of his throat, like the countless shouts that should have appeared in the valley, compressed into his narrow chest, but had to burst out. Something strange happened. Jiang Yi's legs bent silently, folding forward at the cost of breaking his kneecap, while his only remaining arm folded with his elbow as a fulcrum, and the folded hand folded towards the white light ball on his chest with his armpit as a fulcrum. At the same time, his legs folded silently again, and his head folded towards the white light on his chest. Jiang Yi was like a black shirt and a pair of black pants, folding flatly and silently, and finally all folded into the white light ball on his chest. 3 seconds later, the ball of white light began to rotate at high speed, and thin lines of energy spread in all directions. Swoosh! A white light spitted out and flew towards Gao Yang at high speed. Gao Yang quickly raised his hand and used the energy of absolute defense to attach a layer of golden gloves to his entire arm, and caught the thing steadily. Gao Yang took a closer look and was surprised. It turned out to be a space-time rune circuit. No wonder Jiang Yi is so strong. He has the ability Void, and has always carried the space-time rune. Although he cannot fuse the rune to upgrade his talent to level 8 like humans, he can also borrow the power of the rune. At the beginning, Qilin did not hesitate to exchange 2 runes with the 12 zodiac signs for the space-time rune. On the one hand, it was to help Gao Yang upgrade to level 4 teleportation, but there was a more important purpose behind it. Strengthen Jiang Yi's combat power, and prepare for the civil war that may occur later. At this moment, Master Jiang had already disappeared, and the energy of the white light had also dissipated, leaving only a space crack in the air. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the space crack closed, as if it had never existed, and Master Jiang also completely disappeared, as if he had been wiped out from this world. He thought quickly, and came to a general conclusion. Master Jiang used the space-time rune and his own ability to create a space-time crack. The space of this crack was very limited, just enough to accommodate Master Jiang in the folded state, and there was no place for the space-time rune, so it was spit out. Gao Yang was unwilling to fail to kill Master Jiang, but he could only give up for now. He put away the space-time rune and turned to support his teammates. The ruins of the abyss after the explosion were very empty, and the 2 sides were fighting a few hundred meters apart, but when he was fighting with Master Jiang just now, Gao Yang still vaguely heard Kayu's whistle. As soon as he turned around, he saw countless thunders gathering in the sky and pouring down on a coffin on the ground. Then, the world turned pale, with only the deafening sound of thunder. Bang 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 bang. A few seconds later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and saw Qing Ling finishing handsomely. It seemed that she didn't need help. When Gao Yang rushed to the 3 people, Qing Ling injected 1/4 of the sea potion into the injured arm, and put it back into the waste bag. Jiu only had 2 sea potions left, one for the Jiuhan team, and one for the Gao Yang team, so they had to be used sparingly. Captain! Ken was relieved to see Gao Yang was unharmed. Where is Yin Liang? He escaped. Gao Yang replied. It's okay, there's still a chance. Ken comforted. Gao Yang stopped talking. The 4 of them looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and looked at the small golden cage 50 meters away. Qinglong and Liu Shuang were still trapped inside. In the past few minutes, they could only watch Ling Chou being killed and Yan Liang's Hidi disappearing. The barrier will end in about 6 minutes, but Gao Yang does not intend to delay that long, because it is consuming his energy. Gao Yang and the other 4 came to the barrier cage, sat cross-legged, took a short rest, and thought about how to fight next. Gao Yang copied 3 talents this time, namely Chen Ying's Demolition Expert, Jiuhan's Weakness, and Hong Shishio's Gamer. Demolition Expert is to create a big explosion and kill a large number of enemies in one go, which is also the key to the whole revenge plan. Weakness is used to deal with Qinglong. If Qilin does not come this time, Qinglong will definitely come, and he will also be the strongest enemy of this revenge. As for Gamer, Gao Yang thought for a long time and decided to bring it with him. But Gao Yang only prepared one black hairpin, which means that in case of danger, he can only revive one companion. Although Gao Yang is full of talents, his energy is limited. Even if he prepares 3 black hairpins at the same time, it is meaningless. He still needs to fight and use other talents, especially absolute defense, which consumes a lot of energy and must be saved again and again. Gao Yang can't have the spare energy to save 3 people, and it is very difficult to save just one. Therefore, empowering 3 hairpins for each teammate to wear in advance is also a luxury that wastes energy. Moreover, even if Gao Yang can really save 3 people, when Gao Yang needs to save 3 people at once, it can only mean that this revenge has failed. The enemy cannot give Gao Yang half a minute to activate the skill, and the ending can only be total destruction. Gao Yang's original plan was to use explosives to kill everyone except Lu Shuang and Qinglong. With Lu Shuang's talent and Qinglong's physique, they would definitely survive. He didn't expect that Jiang Yi and Ling Chou also survived, although they were seriously injured. Gao Yang didn't consume too much energy to kill Jiang Yi, but Qing Ling's killing Ling Chou was considered a serious consumption, and the same was true for Can too. Gao Yang activated spiritual armament, and his absolutely calm brain worked rapidly, and soon came up with the best tactics. I deal with Qinglong and Qingling, you deal with Lu Shuang. Gao Yang looked straight at the enemy in front of him. Yeah. Qingling sat cross-legged beside Gao Yang, with a long knife on his legs, closing his eyes to rest, trying to restore some physical strength and energy to the greatest extent. Cantu, Kuyu, you continue to hide and support as the situation requires. Cantu and Kuyu nodded, yes. Kuyu. Gao Yang reminded, remember, you only have 2 chances to whistle. Why? Kuyu was stunned. Qinglong's infinite evolution has an immunity mechanism. When you blow the whistle for the 3rd time, he must have been immune. At this time, your whistle will only drag us down. Ku's face darkened again. This Qinglong is too scary. After thinking for a few seconds, Ku mustered up the courage and said, Captain, I actually have a tactic. You can use game player to reset the scene and reset them together, so that they will enter a short coma. Not enough time. Gao Yang interrupted. He also thought of this method, but with the protection of the absolute barrier, the time reset could not be shaken. If the absolute barrier is lifted, Qinglong and Liu Shuang will immediately launch an attack, and it is impossible to give Gao Yang half a minute to reset the scene they have been in. Ku continued, there is another tactic. There is still not enough time. Gao Yang interrupted again, guessing what Ku was going to say. As soon as my barrier disappears, they will act immediately. 2 seconds is enough for them to escape. Qingling added coldly, even if we work together to limit them for 2 seconds, everyone will have to enter your strange domain together. It is hard to say who will die in the end. Ku was speechless again, realizing that she was too naive. What she thought of, Gao Yang and Qingling, who have rich combat experience, had already considered. Listen, all of our talents, if we can't kill Qinglong within 2 times, there will never be a 3rd chance. Maybe the 2nd time we use the talent, the lethality will be greatly reduced. Gao Yang's voice was stern. Everyone was silent. Although everyone was prepared to die in battle, at this moment everyone really felt the huge pressure of facing this strong. Next. Gao Yang threw the only black hairpin that had been empowered to Cantu. Cantu caught it, and was stunned for a moment. Captain, I don't need. Obey the order. Gao Yang said. Yes. Cantu shut up, and put the hairpin into his windbreaker pocket. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Rest for another minute. Chapter 799. Qinglong and Liu Shuang stood side by side in the absolute barrier, their faces solemn, their eyes fixed on Gao Yang, Qingling, Guantou, and Kyo outside the barrier. The 2 guessed that the barrier would soon disappear, and they dared not relax for a moment. Liu Shuang, escape as soon as the barrier is broken, I will deal with him. No. Liu Shuang refused. This is an order. Qinglong said. No. Liu Shuang refused. Qinglong was shocked. Liu Shuang had never refused any of Qinglong's orders in all these years, and tonight was the first time. Why do you disobey orders? Qinglong asked in a deep voice. Liu Shuang was silent. Qinglong asked sternly, answer me. Why do you disobey orders? Something soft flashed in Liu Shuang's eyes, and she looked at Gao Yang and the other 4 outside the barrier. I have found faith. Qinglong was slightly startled. Liu Shuang said in a cold voice, I am a soldier, I will never be a deserter. I am a soldier, I should be judged for killing innocent people, I must not escape. 10 seconds of silence. Qilong sighed, his eyes were heavy and relieved. Since you have found the belief, then carry it through to the end. Yes. Liu Shuang answered firmly. I will deal with Gao Yang, you deal with others. Qilong said. Yes. Go all out, there is no mercy on the battlefield, only life and death. Qilong narrowed his sharp eyes. Remember, this is a judgment on you, and also a judgment on him. Yes. The smoke and black fog after the explosion had long dissipated, and at the bottom of the abyss under the desert, on this wide and dim charred ruins, a grey-blue moonlight was cast, illuminating the 6 people. The 2 people on the left stood in a cube barrier that was shining with a faint golden light, quietly watching the people outside. The 4 people outside sat on the ground, quietly watching the people in the cube. The breeze blew, and the hair of the 4 people outside the cube swayed gently. After a while, they slowly stood up and moved their limbs, as if doing warm-up exercises. The thin long-haired boy stood in the front. He raised his hands, grabbed his messy hair back to the back of his head, and tied it into a small braid, then took off his tattered long windbreaker and threw it on the ground. The tall girl next to the boy untied her black shawl. Under a sleeveless black vest was a plump figure, and smooth shoulder and neck lines. She lowered her hands, and showed 2 long knives with cold flashes. Behind her were 2 thin girls, one wearing a windbreaker and the other wearing an ordinary sweater. They took 2 steps back, holding hands, and disappeared with a swish. The moonlight dimmed, the wind stopped, the air gradually solidified, and something invisible and intangible was surging wildly, that was a strong sadness, deep hatred, and resolute killing intent. Soon, they condensed into a solemn and grand bell, ringing at the note of fate. Ding! The absolute barrier was broken, and golden light particles flew all over the sky, like the starting gun fired by the referee. Swish! The 4 figures disappeared at the same time. Boom! 1 second later, Gao Yang and Qilong appeared in the air 10 meters high and punched directly. High-density energy exploded between the fists, like blooming golden fireworks, instantly illuminating the entire abyss. Gao Yang has the attribute bonus of level 4 absolute defense, and his physical strength and endurance reach 1600 points. Even so, his comprehensive attributes are only half of Qilong's. But Gao Yang's absolute defense can transform into a layer of golden shield, just like wearing a light, flexible, and sturdy armor, greatly improving his ability to resist attacks, enough for him to fight Qilong like a warrior. Qilong was surprised to see Gao Yang take his punch. His physique has completely improved by 2 levels, worthy of the strongest Guardian System absolute defense, and his absolute defense should have broken through level 4 and undergone a qualitative change. The original Baihu could not use this golden armor. Although he was surprised, he did not stop fighting for a second. Qilong's fist suddenly opened, like a venomous snake, and moved forward an inch at a speed that was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, grabbed Gao Yang's wrist, and pulled him. Gao Yang was caught off guard and simply bumped into Qilong, while bending his left knee, and knocking hard into his lower abdomen. Paw! Gao Yang's fighting skills were much better than Wang Zikai's, but Qilong still didn't think highly of him. He had predicted this, and raised his right foot to kick back Gao Yang's knee-bending move. At the same time, Qilong threw out 1,000 punches. Da-da-da-da. The storm-like fist shadows covered Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang's body shook wildly in the fist shadows. In less than 3 seconds, the golden shield on his body shattered. Then, blood and golden energy splashed everywhere in the fist shadows. When Qilong threw out 300 punches, he was keenly aware that the touch of his fists on the opponent's body was not right. It was an illusion. At the moment when Qilong grabbed Gao Yang's wrist, Gao Yang quickly switched between his real body and the illusion, letting the illusion bear the next damage. Gao Yang's real body quietly teleported to the top of Qilong's head. A pair of flame wings that covered the sky, and the sun grew on his right back, illuminating the abyss. Flame fist. The flame wings disappeared in an instant, and they turned into extremely high-density energy and injected into Gao Yang's right fist, punching out at Qilong. A flame dragon that could instantly sublimate carbon-based life roared and bit Qilong. The range of the flame dragon was too large, and Qilong could not dodge without injury, and there was no time for him to hit the serious punch after charging. 3,000 fast punches. Qilong increased his fist speed and hit more fist shadows. Each fist shadow was attached with the energy form of a golden fist. They were like countless blooming flowers, facing the aggressive flame dragon. In an instant, countless golden fists sublimated in the collision with the flame dragon, but more golden fists came in droves, and they were constantly wearing down the flame dragon while they were sublimating. From a distance, It looked like a fire dragon that fell from the sky and plunged into a high-speed golden blender. The frenzied heat flow spread out in circles, and the red flames and golden energy complemented each other, turning the sky and the ground red and gold for a while, like a purgatory furnace. Lu Shuang and Qing Ling, who were fighting fiercely, were affected by this furnace, and were forced to pause. Ken Tu flew to Qing Ling again with Ke, and summoned a wind wall to block the heat wave that could melt people. Lu Shuang also summoned a wall of ice crystals with one hand to protect himself from being burned. The big furnace at the bottom of the abyss boiled for nearly 10 seconds, and then a heavy rain of flames and golden energy fell. Gao Yang and Qing Long seemed to have tied. Qing Ling's heart sank. A tie means a loss. This means that Qing Long will soon no longer be afraid of Gao Yang's flame. The second time may still pose a certain threat to him, but the third time, it will be a waste of effort. Kim was also very clear about this, and she was anxious. She had to deal with Lu Shuang quickly and support the captain. Ding. She removed the wind wall, and pulled Ke to become invisible again. Qing Ling rushed towards Lu Shuang with a knife. Lu Shuang raised her hands, and the ice wall in front of her turned into more than a dozen slender ice snakes, swarming towards Qing Ling. Shwa shwa shwa. Qing Ling dodged left and right, waving her two knives at the same time, and the gorgeous knife light chopped the ice snakes. At the same time, she did not stop and continued to approach Lu Shuang at high speed. A trace of cold blue light flashed across Lu Shuang's cold eyes. The ice snake fragments chopped by Qing Ling instantly turned into liquid, or more precisely, sharp water lines composed of countless water droplets. Hiss hiss hiss. The sharp water lines shot towards Qing Ling from all directions, like countless bee curtains, trying to pierce Qing Ling. Qing Ling was startled, and she had no time to escape. Chapter 800. Can't dodge. Then don't dodge. Let's see who dies first. Qing Ling's right arm burst out with 300% of its strength, throwing the Tang sword in its hand. With the blessing of level 6 sword god and metal, the Tang sword shot straight into Lu Shuang's chest like a bullet. Lu Shuang's face changed, and she had no time to dodge. She was forced to interrupt the control of the water line, mobilize all the energy in her body, and quickly form a layer of ice crystals on her chest, like a hard mirror. Ding. The Tang sword pierced into the newly formed hard mirror, and shattered it. At the same time, the force was greatly reduced, and it failed to successfully pierce Lu Shuang's chest. Lu Shuang only felt a sharp pain in her chest, and staggered back a few steps. She had a strong mental power to control the elements, but her physique was relatively weak. This blow almost shattered 2 of her ribs. Splash. The water lines around Qing Ling lost control, and immediately turned into ordinary water drops and fell down. Qing Ling was like being drenched in a heavy rain. Qing Ling stretched out her right hand, trying to recall her Tang sword, but failed. She looked closely, and saw several irregular ice pillars rushing out from around Lu Shuang, one of which froze Qing Ling's Tang sword. Lu Shuang changed her battle strategy. If she wanted to deal with Qing Ling, she had to take away her weapon first, which would greatly weaken her combat power. Qing Ling saw through Lu Shuang's thoughts, frowned, and rushed towards Lu Shuang with the embroidery sword in one hand, while snapping her fingers with her right hand. Rumble. Lu Shuang's head darkened, and 3 thick purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air. When Lu Shuang was imprisoned in the absolute barrier, she witnessed how Qing Ling killed Ling Qiu, and knew that she had comprehended lightning, so she had been prepared. She jumped to the side in advance, dangerously avoiding the lightning, and at the same time summoned 3 ice cones to stab Qing Ling to stop her from chasing her. Qing Ling's swordsmanship was superb. She swung out a half-moon slash, cutting off 3 ice cones at the same time, and rushed to the position before Lu Shuang, and then swept out a green sword energy. Ding. The ice column that froze the Tang sword cracked. Dang. Qing Ling then slashed it with a knife, and the ice column completely shattered. She immediately took out the Tang sword. However, a group of extremely cold air had quietly appeared under her feet. They quickly condensed into huge ice crystal petals, gathering around Qing Ling from all directions. Lu Shuang had guessed that Qing Ling would take back the Tang sword, and deliberately set a trap for her. Qing Ling reacted quickly, jumped on the spot, and flew into the air. Caw caw caw. The petals closed quickly, and failed to catch Qing Ling, but the 2 highest ice crystal petals still caught one of Qing Ling's ankles. The extremely cold air instantly spread along Qing Ling's ankle to her whole body. Qing Ling did not hesitate, and stabbed down with both swords, breaking the ice crystal petals that bound her ankles. Due to the temporary paralysis of her frostbitten calves, Qing Ling's jump was half a beat slower. 3 sharp ice cones flew towards Qing Ling. Ding ding ding. Qing Ling twisted her body and chopped with her sword after jumping into the air. Suddenly, she felt a huge pressure from behind, as if a death train was running towards her at high speed. It was Qing Long. While Qing Long was fighting with Gao Yang, he had been paying attention to the battle situation on Lu Shuang's side. He had already judged that Lu Shuang was not good at protracted battles, and would soon lose to Qing Ling, Cantu and Qiu. Within 15 meters, Gao Yang's teleport was slightly better, but beyond 15 meters, Gao Yang's movement speed was not as fast as Qing Long's. Qing Long forced Gao Yang back with one punch, and then used a fake move to trick him into raising his hand to parry, then turned around quickly, jumped hard, and rushed towards Qing Ling, whose ankle was frozen, and decided to finish her off with one punch. He knew this might be his only chance, and he must not miss it. Shoo! A strange whistle sounded. Everyone, including Qing Long, was distracted immediately, but Qing Long was already on the way, and his body still relied on the strong inertia to punch Qing Ling. But the energy in his body did not keep up, and the destructive power was greatly reduced. Bang! Qing Long failed to hit Qing Ling as he wished, and his fist hit 1 meter in front of her. What blocked Qing Long was an almost transparent wall of wind elements. Cantu made a move before Ko blew the whistle again. Even if it was interrupted by the whistle, the wind wall would not dissipate instantly, just blocking Qing Long's punch without energy blessing. However, the wind wall was too fragile after all, and was broken into countless turbulent airflows by Qing Long. Qing Ling was not injured, but was still blown away by the strong airflow. The whistle had disappeared, and Qing Ling quickly regained control of her body. She twisted in the air, and stepped on 2 black gold darts with her feet. As soon as Qing Ling stood firm, Qing Long, who was jumping at high speed, chased her again. He was indeed a top fighter, so fast that he didn't give her any time to breathe. Qing Ling frowned, and raised his sword to block. Swish! Qing Ling's sight was blurred, and she was already 10 meters away, lying in someone's arms. Gao Yang teleported in time to catch up and rescue Qing Ling. The two didn't even have time to make eye contact, and quickly separated and rushed towards their respective enemies again. At that moment, Qing Ling knew something was wrong. She could feel Gao Yang's body tense, and he didn't even have time to look at Qing Long, let alone command the battlefield. What does this mean? It means that Gao Yang must now concentrate all his attention and focus all his energy to barely fight against Qing Long, but it is just a fight. In fact, he had not been able to keep an eye on Qing Long just now, and almost let Qing Long find a chance to kill Qing Ling. As time goes by, Gao Yang's talents will be immune to Qing Long one by one, and Qing Long will also absorb a certain amount of Gao Yang's energy permanently for himself. The horror of the paper Superman makes people despair. Liu Shuang must be dealt with immediately, and then help Gao Yang deal with Qing Long, otherwise everyone will die here. Qing Ling rushed towards Liu Shuang with a knife and shouted, "Let's go together." The invisible can understood Qing Ling's meaning and understood the current dangerous situation. She quickly let go of Qiu, while floating in the air and invisible, and carried a wind element to send her back to the ground safely, and she joined the battle. Qiu lost the protection of invisibility, and immediately kept a distance from the battlefield, looking for a place to hide, and waiting for an opportunity to move. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen air blades flew towards Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang raised her left hand, and countless water droplets condensed on her head. The water droplets gathered quickly and formed a water net, which caught all the air blades. Swish. On Liu Shuang's left side, Qing Ling swooped down. Liu Shuang waved her right hand under her feet, and an ice spike immediately rushed out of the ground, as if there was an ice worm hiding underground, and attacked Qing Ling. Qing Ling jumped lightly to avoid the ice spikes on the ground, and at the same time swung a cross slash at Liu Shuang. 2 sword lights crossed and flew towards Liu Shuang, one blue and one purple. There was not enough time for Liu Shuang to summon a more solid ice crystal shield. She raised her right hand and pulled it down, and the water net on her head that had just blocked the air blade turned into a thick water shield, protecting Liu Shuang. Splash. The first blue sword light cut into the water shield, splashing countless water, but it could not destroy the water escape. ZZ. 0.1 seconds later, the second purple blade light slashed into the water shield, but failed to stir up water splashes, but quickly melted into it. Liu Shuang's eyes trembled. The second blade light was not the blade of the sword god, but the lightning element disguised. Liu Shuang understood too late. The current was introduced into her body. She felt numb all over, and the energy in her body short-circuited for a second. At this time, Qing Ling had already killed in front of her. Chapter 801. Don't look down on others. Liu Shuang never thought that a fierce heat flow would be stimulated in her chest, rushing straight to the top of her head. She couldn't even react. This was anger. Ah! Lu Shuang broke out 300% of her energy at the cost of damaging the energy path in her body. A very cold wind vibrated out of her body. This very cold wind could freeze any life in an instant. Even Lu Shuang herself was frostbitten by this extremely cold wind. Her skin was pale and almost transparent, and the light blue blood vessels on her skin were like lines on an ice lake. Qingling, who was closest to Lu Shuang, was hit by this extremely cold wind. She immediately felt the unbearable coldness cutting into her skin like a blade. Although she immediately mobilized all the energy in her body to resist, her hair, eyelashes, and sweat hair on her skin were still frozen, and the blood in her body quickly solidified. Hush! A whistle came from afar. Everyone on the battlefield, including Gao Yang and Qinglong nearby, was distracted for 2 seconds and stopped the fierce battle. Lu Shuang, who had released the extremely cold wind at the cost of her life, was distracted for a moment. Elder Qinglong will definitely beat Gao Yang. But I can't seem to beat Qingling. If I hold him back, Elder Qinglong will be very disappointed. No! Now is not the time to think about this. 2 seconds later, the whistle disappeared. Ah! Lu Shuang screamed again, wanting to continue spreading the extremely cold wind and freeze everything around her. Suddenly, her eyes shone. Qingling was rushing towards her. Why could she still move? The next second, Lu Shuang discovered that the extremely cold wind blowing towards Qingling was diverted. An almost invisible wind element blocked Qingling, directing most of the cold air blowing towards her to the surroundings, thus gaining precious space for Qingling to move. Qingling's hair and eyelashes were all frozen, and her body was covered with a thin layer of frost, but she could still move. Qingling rushed towards Lu Shuang like a pale angel, and made a knife-swinging motion. I haven't lost yet. Lu Shuang immediately stopped releasing the extremely cold air and quickly spun on the spot. Ice Lotus. Lu Shuang, wearing a white dress and red skirt, was dancing in the snow field like a snow girl in a fairy tale. As she danced, the ground with her as the center quickly bloomed with dense petal-shaped ice cones, which were layered and lined up, and spread out in an instant. However, Qingling's knife swinging was just a feint. She was well prepared and quickly jumped away, stepping on the butterfly double blades and flying into the air. Lu Shuang lost. After destroying the energy circuit in her body, she completely lost her mind. Her moves seemed gorgeous and fierce, but it was just a waste of effort against the agile Qingling, and it made her lose her own defense. Qingling, who flew into the air, hooked her fingers. Puff. 1 second later, a black gold dart pierced into Lu Shuang's back. Ah! Although Lu Shuang quickly thawed her skin when she sensed danger, the energy in her body could not keep up, and she could not resist the control of level 6 metal. The black gold dart successfully pierced Lu Shuang's body and injured her heart. Lu Shuang. Qinglong was still fighting with Gao Yang at high speed 100 meters away. He was the first to notice that Lu Shuang was stabbed. Huh! Qinglong shouted loudly, and at the cost of destroying the energy path in his body, he shook out a fierce energy shock wave, and Gao Yang was caught off guard and was shaken away more than 10 meters. Qinglong bought himself 2 seconds. He quickly clenched his fist, accumulated power, and aimed at the can floating above Lu Shuang. At this moment, Cantu, who was wearing a red coat, had a pale face, her chest was heaving violently, and the light in her eyes was very dim. She was exhausted. She had overdrawn her energy once before when fighting against Ling Chou's elemental tornado, and just now she fought against Liu Shuang's extreme cold air, and she was almost invisible, and flying in the wind the whole time, draining the last bit of energy in her body. Seeing that Liu Shuang was finally defeated, she relaxed for a short time and stood in midair, not realizing that Qinglong's fist was aimed at her 100 meters away. Gao Yang was shocked. Qinglong was about to hit Yansu. Between the two options of activating Tranquility Wave to silence Qinglong and saving people directly, Gao Yang chose the latter. Because Gao Yang was not far away from Cantu after being shaken away by Qinglong, Yansu's punch needed 2 seconds to charge. Gao Yang ran fast, bounced and teleported, so he was definitely in time. Moreover, Tranquility Wave can only be used once in a short period of time. It is a killer, and cannot be used easily. Gao Yang rushed towards the can at high speed and teleported at the same time, quickly reaching midair. He hugged the can in midair and protected her in his arms, and at the same time raised his hand to summon a golden shield. Teleportation would take another half a second, and it might be too late. However, the energy wave of Yen Su's punch that Gao Yang expected did not appear. Boom! Gao Yang only felt the air flow under his feet shake, a golden light illuminated the abyss, and at the same time a wall broke, leaving a gully more than 10 meters wide on the ground. Gao Yang's heart sank. I was deceived. Qinglong did hit Yan Su's punch, but he adjusted the angle at the moment of punching, which caused the power of Yan Su's punch to be halved, but it was enough to achieve the goal. The person he really wanted to kill was Kuyu. Qinglong's judgment was irrational. Cantu had no fighting power, but Kuyu's whistle was a huge threat. It would take Qinglong at least 1 minute to be completely immune to the whistle. In a duel between masters, 1 minute was enough to decide life and death. Besides, Cantu could fly with the wind and move flexibly. Even if Gao Yang didn't save her, Qinglong's serious punch might not hit her 100%. But Kuyu, who lost her stealth protection, was a living target. Although she was hiding behind the rubble, Qinglong quickly locked her general direction from the whistle of 2 seconds just now. The energy wave from Yan Su's punch was very huge. It didn't require an accurate position. As long as the direction was correct, it would kill her. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang fell to the ground holding Cantu, his face ashen. Kuyu died. After all, someone died. Captain! Cantu jumped out of Gao Yang's arms. Save Kuyu! Gao Yang was shocked and looked at Cantu in disbelief. Can's face was pale. Her bangs were soaked with sweat. She smiled slightly, turned around and ran towards Qinling, shouting, "Let's hold him back." Gao Yang had already understood. When Qin decided to help Qinling deal with Lu Shuang, he quietly stuffed the black hairpin into Kuyu's body. Gao Yang's mind moved, and he activated the copy game player, and rushed to the direction where Kuyu disappeared. Sure enough, Gao Yang vaguely felt Kuyu's remaining breath, and he had entered the range of resurrection. Time reset. Gao Yang shouted, and countless white tentacles appeared on the fingers of both hands. 2 seconds later, a hairpin shining with white light rushed out of the scorched earth. The white tentacles immediately surrounded the hairpin, and quickly outlined a light cocoon like 3D printing. The shape of this light cocoon changed and adjusted little by little, and slowly the outline of a girl could be seen. Hurry up! Hurry up! Most of Gao Yang's energy, which was not much to begin with, was consumed again, but he was most anxious about time. 30 seconds too long. With Qinling and Guantu's current state, can they really hold Qinglong back for 30 seconds? Gao Yang even cold-bloodedly thought that saving him now would be a mistake, which might lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Luckily, Gao Yang was too worried. Because Qinglong also chose to cease fighting, he couldn't just leave Lu Shuang alone. Secondly, he had just forcibly destroyed the energy path in his body. If he continued to fight without stopping for a moment, the energy path in his body would be further disordered, which would be very unfavorable for subsequent battles. Qinglong rushed to Lu Shuang's side. He broke the ice spikes around her, hugged Lu Shuang and jumped 3 times in a row, pulling away from the enemy to a safe distance. Qinling and Guantu looked at each other, stopped in tacit understanding, and dared not chase again. This was the situation they wanted. With their current state, they would not survive more than 10 seconds in Qinglong's hands. Cheer up! Qinglong took out the sea potion he carried with him, and stabbed it into Liu Shuang's chest. Wow! Liu Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly reached out to stop Qinglong. The girl's eyes were dim, and blood flowed from her nostrils and mouth at the same time. Don't waste it, it's useless. Chapter 802. Liu Shuang's heart was stabbed. Although it was not directly pierced, the sea potion was useless. At most, it could delay the time of death. Qinglong's face was livid. He pushed the sea potion into Liu Shuang's body regardless of Liu Shuang's dissuasion. Of course, he knew that this was a waste of sea potion. He had concluded from Liu Shuang's body temperature, heartbeat, and energy status that Liu Shuang could not survive. Even so, Qinglong had to inject her with sea potion, which could delay her death and allow her injured heart to be repaired as much as possible. In this case, maybe the resurrection medicine taken in advance would work. Even if it didn't work, equivalent exchange would definitely be able to revive. Zhu Kei went on a secret mission. When she came back, she would definitely be willing to save Liu Shuang. As long as her equivalent exchange was upgraded to level 8, she shouldn't have to sleep for a year. Lu Shuang looked at Qinglong weakly and calmly. Elder. I'm sorry, I disappoint you. Qinglong slowly put Lu Shuang on the ground. His eyes were firm and his tone was serious. Lu Shuang, hold on, you must not die. This is an order. Lu Shuang stopped talking. Her face was pale. She blinked slightly, and her right hand with a special ring slowly clenched into a fist. She would obey the order, try to live a little longer, and fight to the last moment. When Qinglong got up, Gao Yang just succeeded in resurrecting her and hid her in a safe place. At this moment, Gao Yang looked at Qinglong, with only burning hatred in his eyes, and he had not yet activated spirit armor. Qinglong, before I kill you, I want to ask you a question. Gao Yang's voice was cold. Ask. Qinglong looked calm. Gao Yang stepped forward. Why did you throw that punch on New Year's Eve? Do you know how sinful that punch was? Yes. Qinglong remained calm. I am a soldier, I obey orders and stick to my beliefs. Beliefs? Gao Yang frowned. Yes, beliefs. Qinglong repeated loudly. Ha ha, ha. Gao Yang laughed without warning, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing for nearly 10 seconds, he suddenly roared at Qinglong. You have no beliefs. You are a stupid dog. Good for nothing. Mentally retarded. Damn bastard. Qinglong was stunned for 2 seconds. He didn't expect Gao Yang, as the leader of the 9 heirs, to curse out a bunch of dirty words in such a low-class manner. Yin Yang is a delusioned beast. You should have seen it just now. Gao Yang continued to yell. He and Qilin had no intention of opening the door. Qilin has been lying to you, me, and everyone from the beginning. Fighting for humanity. Fighting for survival. It's all bullshit. When I disagreed with his decision, he immediately killed me. When Zhu Kei found out that he didn't want to open the door, he turned her into a vegetable. If it weren't for the crow shark, she would have been eaten by the beast. You probably don't know this yet. Humans killing each other. Civil war among awakeners. These were all instigated by your master. And you, stupid dog, still have the nerve to talk to me about faith here. Qinglong. Answer me. What faith do you hold on to? Qinglong's eyes were firm and completely unmoved. After a few seconds, he spoke calmly. Even if what you said is true, I believe Qilin. Everything he does is for humanity. But he is clearly killing humans. Gao Yang shouted, Qinglong, have you never doubted that the person you believe in is a lunatic? Have you never doubted for a second that everything you do is wrong? Qinglong smiled and shook his head. I never doubted it, not for a second. Gao Yang looked at Qinglong in disbelief, his eyes no longer angry, even the light of hatred dimmed, leaving only deep pity. Qinglong, you are so pathetic, you are the most pitiful person I have ever seen. Qinglong shook his head slowly. Gao Yang, it takes great courage to believe or doubt a belief. Time will tell who is right and who is wrong. There is no essential difference between you and me. If you must say there is a difference, there is one. Qinglong smiled. Believers are strong, and doubters are in pain. Gao Yang completely disagreed with Qinglong's point of view, but he was too lazy to reason with a stone in the toilet. No more nonsense. Let's get it over with. Just what I want. Qinglong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Gao Yang reactivated spirit armor to ensure that his brain was absolutely calm. If he wanted to win, he must not be dominated by other emotions. Now Qinglong was the only enemy, and Gao Yang had no worries at all. Qinglong's explosion just now should have hurt his body, and his condition had declined a lot. However, Gao Yang looked back at himself and was not optimistic. Qinglong was basically immune to flame. In a pure fist and foot contest, Gao Yang could not beat Qinglong. Only one move was left, Johan's level 7 weakness. When borrowing talent from Johan, Gao Yang had confirmed that Johan had never had a life and death duel with Qinglong. Weakness had been with Johan for more than 10 years, and it was unlikely that Qinglong had fought to the death with a previous gifted person of weakness before. The time to copy weakness is 20 seconds. But it is enough. After all, weakness will be immune to Qinglong after a long time. Let's decide the winner in 15 seconds. Enter the system. Accumulated lucky points 1394. Replenish strength, agility, and then replenish physical strength and endurance. Arrange. Physical strength, 1809 endurance, 1811. Strength, 2000 agility, 2000. Spirit, 2003 charm, 2302. Luck, 2020 activate the power of enlightenment. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 5362 agility, 5363. Spirit, 100 charm, 100. Luck, 2020 activate level 7 weakness. The energy conversion is completed in an instant. Buzz. The change of attribute points brought about a change in aura. A circle of powerful energy ripples was stirred around Gao Yang, and then his whole body was protected by a faint golden shield. Qinglong was shocked. Gao Yang became stronger, but his body seemed to become fragile again, a very strange change. Qinglong didn't know what tricks Gao Yang was playing. He mobilized all his energy and remained 100% focused. In the past, when Gao Yang activated the power of enlightenment, he would deduct the attribute points that were not needed temporarily to 1. That was because he was confident that during the time when the power of enlightenment was activated, the enemy would not have a chance to touch him even once. But this time, it was different against Qinglong. Even if he activated the power of enlightenment, he could not crush him unilaterally, so he retained a certain amount of physical strength and endurance, otherwise he would be a foeman, and Qinglong would break it at the touch. In fact, 500 points of physical endurance were also extremely fragile under Qinglong's fist, but Gao Yang also had an absolute defensive energy shield on his body, so he should be able to hold on for more than 10 seconds. Even if he couldn't hold on, Gao Yang couldn't increase his endurance points. He had to ensure that his strength and agility were above 5,000 points, otherwise he couldn't beat Qinglong. At this moment, two of the strongest warriors in the awakening world were born on the ruins under the abyss of the desert. One was the real strongest warrior, and the other was the temporary strongest warrior. The victory or defeat was decided in an instant. Dong dong. Under the gray and cold moonlight, the two figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only the crushed ground and a circle of vibrating energy ripples. Chapter 803. Swish, swish, swish. Under the abyss, two figures, with their own energy trails, turned into two golden lights that entangled at high speed, sometimes on the ground, sometimes in the air, and sometimes on the rock wall. One of the golden lights disappeared and reappeared from time to time, like a high-frequency flicker. That was Gao Yang cooperating with teleportation, and his speed was obviously faster than Qinglong. But Gao Yang did not take the initiative to attack, but kept dodging. Qinglong chased him relentlessly, but was always one step slower than Gao Yang. Qinling and Cantu originally wanted to join the battle, but found that they had no way to intervene. Compared with the two strongest warriors, their speed was as slow as a snail. Hide and wait for the opportunity, Qinling said softly. Yeah. Cantu put his hand on Qingling's shoulder, and the two of them became invisible. The two golden lights were still entangled at a high speed. When it lasted for the 4th second, Gao Yang finally found Qinglong's flaw while dodging. He used a micro-distance teleportation to avoid Qinglong's punch and swung a punch at the same time, hitting Qinglong's left face. Pound. Qinglong's eyes were full of stars, his jaw was almost dislocated, and both eyeballs were almost squeezed out of the eye sockets by the power of this punch. How many years has it been? How many years has Qinglong not been hit by such a powerful punch? The moment Qinglong felt pain, he mobilized most of his energy to his head to resist the power of the second half of Gao Yang's punch. Gao Yang was also shocked. He thought that this punch would at least knock Qinglong out, but he didn't expect that it would only knock his head crooked, and he quickly turned his head back after 0.1 seconds. Qinglong grabbed Gao Yang's small arm with lightning speed, and quickly pressed his elbow with his other hand to try to break his arm. Gao Yang didn't give Qinglong a chance, and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Qinglong pressed down with both hands instantly, locked Gao Yang's calves instead, and turned around and swung. Swoosh. Gao Yang flew out like a cannonball, smashing a rock wall behind him. Bang. An instant later, Qinglong chased up with flying rubble, and punched Gao Yang in the chest. Wow! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the energy shield on his body exploded into countless fragments with a ding sound. The shattered rock wall pit behind him instantly expanded 10 times, and cracked into a giant spider web. Bang. A second later, the spider web collapsed further, turning into thousands of rubbles running around. Qinglong was shocked. The touch is wrong. It's an illusion. Where is the real body? Above the head? Behind? None of them. He lowered his head suddenly, and Gao Yang's real body was actually squatting at Qinglong's feet. After Gao Yang was thrown out, he knew that Qinglong would not miss this opportunity to chase him, so he instantly split into a phantom and exchanged with the phantom. In order to let the phantom deceive Qinglong for one more second, he even left the energy shield to the phantom. At the same time, in order to ensure that his attack speed was faster than Qinglong's reaction speed, he directly launched the phantom on the spot, and his real body was only half a body length away from the phantom. As a result, after Qinglong hit the phantom, he found that Gao Yang's real body was squatting at his feet, and he had no time to react. Bang. Gao Yang hit Qinglong's chin with a right hook. Pound. Qinglong flew straight up to the sky, and his brain was strongly shaken, making him unable to defend for a short time. Pound. Gao Yang jumped up quickly, launched teleport to catch up, and hit Qinglong's abdomen with his knee. Boom. Qinglong curled up and flew high again. Gao Yang fell down under the reaction of the force. At this time, the phantom that was not completely destroyed appeared. He jumped almost at the same time as the real body, just to serve as a stepping stone for 1 second. Gao Yang stepped on the shoulders of his phantom with both feet, and kicked with all his strength, while continuing to launch teleportation. Pound. Gao Yang turned into a beam of golden light again, chasing Qinglong and hitting Qinglong's chest. Boom. This time, the two figures entangled together, rushed out of the abyss, flew to the night sky above the desert, and became two solemn silhouettes with the full moon. Qinglong spit out blood after being hit in the chest. However, the extreme pain also made him sober up instantly and regain control of his body. Relying on years of fighting instincts, he stretched out his hands like lightning and locked Gao Yang's hands to prevent this cunning and fierce rabbit from jumping away. Gao Yang was startled, and saw a flash of determination to perish together in Qinglong's bloodshot eyes. Ugh! Qinglong cowered suddenly, and his forehead hit Gao Yang's forehead. Dang! In the night sky, a circle of dazzling golden light shook. Gao Yang was like a golden meteor, falling into the abyss in the desert. Boom! In less than 2 seconds, Gao Yang fell to the bottom of the abyss, hit the ground heavily, and exploded a small meteorite crater. Wow! Gao Yang also spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, and the energy shield that he had urgently generated on his head was also shattered, and the golden shield on his body was also in tatters. He had no time to repair it, and even no time to breathe. He flipped over and launched teleport. Nothing. Half a second later, Qinglong, who had fallen from the sky, punched Gao Yang where he was originally. Bang, bang, bang. The ground surface cracked rapidly, like the center of a major earthquake. The ground several meters thick was like a surging wave, undulating in an S shape, swinging in all directions, and cracking rapidly. Countless golden energy rushed out of the cracks, carrying gravel and soil into the air. If Gao Yang was hit by this punch, he would be torn into pieces. Swish! Gao Yang, who had just teleported away, came back at an abnormal speed in less than 0.2 seconds. All the energy shields on his body disappeared. The moment Gao Yang dodged Qinglong's punch, he took back all the energy and forcibly destroyed the energy path in his body, just to briefly break through the cooling limit of teleport and achieve seamless teleportation. Gao Yang was gambling with this move. If he lost the bet, he would die, but he had no choice, because the time for the power of enlightenment was running out. Bang! Qinglong, who hit the ground, had no time to retract his stance. Gao Yang punched Qinglong in the back, triggering weakness 7 times the power. Bang! Qinglong flew out. This punch hit Qinglong's back. He relied on the extreme reaction time to make Gao Yang's fist slightly miss the target by an inch. Although the 7 times the power severely injured Qinglong, it was not enough to kill him. Qinglong flew out along the ground. He tried to grab the ground with both hands to force himself to stop. Gao Yang did not give him a chance and teleported again to catch up. The boy's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing out of his ears, mouth corners, and nostrils. This was the result of forcibly destroying the energy path. He could not use teleportation again for at least an hour. But he knew that he had won the bet, and Qinglong was already at the end of his strength. Ah! Gao Yang punched Qinglong. Qinglong did not dodge. In fact, when he was hit by a punch on the weak point, he was no longer able to continue fighting with Gao Yang, not to mention that his speed was not as fast as Gao Yang. They both confirmed one thing at the same time: the next move would decide life or death. Qinglong clenched his right fist, hit it at his waist, and stored his strength for half a second. Even though he only stored his strength for half a second, the energy wave from Qinglong's punch was enough to turn Gao Yang, who had no energy shield, into ashes. At that moment, Gao Yang's blood-red eyes glowed with white light. Tranquility. Chapter 804. Wu. A sacred, gentle and strange white energy ripple spread from Gao Yang's chest and quickly swept through Qinglong's body. What? Qinglong had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Gao Yang to have this trick. The energy in his body entered a silent state, and the energy accumulated in his fist disappeared in an instant. He could no longer send out energy waves, but he could still swing his fist. Bang! Qinglong's fist hit Gao Yang's chest. Pound! Gao Yang's punch, which had little energy left, hit Qinglong's chest. Level 7 weakness triggered. 49 times the power. Qinglong's back suddenly arched, and surging golden energy rushed out from his back, like a doll filled with golden gas being pierced, and the golden airflow was madly pouring out. In fact, the energy that poured out did not come from Gao Yang's fist, but from Qinglong's own energy. Qinglong's body contains powerful static energy, which is accumulated by Qinglong in countless life and death battles. They are deposited in Qinglong's body, making Qinglong an invulnerable steel body. Even if it is a punch with 49 times the power, if you want to really touch Qinglong's killing line, you must first drive out the static energy in his body to really kill him. Fortunately, Qinglong is already at the end of his strength, and it does not take 49 times the power to drive out the energy in his body. Qinglong's chest was not hit with a hole, and his heart was not completely destroyed, but it was still shattered by the punch. All this happened very quickly. The two hit each other's chest, and then time seemed to stand still for half a second. Boom! Half a second later, a huge energy ripple spread out, and the two people were thrown out. Pound! Gao Yang smashed the rock wall behind him, and was buried in a pile of rubble. Qinglong also flew more than 30 meters away. He was like a shrunken ball, rolling on the ground, bouncing, rolling again, and finally lying on the ground. Qinglong's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his breathing was heavy. Ah! Qinglong supported the ground with both hands, his body trembling, and tried to stand up. He knew he was dying, but his strong willpower forced him to hang on to his last breath. At least, before he died, he had to kill the heir of God and pave the way for Qilin. Go! Qingling's voice appeared in the air dozens of meters away. In these short 15 seconds, Qingling and Cantu, who were in stealth mode, had been watching the battle, looking for the opportunity to join the battlefield while avoiding the remaining power of the two people's battle. They always believed that Gao Yang would win. They had fought so many battles along the way. No matter how tragic the process was, Gao Yang would always win. Finally, the opportunity came. Kill Qinglong and end everything. Swish. Qinglong knelt on one knee, and before he could even stand up, Can and Qingling came to double-team him, appearing at 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock respectively. Can raised his hands, and summoned 30 air blades in one breath. Qingling raised his sword with both hands. The green blade of the 6th level sword god was on the Tang sword, and the purple electric light of the 6th level lightning was flashing on the Xiao sword. The light in Qinglong's eyes dimmed. Oh, I was so focused on the battle that I forgot about them. It seems that I lost. Qilin, I'm sorry, I can't witness that bright future with you. Ice blood. Lu Shuang's voice appeared, and at the same time, a red bead curtain composed of countless blood drops appeared. Lu Shuang, who was dying, had floated up and appeared above Qinglong's head. Her hair was messy, and her face was pale, and almost transparent. There were wounds on her hands, feet, and heart. Blood was constantly flowing out of her body. It was this blood that formed this overwhelming blood bead curtain, surrounding Qinglong, Qingling, and Can. On her right ring finger, the ring with 2 times the enhanced energy was twisted. She used the potion in this state, which was tantamount to suicide. However, she would have died anyway, but she lived for half a minute longer by relying on the sea potion. When she saw Qinglong was in danger, she realized that this was the meaning of living for half a minute longer. She was glad that she obeyed the order and held on to this moment. Qingling had already noticed the energy changes of the red bead curtains around her. Her face was ashen. She turned around and ran while shouting to Ken, "Run!" It was too late. Lotus burial. Ding! Countless blood-red ice crystal lotuses bloomed on the red bead curtains, almost in an instant. There were thousands of blood-red lotuses, but only a ding sound was heard. Qingling and Cantu were unable to escape at all. Their bodies were pierced by the sharp and hard lotus petals around them, and their movements were blocked at the same time. Ah! The two screamed at the same time. 2 seconds later, Qingling regained his sanity from the pain and tried to break free, but he couldn't do it at all. The same was true for Cantu. These ice crystal lotuses made of blood and energy were not ordinary hard, not to mention being buried in such a dense sea of flowers. It was difficult to destroy them by ordinary means. Qingling took a deep breath, barely hooked her fingers, and controlled 2 black gold darts to shuttle through this 3-dimensional blood-colored flower sea, trying to break a piece of ice crystal petals that pierced Qingling's waist. Ding ding ding. The petals began to crack and then shattered, but Qingling had to break at least a dozen petals that pierced other parts of the body before she could move again. Damn! Too slow. Hurry up! Hurry up! Lu Shuang relied on the 2x energy enhancement potion to complete the last suicidal blow, draining the last drop of blood and energy in her body. She fell heavily to the ground, like a hollowed-out doll, and fell beside Qinglong. Qinglong's face was covered in blood, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to hold up Lu Shuang's head. Lu Shuang. Elder, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Lu Shuang didn't hear Qinglong's reply. Her eyes wide open quickly dimmed, and she died silently. You never let me down. It's me who let you down. Qinglong's hand that wanted to help Liu Shuang was still hanging in the air. He slowly retracted it, and answered the corpse in front of him meticulously. Qinglong slowly stood up. He couldn't believe that he still had the strength to stand up. Instantly, a huge energy fell from the sky and poured into Qinglong's crown, then spread all over his body, directly to his fingers and toes. This energy made Qilong dazed, and his consciousness turned into flying dust, shuttling through the long river of time. Old Lu, is it crooked? Xiao Li's voice came. Qilong suddenly opened his eyes, and found himself sitting on the sofa in the clinic of the Blue House. Old Lu was his name before he became the elder of Qilong. Xiao Li has long curly brown hair, wears a navy blue t-shirt and a denim skirt, takes off her canvas shoes, stands on a chair, and is hanging a fairy tale picture book-style decoration on the wall. The left side is a little low. Lao Lu replied. Xiao Li adjusted it. How about this? It's okay. Lao Lu replied. Xiao Li hung up the decoration, jumped off the chair, put on his shoes, and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Done? I buy some green radish potted plants later, and it will be almost done. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Dr. Su, wearing a white coat, black framed glasses, one hand on a cane, and the other holding a wet rag, walked out of the utility room. Today is the first day of Dr. Su's Blue House Psychological Clinic. Xiao Li and Lao Lu came to congratulate him and help him clean up and organize. It's really hard work. Xiao Li had already put on her shoes, and she sat down on the sofa. I'm so tired, I'm finally done. Suddenly, Xiao Li thought of something. By the way, what is the name of the union? Old Lu was stunned for a moment, and reached out from his trouser pocket to take out a wrinkled list with dozens of union names written on it. The union has been established for more than half a year, but it has never had an official name. Today, the three elders gathered together, on the one hand to help Dr. Su move, and on the other hand to discuss this matter. Xiao Li, I have seen all the names you gave. Old Lu said honestly, I don't think they are suitable. Then I really have no choice. Xiao Li stretched and leaned on the sofa. I have racked my brains, but I really have limited literary talent. Actually, I have an idea. Old Lu looked at Dr. Su. Why not call it Qilin Union? You've already come up with an idea after all this time. Isn't this a waste of my time? Xiao Li was a little unhappy, and hit Lao Lu's shoulder. I just thought of it these few days. Lao Lu smiled apologetically. What's the purpose of choosing this name? Dr. Su was a little interested, and looked at Lao Lu with a gentle smile. Dr. Su, I remember you mentioned before that your surname was not Su before but Mu. Now you only changed your surname, not your name. Yes, I used to be Jupiter. Dr. Su said. Sure enough. Lao Lu touched the green beard on his chin. I specifically checked it out. There is a saying that the year star spreads out to give birth to a unicorn. The year star refers to Jupiter. Although it's a bit second year, it seems okay. Xiao Li said that it was acceptable. Lao Lu nodded and continued, then we, the elders, will be named after the 4 sacred beasts. Legend has it that the 4 sacred beasts are the guardian gods of the world, and the meaning is also very good. Then I choose first. I want Suzaku. Xiao Li said hurriedly. Not bad, you actually understand it. Lao Lu was a little surprised. Suzaku is Li in the 8 diagrams, and it is the main fire in the 5 elements. It symbolizes the old yang in the 4 images, and the summer in the 4 seasons. Xiao Li, it fits your real name perfectly. Ah? Xiao Li was stunned at first, and smiled embarrassedly. I don't know at all. Isn't Suzaku the phoenix, which is more feminine? Qilong, Baihu and Xuanwu sound rough and like men. Okay. Lao Lu laughed dumbly. Although Suzaku is not a phoenix, he didn't explain it anymore. It's fine as long as Xiao Li likes it. Lao Lu, your zodiac sign is dragon. Dr. Su smiled. Let's call it Qilong. I think so too. Lao Lu nodded. There are only 2 positions missing for the elders, and it will be complete. Do you have a suitable candidate? Dr. Su asked. Well, there is a stadium near the funeral home where I work. An uncle comes here every day to play soccer. I have known him for almost a year. He is also an awakener, and seems to have great talent. How is he? Dr. Su asked. Then I have to observe him again. Xiao Li was not sure. Okay, no rush. It's better to have nothing than to have something unqualified. Dr. Su stood up with a cane. So, the name of the Qilin Guild has been decided? I have no objection. Xiao Li smiled and stood up. Then, I have to call you the president of the Qilin Guild. Dr. Su smiled. Elder Qilong, Elder Zhuke, do you want to have a drink tonight to celebrate? Drinking is harmful to the body. Lao Lu said. Old Lu. Qilong, you are not. Xiao Li frowned exaggeratedly. You never disappoint people when it comes to spoiling fun. Yes, today is so meaningful. Dr. Su also advised. My clinic is open, the union has a name. Even if it is officially established, It's a double happiness. You really don't go? Then tonight. Let's make an exception. Old Lu also stood up. Haha, let's go. Xiaoli put on the canvas shoes on her feet and pulled up the bag on the sofa. Wait for me. I'm going to touch up my makeup. Maybe I can meet a handsome guy in the bar. Xiaoli hummed a light tune and pushed the door into the bathroom. Old Lu and Dr. Su looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and shook their heads. Qilin Union. Dr. Su read out these 4 words and looked up at Old Lu. The setting sun shines in from the clinic window. Dr. Su is slightly facing the light, smiling gently, speaking in a sincere and respectful voice. He extends his hand to Lao Lu. Qilong, the road ahead is long and difficult. Please take care of me. Lao Lu extends his hand and firmly holds Dr. Su's hand. Chapter 805. In a flash, Qinglong's consciousness returned from the long river of time. At this moment, he clearly realized that his infinite evolution had reached level 7. Qinglong has always been a person of firm belief, but his talent has never been able to break through level 7, and he doesn't know why. Now, he has only reached level 7 at the moment of death, and he doesn't know whether this is lucky or ironic. Qilin, the future of mankind is in your hands. Ah! Qilong clenched his right fist, racing with the god of death and wrestling with fate. 10 seconds, a full 10 seconds. His body did not become stronger, nor did it flash any energy light waves. On the contrary, he looked so thin and dim. All his energy, belief, and even soul were tempered into his right fist. At that moment, he was the fist, and the fist was him, and the two became one. Level 7 Infinite Evolution. A punch of belief. Qinglong punched the ground under his feet, and threw the last punch of his life. 20 seconds ago, a piece of rubble on the rubble pile 100 meters away trembled. Crash. A hand stretched out, and then Gao Yang stood up from the rubble pile. Qinglong's punch, which lost its energy, hit Gao Yang's chest. Although it was not fatal, it was also a serious injury. Wow! Gao Yang vomited blood and knelt on one knee, but his tense thinking did not stop. Where is Qinglong? Is he dead? Is the battle over? Gao Yang looked up quickly and was extremely shocked. 50 meters away, a large area of ice crystal lotus appeared. They were densely packed, forming a 3-dimensional flower sea cage. Qingling and Cantu were trapped in it and were stabbed all over. Both of them struggled hard, but they could not escape in a short time. In the center of the flower sea cage, there were 2 more people, Qinglong and Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang was lying on the ground, dead. Qilong stood beside her, clenched his right fist. His whole body was dim, but that fist was so dazzling that it seemed to melt, and the golden light was like a small sun, dyeing the blood-red flower sea around it into a bright golden pink. And his fist was aimed at his feet. He was accumulating power. He planned to die with everyone. No! He should be dead. Why can he still have this kind of energy? Gao Yang had no time to figure this out. At this moment, the energy path of teleportation in his body was completely damaged. He could no longer teleport, and he could not get close to Qinglong in the center of the flower sea to deploy the absolute barrier within the casting distance to bind him. Gao Yang ran at full speed, rushed to the unconscious Kyo, hugged her, turned around and quickly rushed to Qinling at the edge of the flower sea. Hurry up! Hurry up! Qilong can only charge for 10 seconds, or 8 seconds at most. Damn it! It's too late. Gao Yang didn't care about that much, and threw Kyo with all his strength. Kyo flew into the ice crystal lotus that bound Qingling. The unconscious Kyo was cut by the sharp ice crystal petals in many places. Absolute defense. Using the small absolute barrier 3 times within an hour is Gao Yang's current limit. In fact, the energy in his body is not even enough for him to use this last time. At most, he can maintain it for another minute, but it is enough to resist Qinglong's demise. Gao Yang's feet rushed out a golden energy, like a swift golden snake, rushing towards Qingling and Kyo along the ground, and then exploded with a ding sound, locking the 2 people and the ice crystal lotus that bound them into the barrier. At the same time, Gao Yang turned and rushed towards Cantu. His fists were ablaze with flames. Gao Yang. It's in time. Use the flames to destroy the ice lotus beside Cantu. Even if it burns her, it doesn't matter. Save Cantu, and then take her back to the safe house of the absolute barrier. Yes. It's in time. Definitely in time. You are the heir of God. You are lucky. You can definitely do it. Cantu, in the red sea of flowers, wearing her favorite coat, covered in blood, blending with the coat and lotus, looks even more gorgeous and moving. Cantu tilted her head. A few strands of blood-stained hair fell on her pale cheeks. Her lips were cracked, The corners of her bleeding mouth trembled slightly, and she raised her head slightly towards Gao Yang, who was rushing towards her. "Captain, I knew you would come to save me again and again. The captain is so good, handsome, gentle, considerate, and powerful. I admire the captain the most. But captain, you also have shortcomings, that is, you are too stupid. This is the last time, and you must never do stupid things again." Cantu didn't care that the muscles on his arm were torn by the sharp petals, and tried to raise his bloody right hand and aimed at Gao Yang, who was rushing over. At that moment, she also found her own faith. Wind. Invisibility was upgraded to level 7. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't make a sound, because all her energy was injected into her own moves. Her lips could only make 3 blank syllables. Gao Yang, who was running fast, had dilated pupils, and his heart stopped suddenly. He guessed what Cantu was going to do. "No! No, don't do this! Don't do this! Please don't do this! Stop! This is an order! I can save you! I can definitely save you! I am the heir of God! I can definitely do it!" Wow! The powerful wind elements gathered into a hurricane, which was gentle and powerful, like thousands of wind elves, flashing their wings, laughing mischievously, playing around, and swallowing Gao Yang in a mighty way, and then carrying him, flying in the opposite direction of the can. A second later, Qinglong's faith punched the ground. The dazzling light bloomed and spread with him as the center, swallowing everything in an instant. Gao Yang, who flew quickly to the edge of the battlefield, was still staring at the bright red in the sea of flowers. It was a thin and petite girl wearing an ill-fitting red coat. In fact, there were some things that everyone in the 9 Heirs knew, but never had the heart to say. No matter whether Cantu wore high heels or had long hair, no matter how hard she tried, this red coat was never suitable for her. The girl in the ill-fitting coat disappeared in the dazzling energy tsunami, like a flash of light and shadow along with the ice crystal lotus around her. Soon, the tsunami also caught up, engulfing and tearing Gao Yang apart. At the last moment, when his consciousness melted into the abyss of nothingness, the familiar voice of conversation echoed in Gao Yang's mind. "Captain, I avenged Ronnie. Well done. But why? Why am I still so sad? Revenge is something that must be done, but revenge can't change anything. So that's the case." Nigeria, early morning, Triangle Tower scenic area. The sandstorm subsided, and at some point, a huge abyss appeared in the center of the desert. Under the cold moonlight, it was like a black vortex appeared in a gray-blue quiet ocean, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. But this was just an illusion. The ground began to tremble faintly, and the tiny sand grains jumped up and down. Boom! 2 seconds later, a towering golden light column rushed out of the abyss and hit the sky. The sky and the earth were illuminated by this dazzling light. Everything in the world seemed to have lost any shadows at that moment, and was shrouded in 100% light. It was like a golden pillar of creation, trying to connect the earth and the sky, trying to disrupt the nebula in the universe. The hurricane created by the light column spread in all directions along the desert, and the rolled-up yellow sand turned into a sandstorm again, covering not only the desert scenic area, but also the surrounding cities. 30 seconds later, the sky-high light column slowly disintegrated and dissipated, leaving a crooked illusory light band in the night, and a golden snow fell at the same time. 5 minutes later, the sandstorm subsided again. The desert returned to its former coldness and vastness. No matter how magnificent the wonders were before, at this moment, it returned to loneliness and nothingness. The nightlight dimmed, and the lazy moon had disappeared in the dark clouds, like a passerby who was in a hurry to go home after watching a lively scene. It didn't care how many people died in this lively scene, and how many hearts were crushed. It didn't care how many hot beliefs turned into roars to shake the gears of fate, but ended up being a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It didn't care about humans, beasts, the foggy world, the Songdao, and even the entire universe and the ultimate truth. It was bored, uninterested, and drowsy. It went home, got on the bed, pulled the quilt, and muttered, "It's none of my business." Chapter 806. Qilong punched out a bigger crater on the ground with his faith before his death, and the energy wave he created almost destroyed and melted everything in the abyss. Except Qingling and Kyo in the absolute barrier. Ding. 1 minute later, the barrier shattered. During the waiting time, Qingling patiently controlled the black gold dart to break the ice crystal petals that pierced her body, and finally she could move freely. She was covered with wounds and blood, and it was difficult for her to stand. But she still gritted her teeth and raised the Tang sword, limping to the center of the crater, where there was a man who knelt on one knee and died. It was Qilong. There was only scorched earth around Qinglong and Liu Shuang's body, and the ice crystal lotus outside the absolute barrier had long turned to ashes. Qingling walked with difficulty, and a burning temperature appeared in her cold eyes, and her injured steps gradually accelerated. Finally, she came to Qinglong's body. Puff! The Tang sword pierced Qinglong's heart, but not even a drop of blood flowed out of Qinglong's body. Qingling pulled out the Tang sword from his almost shriveled chest, slashed it with a backhand, and Qinglong's head flew a few meters away, and fell to the ground with a click. Then she kicked the headless body in front of her to the ground, and then she was completely relieved. She did not miss the miserable state of the enemy's body, and turned to walk out of the meteorite crater. Qingling walked towards the direction where Gao Yang flew away. She used the Tang sword as a crutch, inserted it into the ground, and climbed up the huge meteorite crater step by step. At this time, Ke finally woke up again. She was cut by ice crystal petals in many places on her body, bleeding, but it was not serious. She walked towards Qingling with pain and supported her, stumbling. Qingling, you are seriously injured. Use the sea potion quickly. Qingling still had the last sea potion in her waist bag, and she had used 1/4 of it. Fortunately, it was not damaged in the subsequent fight. I'm fine. I don't need it. Qingling panted and continued to move forward. But she immediately understood Qingling's thoughts, and she felt a pain in her chest and stopped talking. The two supported each other and limped towards the edge of the battlefield. The rock wall in the edge area had already been stripped of several layers of skin by the shock wave of the punch of faith, and the ground was full of hot gravel. The two tightened their eyes and found a bloody hand in the gravel on the ground. Qingling threw away the Tang sword, quickened her pace, and knelt down with a thump. She moved away a few pieces of gravel and grabbed Gao Yang's hand. She pulled hard and sat down directly on the ground. It turned out that it was just a broken hand. Qingling was stunned. Ah! Ke screamed again and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Tears were about to burst out. 2 seconds later, Qingling threw away the broken hand, crawled over again, and began to dig the nearby rubble. Her idea was simple: to see the person alive, to see the body dead. Ke was stunned again. She wiped the tears and blood stains on her face, knelt down, and helped Qingling to dig the rubble. The bloody fingerprints of the two people were covered on one piece of rubble after another. After an unknown amount of time, the rubble pile in front of them was mostly hollowed out. The two finally found a calf. The pants on the calf were all burned, the shoes and socks were gone, the sole of the foot was half melted, and only 2 toes were left. Qingling and Ke looked at each other again. Each of them covered the wound on their body with one hand, freed one hand, and grabbed the ankle together, and pulled it back suddenly. Crash! More gravel rolled down, and Gao Yang was pulled out like a carrot. Of course, it was not a complete Gao Yang. His arms were gone, and his entire right leg was gone. His abdomen, chest, and left face were all bloody and almost burnt. In the blurry flesh, you could still see the white bones. He looked like a body that was hastily eaten and discarded by wolves. Before Ken died, although he launched the power of a hurricane to push Gao Yang away, allowing Gao Yang to try his best to avoid the most dangerous area, and Gao Yang's own physical endurance was close to 2,000, so he was able to survive. But it was still impossible to resist the residual power of the energy wave of Faith Punch, and in the end, he was left with a broken body. Qingling's face sank, and she immediately leaned over and pressed her left face against Gao Yang's bloody chest. Plop. Although it was slow, there was still a heartbeat. He was still alive. Qingling sat up suddenly, pulled out the needle cover of the sea medicine, and suddenly stabbed it into Gao Yang's chest, injecting it in one breath. The wounds on Gao Yang's body began to recover slowly. The completely burned skin and muscles fell off his body, and new flesh and blood grew, and the deep wounds that could see the bones began to heal slowly. However, his 2 broken arms and 1 leg could not grow back. Confirming that the captain had saved his life, she felt relieved and knelt on the ground. She looked at the ruins in front of her, and suddenly fell into a huge confusion and emptiness. Suddenly, she thought of something. Where is Cantu? Cantu? Dead. Qingling replied coldly. No, she had a hairpin. But she couldn't say anything else. Suddenly she figured it out. She gave me the hairpin. Right? Yes. But her voice choked again. Why did she save me? I'm not worth it at all. This is her choice. Qingling interrupted. But she stopped talking, and she suddenly didn't know what else to say. She didn't want to cry, but her stomach was churning. She wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. She pinched her throat with one hand and beat her chest with the other hand. Vomit, vomit. This lasted for a minute, but nothing came out. Her face was bleak, and she raised her hand tremblingly to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Is this revenge? Yes. Qing Ling replied coldly, stretched out her hand tiredly, and pushed aside a strand of blood-stained hair on Gao Yang's forehead. After an unknown amount of time, the moonlight peeked out from the dark clouds again, casting a ray of light, illuminating a ruin. 3 survivors, 1 kneeling, 1 sitting, and 1 lying, were right next to the illuminated ruins. The gray-blue moonlight was like a giant worm, crawling slowly on the ground, but it never illuminated them. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or perhaps even longer. The girl kneeling on the ground covered her face with her hands and sobbed softly. 42, Gecko, life. 42, Gecko, life. A voice without emotion or gender suddenly appeared in his mind and repeated it. Gao Yang was awakened. He opened his sore eyelids and found himself lying on the bed in the hotel, with Qing Ling sitting next to him, with wounds bandaged all over his body. Outside the window, the moonlight was gray-blue, and the thin gauze curtains danced gently. Gao Yang tried to move his body, but he couldn't. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at his body, only to find that his 2 arms and 1 leg were gone. He was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, like a mutilated mummy. You're awake. In the darkness, Qing Ling's face was against the light, and her eyes were dim. How long have I slept? Gao Yang's voice was hoarse and weak. 3 hours. Qing Ling replied. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a strange pain in the wound of the broken limb, which was like a red iron block cooled by water, slowly turning into a warm and swollen pain. What's wrong? Qing Ling asked. Something's wrong with the broken limb, Gao Yang said. Qing Ling was startled, and a black gold dart appeared in her hand, and she quickly cut the bandage on the broken limb. After a few seconds, she looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. You have comprehended, Gecko. Gao Yang lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his body. Sure enough, the tiny white bones were like fragile buds, slowly growing out of the broken thigh, and then the pink flesh and veins slowly followed like green leaves, and finally the capillaries and skin, which gathered little by little and sutured. It seems. Yes. Gao Yang closed his eyes again. It turns out that this is the real talent of enlightenment. Before, the talent that Gao Yang understood through the system was non-enlightenment, at least not the channel assigned to the awakeners by Tsang Dao, but luck, or the special channel given to him by the identity of God's heir. And now Gecko is the second talent he truly understood by himself. Very good. Qing Ling's tone was cold, but he could hear a sigh of relief. I don't have to go to Haichuan Group to snatch Dr. Jia. During the short time that Gao Yang was unconscious, Qing Ling stayed by his side, thinking about what to do next. The leader of the 9 heirs became severely disabled, and the only person who could help him stand up again was probably Dr. Jia. But now there is no need to think about these. Soon, Gao Yang will have Gecko, and it will only be a matter of time before his hands and feet grow back. Qing Ling, who was completely relieved, suddenly felt an indescribable sense of fatigue. Gao Yang, I'm tired. Chapter 807. Qing Ling knew how sad Gao Yang was. He activated spirit armor immediately after waking up, otherwise he would never be so calm. He now needs the comfort, listening and companionship of someone he trusts. Qing Ling is the best candidate, but she really can't take care of it. This battle in the desert abyss also destroyed her body and mind, and put her spirit on the verge of collapse. She needs a good sleep, even if it's just a sleep of personality. You go to rest. Gao Yang blinked. Yeah. Qing Ling nodded. Qing Ling is very worried about you. If you don't want to pay attention to her, it's okay. Gao Yang's voice was calm. Okay. Qing Ling closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths. About a minute later, Qing Ling opened her eyes again. There was no more determination and calmness in her eyes, only softness, sadness, and tears. Qing Ling came. Qing Ling opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She looked at Gao Yang with broken arms and legs on the bed, and her eyes quickly moistened. She gently reached out her hand and placed it on Gao Yang's chest, and found that his heartbeat began to speed up, and his emotions fluctuated violently. Gao Yang's spirit armor cooling time was up. Does it hurt? She asked cautiously. It hurts. Gao Yang answered hoarsely. Gao Yang, don't blame yourself, you tried your best. Yes, I tried my best, I tried my best. Gao Yang kept repeating, as if trying to suppress a certain voice in his body, revenge is something that must be done, I have no choice, I tried my best, I tried my best. Qing Ling was stunned. Gao Yang was a little out of breath, but he continued to talk, as if he was a toy with a spring wound up, and he couldn't stop at all. Before Cantu died, she said 3 words to me. At that time, I was in a hurry, and I didn't read her lips. What did she say to me? Qing Ling stared at the person in front of her, feeling distressed. I love you? Gao Yang guessed. She said she liked me before, and she might want to confess to me before she died. No, that's not right. She is so timid, it's impossible for her to say such a thing, and she said that she has an avoidant attachment personality. Thank you? Gao Yang continued to guess. It seems unlikely. It's too late for her to hate me for having a captain like me. Goodbye? No, that's not it. It's too formal. It's not like what she would say. Qing Ling, what does Cantu want to say to me? What is it? I must know, I must know. This is her last words, but I didn't hear it clearly. What am I doing? I didn't hear it clearly. Why didn't I hear it? Gao Yang. Qing Ling still cried. Don't do this, please don't do this. Gao Yang stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, and the whole person was almost in a trance. What are those 3 words? What did she say? What is it? Qing Ling cried and came over, stretched out her hands, and helped Gao Yang up with difficulty, and hugged him into her arms. She gently hugged his head, and gently stroked his hair. Tears appeared in Gao Yang's dazed eyes, and his mouth was still repeating, What did you say? Qing Ling tried to stop crying, and intermittently sang the ballad that her sister had sung to Gao Yang. Small rocking bed, gently. Rock. The sky at night is so beautiful. Mom is the stars, Dad is the moon. Accompany me to sleep. La la la, la la la. Accompany me to sleep. Gecko automatically repaired its body and forcibly plundered all the energy in Gao Yang's body, which caused Gao Yang to become extremely tired again. With Qing Ling singing, his consciousness was like lying on a swaying boat, slowly sailing into the black abyss at the end of the sea that swallowed everything. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, he found himself in a warm cabin, with some dry wood in the stone fireplace next to him, crackling and burning. The warm firelight was swaying in the cabin, and he was sleeping in a comfortable rocking chair, covered with a warm blanket. On the sofa in the house, 2 young men were holding 2 mugs with steaming coffee in them. Are you still in contact with her? A young man asked. Well, on my birthday yesterday, she sent me a voice message, singing a song to wish me a happy birthday. Another young man answered. Why don't you let her come to the city to find you? What if she really says she wants to come to find me? If she really shows up, that would be interesting, because it means there is life outside the fog. Not necessarily, maybe she is not outside the fog, but in some middle area, maybe all the beasts come from that middle area. Gao Yang could no longer listen quietly, he excitedly lifted the blanket and stood up. She ran. Ronnie! Ah, the captain is awake. She ran quickly, put down the mug and stood up. The young man was elegant and handsome, wearing a white shirt. He smiled gently and shyly, and adjusted his glasses. Sorry, we disturbed the captain. You? Gao Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. We are talking about things outside the fog. Shi Ren smiled. If the captain doesn't want to hear it, we won't talk about it. No, I'm actually very interested. Gao Yang walked forward. I have wanted to have a good chat with you for a long time. By the way, the middle area you guessed may really exist. I also dreamed that there were 2 very high walls there, one white and the other black, endless, and there was a big tree in the middle. Really? Shi Ren was very happy. Captain, did you open the door? Ronnie was wearing a slim black suit, a gloomy gothic makeup, and his ears were full of earrings. He looked very excited. No, not yet. Gao Yang shook his head disappointedly. Ah, it's already this late. Shi Ren glanced at his watch. Let's talk next time. Captain, we're leaving. Leaving? Gao Yang was a little confused. A mission? Well, let's go. Shi Ren and Ronnie grabbed their coats, wrapped themselves in scarves, and pushed open the wooden door. Gao Yang was stunned and followed them out the door. Outside the cabin was a snowy field, with heavy snow and freezing weather. The 3 of them stepped on the thick snow and walked forward with their heads down. In the middle of the night, the sky was full of stars, but there was no moon. At a glance, the sky and the earth were dark and silent. The 3 of them walked a long way in the blizzard. Finally, the snow became much smaller, and a warm light appeared in the snow in front of them. It was a bonfire. Look! It's Uncle Xiong and Brother Snake. Shi Ren said happily, and walked up quickly. Ronnie and Gao Yang also quickened their pace. Hui Xiong and Manchi squatted by the campfire, both wearing thick winter clothes and sitting on 2 raised stones. Hui Xiong was holding a stainless steel water cup with half a cup of hot wine in it. There was an iron rack for cooking food on the campfire, on which was a dagger, with a nearly roasted rabbit stuck in the dagger. Uncle Xiong. Brother Snake. We are here. Shiran walked up, squatted beside Huixiong, put his hands on the campfire to keep warm, and kept breathing. This damn place is really cold. Shiran. Huixiong looked at Shiran very unhappy and yelled, I am about the same age as Manshi. Why do you call me uncle and call him brother? Shiran, you are too disrespectful to Uncle Xiong. Ronnie said. Get out. You are not allowed to call me. Huixiong glared at Ronnie again. I'm really used to calling you that, and I can't change it. Shiran smiled embarrassedly. Then you call me Deputy Captain. Huixiong took a step back. Okay, Deputy Captain. Shiran asked with a smile as if he was coaxing a child. It's so cold, Deputy Captain. Can I have a sip of wine? Come on, you get drunk with just one sip. How can you perform the mission later? Huixiong snorted and took out a hot roasted sweet potato from his pocket. I left this for you. Ah, thank you, Uncle Xiong. Deputy Captain. Shiran happily took the roasted sweet potato, and it burned his left hand and right hand immediately. He broke the sweet potato into 3 portions, gave one to Ronnie, and handed one to Gao Yang. Captain, eat. Gao Yang was still standing aside and didn't take it. You eat, I'm not hungry. Okay. Shiran was not polite, and buried his head in eating the sweet potato. A layer of white mist suddenly covered his glasses, and his eyes were completely invisible. Shiran, why did you suddenly become evil? Ronnie joked seriously. Shiran was not angry and continued to eat sweet potatoes. Are you going to play with a bad plot for the rest of your life? It's easy to solve. A pair of contact lenses. Man, she said. That makes sense. I go get a pair tomorrow. Shiran smiled. Man, she took a branch and fiddled with the bonfire to control the fire. Then he looked up at Gao Yang beside him. Boss, is my gecko still working? Gao Yang was startled and nodded. It's very useful, thank you. That's good, you don't have to return it. Man, she stood up on his knees, stretched his muscles, and kicked Huixiong's, but almost done, let's go. Chapter 808. Hey, so fast. Huixiong sighed, got up reluctantly, drank the hot wine in a cup in one gulp, threw it on the snow, and shouted with great enthusiasm, let's go. This time, Group 5 will do a big job. He strode forward, and the other 4 followed, with Gao Yang walking at the end. Manshi played with the flying knife in his hand, looking back at Gao Yang from time to time. You are walking too slowly. Gao Yang forced himself to cheer up and smiled. I will cover the back and protect you. Manshi raised his eyebrows. Okay, I will go ahead to explore the way. The man said, and walked to the front of the team. 5 people, lined up in a line, slowly crossed the vast and dark snowfield, like a group of wolves. I don't know how long they walked. The snow became heavier again, and everyone's vision became blurred. A red dot appeared in this blur. Gao Yang approached slowly and took a closer look. It was a thin girl, wearing a red coat and a thick scarf. She stood alone in the middle of the snow, looking down at her phone, with her palm-sized face shining. Suddenly, she noticed something, put away her phone, and looked up at everyone. She waved happily and jumped a few times on the spot. Captain! I'm here! I'm here! Soon, the 5 people came to Kant too. Kant's face was flushed, his watery eyes blinked from time to time, and his hair and eyelashes were covered with snowflakes. Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for a long time. Stinky girl. Huixiong gently pressed Kant's head. You only know how to call me captain. You don't have me, the deputy captain, in your eyes, right? Oh! Cantu lowered his head and tidied his bangs that were messed up by Huixiong. You are together, and calling the captain means calling you. Why do you have to be so clear? Do you want to work alone? Okay. You're putting the blame on someone else, right? Huixiong blew his beard and glared, and he was excited. He cleared his throat and imitated him in a weird way. Ahem. If the person I like also likes me, I won't like him. So captain, please don't like me, hee, so that I can always like the captain, sob 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 sob. Uncle Xiong. You go to hell. Cantu was ashamed and angry. She bent down and grabbed the snow on the ground and threw it at Huixiong's face. Ha ha ha. You dare to say it, but you don't admit it. Huixiong also bent down and rolled up a snowball and threw it at Cantu's coat. Ah! My clothes? Cantu hurriedly slapped the ice chips on his clothes and said coquettishly, She ran. Uncle Xiong bullied me. You didn't help me. Okay. Shiran smiled and pushed his glasses, and pushed Ronnie. Let's go together. No problem. Ronnie joined the battle and fought against Huixiong together. You are bullying the few with your numbers. Huixiong was chased by 3 people, asking for help while running. Manshi. Help me. Boring. Manshi folded his hands and watched the show coldly. Gao Yang also stood aside, watching everyone running and playing in the snow. He laughed, but as he laughed, tears flowed silently. Captain, Captain. Ken came over breathlessly. She stood beside Gao Yang and looked up at him. Why? Are you crying? Gao Yang's voice choked. Ken, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Ken was stunned, smiled and touched his hair. Oh, who would have thought that Liu Shuang and Qin Long had this trick? How can this be blamed on the captain? No, it's my fault. If I were stronger, if I calculated better. Captain. Ken called Gao Yang and wiped the tears from his face. You tried your best. I know. Since you became the captain, whether it was 11, werewolf, or various dangers later, you never gave up on me. You came to save me every time. This is enough for me. Gao Yang burst into tears. I'm sorry. Ken, I'm sorry. Captain. Ken's eyes were also red. I really can't bear to leave you. But people can't be too greedy, right? Captain, you have taken good care of me. I have a lot of good memories. Ken, what are those 3 words? Gao Yang looked at Ken. Tell me. Ken wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. Sorry, Captain. Some things can only be said once. Okay, time is up. It's time to go. The snow in the sky became heavier again. Manshi stood at the front, one hand in his pocket, the other hand playing with a flying knife, and reminded coldly. Okay, stop making trouble. Hui Xiong patted the snow on his body, and showed the dignity of the deputy captain. You must follow my command for this mission, understand? Okay. Yeah. Understood. Captain, you don't need to take action for this mission. Wait for good news from me, Lao Xiong. Hui Xiong gave Gao Yang a thumbs up. Let you see what the gold content of the 5-group MVP is. She ran and Ronnie followed, and they did not forget to look back at Gao Yang. Captain, if you meet Lin Mengwan in the future, please tell her for me. No matter what she is, I am very happy to meet her. Shi Ran smiled. Captain, help me see what's behind the door. Ronnie also smiled. Hey, wait for me. Ken shook the snow off his coat and staggered to catch up with Group 5. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Gao Yang reluctantly. The girl tilted her head, smiled slightly, waved her hand gently, then turned back and trotted to catch up with everyone's backs. Come back, don't go. Don't go, obey the order, I am your captain. Stop right there. Gao Yang stood still, unable to move. He wanted to shout, but his throat was stuck by something, and he could only watch the 5 familiar figures disappear little by little in the flying snow. Ho. The blizzard was getting bigger and bigger, turning Gao Yang into a snowman, and the sky and the earth were getting darker and darker. I don't know how long it took, and there was only absolute darkness around. Gao Yang's feet were empty, and he sank rapidly and fell into the endless void. Gao Yang felt sad. He felt his body was being eaten and decomposed by countless void bugs. Gao Yang was very scared and helpless. He just wanted to cry. Suddenly, Gao Yang's body was firmly supported by something, which made Gao Yang no longer so panic. In the darkness, 5 familiar hands reached out and placed on Gao Yang's forehead, shoulders, and chest, respectively, injecting a strange energy into his body, like a silent and warm blessing. Then, Gao Yang heard the sound of everyone breathing in unison. Everything goes well, good luck. Chapter 809. Nigerian Triangle Tower Scenic Area. In just a few hours, the abyss in the desert was repaired by Song Dao and returned to normal. That night, a large number of residents outside the desert scenic area were awakened by the earth-shaking explosion, but no one could tell what happened in the scenic area. Because after the explosion, a short sandstorm swept in all directions. Of course, there were also a few citizens who had not yet fallen asleep and happened to witness the scene. They said that a golden beam of light appeared in the direction of the desert and rushed straight into the sky, but they did not have time to take a photo. There are many different opinions about this strange thing. Some say that it is the arrival of a spacecraft of alien civilization. Some say that it is a punishment from God, and the end of the world is coming. Some say that it is a military base hidden in the desert underground that is researching black technology weapons, but accidentally played it out. The versions are more outrageous than one, but no one investigates it deeply. The next morning, the Sanjiatan scenic area was open as usual, and tourists came in an endless stream, visiting, taking photos, and checking in, as usual. At 1 o'clock in the morning, deep in the desert, under the altar of the living beast, the ruins of the temple that had been restored by Song Dao. 1. In the center of the empty and dark temple square, a blue ball of light flashed, like a ball of ghost fire. Soon, the blue ball of light pulled up and down, turning into a vertical narrow crack, and then the crack opened to both sides, turning into a portal flashing blue light. A few seconds later, four blurred and rippling figures appeared behind the portal, as if reflected on the quiet lake. Shwa shwa. Four figures walked out of the lake one after another, namely Qilin, Isher, Liao Liao, and Chu Yu. Qilin leaned on a cane in his left hand, and looked down at the ancient stone floor illuminated by the blue energy of the portal. Under his feet was a small ditch filled with special combustibles. Qilin knew what it was. He took out a kerosene lighter from his windbreaker pocket, lit it with a click, and threw it into the small ditch. Swish. The small ditch was immediately ignited and turned into a line of fire, spreading to both sides, and quickly forked, generating more lines of fire. In just a few seconds, countless lines of fire formed a huge animal totem, burning quietly on the ground, illuminating the empty and silent square in front of him. Oh my! Isher looked up. Although she had seen the photos a long time ago, she was still shocked by the ancient, magnificent, solemn and mysterious temple ruins when she was there in person. However, Isher soon discovered that the most critical obelisk and black sarcophagus he had seen in the photo materials were gone. It seems that Song Dao can't restore everything. In the flickering firelight, Qilin's face was gloomy, and his glasses reflected the light, so his eyes could not be seen clearly. A few seconds later, he whispered an order, "Liao, scout." "Yes." Layla's voice was respectful. She raised her hands and activated the level 5 Kun Wang. Soon, a dark army of insects emerged from the portal behind her. They stayed briefly above Layla's head, like a dark cloud. After receiving Layla's will, they quickly turned into countless wisps of black smoke and scattered. Layla stood in place, closed his eyes, and listened attentively to the mental waves from the insects. Less than 2 minutes later, Layla opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. "President, we have searched all the places we can go here. There are no other living people except us, and there should be no ambush." Qilin was silent. He knew that Lele had not finished reporting. Lele hesitated for 2 seconds and continued to add, "A body was found at your 4 o'clock position." "Who?" Qilin asked. "I don't know. The intelligence of insects can't tell," Lele said. The atmosphere became solemn and subtle. Isher exchanged glances with Lele and didn't speak. Chu was also very tactful and kept silent throughout the whole process. Qilin's left hand holding the crutch tightened slightly. In the early morning of the previous day, the Haichuan group successfully prevented Jus's explosion attack and returned to the underground base to rest. After that, Qilin and Li had been waiting for news from Yinyang and Qilong. During this period, they took the initiative to contact them twice, but they couldn't get in touch. Qilin vaguely guessed that they met Gaoyang, and the plan was not as smooth as expected. The two sides probably had a fierce conflict. But Qilin had confidence in his own people. Yinyang and Qilong went there with a group of elites and ambushed in advance. On Jus's side, excluding the people on the front battlefield, Gaoyang can only bring Qingling, but he and Cantu have very limited combat power and can never be their opponents. But until dawn, Yinyang and Qilong still couldn't get in touch, and Qilin realized that something was wrong. Maybe what happened in Igwa was more serious than expected. But Qilin still had a fluke. Until noon, Qilong and Yinyang still couldn't get in touch. Qilin couldn't sit still. He took Lele, Chuyu and Isher, and went to Igwa immediately. Lele's follow the heart is suitable for covering group actions, and she has 6 talents, so her strength should not be underestimated. Chuyu's time and space transmission is convenient for entering the temple ruins under the desert, and Isher is the best doctor besides Suzaku, who can rescue the wounded. The 4 of them rushed to the Triangle Tower scenic area in Nigwa in the early morning. Qilin collected his thoughts and said in a low voice, "Lele, lead the way." "Yes." Lele led the 3 people to the direction where the body was found. Although the insects had already investigated, Lele still walked very slowly, alerting himself to possible dangers with 300% vigilance, and roared in his heart, "I have already said that I will not go to the front line. Why do you always take me with you? What are you talking about? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Is it that I want to comprehend so many talents? Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 points are wrong. I can't be right. Qinglong and Elder Yinyang are in trouble." Suddenly, Lele's eyes lit up. There was a body lying in front, and it was a headless body. His clothes were tattered and covered with wounds, and it seemed that he had experienced a fierce battle. His body was very strange. At first glance, he was tall and strong, but if you look closely, he seemed to be shriveled, as if shrunk. 2 seconds later, Lele was shocked and her pupils dilated. She recognized that the body was Qinglong. Ah! Isher screamed and rushed over immediately. She knelt on one knee beside the body and carefully examined it. Her right hand was still tightly holding the handle of the medicine box, but she didn't open it because it was useless. She raised her head, her face was pale, and her voice trembled slightly. President. Yes, it's Elder Qinglong. Qilin stood there, his face was ashen, and he said nothing. President. Look over there. Chuyu's face was also very ugly. He turned sideways and pointed to a stone pillar next to him, on which there was a protruding object. Qilin walked towards the stone pillar with a cane and a slight bump. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Never before had he felt his legs so heavy, and his body so exhausted. Finally, he walked to the stone pillar, and there was indeed an object embedded on it that did not belong to it. It was the head of the azure dragon with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. It seemed that Song Dao's power was indeed declining. When he was restoring the underground ruins, he even made such a big mistake that he mistakenly took the head of an awakened person as part of the ruins and built it into the stone pillar. The azure dragon's head was exactly the same height as Qilin's head. His eyes were missing, leaving only 2 dark, blood-coagulated black holes. He just looked at Qilin in a vacant way. At this moment, Qilin was facing the light of the flames, and the lenses on his nose no longer reflected light. His dark green pupils were like the surface of a frozen lake, and under the lake was not surging water, but a crazy burning strange fire. Oops, Isher had a bad feeling and quickly shouted to Lei and Suyo, "Close your eyes." Chapter 810. Liao Liao and Chuyu were both shocked. Although they didn't know why Isher suddenly asked for this, their strong desire to survive made them close their eyes without saying anything. A second later, Liao Liao felt a dense tingling sensation on the back of her head without any warning. The pain quickly spread to her whole body, causing her to almost lose her balance. Her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground. Liao Liao still closed her eyes. She supported herself with her hands. The tingling sensation on her body gradually eased, as if it was melting away, and was replaced by a concrete picture. She saw a giant python, which was entrenched in front of her, blocking out the sky and the sun, as high as a mountain. Its huge gray-green snake head came close to her, and its eyes were like a red vortex that could suck people in. It spit out scarlet tongues from time to time, and its nostrils sprayed strange and eerie red moisture. Liao Liao trembled all over, her hair stood on end, and the most primitive, pure fear oozed out from her bones. She just wanted to scream loudly, but fear choked her throat. She didn't dare to open her eyes, as if as long as she didn't open her eyes, she could blend into the thick darkness and not alarm the giant python. As long as she opened her eyes, she would be swallowed by the giant python. Thank God, after a few seconds, these terrible feelings and hallucinations disappeared. Lei regained control of her body, and slowly opened her eyes. She saw the Qilin in front of her still standing there, quietly looking at the head on the stone pillar. But the head of the cane in his hand was crushed, and his glasses fell to the ground at some point, and the lenses were all shattered. What did he just do? Lei was breathing rapidly and was puzzled. At this time, a hand came forward to help her up. It was Isher. Her face was also very ugly, and she asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Lei asked softly, "What did the president do?" "When he is angry, his mental power will overflow." Isher smiled bitterly. "People who are too close to him will be easily hurt. However, this is the first time I have seen such an angry Qilin." Isher did not say this. Chuyu was not much better. He was pale and sweaty. He slowly stood up and subconsciously took several steps back. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. This man must not be provoked. I would rather commit suicide than die in his hands. Chuyu just had this extremely fearful thought, and he was shocked again. The Qilin in front of him suddenly tilted his body, and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Chuyu was confused. Huh? This? Lei was also confused. This is... fainted from anger? President. Isher rushed forward immediately. Are you okay? The fallen Qilin seemed to be dizzy for only 2 seconds, and he immediately opened his eyes. His green eyes became even colder. Isher didn't know what was going on, and just as he was about to reach out to support Qilin quickly reached out and grabbed Isher's wrist. Ah! President. Isher's face sank, and he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his bones were about to break. Qilin seemed to come to his senses, and immediately withdrew his strength and let go of his hand. I'm fine. Isher was stunned. Then I help you up? Thank you. Qilin's breathing gradually calmed down, and his voice became gentle again. He let Isher help him stand up, and Lele hurried forward and handed over the crutch without the crutch head. "President, your crutch." Qilin took it, and nodded slightly. After he stood firm, he took out a new pair of glasses from his coat pocket, and put them on again. His dazzling green eyes finally softened a little. The three people beside him were immediately relieved from the huge sense of oppression, and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Qilin turned around and stopped looking at Qinglong's body and head. "Isher, take Qinglong's body back. Don't bury it yet, keep it well." "Yes." Isher didn't know that Zhu Ke had been in trouble, and had no objection to this arrangement. Qilin looked at the air in front of him and continued to order, "Liao Liao, search again to see if you can find other bodies, whether enemy or friend." "Yes." Liao Liao walked away, and began to call the insect army. Qilin thought for a few seconds and said, "Chu Yu, does your space teleportation have the ability to sense spatial anomalies?" "Yes." Chu Yu answered truthfully, "If the space has been changed, I can detect it, but only within 48 hours. Go and find out if there are any traces left by the space talent fighting nearby." Qilin said. "Yes." Chu Yu turned and left. The three men took their own actions, and Qilin slowly closed his eyes. He leaned on the broken crutch with one hand, and slowly clenched his fist with the other hand, taking deep breaths continuously. He was exploring the more complex and precise energy paths in his body, and trying to understand and integrate them. A few minutes later, all three of them completed the task. Isher removed Qinglong's head from the stone pillar, performed a simple suture, restored Qinglong's body, and put it in a special body bag. Considering that there would definitely be casualties, Isher brought a body bag. Lele searched the underground site carefully again, and came back to report, "President, I checked carefully, and there are indeed no other living people or corpses here." Qilin nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." "President." Chu Yu trotted over from the 9 o'clock direction. "There are many traces of space talents fighting over there, one of which is very strong. Take me there." Qilin turned and left. The four came to the edge of the square, where there were many stone pillars, like a forest of stone pillars, and these stone pillars were engraved with various ancient totems and mysterious symbols. The four walked into the forest of stone pillars, and Chu Yu pointed to a stone pillar and said, "It's here. I feel that there was a very dense space energy erupted here. This may be the place where Elder Yin Liang died." Chu Yu didn't dare to say this. He was really worried that this would anger Qilin again and affect himself. Qilin looked at the stone pillar in front of him with a blank expression. After a while he said, "You guys leave here first and go back to the hotel and wait for me." Isher was stunned for a moment, and was very confused. Qilin was very strong, but his talent determined his ability type. Without Chu Yu's portal, it would be difficult for him to leave this place. Chu Yu and Lola had the same doubts, but they didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, President, be careful." Isher didn't ask any more questions, and took Lulu and Chu Yu away. Qilin watched the three people leave, and waited for a few minutes, then he turned around and shouted to the air, "Uncle Yin, it's safe here, come out if you are still alive." Chapter 8:11. Qilin's voice echoed in the deep and empty stone pillar forest, and slowly fell silent. About 10 seconds passed. On. In the dim air parallel to Qilin's eyes, a gray-white space crack appeared, only the size of a finger. Soon, the space crack was torn from top to bottom by some force, and a narrow crack of about 1 meter appeared, and a sizzling sound, like a chaotic electric current, was emitted. Then, a bloody withered right hand stretched out from the space crack, scratching in the space outside, but couldn't find anything to grab. Seeing that hand retracted inch by inch, the space gap became smaller and smaller, as if it was about to be zipped up and sealed again. Qilin's eyebrows tightened, and he took a step forward, grabbed the hand, and pulled it out hard. Sizzling. The entire left arm was pulled out by Qilin, and Jian Ye's head also popped out. The left half of his face was already charred and bloody. Qilin was prepared for Yin Liang's miserable condition, and was not surprised at all. He continued to pull hard. 3 seconds later, Jian Yi was pulled out of the space gap. The old man's broken and hunched body fell to the ground like a bloody black rag, dying. His entire right arm and left leg were gone. He was seriously injured in many places, and his bones were basically broken. Qilin immediately squatted down, took out the sea medicine he carried with him, and injected it into Jian Ye's body. After waiting for a minute, he injected another special adrenaline. After 10 minutes, Jian Ye's injuries were barely recovered by 30% or 40%, and the gap on the broken limb was basically healed, and the bleeding stopped. Jian Ye still had no strength to move. He lay flat on the ground and tried to open his mouth. His voice was hoarse and weak. I was plotted against by Gao Yang, and was forced to take shelter. Qilong, what happened? Qilin looked down at the half-dead Master Jiang. After a few seconds of silence, he threw away the cane in his hand, crossed his legs, and sat down beside Master Jiang. There was a trace of fatigue and depression in his voice. He's dead. This answer was within Master Jiang's expectations. He sighed and continued, Gao Yang, the kid has realized absolute defense, used himself as bait to lure us into the trap, and then used explosives to catch us off guard. For a period of time, Master Jiang told Qilin everything he knew, including his own reasonable speculation. The only thing to be thankful for in the whole thing was that the corpse of the living beast, that is, the mummy, was moved by Yin Liang early in the morning and did not fall into Gao Yang's hands, but Gao Yang didn't seem to have intended to take it from the beginning. Now it seems that Qin Long and Liu Shuang are no match for him. Yin Liang concluded. There are 4 of them. Qilin didn't think so. In a one-on-one fight, Gao Yang is definitely not Qinglong's opponent. I thought so before, which is why so many people were killed. Yin Liang supported the ground with one hand and sat up with difficulty. Although he was reflecting, there was no guilt in his voice. The god's heir is growing too fast. You may not be his opponent next time you meet him. Don't forget that he has the guardian rune in his hand, and he can be upgraded to level 8. Qilin focused slightly and said in a flat voice, he is not the only one who is growing. Yin Liang looked at Qilin's profile. After a few seconds, he seemed to understand something and nodded. It's good that you have confidence. However, your previous speculation was correct. The distribution of Song Dao's power is becoming more and more centralized. I don't think it's just because the awakened died too quickly, at least, not all of it. Qilin stood up again with the crutches, stretched out his hand to Yin Liang, and pulled him up from the ground. Having lost his right hand and left leg, Yin Liang staggered like an old and weak black crane. Yin Liang's voice was desolate and calm. I was seriously injured this time, and the deadline is approaching. I won't live for a few days. You must find a way to get the spiritual rune to ensure an absolute chance of winning, otherwise I will not be able to die with peace of mind. The spiritual rune is in the 12 zodiac signs. Qilin said, this is difficult. The Euro plan is the only way out. Yin Liang's voice was hoarse and earnest. Jupiter, there is not much time left. Qilin looked straight ahead, and the light in his eyes became fainter. The next afternoon, leaving the city. Daxa District, Xiangyang Road, Sheng Ruxia Flower Shop. In the attic of the flower shop, Tengu was half lying on the sofa. He was wearing a loose black sweater, straight jeans, white sneakers, closed his eyes, wearing headphones, and was leisurely and casual. A beam of warm winter sun shone in from the window, bathing his delicate face and fringe, and the faint golden dust danced on his long eyelashes. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Dong dong dong. Footsteps came from the wooden stairwell, and the flower shop owner, the singer, came to the attic with 2 cups of coffee. She was wearing light makeup, a light green loose sweater, and a black long skirt, and a work apron of the same color. Her long brown hair was casually tied up, and a few slightly curled hair ends fell lightly on both sides of her cheeks, fresh and soft. Come, have coffee. Tengu opened his eyes, and pulled the earphone cover to his neck. Oh. The singer put the coffee on the round wooden table in front of the sofa, pulled a chair over and sat down, staring at Tengu expectantly. How is it? Today, the singer recommended jazz to Tengu for the first time. Tengu thought for a moment and answered honestly, I feel a little sleepy. Hee. The singer laughed. Laziness is also one of its characteristics, but I don't recommend you to listen to it with headphones. My headphones have good sound quality. Tengu was very confident. That's not what I'm talking about. The singer held the coffee in both hands and put it on her legs and said slowly, jazz is an improvisational art. It is very free and not suitable for being locked in the ears. You should let it have no boundaries as much as possible and go wherever you want. In short, it is to blend with the surrounding environment and sounds so that the feeling will be different. Oh! Tengu nodded. It seems very powerful. Actually, I am also a layman. The singer smiled embarrassedly. Guillemot loves jazz very much. Every time I talk to him about this, he talks a lot. Tengu blinked, hesitant to speak. Just say whatever you want to say. The singer noticed something. Why can you talk about Guillemot so easily? Tengu asked sincerely. Won't you be sad? The singer smiled and shook her head. No, why should I be sad? Tengu lowered his eyes and stared at the coffee in his hand, not knowing how to answer. Anyway, he still won't mention Mom easily. The singer smiled. For me, Guema has never really left. He has always been in my memory and in my life. It would be strange if I deliberately didn't talk about him. Tengu was thoughtful and seemed to understand. Tengu, you are still young. The singer explained in the gentle tone of an older sister. The fate, or bond between people, is not determined by our reason and will, but depends on the heart. Heart? Tengu raised his head. Yeah. The singer gently placed her left hand on her chest. The heart will decide when we should think of someone, and when we should forget someone, so just let it go. Tengu was stunned for a while, showing a slightly immature smile. He scratched his face with his index finger. I really still like pop music more. When I was a child, my mother always liked to play pop music. It's all her fault that my musical taste was delayed. Uh-huh. The singer also laughed. Although I lost a music lover, I gained a more honest companion, so I still gained something. I also learned. Tengu didn't finish his words. His eyes suddenly became stern, and he stood up with a swish. Chapter 812. 2 seconds ago, a cool breeze entered Tengu's head. After the Jiaxing Pavilion incident, the Jussi organization finally reconnected with the 12 zodiac signs. Tengu has been coming to the singer's flower shop more frequently recently, waiting for Jussi to come up. This is the task assigned to him by Dohu. Johan, Jussi needs help. Tengu, what help? Johan, medical supplies, and I need to borrow another person. Tengu, who? Johan, handsome horse. Tengu, I have to ask Uncle Hu for approval. Johan, please do it as soon as possible. What's wrong? The singer saw Tengu suddenly stand up, and was stunned for a long time. That? Tengu came back to his senses and scratched his face. I suddenly remembered that I can't skip the class this afternoon, otherwise I won't get my diploma. The singer smiled helplessly. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that you are still in college. Go quickly. Okay, bye. Tengu put on his headphones, and hurriedly left the attic. The singer didn't rush downstairs. There were no customers in the store at the moment. She found a CD and put it in the CD player, then sat on the sofa, listening to jazz music while drinking coffee. After quietly vacant for 20 minutes, she finished her coffee, rinsed the cup, and went downstairs. A middle-aged man appeared in the flower shop. He should be bald, wearing a black winter hat to cover his head, wearing a black casual suit, facing the singer sideways, with a slightly hunched back, one hand in his pocket, and one hand reaching forward, fiddling with a white tulip. Welcome, what do you need? The singer walked towards the man, and the enthusiastic smile on her face froze. The man withdrew his hand, and turned slowly. He was less than 40 years old, with regular facial features, but he always gave people a gloomy feeling, perhaps because his brown eyes always seemed to be covered with a layer of turbid fog. Xiao Nan, long time no see. The man's voice was strangely low, like a rough hand rubbing against a dusty hardcover book. This person is Miss. She used to be a member of the Chinning group of Baichuan group, and now she is the guardian of the Yinliang group of Haichuan group. The singer tried to make the stiff smile on her face melt more naturally. Long time no see, miss. It's too polite to call me Mississippi, Miss smiled. You can still call me Brother Xiao you like before. Let's call me by my code name. The singer's attitude was polite but unfamiliar. We are no longer the same as before. Miss looked at the singer deeply, and her voice was full of guilt. Xiao Nan, are you still blaming me? No. The singer didn't want to talk about this matter, and forced to change the subject. Are you here to buy flowers? Or are you here on behalf of the Haichuan group? Xiao Nan. Miss smiled. I came here to share a good news with you. The singer said nothing. From today, I will officially serve as the guardian of the Haichuan group under the command of Elder Yinliang. Congratulations. The singer congratulated politely. I helped Mr. Li find Jussi's hiding place before, and I have also realized the 4 talents during this period. Now I am no longer the weakling I was before. Qinyu. The singer's patience was exhausted. She looked directly at Miss. If there is nothing else. Nanfeng. Qinyu stepped forward, his expression serious, and lowered his voice. Come with me to the Haichuan group, I will protect you. The singer was slightly stunned and a little amused. Don't you think it's too late to say this? Qinyu was stunned. Xiao Nan, you are still blaming me. I was forced to do it under that situation back then. I had no choice. You should think about it from my perspective. You misunderstood. The singer interrupted coldly. I never blamed you. I just want to tell you that time has passed. Everyone has their own life and path. There is no need to dwell on the past. Qinyu frowned. We separated because of the situation, but I have never forgotten you all these years. Now, God has given me a chance. I am strong and can protect you. I don't need anyone's protection, the singer said. That's because you can't see the situation clearly. Qin Yu suddenly yelled, his emotions a little out of control. Nan Feng. The war is about to start. Do you think the 12 zodiac signs can stay out of it? The singer was stunned for 2 seconds, and she read some urgency in his eyes. The singer's voice softened. Qin Yu, thank you for your kindness, but I will not leave the 12 zodiac signs. I have my reasons. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. Don't come to me in the future. Qin Yu's already gloomy eyes became colder. It's because of that ghost horse, right? The singer was stunned. I heard that you were with him. The singer was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled lightly, a happy and satisfied smile. Yes, we are together. It doesn't matter. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with madness, and he suddenly grabbed the singer's hand. He is dead. I don't care about your past. Come with me. Let me go. The singer's face changed drastically, and she struggled to break free, but couldn't. Do you know what you are doing? If you don't let go, I will be rude. Xiao Nan. He is dead. Dead. Qin Yu continued, but we are still alive. People should look forward. We can have a better future. Don't touch me. The singer shouted, with a strong hypnotic energy in her voice. Qin Yu only felt that the nervous system in his body was like countless strings, being plucked hard by a pair of invisible hands, and then, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him. He let go of the singer's hand, staggered back 2 steps, and tried to restrain his sleepiness. The singer took back the energy of Requiem, and the ups and downs of her chest slowly calmed down. Her voice could not hide her disappointment. Qin Yu, do you know what the biggest difference between us is? Qin Yu stared at the singer, with an unbelievable look on his face. He didn't believe that the innocent and lovely little follower girl, the girl next door, who called him Little Yu all the time, would attack him. The singer continued, You always look forward and never care about the scenery on the roadside. But I am different. I don't have to go to the so-called end. I have seen the most beautiful scenery, and that's enough. Xiao Nan. Qin Yu protector, if you don't want to buy flowers, please go back. The singer issued an order to expel him. Qin Yu looked at the singer with disappointment and anger. The light in his eyes gradually cooled down, and was covered with a layer of turbid mist again. Singer, you don't know what you missed. I didn't miss anything. The singer smiled. You will regret it. Qin Yu turned and left, and stopped after just 2 steps. A beautiful and charming silver-haired woman stood in front of the flower shop. It was Lu Qingying. Lu Qingying's smile was kind and natural, without any embarrassment or embarrassment. Isn't this Mr. Miss? What a coincidence, you are here to buy flowers too. Yes, but it's a pity that there are no flowers I want. Qin Yu sneered. Ha, the singer doesn't have many goods here. If it weren't for her excellent flower wrapping skills, I would have wanted to go to other stores. Lu Qingying walked into the store, and threw a coquettish eye to Qin Yu. How about we make an appointment another day? I am quite knowledgeable about flowers. No need. Qin Yu walked out of the store and strode away. Only after confirming that Qin Yu had gone far away did Lu Qingying remove the fake smile on her face, and raise the corner of her mouth in disdain. What a piece of shit. Chapter 813. Lu Qingying cursed, then smiled and looked at the singer. How could you bear it? If it were me, I would have slapped him a long time ago. Actually, he is not that bad. The singer was a little helpless. No way, you are still speaking for him. Lu Qingying snorted coldly. Anyway, men who touch women are all scumbags in my eyes. Qin Yu and I have known each other since we were very young. The singer sighed and thought of the past. Oh, it seems that you came at the right time today. Lu Qingying covered her mouth and laughed exaggeratedly. I just wanted to buy a bunch of flowers, but I didn't expect to hear a gossip. Who said I was going to tell it? The singer glared at Lu Qingying with anger and amusement. Sister. Lu Qingying stepped forward and gently embraced the singer's arm. The weather is so good today. Let's listen to music, drink afternoon tea, and scold the stinky men together. What a wonderful time. The singer knew that Lu Qingying came this time not just to buy flowers. She smiled faintly. Okay, then have afternoon tea. The singer hung a temporarily closed sign at the door of the store, made 2 cups of coffee, and went to the attic with Lu Qingying. Although the singer was not very happy, she could not resist Lu Qingying's soft and hard nagging, and still recalled her past with Qin Yu. Qin Yu and I are neighbors. He is 3 years older than me. Ah? Only 3 years older? Lu Qingying was shocked. Why do I feel that he is at least 1 generation older than you? Isn't he too anxious to grow up? The singer smiled, did not express her opinion, and continued to recall. My father passed away early, and my mother worked 2 jobs a day to support me, and basically had no time to take care of me. but my mother had a good relationship with the neighbor aunt, and the aunt especially told her son to take care of me more. Her son is Chinyu. When I was in elementary school, Chinyu picked me up from school every day. Sometimes when my mother was on night shift, Chinyu would come to my house to help me with my homework, and he would not leave until my mother came home. The singer held the coffee cup in both hands and sighed. When he was a child, Chinyu was an upright and rigid boy. He regarded taking care of me as a mission that must be completed seriously. I remember one time, he went to the bathroom and found that I was missing while doing my homework. He searched the whole house and was scared. He was afraid that I was lost and almost called the police. In fact, I just went to the store downstairs to buy an ice lolly and went home 10 minutes later. Chinyu was very angry and asked me loudly how I could go out casually. I was also wronged. I said this is my home and I can go out whenever I want. We quarreled about this and didn't talk to each other for a week. It's funny to think about it now. Lu Qingying had a complicated expression and shook her head. I can't connect the childhood Chinyu with the current Miss at all. People always change. The singer narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled a little sadly. I admired him when I was a child. He knew everything and was very brave. I remember one time when I was going home from school, a vicious dog rushed out on the road. He was bitten in order to protect me. I was so moved at the time. After returning home, I told my mother that I would marry brother Xiaoyu when I grow up. The singer waved her hand. Of course, children's words can't be taken seriously. Later, we all grew up and had a good relationship. I always regarded him as a brother. When I was in high school, he was already in college. I also forgot the exact time. Chinyu had feelings for me other than a brother. He would bring me gifts every time he had a holiday, and often asked me to eat, go shopping, and watch movies. The summer after I graduated from high school, Chinyu asked me out on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day. The singer smiled. In fact, I vaguely guessed that he wanted to confess to me. I have to say that Chinyu was very patient in the past. Lu Qingying was in a complicated mood. Well, he may have always been a little inferior and sensitive. The singer said, because he has no father since he was a child, his family background is not very good, and his external conditions can only be considered average. Okay, don't talk about this. Let's talk about a date. Lu Qingying smiled evilly. I'm really scared of you. The singer took a sip of coffee. At that time, my brain had just opened up, and I could feel that he liked me. But I was very slow, and couldn't tell whether my affection for him was friendship, family affection, or love. We knew each other since childhood, and all kinds of emotions were mixed together, so it was difficult to distinguish them at the moment. A fish living in water can't describe what water is. Lu Qingying made an analogy. Yes. The singer smiled and nodded. Although I agreed to his date, I didn't have an answer in my heart. The book says that if you can't decide on something, just flip a coin, and the moment you flip it, you will have an answer in your heart. So I thought, maybe when he confesses to me, I will have an answer in my heart, whether to accept or reject. What was the result? Lu Qingying leaned forward slightly. As a result, I waited until late that night, but Chinyu didn't show up. The singer tilted her head and pursed her lips. Oh, it's so cliché that it makes people feel sick. Lu Qingying had guessed the subsequent plot and leaned back. So he awakened? The singer nodded. I only found out later that he suddenly awakened and was almost killed by one of his good friends. Later, he was rescued by the Baichuan group. When he learned the truth about the Misty World, he didn't hesitate at all, and immediately cut off everything in the past and joined the Baichuan group. To me, Chinyu is as good as vanished. My aunt is the only son of him, and she was very anxious. She looked for him for many years, and then she had some mental problems. I also kept an eye on his news until I graduated from college, opened a flower shop, and met Guima. Guima is a frequent customer of my shop. One day I suddenly awakened, and he noticed and saved me in time, so I joined the 12 zodiac signs. You should know what happened next. Lu Qingying nodded gently, with a look of emotion. After becoming an awakener, I learned that Chinyu went to the Baichuan group and changed his name to Mississippi. I don't hate him, because I can understand his original choice. But when I think of his mother, I still feel a little sad. I hope he can go back to see his mother, but Miss has been avoiding me. Why? Lu Qingying said. I don't know. Maybe he blames himself and doesn't know how to face me and his mother. Maybe he still has low self-esteem. After all, his talent is not as good as mine. In fact, I was quite surprised that he came to me today. The singer smiled bitterly. It feels like he has completely changed, but it also feels like he has not changed. Ah. Lu Qingying sighed. Fate plays tricks on people. Yes. The singer put down the coffee and stretched softly, but I think fate is very kind to me. Knowing Ma is the luckiest thing in my life. I have seen my own beautiful scenery. There is nothing to regret in this life. What a coincidence, me too. Lu Qingying smiled. Okay, I've finished my gossip. The singer looked at Lu Qingying meaningfully. Is it time to tell your gossip? Haha, I don't have any gossip. Lu Qingying smiled and stretched out her hand, gently placed it on the back of the singer's hand, and a stream of energy entered her palm, which was the mark of beautiful dream. I just came to buy flowers and have a cup of afternoon tea. Lu Qingying stood up and went down the attic. The singer also stood up and said in her heart, You are indeed an information dealer, so cautious. Chapter 8:14. Late at night, the Ghost Group Villa. There was no light in the house, and the silent building was completely integrated into the mountains and forests, shrouded in a hazy and dim moonlight. But if you look closely at the villa, you will find that behind the curtains drawn in the living room on the first floor, a very faint green light will appear from time to time. In the villa, Pang Jun put on special medical gloves on both hands and gently held Nana's cut arm. The fluorescence from the palm of his hand was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, illuminating each other's faces. How does it feel? Pang Jun asked while treating. Humph. It's just a minor injury, my king. Nana couldn't help but take a breath. Hee, it still hurts a little. Pang Jun smiled honestly. This is how to treat it quickly. The story started 2 days ago. The team led by Johan attacked the Haichuan group and fled after a head-on confrontation with the enemy. Nana, Chening, and Wang Zikai were all seriously injured. Due to the lack of C potion, the wounds could not heal quickly. Johan and his group returned to the base, and could only give simple treatment to the wounded and let them recover on their own. Wang Zikai was gifted. Although he was the most seriously injured, he was already refreshed after just 2 days. The only side effect was a little sleepiness. On the other hand, Nana and Chening were not in a good situation. Johan was worried that their injuries would worsen, and even if they recovered, they might have sequelae. After thinking it over, he decided to ask for help from the 12 zodiac animals. Gao Yang had explained that when he was away, Johan had the right to decide on all matters. After Johan disguised himself, he went to the singer's flower shop to recontact Tengu, and after some turnover, he invited Tengu and Pang Jun to the Ghost Group Villa tonight. Tengu not only brought a wet nurse, but also some commonly used medical potions, of course, in very limited quantities. The Zodiac's inventory is not much. Since the Qilin Union merged with the Baichuan Group, the Haichuan Group has suspended the production and replacement of potions and equipment for various reasons. In fact, it is a choke point for the Zodiac. The Haichuan Group's own material reserves will definitely last for a long time. As soon as Pang Jun entered the room, he began to treat Chening and Nana. C potion is mainly to quickly repair wounds, ensure first aid for the wounded in battle, and restore a certain combat effectiveness. This is only a temporary solution, and if you want to completely restore the body's vitality, you still need to cultivate. Pang Jun's treatment is different. It treats both the symptoms and the root cause. Today, Pang Jun has reached level 6 treatment. His treatment power is delicate and profound. It can not only repair physical injuries, but also quickly repair damaged energy paths in the body. In less than 10 minutes, the injured Chening immediately felt refreshed and full of energy. The pain and weakness were gone. That Jun took a break and then continued to heal Nana. Huh? At this point, Thad Jun was completely relieved, his face full of sweat. Okay, almost done. Nana immediately jumped up, moved her slender arms, and was very satisfied. My king's divine power is back. Nana put her hands on her hips and stared at Thad Jun on the sofa. Thad Horse, you performed well, you have been recognized by my king. It's Juanma. Thad Jun corrected excitedly. Juanma, let's go. Tengu on the side took off his headphones and said lazily, Uncle who told us to go and come back quickly. Wait a minute. Johan, who had been standing by the window to keep out the wind, called out, There are still people who need treatment. Who? Thad Jun looked around. Although the members of Jussi all looked lifeless, there were no injured people. Johan didn't say anything and waited quietly. Click. A few seconds later, the door of the villa was pushed open. 3 figures standing outside the door against the light. Everyone looked up. It was Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Qiu. Hong Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. Her eyes, which were originally swollen from crying, became wet again, and tears burst out. She immediately stood up, covered her mouth, and rushed into the bathroom. The other members of Jussi also looked heavy and said nothing. Everyone knew the news of Kanta's sacrifice. Especially Hong Xiaoxiao. She cried loudly at that time, and didn't eat a bite of food for the past 2 days. Knowing that the captain would come back tonight, Hong Xiaoxiao has been doing psychological preparation, telling herself to be strong, not to cry, and to face it calmly like a mature adult. But now, when Hong Xiaoxiao saw with her own eyes that the can was missing from the 4 people who had set out, she realized that the psychological preparation she had made for so long was vulnerable, and sadness broke through the dam of reason like a flood. The only thing she could do was to hide in the bathroom, and press the flush button to prevent her crying from disturbing everyone. I'm back. Johan's voice was low. I'm back. Gao Yang's voice was tired. Is anyone injured? Johan said. I invited you and Ma to treat them. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. They are both injured. Qingling is seriously injured. Treat her first. Qingling stood on Gao Yang's right, wrapped in a cloak. Her face was pale, and it could be seen that she was in a very weak state. But he stood on Gao Yang's left again, looking better, with more fatigue and sadness on his face. What about you? Johan asked. I'm fine. Gao Yang explained lightly. I have comprehended Gecko, and my recovery ability is very strong. The air in the living room froze for a few seconds. Gao Yang glanced at Tiango and Pang Jun, and said in a cold and polite voice, Thank you for your organization's help. Jussi will remember this favor, and repay it later. Without waiting for Pang Jun and Tiango to speak, he lowered his head and brushed past everyone, and went up to the 2nd floor. Pang Jun felt mixed emotions for a while, and he took the initiative to break the silence. Sister-in-law. Qingling, let me see your injury. Yes. Qingling pulled off the cloak, and threw it on the ground. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. She was wearing a sleeveless vest, and her body was covered with blood-stained bandages. Almost no part was intact. This? Pang Jun was dumbfounded. Or, you should get an injection of C potion first. How many did you bring? Qingling asked. 5. Tiango said. Qingling frowned slightly, obviously very dissatisfied with the number. She glanced at Pang Jun. Don't use C potion, just treat me directly. Sister-in-law. I understand that you want to save medicine, but have you ever considered my life or death? Pang Jun resisted the urge to complain and nodded. Come and sit down. Qingling and Pang Jun sat side by side on the sofa. Pang Jun stretched out his gloved hands, held Qingling's right hand, closed his eyes, and mobilized the energy of treatment. Qingling, you have too many injuries on your body, and the damaged energy pads are also very messy. I will not perform local treatment. It is time-consuming and laborious, and it is not convenient for us to be men and women. I will perform passive treatment on you. What do you mean? Qingling asked. It is to activate the energy in your body, so that they have the function of repair and recover to 70% by themselves. Then you just need to rest for a few days. Okay. Qingling had no objection. Pang Jun's hands immediately flashed with dazzling green fluorescence, which turned into 7 or 8 translucent green energies, climbing up Qingling's arms. They were like naughty elves, circling around Qingling's body. The pain in Qingling's wound gradually dulled, like a ball of ink spreading in water. The deep fatigue and discomfort in her body were like a wrinkled shirt being slowly ironed. She relaxed, leaned on the sofa, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 8:15. 2 o'clock in the morning, on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. Gao Yang leaned against a white stone pillar, sitting cross-legged, looking up at the night sky dotted with a few stars, without saying a word. A man slowly walked over, and sat down next to Gao Yang. Johan held 2 bottles of beer in his hand. Want to drink? Gao Yang didn't say anything, as if he was still thinking about something. Johan opened a bottle of beer, and handed it to Gao Yang, who took it. Johan opened another bottle of beer, and drank it alone. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, and also took a sip, with a slightly bitter taste on the tip of his tongue. Gao Yang had never understood why the grizzly bear liked to drink beer, and he still didn't understand it now. Gao Yang thought about it, and took another sip. He was slightly stunned. Strange, I don't like to drink. Why do I drink again? Captain, let me report the situation here first. Go on. Johan was concise, and he explained the situation in a few minutes without missing any important details. He concluded, no one died on either side. A hint of doubt flashed across Gao Yang's eyes, as if he had discovered something was wrong, but he said nothing. He looked at Johan and said in an approving tone, Johan, you did a good job, including finding the 12 zodiac animals to help with healing, but after that, we have to consider changing our hiding place. Johan nodded. I have already found a few places. Gao Yang took another sip of beer, and it no longer felt bitter. I will also report the situation here. Okay. In the next few minutes, Gao Yang told what happened in Ningguo. And of course the death of Cantu could not be avoided here. Johan looked sad, but his eyes were firm. Gao Yang lowered his head and spun the half-empty beer can in his hand. I've been thinking, if I took Prince Kai with me this time instead of Kuyu and Cantu, would there be no sacrifices? I don't think so. Johan shook his head. Captain, you don't know who the enemy is going to face in Ningguo. Moreover, if you took Prince Kai with you this time, the sacrifices would be Nana and Chenning on my side. If it weren't for Prince Kai's mess, they wouldn't have escaped. Of course, if your sister hadn't forced Gregor to mess up, it might have been Prince Kai who died. Things are always full of variables. All we can do is go all out. After Johan finished speaking, he raised his head and drank a big gulp of wine, his Adam's apple moving. Gao Yang was silent. Captain, if there is anyone in this world who can understand your self-blame. Johan paused, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That person can only be me. Gao Yang hesitated to speak, and finally asked with difficulty, Johan, after the death of the people in Group 4, how did you get here? Who said I got here? Johan crushed the beer can in his hand with a crack. I have always blamed myself. I just kept telling myself that I have more important things than self-blame. Before doing these things, I don't even have the qualifications to blame myself. Gao Yang was silent again. After about 10 seconds, Gao Yang picked up the beer, raised his head and drank it all, and then crushed the beer can with a crack. Thank you. You're welcome. Johan stood up, patted Gao Yang's shoulder gently, and left. Gao Yang continued to sit cross-legged and look up at the starry sky. About 10 minutes later, Gao Yang heard footsteps again. The footsteps were heavy and hesitant. Gao Yang guessed who it was, and called out softly, Fat Jun. Yang, Captain Gao. Pang Jun almost called him Brother Yang, but he felt that he and Gao Yang were not so familiar with each other. Come here, Gao Yang said. Oh. Pang Jun hurried to the balcony. Gao Yang said politely, how are Qingling and Ku's injuries? Nothing serious. Ju and Ma stood beside Gao Yang awkwardly, not knowing whether to sit down. If you are not in a hurry to leave, sit for a while. Gao Yang patted his side and invited. Pang Jun sat down, still very reserved. Gao Yang looked at Pang Jun. He was thinner than before. Although he was still fat, he looked less frivolous and more energetic. The biggest change in him was his eyes. In the past, his eyes always showed a sense of timidity and cowardice, but now, he has more self-confidence. Thank you this time, Gao Yang said. It's okay, sister-in-law. Qingling said that you were also seriously injured, so she asked me to come and take a look at you. Pang Jun said. Thank you. Gao Yang stretched out his hand to Pang Jun, who held it, closed his eyes, and activated the energy of healing to check Gao Yang's injuries. 5 seconds later, he opened his eyes in surprise and let go of his hand. Amazing, you were injured like that before, but now you have recovered almost completely on your own, and you don't need treatment at all. Yes. Gao Yang smiled faintly, because someone is protecting me. Pang Ma seemed to understand, but he didn't ask any more questions. He sat side by side with Gao Yang and looked at the night sky together. The two were silent for a minute. Pang Jun knew that if he didn't ask this time, he might never have a chance in the future. Finally, he mustered up the courage to ask, Brother Yang, why didn't you notify me when you established Jussi? Gao Yang was startled. Fat Jun could no longer care, and his tone was a little aggrieved and complaining. If Officer Huang was still alive, he would definitely take me with him. Gao Yang's heart twitched fiercely, as if someone stabbed it with a dagger. Brother Yang, aren't we companions and family members? Fat Jun's voice trembled a little. Have you forgotten the agreement we made in the car at that time? Or have you been fooling me from the beginning, and you never regarded me as your own? Fat Jun. Gao Yang felt a little guilty. I didn't call you at that time because it was too dangerous. It would be safest for you to stay in the 12 zodiac signs. Bullshit! Fat Jun shouted. If it is so dangerous, why did you call your sister-in-law? Call Brother Kai. Gao Yang was speechless. I'm a nanny. You 9 generations are just missing a nanny. As the leader of the 9 generations, shouldn't you consider everyone? With me here, the 9 generations will be more secure. If you don't even have this kind of overall view, you are not qualified to be the leader at all. Gao Yang was stunned and couldn't refute. Gao Yang. Don't think I don't know. Pang Jun's dissatisfaction broke out completely. You just don't believe me. You think I've been fooled by Bai too. You think I'm the kind of person who will betray teammates for beauty. Yes, I like Bai too. but I can still figure out big and small things. Although the 12 zodiac signs are good to me, you, Officer Huang, and sister-in-law are only one. We have been through life and death together, and fought side by side. Have you forgotten all this? Officer Huang pushed me away for his wife and children, I admitted. But Brother Yang, why did you push me away? Why? Yes. I, Han Aingjun, am incompetent. I am useless. So do I deserve not to have a true friend in this life? Gao Yang was overwhelmed with emotions, and he had thousands of words in his mind. He stared blankly at the angry Pang Jun, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. But in the end, he chose to tell the truth. Pang Jun, I didn't call you at that time because I was scared. What? Do you mean? This time it was Pang Jun's turn to be stunned. In his heart, Gao Yang has always been brave and resourceful, growing rapidly, and with the halo of the Arab god, he is a person who has the ability and courage to challenge the Qilin Union. How could he be afraid of a little Pang Jun? Gao Yang looked at Pang Jun. Since I woke up, I have been lying to people every day, lying to my family, friends, the 3 major organizations, and the ghost group. Many people are also lying to me. Bai Tu deceived us into entering the Talisman Cave. Xiao Lu, Xiangjie, and Xuanwu are all spies of the Songmu cult, and Long used me to help him get the energy seed of the miracle rune. It was not easy. The companion X I found turned against me, and almost poisoned everyone. Officer Huang, who I trusted the most, shot me without hesitation for his wife. Qilin, who had been cultivating me, wanted to kill me when we disagreed with each other. That June, I didn't call you because I was scared. I didn't know if you could still believe me at that time. I didn't dare to face it at all. Gao Yang's eyes became soft, and even revealed a fleeting fragility. I am used to enemies killing me, but if a friend stabs me in the back again, I really can't bear it. Don't say it. That June lowered his head, clenched his hands, and his nose twitched. Brother Yang, don't say it. That June, I'm sorry. Gao Yang apologized solemnly. No, I'm wrong. I shouldn't get angry at you. Pang Jun couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Brother Yang, I really didn't know you were so miserable. I always thought you were very powerful and glorious. You looked down on people like me, so you didn't take me with you. Gao Yang reached out and patted Pang Jun's thick shoulders. Now that we've talked, it's okay. Yeah. Pang Jun wiped his tears and looked at Gao Yang firmly. Brother Yang, as long as you say one word, I won't leave today. I will be Juicy's man from now on. Chapter 816. No, you should go back to the Chinese zodiac. Gao Yang said. Do you remember what I said? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is indeed my true thought. Pang Jun nodded. Okay, listen to Brother Yang. Gao Yang thought for a while and asked, by the way, have you seen Captain Long recently? Pang Jun thought seriously and shook his head. I haven't seen him for a long time. Uncle who said that Captain Long is acting in secret and doing something very important. He can't tell us. Gao Yang thought for a while and asked again, what are you busy with recently? Pang Jun, Uncle who is working on a grind. Train the new people brought by Shadow Mouse. As for the other old employees, I don't know what they are busy with, and they are often not seen. Yesterday, Sister Rabbit did come back, but I always felt that she was weird, a little cold to me, not as enthusiastic as before. Speaking of this, Pang Jun felt a little wronged. I really didn't do anything to make her unhappy. Could it be? Did she find out that I opened a small account to criticize the Destiny Boy on the internet? Gao Yang smiled. Don't think too much. She should be doing this for your own good. It's safer if you don't know some things. That's right. Pang Jun felt relieved when he heard Gao Yang say this. It's almost done. You and Tengu can go back. Gao Yang said, find Nana to change your appearance, and be careful on the road. Don't worry. Pang Jun supported his knees, and stood up with some difficulty. Gao Yang also stood up. I take you down the mountain. 4 o'clock in the morning, the Ghost Group Villa, the library on the 2nd floor. The 4 walls of the square room were lined with bookcases filled with classic masterpieces. There was a small skylight on the top of the room, through which a beam of blue moonlight shone. The tiny specks of dust under the beam seemed to be factors of knowledge and wisdom. However, the person sleeping in the library at this moment has nothing to do with knowledge and wisdom. There is a camp bed in the middle of the room. Wang Zikai is shirtless, wearing a pair of large shorts, with a pair of long legs bare, and a thin air-conditioning blanket casually covering his body, sleeping on his back. There is a book covering his face, the title of which is Flowers for Algernon. Wang Zikai is tall, muscular, with smooth body lines and long limbs. He has to stretch out of the narrow camp bed and hang outside, feeling like a big orange cat condescending to sleep on a kitten bed. He snored, stretched out his hand to scratch his muscular belly, turned to the left, and the book covering his face fell to the ground with a clatter. The sound woke Wang Zikai up. He opened his eyes dazedly, and found that there seemed to be someone sitting next to him. He thought he was dreaming, but then he realized something was wrong. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, and looked closely. It was Gao Yang. He was sitting on a small stool, looking at him quietly. Wang Zikai was no longer sleepy, and sat up straight. "Brother, you're back. I've been back for a while. Did I not disturb your sleep?" Gao Yang said lightly. "Hi. It's okay." Wang Zikai was very happy, and suddenly thought of something, and retracted his smile. "Well, about the canned food, please accept my condolences." "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded expressionlessly. "How is your injury?" "Injury?" Wang Zikai smiled arrogantly, and shook his arms. "I'm not injured at all. Don't listen to Johan's nonsense." "That's good." Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai's body for a while, confirmed that his injuries were healed, and turned serious. "Come with me, go out and get some fresh air." "Now?" Wang Zikai was stunned. "Now." "No problem." Wang Zikai jumped up from the camp bed, and began to look for clothes and pants. "Wait a minute, right away." Half an hour later, Gao Yang brought Wang Zikai to a wasteland in the mountains, which was where Johan and Wang Zikai had secret training before. Looking around, there were many man-made potholes on this wasteland, and many trees on both sides were broken. It was obvious that a fierce fight had taken place. Wang Zikai was in a good mood when he just went out, but he gradually felt something was wrong. This place. Why does it look so familiar? Wang Zikai began to feel guilty. He put his hands in his pockets and pretended to be relaxed and said, "Hey, what's going on in this place? Did someone fight here?" Gao Yang came to the middle of the wasteland, slowly turned around, and said, "I know everything about you asking Johan to learn boxing." Wang Zikai's smile suddenly froze, and then turned angry. "Damn Johan. I told him to keep it a secret. I beat him to death when I see you back. I'm not an outsider, it doesn't matter if you know, right?" Gao Yang said. "That's true." Wang Zikai rubbed his nose. "I was planning to learn some routines to deal with Qinglong, but I didn't expect you to kill him directly." Gao Yang's eyes dimmed for 2 seconds. "Killing Qinglong is not as easy as you said." Gao Yang looked up at Wang Zikai. "Come, hit me." "Ah?" Wang Zikai thought he had misheard. "What did you just say?" "Let's fight a few moves." Gao Yang stretched out his hand to Wang Zikai. "Let me check the results of your special training." Wang Zikai hesitated. "Forget it." "Why, are you afraid of losing?" Gao Yang asked. "Ha ha. How could I lose to you? I'm a god." Wang Zikai was very proud. "I'm afraid that I won't hit you hard enough and hurt you. Your previous injuries haven't healed yet, so don't bother with me." Wang Zikai. Gao Yang sneered. "You don't really think that you are the strongest of the 9 heirs? Really?" Wang Zikai opened his eyes wide. Gao Yang raised his middle finger to Wang Zikai and hooked it. "I won't use any talent. I compete with you in fists and feet to see who is better." "Brother, why are you asking for trouble?" Wang Zikai said. "Stop talking nonsense. Try it if you have the guts." Gao Yang looked contemptuous. Wang Zikai was also a little unhappy. He clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. "Gao Yang, you asked for this, don't regret it. Come on." Before Gao Yang finished speaking, Wang Zikai came in front of him and punched him in the face. Gao Yang knew at a glance that it was a fake move. The punching movement was not natural enough, and the strength was also very stiff. Gao Yang did not dodge. He pushed his right hand outward to dissolve Wang Zikai's real move and hit Gao Yang's lower abdomen with a left hook. Wang Zikai was delighted. "Haha, this is also a fake move. My real move is my left foot." Swish. Gao Yang had already kicked Wang Zikai's right calf with a sweeping kick, and Wang Zikai lost his balance and fell to the side. He was shocked. He was completely seen through. However, Wang Zikai's reaction speed was first class. The moment he fell, he supported the ground with one hand and jumped up suddenly. Bang! Gao Yang had anticipated his next move and kicked out in advance, just in time to kick Wang Zikai's chest. Wang Zikai groaned and was kicked out. He flipped in the air and was about to land steadily. Gao Yang activated teleport to catch up and kicked Wang Zikai in the lower abdomen again. Wang Zikai's abdomen tightened, and it hurt so much. "Didn't you agree not to use your talent? You don't have martial ethics." Wang Zikai was shocked and confused for a while. Gao Yang showed no mercy at all. His right fist flashed with red flames, and it seemed that he was about to send out a flame dragon to devour Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai could no longer care about so much. He threw away the flowery fists and embroidered legs taught by Johan, and instinctively joined the battle. He no longer let up and responded with 100% of his strength. He acted very quickly, and caught Gao Yang's red right fist. A sharp stinging pain immediately came from the palm of his hand. It was burned by the high temperature that could melt steel in an instant. If it were someone else's hand, it would probably be sublimated directly. Wang Zikai's 5 fingers burst out with terrifying power, instantly crushing Gao Yang's fist. Chapter 817. Bang! A moment later, Gao Yang's real body rushed out from the side, and kicked Wang Zikai hard on the left face. It turned out that Gao Yang had already transformed into an illusion, and switched his real and fake bodies. Swoosh! Wang Zikai was kicked and flew to the woods beside him. He knocked down several trees with a crash sound and startled a group of birds. Gao Yang shouted towards the woods, "Wang Zikai, not only are you clumsy, but you are also stupid. You are always being walked around like a dog. You want to be the leader of the 9 heirs? You want to save the world? It's so funny." Bang! A figure quickly jumped out of the woods. Wang Zikai's mouth was bleeding, and his face was full of anger. He was angry. Although Gao Yang was his best buddy, he was really too much for teasing and humiliating himself like this. After a round of beatings, Wang Zikai's little rationality was gone. Seeing Wang Zikai rushing towards him like a cannonball, Gao Yang quickly raised his right hand, and a golden energy shield blocked in front of him. A trace of fierce and violent murderous aura flashed in Wang Zikai's eyes, and 3 bone spurs rushed out from the back of his clenched right hand. Swish! 3 sharp knife lights flashed, and the nearly half-meter thick energy shield was cut into several sections. Hush! Gao Yang activated teleportation, and avoided the sharp knife energy that penetrated the shield in time, and blew a strange whistle for 1 second at the same time. Wang Zikai, who was about to continue attacking, was stunned in place. Huh? Wang Zikai, what are you doing? How can you be serious about Gao Yang? 1 second later, the whistle disappeared, and when Wang Zikai just came to his senses, Gao Yang had already flashed in front of him. Bang! Gao Yang punched Wang Zikai in the chest and activated the weakness borrowed from Johan. Wang Zikai flew out again. Swish! Gao Yang teleported to catch up and punched Wang Zikai in the chest for the 2nd time in midair. 7 times weakness. Wow! Wang Zikai was hit so hard that he vomited blood and flew dozens of meters in a row, breaking 7 or 8 trees in a row, flew out of the grove, and fell into a small river behind the grove, splashing water. 2 seconds later, Wang Zikai floated up from the river, and his clothes on his chest had been torn to pieces. He just came to his senses, and Gao Yang, who was covered in golden light, appeared above Wang Zikai's head again. He clenched his right fist and punched Wang Zikai in the middle of the river. This time, he would use the 3rd weakness, and even Wang Zikai could not withstand it. Gao Yang showed no mercy at all. He was going to kill Wang Zikai. "I am a god, you are." Looking for death, Wang Zikai's remaining rationality completely collapsed. He was angry and sad, and his eyes suddenly glowed red. Boom! A dark red energy wave rushed out from the river, turning into a huge scarlet ripple that spread out from all sides, and set off a demonic wind in the woods. Wang Zikai's 3 bone spurs evolved. They stretched rapidly, and at a very fast speed, like 3 red lasers, piercing Gao Yang in an instant. Gao Yang was caught off guard and had no time to react. His shoulders, arms, and lower abdomen were easily pierced. With more than 2,000 points of physical endurance, and a layer of absolute defense energy armor to protect him, he was as fragile as a layer of window paper in front of the 3 evil bone spurs wrapped in scarlet demonic energy. Swish! Wang Zikai's 3 bone spurs quickly retracted, and they seemed to be 3 magnets, tightly adhering to Gao Yang's magnet-like body and pulling him towards Wang Zikai. Gao Yang wanted to switch bodies with the Phantom, but he couldn't do it at all. He wanted to summon the absolute barrier that could defend everything, but he still couldn't do it. Only then did he realize that the 3 bone spurs that pierced his body seemed to have hit his acupuncture points, blocking all the energy paths in his body. Gao Yang's vision was blurred, and he was pulled to the center of the river by Wang Zikai's retracted bone spurs. Wang Zikai's other hand had already clenched his fist and hit Gao Yang's face hard. With this punch, Gao Yang's head would definitely explode like a ripe watermelon, and there would be no possibility of survival. At the last moment of his life, Gao Yang was calm in his heart and closed his eyes. Wow! The strong fist wind blew towards Gao Yang, and his skin felt as painful as being cut by a knife. The hair he grabbed at the back of his head danced wildly, The rubber band burst, and the messy hair slapped his face. After a few seconds, the fist stopped. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and found that Wang Zikai's fist stopped steadily in front of his nose. With a squeeze, Wang Zikai pulled out the 3 bone spurs from Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang was weak all over and fell forward. Wang Zikai immediately supported Gao Yang. The anger and rage on his face had long disappeared, leaving only tension. You. Why do you have to provoke me? Does it hurt? We don't seem to have C potion. Hold on. I find a doctor now. It's okay. Gao Yang's mouth was bleeding, and he forced a smile. I have Gecko, and I will recover quickly. Okay. You have a Gecko. You are noble. You are amazing. Wang Zikai didn't know who to be angry with for a moment. He supported the injured Gao Yang, and slowly walked to the river bank. At this time, Hong Xiaoxiao, who had been hiding in the dark, ran over anxiously. Captain! Are you okay? Gao Yang shook his head palely, took out a black hairpin from his pocket, and threw it back to Hong Xiaoxiao. It's okay, you go back and rest. I will talk to Wang Zikai alone. Oh. Okay. Hong Xiaoxiao took the hairpin, didn't dare to ask more, and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Wang Zikai helped Gao Yang sit down, turned around and stared at Hong Xiaoxiao not far away, his eyes dim. Hong Xiaoxiao shuddered all over, and suddenly felt that she was entangled by a cold and poisonous snake. She dared not move, and dared not breathe loudly. Swish. Wang Zikai came to Hong Xiaoxiao quickly. He was soaking wet. He looked down at Hong Xiaoxiao, and said in a cold voice, Have you been following us? The captain asked me to follow him. He said that if you kill him, I will use time to reset and revive him. Hong Xiaoxiao hesitated. So, you heard all our previous conversations? Wang Zikai's eyes became more aggressive. No. I didn't hear anything. Hong Xiaoxiao waved her hands desperately, her face pale. I'm afraid you will find out. I'm very far away. I really didn't hear anything. Really? I send for. Hong Xiaoxiao raised her right hand. Because of fear, her tongue was almost tied. Please don't kill me. Ha ha. Wang Zikai smiled and patted Hong Xiaoxiao's shoulder hard. Who wants to kill you? We are companions. Ha ha. Hong Xiaoxiao laughed uglier than crying. Yes, companion. Okay, go back quickly. Wang Zikai waved his hand. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao ran away. Wang Zikai looked at Hong Xiaoxiao's back and muttered in his heart. What a joke. Brother is a god. If you know that I learned boxing from Johan, how can I face people in the future? Wang Zikai wiped the water off his face, walked to Gao Yang on the river bank, and sat down beside him. Although he was handsome when he broke through his potential just now, he also consumed a lot of energy. Now he just felt tired. Wang Zikai glanced at Gao Yang, and the wound on his body really healed and the bleeding stopped. He was relieved. Brother, what's wrong with you? This is not the way to provoke someone. Wang Zikai was still a little scared. You know, I'm easily overwhelmed. What if I really can't help killing you? Hong Xiaoxiao can revive me. Gao Yang said. A person only has 2 chances, you're wasting it. Wang Zikai said. It's worth it to help you become stronger. Gao Yang said. Wang Zikai was stunned and felt touched. He smiled embarrassedly. Hee, what you said is true, but don't do it next time. To be honest, I feel bad for hurting you. Wang Zikai. Gao Yang suddenly interrupted Wang Zikai. Ah? Wang Zikai was stunned. I have something to ask you. Gao Yang's eyes sank, and the atmosphere became serious again. Chapter 8:18. Wang Zikai immediately felt something was wrong, like a child who made a mistake and was caught by his parents, blinking inexplicably. What's wrong? I heard from Johan. Gao Yang paused. You didn't kill anyone in this attack on the Haichuan group base. Hey! Wang Zikai slapped his thigh and breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was urgent at the time. I didn't think so much. It's not a big deal. I will kill them all next time. You lied. Gao Yang exposed him directly. The smile on Wang Zikai's face froze. He lowered his head, and didn't dare to look at Gao Yang. Shilin, you are not your opponent. It is reasonable that you can't kill someone with Wu Sei's strength in a short time. As for the others, you went around among them, but didn't kill any of them. This is definitely not a coincidence. Nor is it that they are lucky, but that you showed mercy. Wang Zikai didn't speak, and buried his head even lower. Wang Zikai, I don't blame you, nor do I ask you to have blood on your hands like me. I'm just curious. Why do you do this? Gao Yang asked. Wang Zikai finally looked up, looking a little confused and a little aggrieved. Brother, I don't know either. Gao Yang frowned slightly. What do you mean? Oh, I can't explain it clearly. Wang Zikai was a little irritated, and wiped his wet blonde hair back with both hands. In my opinion, killing a person shouldn't be too easy. I killed those lizardmen with my eyes closed before, and I can't count how many I killed. What's more, the Haichuan group is still our enemy. Why can't I kill them? To be honest, even if there is no hatred, brother, I will kill whoever you ask me to kill, without hesitation. Gao Yang became more and more confused as he listened, and continued to wait for the next words. Wang Zikai was a little discouraged, but when I really could kill them, I don't know why, a thought suddenly came to my mind. Why not kill them, leave their bodies intact, and let them revive? Why? Gao Yang was shocked. Brother, you are a beast. You killed your compatriots without blinking an eye, but now you hesitate to kill an awakened person? I really don't know. Wang Zikai looked confused. Anyway, I just have a very strong feeling, that is, I feel that if I kill someone, it seems that there is something very important that I can never go back, and it makes me regret it to the extent that my intestines are green. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai dimly, and for a moment he felt that he was so strange, but this strangeness made him so at ease and steady. If Gao Yang was a ship in a storm, then Wang Zikai was like the heavy anchor, ensuring that he would not get lost. Gao Yang lowered his voice, and tried to get to the bottom of it. What is this important thing? Wang Zikai shook his head. I just don't know. I only have a vague feeling, but this feeling is very strong. Can you guess what it might be? Gao Yang asked in a different way. Wang Zikai frowned and racked his brains for 10 seconds. Maybe. They are too weak. Killing such a noob is an insult to me. Gao Yang complained. The beasts you killed were weaker, and you don't feel ashamed. Gao Yang continued to ask. Think about it again. Are there any other possibilities? Wang Zikai thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ah! Is it because I am the reincarnation of God? Ah! How can God kill people? God should save all living beings. Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. It sounded reasonable at first, but it was ridiculous after thinking about it. After Wang Zikai finished speaking, he felt that it was a bit ridiculous. He waved his hand. Hey, maybe I'm just a little crazy. I kill more people in the next mission to break the curse in my heart. No! Gao Yang suddenly shouted. Ah! Wang Zikai was shocked. Gao Yang was also shocked by his own reaction. For some reason, Gao Yang seemed to have grasped something very important at that moment. It seemed that something was wrong. Wang Zikai's subconscious unwillingness to kill must have its deep-seated reasons, and it was not a simple coincidence. In a flash of lightning, Gao Yang suddenly realized it. It turns out that this is the essential difference between Wang Zikai and other beasts. Why has he never awakened his beast nature after experiencing so much? Because the switch in his body is not in sight and hearing, not in spirit, but in action. In his deep cognition, there is an absurd but solid logic. Beasts kill people, I don't kill people, so I am not a beast. Since I am not a beast, I naturally don't have beast nature. Gao Yang calmed down and looked at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai, you are the reincarnation of God, and God is kind and benevolent. In this case, you should follow the guidance of your heart and don't kill if you don't want to kill. Really? Wang Zikai was a little moved for a while, but soon, he shook his head desperately. No, no, no. Wouldn't I become a waste if I do this? I don't want to be a saint. Let's do this. Gao Yang thought of a compromise. In the future, if you encounter an enemy that must be killed, you only need to be responsible for defeating him, and leave the rest to us. It's too degrading for God to do things like killing personally, and there is no need. Oh my God! That makes sense. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up, and he smiled happily. Gao Yang, you are so smart. Then Gao Yang stretched out his hand. We have an appointment. No problem. Wang Zikai stretched out his hand, and held Gao Yang's hand tightly. We have an appointment. Gao Yang smiled at Wang Zikai, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. Wang Zikai, I hope you will never kill anyone and never awaken the beast. In this way, we will always be good brothers. I will keep lying to you until the end of the world or the end of my life. At the same time, somewhere in the underground passage of the capsule train, there is a hidden research room. The underground space with bright lights is full of various high-tech instruments and equipment. In the center of the laboratory, there is a cylindrical culture dish with a diameter of 10 meters, filled with light blue medium liquid. The bottom plate of the culture dish is connected to 12 black gold cables that are specially used to transmit active energy. This is specially improved by Dr. Jia. At this moment, a ball of black and white active energy floated in the petri dish. Like an abstract three-dimensional Tai Chi, it was extremely unstable, as if being pulled by gravity from all directions, and could collapse at any time. Dr. Jia had an oily head that had not been washed for 10 days, and was wearing a big white coat and shorts. He stared at the active energy in the petri dish with his eyes fascinated, and held a remote control in his right hand. He raised his right hand, a little nervous, and hesitated to press the button. At this time, a parrot flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Dr. Jia's shoulder. The parrot looked at the petri dish and repeated in a hoarse voice, "Miracle! Miracle! Miracle!" "That's right." Dr. Jia shouted and pressed the button. "Next, it's time to witness the miracle. Start. Inject all active energy." As the system voice sounded, the base of the culture dish emitted a blue light, and flowing light spots appeared in the black gold cable. 12 different types of active energy were injected into the culture dish at the same time. Since the merger of the Qilin Union and the Baichuan Group, Dr. Jia has collected all types of active energy of talent, which gave him the courage and determination to study the active energy of the God's Air again. After the failure of the first study, Dr. Jia reflected for a long time. He thought that his biggest problem was ignoring the fragile characteristics of the God's Air. The God's Air is something that only appears with a very small probability, so the active energy of the God's Air must be very fragile and requires a delicate balance. Therefore, if you want to study and observe its connection and reaction with other active energies, you must collect 12 types of talent energy. This is the wooden barrel theory. If one board is missing, the water will flow away. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Dr. Jia bulged his eyes and stared at the culture dish in a daze, forgetting to breathe for a while. The 12 newly added active energies turned into colorful dust balls, rotating clockwise and gradually finding their own trajectories. The center of their trajectories was the energy activity of the gods' descendants that was constantly being pulled. From a distance, it looked like 12 colorful celestial bodies were orbiting around a Tai Chi star. Not bad. Very good. That's it. Dr. Jia was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He approached the petri dish and wanted to put his face against the thick glass. Merge quickly. What are you waiting for? Come on. Dr. Jia clenched his fists and cheered on the side, like a gambler addicted to horse racing. Go! 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 The parrot also flew excitedly, circling around the petri dish, shaking off a few scattered feathers. Chapter 819. The 12 groups of active energy, as if they had really heard Dr. Jia's order, began to split into numerous colorful energy tentacles and probed towards the Tai Chi star. The Tai Chi star in the center also split into countless gray energy tentacles, as if to respond to the 12 celestial bodies rotating around it. Yes, yes. That's it, just like that. Hold on. Dr. Jia's voice became smaller, for fear of disturbing the energy in the culture dish. Finally, a gray-white energy tentacle probed the nearest golden energy tentacle, and the two briefly probed and began to entangle with each other. Suddenly, the time and space in the culture dish seemed to stop for a second. 1 second later, the gray-white energy tentacle seemed to be frightened, and quickly retracted all the energy tentacles that had split out, and quickly collapsed, turning into a small black dot that was almost invisible to the naked eye. No! No, no, no. Dr. Jia grabbed his hair with both hands, almost collapsing. Wow! 3 seconds later, the small black dot exploded and turned into a thick gray mist, filling the entire culture dish. More than 10 seconds later, the gray mist gradually faded, and the active energy belonging to the air of God disappeared. The other 12 active energy groups no longer rotated, but floated quietly, and extended energy tentacles towards the active energy around them, starting a chaotic, disordered, and deformed fusion. Silence. 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 Dr. Jia cursed loudly, mixed with swear words in different languages, and used all his life's knowledge. You know, in order to get 12 types of active energy this time, Dr. Jia had to work hard with the high-level leaders of the Haichuan group for a long time. After this failure, Dr. Jia no longer had the active energy of the divine air. Dr. Jia knelt on the ground with a thump, supporting himself with his hands. What went wrong? This shouldn't happen. I'm a genius. Fool. 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 The parrot flew away gloatingly. Say it again. I make soup with you tonight. Dr. Jia stood up angrily, picked up the feather duster on the table, and was about to chase after him. Dr. Jia? A voice came from behind. I settle with you later. Dr. Jia turned around, adjusted his glasses, and found that it was Yin Liang wearing a crooked-mouthed mask. Dr. Jia was surprised. Hey, Why are you missing an arm and a leg? Your appearance reminds me of a mutant one-legged chicken. Haha, Dr. Jia, please stop making fun of me. Yin Liang laughed hoarsely and said, I was defeated this time and almost lost my life. War is inevitable. Dr. Jia said in a relaxed tone, why are you here? Haha. Yin Liang continued to laugh. Of course, I want you to help me recover my body. I can't do it. Dr. Jia refused directly. Why? I'm a genius, not a god. Dr. Jia said. Jiosi's green snake also broke an arm. Didn't you heal it? Yin Liang said. She is her, you are you. She can do it, but you can't. Dr. Jia said, don't ask me why, look for the reason in yourself. Yin Liang didn't speak. After 10 seconds of silence, Yin Liang raised his one arm and took off his crooked mask, revealing his half-burned old face. Haha, you are indeed a genius. When did you find out that I am a delusion beast? I found out long ago. Dr. Jia looked calm on the surface, but he was roaring wildly in his heart. I found out a shit. I just found a reason to reject you, but I didn't expect you to blow yourself up. Damn! A delusion beast. This is the first time I've seen a delusion beast. Dr. Jia stared at Master Jiang, with a flattering smile on his face, and his tone became much friendlier. What's the name of this delusion beast? What's its ability? Leader of the observers, the ability is delusion. You can call me Master Jiang. Master Jiang said. Oh my god. He's still a leader. The active energy of the air of God has just been used up. So let's study the delusion beast first. Ahem. Dr. Jia coughed twice. Master Jiang, right? Well, your broken hands and feet will definitely not grow back, but I can make you 2 cyber prosthetic limbs. Although they are not as useful as the original ones, they are almost the same. Running and jumping is not a problem. If you want to fight, I will equip you with some hot weapons, which may be even more powerful. Master Jiang nodded, thank you. But I have a condition. Dr. Jia rubbed his hands with a smile. Lend me some of your blood and active energy. Oh, I thought it was nothing. Jiang Yi said, I give you 2 copies. Rich and generous. Dr. Jia gave a thumbs up. I like it. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Yi smiled sophisticatedly, 1 copy for you to study, and the other copy, help me develop a space weapon. Jiang Yi said, taking out a piece of paper from his pocket, the demands are all on it, take a look. Dr. Jia took it, and spent a minute reading it carefully. He touched his chin and smiled crookedly. It's interesting, theoretically it's possible, but your active energy is not enough. I also need the active energy of other space awakeners, the more the better. In addition, I have to use black gold to make a special carrier, and I need the empowerment buddy to come over to help. I can't guarantee that it will succeed. What is the success rate? Mr. Jiang asked. 70%. Dr. Jia said. Okay, I will meet all your requirements. Please develop it as soon as possible. Mr. Jiang thought for a moment and said, before that, please help me install the prosthesis. It's really inconvenient for me to move in this state. It's a small matter. Dr. Jia turned and walked to a gray-white metal wall and shouted, Open sesame. Clang, rub, rub. The metal wall was pulled open to both sides, and inside was an equipment cabinet with 5 models, colors, and functions of cyber prosthesis hanging on it. Except for the heart and head, other parts are complete and disassembled into countless parts. Dr. Jia said, the inventory is here. You choose one and I can help you install it today, but if you want to customize it, it will take a lot of time. I have a lot of things on my hands now. Then choose me one that is light and flexible, and can also add some attack power. Mr. John's request was clear. Yes. Dr. Jia pointed to a slender pink cybernetics with various strawberry patterns printed on it in the upper right corner and said, use this. Jiang Yi's face darkened. This color. What? Are you not satisfied with my taste? Dr. Jia frowned. This is it. Jiang Yi sighed in his heart. Never mind, at worst, I can just put on a layer of simulated human skin. Chapter 820. Early morning, Ghost Group Villa, bedroom on the 2nd floor. Ah! Nana, who was sleeping soundly, yelled, kicked off the quilt, and sat up from the bed. Just now she had a dream. She dreamed that she had grown the colorful wings of a fallen angel, and her eyes were as bright as colorful gems. She flew across the sky gracefully, overlooking her country and people. Everyone was crawling on the ground, humbly chanting her honorable name, bathing in her divine glory, and waiting for her grace. Suddenly, she heard a familiar cry coming from the sky and earth, which was very unpleasant. Just when she wanted to find out who was crying, the wings behind her disappeared, and she fell to the ground. She looked down and saw that her country and people were gone, only a huge abyss, sucking her in like a black hole. Then she was awakened by fear. Woo woo woo. Nana turned her head and found that Hong Xiaoxiao, who slept in the same bed with her, had disappeared. But the bed sheet was still bulging, and Hong Xiaoxiao's crying was also close at hand. You? Nana was stunned for 2 seconds, and then reacted, have you realized invisibility? 2 seconds later, Hong Xiaoxiao on the bed appeared. She hugged her legs, buried her head in her knees, and couldn't stop crying. I dreamed of canned food. She asked me to take good care of the captain for her. Whoa. Nana didn't know what to say for a moment. She pulled the collar of her pajamas that slipped off her shoulders and looked down at her palms. She moved her mind and hooked her fingers, while a breeze appeared, ruffling Hong Xiaoxiao's hair. This was a level 1 gale. Nana curled up her legs, hugged her knees with both hands, lowered her head, and gently leaned her shoulders on Hong Xiaoxiao's shoulders. She thought with some sadness, from now on, my king can only blow himself up. At the same time, in the woods behind the villa, next to the 9 old graves, a new grave was added, burying Cantu. Canta's body was reduced to ashes, and everyone sorted out some of Canta's relics to replace it. There were very few things, just a few clothes and daily necessities, a retro game handheld that could play Tetris, and a box of chocolate. Cantu was anemic, and would carry chocolate with him to replenish energy. Gao Yang was not sleepy, so he came to sit in front of Canta's grave, and unknowingly sat until dawn. The woods were misty in the early morning, and the faint morning light shone in obliquely. One of the beams of light just shone on Canta's grave, and the white light dust cruised in the light and flowing mist, which seemed real and illusory. Gao Yang was slightly absent-minded, and took out a chocolate from his coat pocket. When counting Canta's relics, Gao Yang quietly hid one. He carefully and gently tore open the wrapper, and put the chocolate into his mouth. A hint of bitterness first appeared on the tip of his tongue, and as the chocolate melted, it became a continuous sweetness. When the sweetness penetrated into his heart, it became bitter again. Swish! The cold morning wind poured into the woods, rolled up a few dead leaves beside the grave, and messed up Gao Yang's hair and vision. In a trance, Gao Yang thought of the small dark room in number 11 middle school. After confirming that Cantu was not bitten by the talisman corpse, and was just anemic, he personally gave her a chocolate to comfort her. Maybe it was at that moment that Cantu fell in love with this touch of sweetness. People who lack love are always like this. A little bit of sweetness will be remembered for a long time. Captain. Johan came over. Gao Yang quietly activated spirit armor. He stood up and turned around. What's wrong? Johan took a deep breath, put his hand into his mouth, and blew a pleasant whistle. For a moment, all the birds in the woods left the branches. They flew over Johan's head, circling and chirping. You have comprehended, Bird King, Gao Yang said. Johan nodded. A very complex sadness flashed across his eyes. Bird King was Xiangye's talent. Gao Yang had asked Johan if he hated Xiangye before. Johan's answer was, hate, but then I thought about it from her perspective. In fact, she had no choice. If she had a choice, she might not take this path. Now Xiangye's talent has been inherited by Johan. This may be another choice for Xiangye. Gao Yang was relieved. He thought for a moment and said, it just so happens that I want to meet Lu Qingyin. You asked Nana to disguise herself and find a way to contact her. Leave it to me. Johan's heart ached. In the past, this matter was done by canned food. He had long understood some truths. In the face of great and pure ideals, no one's life is irreplaceable, including Captain Gao Yang. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shilongzai, barbecue restaurant. In the office with a heavy atmosphere, Lu Qingyin settled the 6+1 salary for several staff members in the store, signed a confidentiality contract, and dismissed these stable lost beasts. Starting today, Lu Qingyin's barbecue restaurant officially closed. Since all members of the Qilin Union went to the underground base of the Baichuan group, Shilongzai has become an empty city, and it is meaningless for Lu Qingyin to stay here. After sending away the employees, Lu Qingyin began to clean up the office, taking away a few important items. Although other documents and materials did not have much intelligence value, she decided to burn them. Lu Qingyin tore off the documents page by page and threw them into the small brazier at her feet. Wow! A dejected and hoarse bird call suddenly appeared. Lu Qingyin was stunned and turned around. A crow was perched on the windowsill. It flapped its wings twice and looked at Lu Qingyin quietly. Lu Qingyin hesitated for a moment, slowly came to the window, looked at the crow through the glass, and 2 seconds later, a cool breeze penetrated into Lu Qingyin's brain. Lu Qingyin was silent for a full minute. She smiled slightly, turned back to her desk, opened the drawer, and took out a dark red fruit candy from it. She had prepared it long ago. She opened the window and threw the fruit candy. The crow poked its head out, grabbed the candy, and flew away with its wings flapping. At night, somewhere in the sewers of the city, in an underground secret room, in the warmly decorated and brightly lit living room, Gao Xinxin, Yasha, Gregor, and Wang Weiyin are playing a tabletop role-playing game called Dad's Multiple Different Worlds. Suzaku is sitting in a wheelchair nearby, quietly watching the game. Gregor is the creator of this game, and the host of this game. He wears a red bed sheet to make it look like a cape, wears a faceless mask, and holds a thick game manual in his hand, dancing and singing with emotion. Dragon Slayer Gao Xinxin. Magical Girl Xiaoyin. Unit 01 Pilot Raven Shark. 3 adventurers from different worlds, after going through countless hardships, difficulties, and numerous tests, finally worked together to kill the strongest boss, the mighty dragon, at the intersection of the chaotic space of multiple worlds. Gregor lifted the bed sheet and shouted, "The final victory belongs to you." Great! Wow! We won! The 3 players were very happy, and Wang Weiyin turned around and hugged Gao Xinxin, sharing the joy of victory with the Dragon Slayer, who took special care of her along the way. Danger! Gregor suddenly shouted. Chapter 821. He stood up and jumped onto the coffee table excitedly. Just when the 3 adventurers were immersed in the joy of victory, the ugly, fat, evil dragon corpse rolled down from the mountain of gold coins. Swish, swish, swish. The glittering gold and silver jewels are rushing towards you like a tsunami, and are about to swallow you up. Don't underestimate these gold and silver jewels. If you have enough money, they can also kill people. At force field. Raven Shark stared at Gregor's thigh and shouted. It happened in a flash. Unit 01 driven by Raven Shark activated the at force field. In an instant, the ripple-shaped energy force field bloomed gorgeously, protecting him and his companions behind him. What a pity, the tsunami composed of gold coins and jewels cannot be underestimated. They hit the at force field heavily. Gregor turned around and jumped onto the sofa again. He pinched his throat to imitate various sound effects. Woo woo woo. Warning! Insufficient energy. Warning! Insufficient energy. Magic. Guardian magic. Wang Weiyin shouted anxiously. No! Not enough time. The 2 adventurers have no time to react. Gregor interrupted Wang Weiyin. I can hold on. I can. Raven Shark opened his arms to block Gao Xinxin, and Wang Weiyin, his face flushed. He was completely immersed in the play. Can the at force field withstand this tsunami of gold and silver treasures? Gregor threw the dice on the coffee table, and it rolled in front of everyone. For pairs of eyes stared at the dice, and after a few seconds, the side of the dice facing up said passed. Success? Gregor shouted. The at force field blocked the gold and silver jewelry. Congratulations to the 3 of you, you have escaped again. Oh my god. Gao Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Wait a minute. Gregor shouted again, and the 3 of them tensed up again. The 3 adventurers suddenly discovered that when the hill of gold, silver and jewels disappeared, there was a treasure chest shining with colorful light underneath. So lucky. It turns out that this is the ultimate treasure guarded by the dragon. 3 adventurers, do you want to open the treasure chest? This is the reward you deserve. Wait a minute. Gao Xinxin knew Gregor's nature a long time ago, and just as she was about to stop him, Wang Weiyin had made a decision without thinking. Open! I want to open the treasure chest. Very good. Gregor sat down again and held up the thick instruction manual. The magic girl Xiaoyin happily walked over and opened the treasure chest. Clatter. Gregor's face sank. Oh no! Xiaoyin was fooled. Ah! Wang Weiyin screamed. Instantly, a black evil force rushed out of the treasure chest and rushed towards the magic girl Xiaoyin. Protect! Gao Xinxin shouted. Bang! Gregor looked at Gao Xinxin. At the critical moment, the dragon slayer Gao Xinxin pushed the magic girl Xiaoyin away. The evil force drilled into Gao Xinxin's chest. Ha ha ha! Gregor became more and more excited. The dragon slayer Gao Xinxin laughed evilly and crazily. Her eyes turned into pure darkness, and hard scales grew all over her body. Oh! It's so unfortunate. Gao Xinxin was contaminated by this evil force. Along the way, in order to protect her companions and kill powerful enemies, she used all kinds of despicable means, and was stained with too much blood. She had long forgotten her original intention, and was no longer as upright and kind as before, which gave the evil force an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. What a shame, the dragon slayer finally became a dragon. Purification magic. Wang Weiyin shouted excitedly, use purification. It's a pity. The purification magic of the magic girl Xiaoyin can't purify the evil power in the Dragon Slayer Gao Xinxin's body. It's too late. In a while, the Dragon Slayer Gao Xinxin will become a new dragon. At that time, she will destroy all the other worlds. No! Don't do this. Wang Weiyin hugged Gao Xinxin in fear and burst into tears. Sister, don't become a dragon. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Gregor. Gao Xinxin winked at him. Look at what you did. You scared the child to tears. Gregor was righteous and unmoved. Humph. Who told you to open the treasure chest? Human nature is originally an abyss. Staring into the abyss will be stared at by the abyss. What an educational game. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared beside Gregor and snatched his game manual. It was Gao Yang, the leader of Jusi. Gao Yang held the instruction manual, looked at the non-existent text, and read carefully. In a while, the dragon-slaying girl Gao Xinxin will turn into a dragon, but she still has the last bit of sanity. She shouted to her two companions, "Don't worry about me. Kill me." "No, no." "Wow." Emin burst into tears. Gao Yang shouted, "At force field." "Wait, at force field can't be continuous." Gregor was halfway through his words, when he was glared back by Gao Yang. Gao Yang continued. Raven Shark drove Unit 01 and activated the last at force field to bind Gao Xinxin, who had turned into a dragon. Magic Girl Xiaoyin, your chance is here. Emin stopped crying and looked up at Gao Yang sadly and puzzledly. Gao Yang continued, now, you have three choices. 1. Use holy magic to kill this former companion. 2. Run away immediately to ensure your own safety. 3. Use the magic of love to pull the former companion out of the evil abyss. I want to use the magic of love. Wang Weiyin didn't hesitate for a second. There is no such magic at all. Don't change my settings without authorization. Gregor was angry, but he still held back his complaints. Gao Yang looked at Wang Weiyin seriously. Xiaoyin, you have to think clearly. The magic of love is very strong and fragile. If your belief is not strong and firm enough, the magic of love will fail. Are you sure you still want to use it? I want to use it. Wang Weiyin clenched her fists with a tight face. The magic girl Xiaoyin used the magic of love on the companion, who was about to become a dragon. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he threw the thick instruction manual to Gregor. Gregor took the instruction manual, his face changing from gloomy to bright. Finally he sighed, sorted out his thoughts, and shouted, wow! The magic of love turned into a clear, pure holy light, descending from the sky, illuminating Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin's soul gradually lost its pollution, and all the scales on her body fell off, revealing her clean skin and that one knot. Gao Xinxin glared at Gregor fiercely. Ahem. Gregor quickly changed his words, and that soft long hair that was not more or less. Soon, she turned back to the upright, kind, brave, and noble dragon-slaying girl she once was. Thank you. Xiaoyin. You saved me. Gao Xinxin hugged Wang Weiyin to her arms and kissed her hair. The little girl cried and laughed, hugging Gao Xinxin tightly. Gregor's voice continued. Although our magical girl Xiaoyin did not get the treasure, she got a wealth more precious than any treasure, that is the magic of love. As long as there is love in your heart, no matter how powerful the enemy is, you will not lose, and no matter how steep the mountain is, you can climb it. Dad's multiple different worlds. Round 1. Cleared. Snap. Gregor slammed the instruction manual shut, looking unhappy that he was forced to work. Snap, snap, snap. Gao Yang took the lead in applauding, and the others followed suit. Gregor turned around and found that in addition to Gao Yang, there was an ordinary-looking, quiet girl with short hair standing next to her, about 18 or 19 years old. New member? Gregor asked. Her name is Kuyu. Gao Yang introduced briefly. At this time, Kuyu was in no mood to greet everyone. Her eyes were red, staring at Zhu Ke in the wheelchair. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and walked over quickly, holding Juchua's hands. The cold temperature was like a poisonous snake, drilling into Kyo's chest, causing her to twitch in pain. Kyo looked down, and saw that Zhu Ke was still wearing the black gold ring on the ring finger of his right hand, with a word engraved on the inside of the ring, lost. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears welled up in her eyes. Sister Xiaoli, I was lost before, and you found me. Now you are lost, and I will definitely find you. Chapter 822. Kyo, take Zhu Ke back to the room to rest. Gao Yang said lightly. Kyo nodded, stood up and pushed Juchua's wheelchair to the room. Gao Xinxin knew that Gao Yang wanted to give Kyo and Zhu Ke some private space, so she didn't follow. She patted Wang Wen's back. "Ying, it's getting late. Let's go, wash your face, and brush your teeth, and go to bed." "Yeah." Wang Wen wiped the tears on her face with the back of her hand, and followed Gao Xinxin to the bathroom. Gregor rubbed his beer belly under his vest, stood up and walked to the kitchen. "I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat. What do you two want to eat?" "Clear soup buckwheat noodles," Yasha said. "I don't need it," Gao Yang said. 10 minutes later, Gregor came out with a bowl of clear soup buckwheat noodles and a bowl of fragrant pork trotter noodles. He knew that Yasha didn't like the smell of meat, so he took the noodles into the study. Crow Shark squatted beside the coffee table and ate buckwheat noodles in small bites. Gao Yang sat on the sofa beside him, watching quietly, and said after a while, "Crow Shark, Suzaku Yuka will take care of it next, you have to do something." Crow Shark, who was eating noodles, nodded as a reply. After a while, Gao Xinxin came out of Wang Wen's bedroom and closed the door gently. Wang Wen played board games all day, happy and fulfilled, and didn't need to be coaxed, just fell asleep on the bed. Gao Xinxin sat down next to Gao Yang. She knew about the sacrifice of the can, but didn't know how to comfort her brother. She simply didn't say anything, tilted her head, and gently leaned on her brother's arm. Sometimes, silent companionship is the best comfort. After Crow Shark finished eating noodles, he took the bowl to the kitchen. He washed the bowl, and went to the bathroom after washing. Crow Shark can sleep in bed, like a normal person, but he prefers to sleep in the water. The living room became quiet, the main light went out, and only the soft wall lamp remained. Gao Xinxin wanted to give Gao Yang some support and company, but she fell asleep first. In fact, she was just a 16-year-old girl, but she had to take care of a little girl, a vegetative person, a middle-aged giant baby with bad living habits and disordered diet and rest, and a weird boy with autism every day. It was really hard. Gao Yang sighed softly, carried his sister back to the bed in the bedroom, took off her shoes, and covered her with a quilt. Gao Yang returned to the living room, sat down, and closed his eyes. Enter the system. Accumulated lucky points 602 points. Physical strength, 2289 stamina, 2141. Strength, 2071 agility, 2145. Spirit, 2003 charm, 2602. Luck, 2020. Absolute defense level 5. Teleport level 6. Copy level 6. Flame level 6. Gecko level 3. Phantom level 6. Spirit armor level 6. Lie detector level 4. Luck level 5. After activating the power of awareness, 1% of attribute points will be randomly deducted. Level 3 Gecko enhances physical strength, endurance, strength, and agility. Level 5 Absolute defense also enhances physical strength, endurance, and charm. Absolute defense was upgraded to level 5 after I woke up from the Nigua Hotel. It should be because my emotions were too intense at that time. Spirit armor is indeed a double-edged sword. Although it allows people to remain absolutely rational in battle and make the most correct decisions, it also suppresses people's emotions, resulting in a delay in the upgrade of talents. On the battlefield, talent upgrade is a big variable, and if used properly it can even change the situation of the battle. If he had reached level 5 absolute defense when fighting Qinglong, the result might be different. Gao Yang took a deep breath and stopped making meaningless excessive assumptions. There are always many perfect plans in the assumptions, but when they are actually implemented, there are often many problems, and they lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. It's like arguing with someone. When reviewing the situation afterwards, you always have witty remarks and a brilliant tongue, but the next time you meet him, you are still tongue-tied. Counting the past, Gao Yang didn't know how many mistakes he had made. Maybe he will continue to make mistakes in the future, but even so, he will not stop fighting. He bought a one-way ticket to hell a long time ago. System. Here. A gentle young female voice came to his ears. Gao Yang was startled and opened his eyes. The beautiful and gentle dormitory manager was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Her long black hair was simply tied up, and the end of her hair fell on her left shoulder. She was wearing a fresh floral dress, with a blue whistle hanging on her chest, and her hands were clasped together on her legs. You? Gao Yang was surprised. Why did you come out? I didn't come out, I just connected more deeply with your consciousness and perception. The dormitory aunt explained. Gao Yang seemed to understand, but he at least understood one fact. He was still in the system, not in reality. Ask you, why can't my talent be upgraded to level 7? Don't you have the answer in your heart? The dormitory ant smiled faintly. Because I lack faith? Gao Yang asked. The dormitory ant blinked. Maybe you don't lack faith, but your faith is not clear enough. Gao Yang leaned back, supported his face with one hand, and raised the other hand slightly. Tell me more. The dormitory ant thought and patiently explained. When a person's faith is clear enough, it will turn into a specific goal. If a person is a ship, faith is the compass, and the goal is the rudder. No matter how outstanding the captain is, he can't find the treasure in the sea with only a compass without a rudder. Gao Yang thought for a moment, his eyes moving. Can I understand it this way? If I go to the wishing well, and say I want to become stronger, then the wish will most likely fail because this wish is too abstract. But if I say I want to comprehend absolute defense, there is a chance of success because this wish is very specific and has a clear path to achieve it. The dormitory ant blinked. As far as the rules of the wishing well are concerned, yes. Dr. Jia believes that all innate energy belongs to Songdao. Gao Yang muttered to himself, looking up at the dormitory ant's eyes. Can I understand it this way? How Songdao distributes energy to us depends half on ourselves. When our beliefs are strong enough and our goals are clear enough, it is easier for Songdao to see us and gain his favor. The dormitory ant paused for a few seconds and said lightly, Perhaps your guess is getting closer to the truth. Don't pretend you definitely know. Gao Yang sneered. The dorm ant shook her head and blinked innocently. I'm just a system. Wait, what's wrong? Gao Yang frowned. I also have goals. I want revenge. I want to collect runes. I want to open the door. I want to protect the people around me. Aren't these goals specific enough? The dorm ant looked directly at Gao Yang. Perhaps this is not the ultimate goal you desire most. If it's none of these, then what can it be? Gao Yang frowned. You have to ask yourself. The dorm ant looked helpless. Rubbish system. Gao Yang deliberately cursed. I really miss it. The last time you scolded me like this was last time. The dorm ant smiled. Gao Yang's eyes sank. You are less and less like a system. You are not a system at all, right? Why not? The dorm ant blinked again. Gao Yang suddenly had a black gold dagger in his hand. He swiped teleported to the sofa opposite, pushed the dorm ant down on the sofa with one hand, and held the dagger against the dorm ant's thin white neck with the other hand, with murderous intent in his eyes. Who are you? What is your purpose in looking for me? Are you an enemy or a friend? You have to ask yourself. The dorm ant still had a calm face, and looked up at Gao Yang slightly. Don't play dumb. Answer me. Gao Yang yelled. His consciousness seemed to be broken. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and found himself still sitting on the sofa, as if nothing had happened. He exhaled deeply, and for a moment, he had a schizophrenia illusion. He re-entered the system and checked the data page, and then confirmed that what happened just now was true. He was thinking about whether to materialize the system again and interrogate it again, when a voice came from behind. Captain. Gao Yang turned around, and it was Johan. He didn't reply, but tapped his temple with his index finger. Johan immediately sent voice transmission to Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt relieved after feeling Johan's cool wind. How is it? Gao Yang asked. I contacted Lu Qingying. Johan wore black gloves, and a dark red fruit candy appeared on her fingertips. She said that this is the last time to exchange information with you, and this time, you must take this candy. Gao Yang saw Johan frowning, and asked with a smile, Looking at your face, it seems that you don't want me to eat it. Johan nodded. This candy is stained with Lu Qingying's blood. I'm afraid she is cheating. She has sold our information to the Haichuan group before, and the Haichuan group successfully helped her revenge. She may have defected to the Haichuan group. It's possible, but it's not a big problem. Gao Yang said, and conjured up a phantom to check the candy and confirm that there was no curse. He asked Gregor to help check it again, and confirmed that it was not poisonous, and then let the phantom clone eat the candy. 30 seconds later, the phantom showed no abnormality. Gao Yang swapped his body with the phantom, taking on all the effects of the phantom. Gao Yang sat back on the sofa and began to meditate before going to bed. Soon, he entered a sweet dream. Chapter 823. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and sat cross-legged on a bed. It was dark and quiet, but very familiar. This was the bedroom of Gao Yang's former home. The thin curtains fluttered, and the cold moonlight flowed in, creating a gray-blue light band across the room. A woman sat in the light band, like a one-man show on the stage. Lu Qingying wore a slim-fitting red cheongsam, with a graceful figure, a head of snow-white silver hair spread on her chest, and raised her long legs as white as cream, leaning on a slightly lower swivel chair, her eyes charming and blurred. All this was the same as when the two met in a dream for the first time. However, this time, Lu Qingying's smile no longer revealed a sense of charm, and Gao Yang was no longer the young boy who had never seen the world. Gao Yang looked around quickly, and for a moment, he was a little emotional. Unconsciously, I began to look forward to the different experiences after each dream. I couldn't help wondering what movie clip director Lu was going to show tonight, and what role I was going to play. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that this last time, I was actually playing myself a year ago. Hee hee. Lu Qingying also laughed. I thought Captain Jussi didn't like the dreams I directed, because he always had a stern face. Provocation. Gao Yang said half-truthfully. This way, you will arrange more interesting dreams for me next time. Hee hee, annoying. Lu Qingying laughed and lifted her long hair in front of her chest. Captain Jussi, I'm going to get straight to the point. Please go ahead. From now on, including this time, I will no longer trade intelligence with you or any other clients. Why? Gao Yang asked. I'm going to quit and join the Haichuan group. Lu Qingying's voice was soft, but her tone was serious. Gao Yang was secretly surprised, and it was indeed a little unexpected. I thought you had your own organization, Gao Yang said. Lu Qingying smiled but said nothing. Can I ask why you chose to join the Haichuan group at this time? Lu Qingying narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Gao Yang. After a few seconds, she smiled calmly. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Anyway, you and the Haichuan group are mortal enemies. They won't believe a word you say. That's right. Gao Yang agreed. I joined the Haichuan group to pay for my impulsive behavior. Impulsive behavior? Pay? Gao Yang chewed on these two keywords. I made a wrong move to avenge Xiaba, which led to a significant change in the situation. I must save it at all costs. Lu Qingying raised her chin slightly, with a hint of joy on her lips. However, I don't regret killing Chen Hui with my own hands. Your words made me confused. Gao Yang confessed. Can you tell me more details? No more. Lu Qingying smiled. If it weren't for compensation and thanking you, I wouldn't say these words. The compensation is because I sold Jussi's information to Haichuan Group, although I feel that you are expecting me to do so. As for thanking you, if you didn't remind us that night in Aurora Town, we might not have been able to catch Chen Hui. Gao Yang nodded slightly, accepting Lu Qingying's compensation and thanks. Today, I asked you to swallow the bloodstained candy. Lu Qingying paused, because I have something to ask you. What is it? To put it simply, I implanted a dream in your subconscious that can last for about half a year. If, Lu Qingying focused slightly, her eyes rolling. If I die, you will soon enter the dream, and then you will know what I entrust you with. If I am not dead, then we will pretend that nothing happened. Gao Yang nodded. Okay, but even if there is such a day, I can't guarantee that I will agree to you. Hee hee, it doesn't matter, the decision is yours. Lu Qingying said. Okay. A short silence. Lu Qingying leaned forward, holding her chin with one hand, and her smile became more gentle and charming. The night is long. Do you still remember what I said to you for the first time, if you are willing? No need. Gao Yang declined expressionlessly. Thank you for your kindness. Although you have changed a lot, some places are still as cute as ever. Lu Qingying smiled. Boss Lu. Gao Yang hesitated, but still asked the question in his heart. I don't think you are a frivolous person. Why do you pretend to be like this? Lu Qingying was slightly stunned, lowered her eyelids, and murmured to herself. Why? Yes, why? The woman seemed to have no answer, or she had an answer but didn't care. She looked up and flirted with Gao Yang again. Gao Yang, you are one of the most charming men I have ever seen. I am so glad to meet you. You are also one of the most charming women I have ever seen. Gao Yang said. It is an honor to receive your praise. Lu Qingying raised her hand, and was about to snap her fingers. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Tap. The light of willow in the moonlight disappeared, and a second later, the moonlight also disappeared. Then, the four walls, floor, ceiling, desk, and bed of the bedroom disappeared one by one, like a game program that was gradually deleted. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void. Soon, deep darkness came, blurring Gao Yang's consciousness. 3 days later, Sheng Ruxia Flower Shop, Xiangyang Road, Daxu District. The continuous cloudy days finally passed, and the singer who saw the warm sun early in the morning was in a good mood. While humming a song, she held a watering can containing nutrient solution to water the flowers. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp wind chimes rang, and a guest came. Welcome, what flowers do you want to buy? The singer turned around and was slightly stunned. Deputy Captain? Do, who wore a brown jacket, leggings, work boots, messy curly hair, and a short beard. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled nonchalantly. I just happened to pass by and came here to pee. My bladder has not been very good recently. It is always a little bloated. Uncle who still speaks so vulgarly. The singer smiled helplessly. The toilet is inside. Okay. Do-hoo was not in a hurry to go to the toilet. He turned around and shouted, You two come in too. A few seconds later, a young man and woman walked into the flower shop, namely Hingmu and Jingshu. Hingmu wore a gentle suit and dark brown glasses. His appearance was mediocre but comfortable. He smiled and greeted, Hello, senior singer, I am Hingmu, an intern. Hello, I heard about you from Uncle who a long time ago. The singer smiled and nodded. Hello, Sister Diva. My name is Jingshu, and I'm also an intern. Jingshu wore a short white down jacket, paired with jeans and snow boots. Her soft and shiny black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was quiet and sweet. Hello. If there is no meeting, Good Ji will stay in the flower shop. She certainly knows that Jong-hee brought people here, but these people were taken over by Do-hoo as soon as they came. This is the first time that Good Ji has met them. Good Ji, to be honest, you have always been my idol. Jingshu smiled embarrassedly. Ah? Good Ji was flattered. You are lying. Really? Jingshu said seriously. A big beauty, running a beautiful flower shop, singing beautifully. Oh, I don't know how to say it. Anyway, I wanted to live a life like you when I was a child. Haha, you may not believe it if I tell you. Good Ji smiled faintly. I actually want to be a kindergarten teacher, because I like children very much. But unfortunately my talent does not allow me to talk too much. Jingshu stuck out his tongue. If you really become a kindergarten teacher, you will know how naughty the naughty children are. The two met too late and chatted happily. Youngmu could not interrupt and quietly admired the flowers in the store. Do-hoo went to the toilet and smoked a cigarette outside the store. Seeing that the new and old members knew each other well, he flicked his finger and the cigarette, but hit the edge of the trash can accurately. The sparks fell into the trash can in an arc after the sparks went out. He turned around and pushed open the door of the flower shop. Singer, come upstairs with me. Chapter 824. Okay. The singer smiled at Jingshu and Hingmu. You can sit anywhere and help me look after the store. Okay. No problem. The singer went to the attic with Do-hoo. Do-hoo sat down on the sofa and took out an anti-eavesdropping interference ball from his pocket. He turned it on and let the special white noise fill the small attic. Singer, the organization is planning to move recently. Do-hoo got straight to the point. Move? The singer was a little surprised. Is -6F not good? It's good. To be honest, the base built for us by the rich man Electric Mouse is the most comfortable and safest place in the history of the 12 zodiac signs. Then why? But? Do-hoo interrupted with a smile. The security here is against the Scarlet Tide, not the Civil War. The singer's eyes sank, and she understood what Do-hoo meant. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so I'm asking Baitu to prepare to move. Do-hoo glanced at the singer and said, So, prepare your flower shop and close it at any time. No. The singer said without thinking, I won't close the shop. This shop is full of memories of her and Guema, and she will never leave. She had already thought about it. If the world really ends one day and everyone is going to die, she will stay on the sofa in the attic, listen to Guema's favorite jazz music, drink coffee, and calmly welcome the last moment of her life. Hey. Do-hoo was not surprised by the singer's answer. The singer looked weak, but once it came to her principles and bottom line, she was very stubborn. Song-ji, do you want to think about it again? Do-hoo argued. Uncle Hu, I have made up my mind. The singer said. Okay, then you stay here first. Do-hoo slapped his legs and stood up. When the new base is almost ready, I will take you there to have a look. Maybe you will change your mind then. The singer smiled and did not comment. I go first. Do-hoo waved and went downstairs. A week later, Haichuan Regiment Base. Lu Qingying had her silver hair tied up, wearing brown sunglasses, a professional suit of a white shirt and a hip skirt, a brown coat on the outside, high heels on her feet, a mahjong handbag in her left hand, and 2 cups of hot coffee in her right hand. She walked through the office hall with the wind, attracting the attention of many colleagues. Since Lu Qingying joined the Haichuan Regiment, she has become a beautiful scenery in the base, and there are many men and women who are fascinated by her. Soon, she walked through the hall and walked towards the intelligence department. The intelligence department is a large monitoring room. 3 walls are huge LCD screens, divided into countless small screens, like countless windows. The real-time content in each window is different, mainly monitoring videos of important intersections out of the city, airports, railway stations, docks, bus stations, and other places. Lele is a hacker, and she can easily hack into most security systems and monitoring networks. At present, the main work of the intelligence department is to find Jusi's hiding place, search for clues of Sangmu's sect, and of course, monitor the latest movements of the 12 zodiac signs. If any signs are found, Lele will report to the elders, and the organization will send people to investigate on the spot according to the situation. Although she said so, Lele was slacking off most of the time. She knew very well that Jusi's people would use Nana's 1,000 faces to disguise themselves every time they went out, and it was almost impossible to find them through monitoring. At this moment, Lele was leaning on a comfortable swivel chair, with his legs crossed on the operating table, playing pesticide. I don't know what happened today, he was in a bad state and kept losing. Speaking of which, Lele has a netizen named My Little Xiao is a thief, who hasn't been online for a long time. In the past, this netizen would ask Lele to play with him whenever he had time. His operation was really amazing, and his temper was really bad. He always liked to greet the other party's family tree with sweet words, but the other party used a voice changer, so I couldn't tell the gender. Click. Lu Qingying gently pushed the door open with her shoulder. Coffee is here. Sister Lu, you are finally here. Lele, who was waiting for Crystal to revive, immediately stood up, took the coffee in her hand, and smelled it. It smells so good. Now the people of Haichuan Group basically don't go out, they all eat in the base cafeteria, and coffee and drinks are also self-service. Sister Lu, why is your coffee more fragrant than Tingting's? Lele laughed mischievously. Tell me, do you have any secret recipe passed down from your ancestors? Maybe, I put a little bit of sincerity into it. Lu sat down with a smile and leisurely crossed her long legs. Did you find anything today? What can I find? Lele complained. If I keep looking like this, my eyes will go blind. Lele took a sip of coffee and yearned. Today's weather is really good. I really want to go out and bask in the sun. I'm back. Someone pushed open the door. A cute girl with brown hair and a round face walked in, holding 7 or 8 packaged snacks and sweets in her hands, smiling. Look what I brought back. Tingting. You're finally back. Lele's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and went over. Hee. Tingting proudly put the food on the table. Uncle Cicada. Don't sleep. It's time for afternoon tea. Han Cicada, who was taking a nap on the folding chair in the corner, slowly woke up. He got up and stretched, holding a thermos cup, and walked over leisurely. The 4 of them ate around the table. Originally, there was Sister Ling in the intelligence department, but Sister Ling realized Frost. Her strength increased greatly, and she was transferred to the colorless group. Lu Qingying happened to join the Haichuan group and came to the intelligence department. Lila missed the food outside very much. Every week, he would deliberately discover some clues and send Tingting to investigate. After Tingting's investigation, she could buy all kinds of delicious food on the way back. Tingting's talent is Airman, serial number 184 Guardian System. Basically, as long as Tingting is willing, her presence can be as low as air. Even if she passes by her enemies, the enemies will have to wait for a long time before they come back to their senses. Of course, when Tingting activates Airman, she cannot speak, make large movements, or launch any attacks on the target. In short, her talent makes her very suitable for going out to investigate. Ah! Lele took a bite of the donut and praised it highly. The donuts here are so delicious. Sister Lu, you should eat some too. Lu Qingying smiled and drank coffee. No. Sister Lu should keep in good shape. Tingting smiled and touched her belly. Do you think you are all like us, fat and fat? Is this the price of beauty? Lele took another bite of the donut. It is indeed a burden that my life cannot bear. Ha, me too. Tingting gnawed on a duck neck. I have decided to bow to the food and live a fat and short life. Tingting, you are not fat at all. I think it's just right now. A man's voice suddenly came from behind. The 4 people were stunned, and the smiles on their faces disappeared immediately. Chapter 825. Miss appeared at the door without knowing when, with a smile that pretended to be relaxed and natural. Tingting immediately put down the food in her hand, straightened her body, and was very stiff. Lele is indeed a veteran in the workplace. She immediately replied, Miss is right, Tingting. I also think you are just right now. You will be cuter if you have some meat. Hee. Miss walked to the intelligence room and looked around. Soon her eyes fell on Tingting's lowered face. Tingting, do you have time tonight? Tingting was like a student who was called by the teacher to answer a question. Her neck shrank subconsciously, And then she tried to put on a smile. Ah, that I. Let's go to the movies. Miss did not give her a chance to refuse. The movie Slam Dunk is on. I remember you have always liked this cartoon. Ting Ting smiled awkwardly. Yes, but I bought the ticket. Miss took out a movie ticket. Let's watch it together tonight. But we can't just go out casually. Small problem, I approve. As a protector, Miss does have this right. He stuffed the movie ticket to Ting Ting. You go ahead and see you tonight. Miss turned and left, closing the door. After a long while, the awkward atmosphere in the room gradually dissipated. Ting Ting, we can't delay any longer. Lei held her forehead with one hand. Miss is obviously pursuing you. You should reject her quickly, otherwise she will come to you every day to flirt with you no matter what. It's really hard to bear. I seconded. Hanju smiled faintly. Ah. Ting Ting sighed. I don't know what's wrong with him. He didn't even look at me before, but he suddenly pestered me recently. To be honest, I always thought he was not interested in women. I think so too. Lei laughed wickedly. You are amazing, Ting Ting. You can even straighten a crooked arrow. Sister Lei. Don't make such jokes. Ting Ting blushed. Hey, I say, you are not interested in Miss, are you? Lei frowned. How is it possible? Ting Ting was angry and amused. He feels like he can be my dad. Puff Lei couldn't help it. I admit that he looks a little anxious. In short, it is impossible for me and him. Ting Ting smiled bitterly, but he didn't tell me clearly, and it would seem a bit self-indulgent if I refused. Besides, he is now a guardian. How can I afford to offend him? What if he makes things difficult for me and transfers me to his group? I don't want to go to the front line. I want to live a few more days and eat more. A few good meals. Leal was also worried for a while. Now that you say that, it is really possible. So, Ting Ting sighed, I am so annoyed. Why is it so difficult to have a few days of leisure? Lu Qingying smiled slightly. But what's wrong with the movie? The movie is innocent, Ting Ting. Slam Dunk is your youth. Ting Ting was shaken. Yes, I have always wanted to watch it. This is indeed a good opportunity. Go and watch it. Lu Qingying urged. No, Sister Lu. Lei was a little surprised. You are pushing Ting Ting into the fire pit. Hee. Lu Qingying smiled with an experienced smile. Don't underestimate Ting Ting. I believe she can handle it well. And, if you see more bad men, how can you distinguish good men in the future? Just treat it as a necessary practice in life. Sister Lu's words make sense. Ting Ting also made up her mind for a while. Anyway, if he doesn't speak, I will pretend to be stupid. If he wants to make it clear, I will refuse politely, which is also giving him enough face. Lei was stunned for a long time, and gave a thumbs up to Lu Qingying and Ting Ting. You two are high-end players. I'm too lazy to worry about you in the future. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights of the St. Pierre Grand Theatre were bright and solemn. Nigu stood in the aisle of the empty auditorium, looking devoutly at the stage covered by the red curtain, his old face full of ravines trembling with excitement. He felt very strongly that the incarnation of the godhood of Lord Songmu was about to come. Lady Songmu. Nigu knelt down with a plop, opened his arms, and looked towards the stage, waiting for Lady Songmu to appear in the world. Woo! As if in response to Nigu's words, a strange energy swept out, and the entire theater was instantly frozen, and the surrounding scenery became stagnant and abstract colors, and distorted. It felt as if the entire theater had become an oil painting that slowly faded in the water. Nigu was in this oil painting. Swish. The curtains were like two dark red lush water plants, slowly retreating to both sides, revealing the stage. However, behind the stage was no longer a curtain and a wall, but a deep, mysterious, pure black night. In this dark night, there was a scarlet full moon, and around the full moon, red energy threads slowly spread out, like a cold sun. Soon, a black crack appeared in the middle of the red moon. The crack quickly tore open and turned into a huge vertical eye. At the same time, the red energy threads emanating from the red moon immediately turned into hard and sharp scarlet thorns. Gulu. The red eyeballs in the full moon looked down slightly, examining Nigu, with the indifference and laziness of a superior. Nigu was shocked. His time, memory and feelings were taken away for a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes or hours. He couldn't judge. In short, when he came to his senses, the theater around him completely disappeared, leaving only the turbid colors that slowly flowed and rotated, and was shrouded in a layer of oppression by the light of the red moon. Under the red moon, there was a woman hanging upside down. This woman had no facial features, was thin and tall, naked, with pale skin and tiny wounds all over her body. These wounds were like red cracks with life, constantly moving on her body. The upside-down woman opened her pale and slender arms, and her blood-stained black hair fell like a willow. Mother Song. Nigga shed excited tears. He nodded with his hands and head, crawled at the feet of the goddess of song, and trembled uncontrollably all over. We have let you down. The heir of God is still alive. Please forgive our incompetence. Our wisdom and strength are far from enough. We need your blessing and guidance, and we need your strength. For this, we are willing to give everything. The pale woman hanging upside down did not make any sound. Gurgle. Suddenly, a bleeding crimson vertical eye grew on her face without facial features, and then all the small wounds on her body were torn apart, and crimson vertical eyes grew. Wow! 6 red wings with eyes rushed out from behind her, looking like a butterfly that had just emerged from a cocoon. An indescribable pain descended from the sky. Ah, ah! Nico's fragile body couldn't bear it at all. He fell to the ground, covered his forehead with his hands, rolled wildly, twisted and twitched, like a fish thrown into a frying pan. Puff. More than 10 seconds later, Nico's forehead cracked, splashing a dark black blood, and then a red vertical eye grew between his eyebrows. Nico stopped screaming, and the pain in his body stopped abruptly. He lay on the ground, his eyes were dazed, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows was still gurgling and bleeding, staining his pious and grateful old face red. Lord Songmu. Thank you for your power. I saw it. I know what to do. I will definitely live up to my mission. Your will surely be carried out in the world. Your divine light will surely shine on the earth. Your grace will surely save all living beings. Ah! Nico shouted and woke up from the stage. Just now, he was talking to Mingjing when he suddenly went crazy and soon fainted on the ground, foaming at the mouth. This time, he slept for a long time and woke up after more than an hour. You finally woke up. Mingjing was still sitting at the round table, quietly looking down at Nigo on the stage. The great and kind Lord Songmu. He forgave us. Niga got up excitedly, rushed to Mingjing, and grabbed his shoulders. He has new instructions. He showed me. Nigu speaks slowly. Mingjing comforted coldly. The future. Nigu obviously couldn't calm down. He showed me the future. The future of us killing the heir of God. Mingjing. This will be our last chance. It will also be our last salvation in this world. What should I do? Mingjing asked. Go back to Liqing. Nico let go of Mingjing and opened his arms. Wait for the opportunity. When the time comes, we will sacrifice our insignificant lives to complete the mission of Lady Songmu. A trace of hesitation flashed across Mingjing's melancholy and deep eyes. I will definitely complete Lady Songmu's mission, but before that, I still have to settle accounts with the Haichuan group. Mingjing. Don't worry. Nico shouted. Nothing can escape the holy eyes of Lady Songmu. He has already made arrangements. You will take revenge, and at the same time you will complete your mission. Everything is the best curtain call. Swish swish. The dark red curtain in front of the stage slowly closed, and this boring drama without an audience ended again. Chapter 826. January 20th, Great Cold. 9 p.m., Haichuan Group Underground Base, Vice President's Office. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Mr. Lee in the wheelchair closed his book, took off his reading glasses, and said to the door in a gentle voice, "Come in." The door opened, and it was Qilin. He was still dressed in a gentle and elegant manner, but his crutches were replaced with a new pair made of pure black gold. "Mrs. Lee, do you have time?" Qilin asked. "Any time." Mrs. Lee gestured to Qilin to sit down. Qilin closed the door and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Without any greetings, he went straight to the point. "The knowledge rune circuit has been handed over to you for a week. Have you integrated it?" Mrs. Lee smiled bitterly. "What do you think?" Qilin frowned slightly. "Does it really need holy water to integrate with the rune for the first time?" Mrs. Lee reached out and took out the knowledge rune from her coat pocket, concentrating on observing. Before Prophet reached level 7, my feeling of contact with the knowledge rune was different. Now, when I hold it in my hand, sometimes I suddenly don't realize its existence, as if it is originally a part of my body, but that's all. There is no further connection between me and the rune. Qilin nodded slightly. The mummy of Nigua is in our hands, but it will take time for Dr. Jia to extract the holy water, and according to our previous understanding, impure holy water will turn the awakened into a monster, so don't try it unless it is absolutely necessary. Mr. Lee nodded. In addition, I always feel that Gao Yang is lying to us. Qilin said. Why? If the holy water is really so important, Gao Yang would definitely replace the mummy in advance and not let us get it. Qilin said. If he replaces it in advance, once Yin Liang finds out, it will be like alerting the enemy, and Gao Yang's revenge plan will definitely fail. Mrs. Li disagreed. Indeed, but Gao Yang didn't think of completely destroying us when he set up this time, and he couldn't do it. So this is not the final revenge. But if we can successfully fuse the runes and break through the 8th level talent, the 9 heirs will never be our opponent. Gao Yang will definitely know which is more important. Mr. Li was thoughtful. Qilin sighed. Gao Yang's growth rate is faster than I thought. He has already comprehended absolute defense, and the guardian rune is in his hand. He also has the blood of a living beast in his body. In theory, he will reach level 8 before us. Although level 8 absolute defense is not very offensive, its self-protection ability is almost unstoppable. Things locked by the chain of fate cannot even be seen by my prophet. Mr. Li looked heavy. It is indeed very tricky. So Yin Liang and I decided to take a risky move next. Qilin's eyes became colder. We must get more chips. Mrs. Li was slightly startled. What are you going to do? Qilin took out the anti-eavesdropping jammer from his pocket slowly, and white noise soon filled the room. Mrs. Li. Qilin pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Next, I will stay with you, and I have activated all things to give myself strong self-suggestions. In the next week, if anyone does something bad to me, I will kill you without hesitation. So, you'd better start taking the resurrection medicine from now on. Mrs. Li was confused at first, but soon her frown relaxed. She figured out what Qilin was up to. You want to use my prophet to help you predict the future? Yes. Qilin revealed his cards. The risky move I'm going to make next, if it fails, I will face the biggest crisis of my life, and you will be implicated by me. You should be able to predict the major dangers that will affect you in a short period of time in advance. If I don't predict that I'm in danger, it means that the risky move you're going to make next will succeed. Mr. Li added in a deep voice. Qilin smiled. Yes. Mrs. Li was silent for a few seconds. Her eyes were complicated. You don't want to deal with. To stop the curse abyss, we have no choice. Qilin interrupted Mr. Li. Mrs. Li was silent. After a long silence, she slowly raised her head. It seems that you have made up your mind. Yes. Qilin said sincerely, but your support is crucial. Mr. Li sighed. If I see something, I will tell you immediately, but the short-term prediction ability of the prophet is not absolutely accurate, you must know this. There is no perfect plan in the world. Qilin said. I still have this awareness. Mr. Li nodded. Let's do our best, and leave it to fate. Dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Qilin raised his voice. The door was pushed open, and Yin Yang, dressed in black and wearing a crooked mask, walked in. He had changed into cyber prosthetics and looked thinner than before, like a short clothes rack. Have you made the things? Qilin asked. It's made, but Dr. Jia hasn't tested it and said that the effect cannot be guaranteed. Yin Yang said. We can only trust his genius. Qilin said. Hee hee. Yin Yang laughed hoarsely. At least he hasn't messed up anything we asked him to develop so far. I just discussed it with Madame Li, and we proceed as planned. Qilin said. When will we start? Yin Yang asked. Qilin thought for a moment and tapped the ground with his cane. There's no time to lose. Tomorrow, wait for my signal. Qilin glanced at Madame Li. I stay with Madame Li for the next period of time, and this matter can only be left to you. Yin Yang nodded slightly. This time, you wait for my good news. At the same time, the intelligence department of the Haichuan Group's underground base. The real-time monitoring screens on the wall flashed with fluorescent light, monitoring every move of leeching. At this time, most of the places in the screen were very quiet, and no one was seen for a long time, and there was nothing worth noting. Besides, the words used here are just for show, like looking for a needle in a haystack, just playing around in the water. Is there really someone who dives to the bottom of the sea to find a needle? It was Lu Qingting and Tingting's turn to be on duty tonight, and they chatted while drinking coffee. Tingting watched the movie Slam Dunk with Miss last time, and was very excited, and couldn't help sharing it again. It's really great. Some people say that this movie is not well made, but in my opinion, the moment those 5 people appeared, I felt that it was worth the price of the ticket. What else do you want? A bicycle? Lu Qingting smiled and listened attentively, but the eyes under the sunglasses were a little erratic, as if looking over Tingting's shoulder and looking further away. Chapter 827. Tingting said a lot of things without realizing it. She was thirsty, and took a sip of the drink. Lu Qingting agreed. It seems that I have to find a chance to watch it. Yeah. It's really worth watching. Tingting put down the drink and sighed. When watching the movie, I remembered the days before I woke up. I was so happy at that time. The summer vacation seemed to never end. I slept until I woke up naturally every day, lying lazily on the mat, blowing the fan, eating ice cream and watermelon, and waiting for the dunk master in front of the TV. As soon as the opening song appeared, the DNA started to move. The light in Tingting's eyes suddenly dimmed again. Sister Lou, sometimes I think, if this world is really gone, and we can't escape, then I might as well not wake up from the beginning and live happily until the last second. Who said it wasn't? In a trance, Lu Qingying also remembered the bright and warm little attic covered with star and anime posters, comics, romance novels, pop music tapes, and snacks. Lu Qingying didn't let her thoughts run wild. Her eyes were still a little out of focus behind her sunglasses. She asked casually, by the way, didn't Miss do anything inappropriate to you when we were watching the movie? Oh no, he was watching it more seriously than I was. Tingting was amused. He told me that he used to be a point guard in school. What happened after the movie? Lu Qingying continued to ask. We went back to the base together, but... Tingting's smile froze, as if she recalled unpleasant memories. On the way back, he did do some speechless things. Lu Qingying smiled gossipily. Tell me about it. Tingting said with mixed feelings. He gave me a rose, and said he would perform a magic trick for me. He can perform magic? Lu Qingying was a little surprised. He gave me a rosebud, and it suddenly bloomed in front of my eyes. Tingting stuck out her tongue. Oh my god, maybe he thought it was very romantic, but I was really embarrassed. Lu Qingying smiled gently. I heard that Miss has realized 2 new talents, and it seems that one of them is plant. Wow! Why didn't I think of this? Tingting woke up from a dream. No wonder he can be a guardian. Plant is a very powerful talent. That rose? You won't put it in the room, right? Lu Qingying looked at Tingting meaningfully. As far as I know, Plant can use plants to monitor people. Tingting opened her mouth immediately. Oh my god! He won't be so perverted, right? I don't know about that. Girls still have to learn to protect themselves. It's always right to be cautious. Lu Qingying reminded gently. Tingting frowned. No, I will throw the flowers away later, but if I throw them away like this, will it offend Miss? I have to think of a better reason. Sister Lu? Sister Lu, are you listening? Tingting was halfway through her words when she found that Lu Qingying was a little distracted, and her face was not right. Lu Qingying suddenly stood up, put down the coffee cup, and touched her flat belly with one hand. My stomach is a little uncomfortable, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Tingting didn't doubt it. Lu Qingying walked out of the intelligence room, crossed the office hall, entered the women's bathroom, and came to the innermost cubicle. As soon as the door was closed, Lu Qingying's face darkened. She adjusted her direction, took off her sunglasses, and her eyes flashed blue light. She activated the clairvoyance. Before joining the Haichuan group, Lu Qingying had realized a new talent. Soon, this blue light, with its ability to see through, penetrated several walls and locked onto Mr. Li's office. Lu Qingying carefully controlled the extent of the clairvoyance to ensure that her spying would not be discovered. Qilin was chatting with Mrs. Li. They used an anti-eavesdropping interference ball, but Lu Qingying didn't need to listen to the sound at all. She could read lips. When Lu Qingying was chatting with Tingting before, she was monitoring Qilin's office. When she saw Qilin walk out of the office and go to Mrs. Li's office, she guessed that there might be intelligence. At this time, the two must have something important to discuss. Lu Qingying couldn't do 2 things at the same time, so she found an excuse to go to the bathroom and concentrate on monitoring them. Lu Qingying read the lips of the 2 people, and soon, Yin Yang also pushed the door in. When will we start? No time to lose. Tomorrow, wait for my signal. After the 3 finished talking, Lu Qingying immediately retracted clairvoyance. Her face gradually became solemn, and her brain was thinking rapidly. Qilin has set her sights on the 12 zodiac signs. He should be betting that the dragon is still hibernating, and wants to catch the 12 zodiac signs off guard, get the spirit rune and other runes, upgrade to level 8 all things, and fight against Juicy. Qinglong's death has stimulated Qilin, and he is desperate. We must not let Qilin succeed, the consequences will be disastrous. Notify the singer directly with a mobile phone? No, everyone's mobile phone in the Haichuan group is monitored, and Miss went to the singer's flower shop last time, and I'm afraid she secretly planted the surveillance seeds of plants. I have to inform the 12 zodiac animals in person, and quickly. Lu Qingying made up her mind. She didn't want to defect so quickly, but she had no choice. Lu Qingying walked out of the toilet, and returned to the intelligence room. She pretended to work for half an hour as if nothing had happened, and talked and laughed with Tingting during that time. Seeing that the time was right, She suddenly stared at the surveillance camera at a dock and said, "Why do these two people feel a little suspicious?" "Ah? Are they?" Tingting didn't think so at all. Lu Qingying touched her chin and thought, "I remember, this cruise ship is going to the island country?" Juicy had a base in the island country before. "What should we do?" Tingting didn't have any ideas. "Don't alert the enemy yet. I go over and investigate. I write the instructions later." Lu Qingying picked up her coat and put it on while saying, "Wait until Lele wakes up. Then you can report to her." "Oh, okay." Tingting nodded, "Be careful." "Don't worry, I'm experienced." Lu Qingying tied a big scarf with a smile and walked out of the intelligence room. She walked quickly through the silent office hall and came to the elevator entrance to the ground. Chief Feng and Bumblebee were sitting on both sides of the elevator on duty. Intelligence Department. Lu Qingying, out for investigation. Lu Qingying showed her ID with a serious face. "Sister Lu, it's so late, you're going to investigate alone?" Bumblebee stood up from his seat, his tone enthusiastic. "It's not a dangerous mission. Too many people will alert the enemy. The specific details are not convenient to disclose." Lu Qingying smiled. "Okay, be careful." Chief Feng didn't ask any more questions and turned around to enter the elevator password. Ding. 3 seconds later, the elevator opened. Lu Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she took a step forward, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Miss Lu." Chapter 828. Lu Qingying's heart tightened, and she felt that she was being held by some invisible force. This voice was obviously gentle, elegant, and approachable, but to Lu Qingying, as well as to most people in the Haichuan group, it was extremely terrifying. But Lu Qingying was experienced after all, and the panic in her eyes was fleeting, and she turned around naturally. Behind her, Qilin was leaning on a black gold cane with one hand and pushing Mrs. Li in a wheelchair with the other hand, slowly walking towards the elevator. Lu Qingying did not hide her surprise. "President Qilin, President Li." "President Qilin." "President Li." Chiefling and Bumblebee said in unison, and they straightened their backs and cheered up, not daring to neglect it at all. "Miss Lu, it's so late, are you going out on a mission?" Qilin asked. "Yes, I have reported to Elder Lele." Lu Qingying lied without blushing. "Yeah." Qilin nodded and looked down at Mrs. Li. "I said before that Miss Lu joining the intelligence department of the Haichuan group will definitely be a great help." "Yes." Mrs. Li also smiled. "She is very active." "Haha, you are too kind." Lu Qingying said, neither servile nor arrogant. "When I really find Juicy and Sanmu sect, it won't be too late for you to praise me." "Then let's wait and see," Mrs. Li said. "It's so late, are the two presidents going to the ground?" Lu Qingying asked back. "Yes." Qilin waved his hand gently, indicating that they should enter the elevator first. Lu Qingying turned and walked into the elevator, and Qilin pushed Li to follow behind. Click. The elevator door slowly closed. Lu Qingying forced herself to control her emotions, and her heartbeat did not even speed up. She spoke in a relaxed tone with polite concern. "You two are the leaders of the Haichuan group. It is too dangerous to go out alone. Juicy's people may be hiding in the dark and spying, cunning. Thank you for your concern." Madame Li smiled. "It is precisely because Qilin and I are leaders that we cannot hide in here every day and let you go out to work for your lives." Lu Qingying nodded slightly and stopped talking. "Next, Madame Li and I will live in Guanhai Tower and deal with some things." Qilin said his plan generously. "It's just right. You notify everyone, no one should disturb us." "Okay." Lu Qingying hesitated and still asked, "Will it be unsafe, or should we send some people?" "No, I have my own arrangements," Qilin said. "Yes." Lu Qingying did not ask any more questions, and she knew in her heart. He deliberately exposed himself to danger and deliberately exposed his actions, and even hoped that I, a former intelligence dealer, could leak the news and let other forces know. In this way, Mr. Li's profit short-term prediction ability can ensure the maximum accuracy. "Miss Lu, have you realized any new talents recently?" The elevator slowly rose, and Qilin suddenly brought up a new topic. "Not yet." Lu Qingying looked normal, but her heart almost skipped a beat. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qilin smiled faintly. "Now, many people have begun to comprehend new talents, and more people have 3 talents. I remember that you had 2 talents 10 years ago, right?" "Almost," Lu Qingying replied. "Logically speaking, after so long, you should have comprehended a new talent." Qilin glanced at Lu Qingying. "Haha, I'm looking forward to it too," Lu Qingying said. Ding. 1 minute later, the elevator door opened and came to the underground parking lot on -1F. Song Dao had restored most of the surface of the base that was bombed before, and the Haichuan group had simply rebuilt it on this basis. Qilin pushed Madame Li out of the elevator, and Lu Qingying followed him out of the elevator. Qilin walked to his parking space, took a few steps, stopped and asked, "Miss Lu, do you need me to take you?" "No need." Lu Qingying explained calmly, "I'm going to the pier, which is not on the way to Guanhai Tower." "Okay, be careful." Qilin said no more and walked towards a black business car. Lu Qingying slowed down her pace and got into her car. After confirming that Qilin and Madame Li drove out of the basement, Lu Qingying finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her palms that were tightly gripping the steering wheel were sweating. To be honest, from the first second that Qilin and Madame Li appeared, Lu Qingying felt that the sharp sickle of the god of death was against her neck. Every word of Qilin seemed to be a vague test. She really thought that she would not be able to get out of the elevator. A short minute seemed as long as a century. But in the end, nothing happened. Lu Qingying was still worried. She took a deep breath and waited in the car for a few minutes. Then, she took out a bottle of illusion-breaking spray from her bag, sprayed it on her face several times, and tried to inhale the spray. Lu Qingying continued to wait for a while, and finally confirmed that she was not in the illusion of Qilin. The illusion could not simulate the texture of the illusion-breaking spray. Even if it simulated 70% or 80%, it would pull the target from the illusion. She started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Late at night, Xiangyang Road, Daxa District, Shengruxia Flower Shop. There was a closing sign on the glass door. In the bright and warm flower shop, the singer had just packed the flowers to be delivered tomorrow morning. She stretched and started cleaning. After cleaning the branches and leaves on the ground and moving some flowers outside the door into the store could be closed. It was another busy day. The singer had no rest except for dinner time. She had thought about it. She would take a good bath, then curl up on the sofa in the attic, rewatch ladies play, and fall asleep sweetly. The singer watched this musical movie for the first time at the theater invited by Guema. Guema's only hobby is jazz. With Guema's recommendation, the singer gradually fell in love with jazz. This movie happened to be based on jazz, so Guema naturally invited her. Before this, Guema had never made an appointment with the singer. The two always met at the flower shop or at the organization's base. Guema didn't realize that this was a date, but the singer didn't think so. She was full of expectations and dressed up carefully. As a result, Guema was concentrating on enjoying the movie from beginning to end, without any expression throughout the whole process. The singer was a little disappointed, so she had to watch the movie seriously, but she didn't want to see tears at the end. What a good story. The male protagonist loves jazz, and the female protagonist has dreamed of becoming an actress since she was a child. They fell in love when they were frustrated, encouraged each other, achieved each other, and eventually drifted apart. Many years later, as time passed, the two met by chance in a bar, one performing on the stage, the other enjoying the performance. They recognized each other, and memories surged. They just smiled at each other with tears in their eyes. Do all good stories end with regret? Late at night, the two walked out of the cinema, and they didn't say a word to each other along the way, as if they were still immersed in the movie. The singer breathed in the cool air at night, her thoughts flying. Guema has been in several organizations. Will the Zodiac be his last stop? If he leaves one day, will we also be separated like in the movie, after many years? No, I'm afraid there will be no such regretful romance. After all, I don't know what kind of relationship he and I have. Is tonight a date? The singer blurted out, shocking herself. Chapter 829. Ghost Horse was stunned for 2 seconds, and immediately started voice transmission to the singer. Ghost Horse, isn't it too abrupt to ask you to go to the movie all of a sudden? I just want to share this movie with you. I didn't think too much. If this puts pressure on you, I will. In the future, Ghost Horse, don't send a voice transmission. The singer stared at Ghost Horse. Answer my question, is our date tonight? Ghost Horse looked at the beautiful woman in front of him quietly, without saying a word. Such a simple question, is it so difficult to answer? The singer smiled. For me, it's not simple at all. Ghost Horse answered honestly. Well, I try another way. The singer pursed her lips slightly, her heartbeat quickened. Do you hope that our date tonight is a date? Ghost Horse is just a little slow in the relationship between men and women, but he is not stupid. The singer said so much, and she almost wrote "Do you like me or not" on her face. A long silence. Guema was a little embarrassed, but the organization does not allow office romance. I know. The singer smiled, and a rare cunning appeared on her quiet and gentle face. This is not an office, this is a street, We can do whatever we want. So, answer me, is our date tonight considered a date? Guima, I will only ask this once. You have to think it through before answering. Guima wanted to say something else, but he knew he had no time to say it. He blinked and tried to squeeze out a word from his teeth. Yes. Then he closed his eyes and fell to the singer. The singer hurriedly opened her arms and struggled to catch Guima. The man's chin rested on her thin shoulders, and his breathing was very heavy. The singer held on for a while, but soon reached her limit. She staggered and they both fell to the ground. Really, she hypnotized him by talking too much. We can only wait for him to wake up. The singer held a man in her arms and sat on the side of the road. She was happy and embarrassed for a while. Her heart was pounding. She never thought that she would start her first love in this way. It was a bit absurd, a bit romantic, and a bit incredible. La la la, la 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 la. The singer couldn't help humming the light and sad interlude in La La Land when she was happy. After humming a few sentences, she quickly covered her mouth. No! If you open your mouth again, Guima will not wake up. We have to stay on the main road until dawn. Beep. The singer, who was immersed in memories, was pulled back by the sound of a car horn. She put down the broom and looked up outside the store. There was a silver-gray car parked on the side of the road. The car window was lowered. Lu Qingying, wearing sunglasses, waved to the singer and motioned her to come over. The singer hesitated for a few seconds, walked out of the store, and walked to the side of the road. Boss Lu, it's so late. Get in the car. Lu Qingying interrupted in a deep voice, and it sounded very anxious. Okay, I closed the store right away. Get in the car. Lu Qingying interrupted again. There's no time. The singer was stunned, guessing the seriousness of the matter. She didn't care too much, opened the car door, and got into the passenger seat. What's wrong? The singer asked in a low voice. Lu Qingying closed the car window, took out the anti-eavesdropping interference ball from her pocket, and said while opening it, Your store is being monitored by Miss. What? The singer was shocked. He comprehended plants. Lu Qingying said. Ah. The singer understood instantly. That's it. The singer was a little angry at first, but then she smiled with relief. This is better. It seems that Qinyu and she are no longer the same kind of people. If she wants to be his enemy in the future, the singer doesn't have to care about any feelings. Lu Qingying started the car. To make a long story short, Qilin plans to attack you, and the time is tomorrow. The singer's face sank. She guessed that the matter was not simple, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. I don't know the specific time and specific plan, Lu Qingying said. How do you know this? The singer asked. I have clairvoyance, and I have been monitoring Qilin and Mr. Li's office, and then reading their lips. Lu Qingying took off her sunglasses, and her eyes immediately emitted a light blue light. She glanced at the singer. Your underwear is white. The singer was stunned for 2 seconds, and smiled helplessly. Okay, I believe you. Lu Qingying sighed. To be honest, I went to Haichuan Group to monitor Qilin. I can't tell you the specific reason. Anyway, I must stop Qilin from losing control. But I didn't expect that Qilin would lose control faster than I expected. It seems that Qinglong's death has greatly stimulated Qilin. The singer frowned. We have to notify everyone immediately. Yes. Lu Qingying said, we will go there now. The singer thought for a while and asked, You won't return to Haichuan Group again? Of course. Lu Qingying smiled bitterly. You don't know about Suzaku yet? What? The singer said. As far as I know, Shu Kei was turned into a vegetable by Qilin because she tipped off Juicy and was discovered by Qilin. Lu Qingying's voice turned cold. If I dare to go back, my fate will be even worse than Juchu's. Don't be afraid, the 12 zodiac animals will protect you, the singer said. Lu Qingying looked forward, with a dim light passing through her face from time to time. If I was afraid of death, I would not have joined the Haichuan Group. But if possible, I still want to live longer and try my best to save the chess game. Lu Qingying didn't say this. Sheng Ruxiao Flower Shop is very close to the Millennium Building. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Qingying drove the car into the underground parking lot. The two entered the special elevator, verified their identities, and went straight to -6F. The two came to the lobby of the base, and the singer pressed the assembly button at the door, and then took Lu Qingying to the Mouse Gate conference room. A few minutes later, the door of the conference room opened, and some members of the 12 zodiac animals walked in. The one walking in the front was Do Hu, followed by Bai Tu, Si Zhu, Tiango, Paho, and Zhonghe. As soon as everyone came in and even before they sat down, Lu Qingying stood up and said, The Haichuan group wants to deal with you. They will do it tomorrow. I don't know the specific situation, but you must take action. Dohu heard it. He didn't look at Lu Qingying, and continued to walk to the seat and slowly sat down. The others also heard it, but they were not too surprised by the news, as if they had expected it. They sat down one by one. Dohu rested his elbows on the table, crossed his hands against his mouth, and his face was deep. The other members were also serious, looking at Dohu, waiting for his decision. After about 10 seconds of silence, Dohu said lightly, "This is a big deal. Why should I believe you?" Lu Qingying sighed. She looked at Dohu. "Dohu, from your point of view, you should indeed doubt me. Before I joined the Haichuan group, I deliberately looked for the singer to establish contact, but after just a few days, she suddenly came to my door." Dohu still put his hands together against his mouth, smiling. "But please think about it carefully. If I really want to sow discord, the truth will be revealed soon. You can just arrest me and hand me over to Haichuan group to protect yourself. But if I am not lying to you, and Haichuan group really intends to attack you, you can escape if you act in advance. What can you lose?" Dohu was silent for more than 10 seconds. He said calmly, "Let's have a meeting first." Chapter 830. Lu Qingying took a deep breath and understood that haste makes waste. She calmed down and stood up. "Okay, think it over carefully. Please do it as soon as possible, time is running out." "Song girl, send the guest away." Dohu glanced at Song girl. Song girl nodded, stood up and accompanied Lu Qingying out of the meeting room. Zhang He also stood up and sent her to the door. He had a blank expression throughout the whole process and slammed the door of the meeting room. Song girl took Lu Qingying to the tea room. "Sister Lu, don't worry, let's have a cup of tea and wait for Uncle Hu and others to finish the meeting." "Heh." Lu Qingying sneered. "I really didn't expect that Dohu, who usually acts boldly, would actually hesitate at the critical moment. Isn't it better to believe it than not to believe it in this kind of thing? To go to war with the Haichuan group head-on is no joke." Song girl actually understood Dohu's position. "Where's Long?" Lu Qingying suddenly thought of something. White Rabbit said that Long's lord can detect lies, so let Long detect me. The singer shook her head. "The captain is not at the base." "Not there?" Lu Qingying frowned. "The captain has been operating in secret, and has only been in contact with Uncle Hu," the singer said. Lu Qingying knew it was inconvenient to ask again, so she took a deep breath and could only wait patiently. After a while, the singer came over with 2 cups of hot tea. Lu Qingying took it and stopped just as she was about to drink it. She looked up and asked, "Do you have coffee?" "Yes," the singer said. "I suddenly want to drink coffee." Lu Qingying smiled apologetically. "Sorry for the trouble." "You're welcome." The singer turned around to make coffee. Lu Qingying looked at the singer's busy back, thinking. After a while, the singer came over with 2 cups of coffee. Lu Qingying took a sip, then raised her hand, stretched out the middle finger of her right hand, and waved it in front of her nose. Then she put down the coffee cup contentedly, put her hands together, placed them on her abdomen, and slowly leaned back on the sofa. The singer was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lu Qingying's movements were a bit strange. "Sister Lu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Qingying was also a little strange. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The singer didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, Lu Qingying thought of something. She slowly sat up and leaned forward. "Singer, do you think there is a possibility that the dragon is not carrying out a secret mission, but is hibernating?" The singer was surprised. In fact, she had thought of this possibility, but even so, she would never answer Lu Qingying's question directly. The dragon is the trump card of the 12 zodiac signs, the backer, and the guardian god. Even the cute sheep who just turned 8 years old knows this. I can only say that there is such a possibility, but the possibility is very small, the singer said. "Okay." Lu Qingying nodded. "Sister Lu, why?" suddenly asked this. The singer looked at Lu Qingying. Lu Qingying was stunned for a moment. "What do you want to ask? Are you asking if our captain is hibernating? Do you care about this?" the singer said. Lu Qingying crossed her hands and smiled faintly. "Yes, I care a lot. I want to know if Long is in the base." The singer stood up and her expression became serious. "Lu Qingying, what do you want to do?" Lu Qingying was stunned again, with a puzzled look on her face. "What do you want to do? What are you talking about?" The singer's chest sank. "No." Why is Lu Qingying so divided? She began to carefully examine the woman in front of her. Lu Qingying was still sitting on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. She reached out to get the coffee. The singer stood, and her eyes just went into the collar of Lu Qingying's shirt. She was suddenly startled, and quickly stepped forward and pulled open the collar of Lu Qingying's shirt. Click! The button fell off, revealing Lu Qingying's snow-white collarbone. Below her left collarbone, a dark green net appeared, like a tattoo. It was certainly not a tattoo, but some kind of powerful energy imprint. What is this? The singer stared at Lu Qingying's face, as if facing a great enemy. Singer, what were you doing just now? Lu Qingying still looked confused. She slowly lowered her head, and also found this net. She was surprised. What is this? You have to ask yourself, the singer said. I don't know. Lu Qingying's face was pale, and she looked confused. When did I? Ah! Lu Qingying hugged her head with both hands, and her silver hair fell down. A second later, the net-like energy imprint under Lu Qingying's collarbone flashed green light, and they began to wander on Lu Qingying's skin, turning into countless vertical, taut silk threads. In the center of these silk threads, an abstract puppet totem appeared. Lu Qingying stood up with a swoosh, her body straightened, her face expressionless, and her eyes shining with dazzling green light. She reached into her coat pocket, as if to take something out. Stop! The singer rushed up to stop her immediately. Bang! Lu Qingying took something out of her pocket, and waved her hand vigorously, throwing the singer out. With amazing strength, the singer knocked over the water dispenser in the corner and fell to the ground. She looked up with pain, and saw clearly what Lu Qingying was holding. It was a small black gold cube similar to a 3-order Rubik's Cube. The singer didn't know what it was, nor did she know what Lu Qingying wanted to do, but her intuition told her that something terrible would happen, and she had to stop her. Night, take us into a gentle dream. God, give us eternal peace. Go back to where you came from. Sleep, sleep. Darkness is forever silent, light is forever. The singer immediately sang, and launched the most powerful level 6 requiem to everything around her, regardless of friend or foe. It worked. The green light in Lu Qingying's eyes gradually dimmed, and the whole person stayed where he was, without taking the next step. The singer could not move when launching requiem, otherwise it would greatly weaken the hypnotic power of the song. Otherwise, she would definitely find a way to snatch the things in Lu Qingying's hand, or go to her companions in the meeting room for help. At this moment, she could only continue to sing, letting the hypnotic power in her singing cleanse Lu Qingying's body and mind over and over again. She only hoped that Lu Qingying could fall asleep peacefully. However, half a minute later, Lu Qingying still did not fall to the ground. Although the green light in her eyes was weak, it did not completely disappear, but condensed into 2 small green dots. They looked so stubborn, like 2 screws, nailed firmly in Lu Qingying's pupils. Sleep, sleep. Darkness is forever silent, light is forever. The singer who was still singing, her heart became cold little by little. She guessed that Lu Qingying was no longer herself. She was controlled by some terrible talent, and the mental power of this behind-the-scenes controller was at least several times higher than that of the singer. The singer tried her best but could not really stop Lu Qingying. She could only delay. A minute later, the singer's hypnotic power began to decline, and the control power in Lu Qingying's body re-emerged and gained the upper hand. Lu Qingying's eyes gradually glowed green again. At the same time, her body shook violently, and her free hand slowly approached the black gold cube. Chapter 831. The singer knew very well that she was powerless, and the end was set. Realizing that death was approaching, she was surprised to find that she was not afraid, but just a little regretful. If possible, she wished she could return to the small attic of her flower shop, nestle on the comfortable and warm sofa, watch La La City again, accompanied by the sad and cheerful piano music, and let her life end at that moment. La la la, la 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 la. Suddenly, the singer changed her words and hummed the song. Time seemed to go back to the autumn night when she watched the movie for the first time, the quiet street with dim lights and fresh air. The two walked slowly, talking about movies, music, the production method of civic coffee, the flower language of forget-me-not, whether there is reincarnation in this world, and whether there is only one truth in this universe. They talked about everything in the world, but they didn't dare to talk about themselves at this time and place. Lonely souls, who obviously liked each other, but stopped moving forward. As if by some strange coincidence, the girl spoke. She put her hands behind her waist, stopped, turned around, and looked up at the man with an awkward expression. Is tonight a date? In just 3 seconds, the singer walked through the most beautiful memories of her life again. In just 3 seconds, Lu Qingying clenched the black gold cube with both hands. The song stopped abruptly, and the singer looked at Lu Qingying calmly. Click. Lu Qingying twisted her hands lightly, and the cube immediately became irregular and deformed, like a Rubik's Cube broken by a child. Lu Qingying, who was forced to complete the task, quickly lost the green light in her eyes. At that moment, the control power in her body completely left. Lu Qingying's will is back. In fact, when she realized that she was being manipulated, she had been trying her best to resist, but it was just a futile effort. Lu Qingying, who has 2 level 7 spiritual talents, has a high spiritual power, but it is far inferior to the spiritual power of this black hand behind the scenes. The die is cast, and nothing can be reversed. Lu Qingying lost, and she didn't even know where she lost or who she lost to. For her, nothing mattered anymore. The movie hadn't finished yet, but she was about to leave. The fate of mankind and the ending of the story had nothing to do with her anymore. At that moment, she didn't have the slightest fear in her heart, not even regret or remorse. She breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had finally finished the last step of a marathon. I seem to have done more harm than good. Lu Qingying blinked at the singer. We all tried our best. The singer also smiled, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally I can go see him. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded in Lu Qingying's ears. My name is Ba Qiuqi. Beishan night rain rises Qiuqi. Easy to remember. Lu Qingying smiled faintly. Me too. As soon as the voice fell, the black gold cube in Lu Qingying's hands disappeared, and reappeared half a second later, turning into a high-speed rotating gray-white space vortex. Woo! In an instant, all the nearby space was sucked into this space vortex, like a black hole that swallowed everything, and the entire -6F ceased to exist. Under the Millennium Building, a circular vacuum with a diameter of more than 200 meters appeared. Wow! 3 seconds later, the gray-white vortex that swallowed up a huge space exploded, like a greedy beast that vomited everything after swallowing to the limit. However, the things that were vomited out were no longer in their original form. They were completely crushed and reassembled into countless colorful spheres. The largest of these spheres was no bigger than a leather ball, and the smallest was only as small as a glass marble. They were like colorful candies in a candy machine, filling the entire hole densely. Daxa District, Millennium Building. Under the gray and cold moonlight, the tallest skyscraper in the city was brightly lit, and the Ferris wheel on the roof was flashing neon and rotating slowly. Woo! Suddenly, the whole building went dark, and the power was cut off. Then, the Millennium Building and the nearby ground shook slightly. After a while, the shaking became more and more intense, and the glass windows of the building shattered one after another, splashing all over the sky, and a rain of crystal clear and sharp fragments fell. Crack, crack. The foundation of the Millennium Building made a huge collapse sound, and while slowly sinking, it tilted to one side. Boom, 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 boom. The feet of this concrete giant pierced into the ground, and after being swallowed and reorganized by the space bomb, it lost its most important backbone. It could not stand firm, and was shaky. It was once invested in, and built by its owner, and the organization behind it. It was hoped that it could stand for 1,000 years, light up this endless maze, and be a beacon for all awakened people, so it was named Millennium Building. It is still so young, less than 6 years old, it embraces heroic dreams and lofty ambitions, and is not afraid of wind, rain and artillery shells, but it was cut off from the bottom of the pot, defeated by dirty conspiracists and ironic fate. It was unwilling, howling in pain, roaring tragically, slowly falling to the side of the street, square, subway station, houses, and finally shattered into ruins. The Millennium Building collapsed with a loud bang, surrounded by a sea of fire, smoke and dust, and sirens piercing, like the end of the world. Chapter 832. Half a kilometer away, on the rooftop of a certain express hotel. Under the gray and cold moonlight, there are 4 figures on the edge of the rooftop. Qilin stood in the middle, with Madame Li sitting in a wheelchair beside him, and Yin Yang and Miss standing on the left and right. Qilin leaned on a cane with one hand, and his eyes were full of green light. The moment the Millennium Building began to collapse, the green light in his eyes slowly dimmed and turned into dark green spots, which soon melted away and returned to a deep and quiet lake. He exhaled lightly. It's over. Haha, Dr. Jia is still amazing. Yin Yang, wearing a crooked mask, faced the night wind with a relieved look. Looking at this situation, there should be no survivors on -6F. Madam Li, did you see anything? Qilin was still looking ahead, his voice calm. Mr. Li, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and shook his head. Nothing was predicted. At least within a week I am safe. The 12 zodiac signs are gone. Miss was in disbelief for a moment. She did not expect that the powerful organization that could compete with the Haichuan group head-on, the dragon with the first talent and unfathomable depth, would perish just like that. And he was actually one of the key figures in this mission. Mrs. latest two talents were plants and mind reading. He reported to Yin Liang as soon as possible, and Yin Liang immediately supported him as a guardian, and began to plan secretly with Qilin. In fact, Qilin and Yin Liang had long suspected that Juicy was secretly colluding with the 12 zodiac signs. Based on the previous confrontations, Yin Liang could be sure that Johan was responsible for the command in the rear throughout the whole process, and his voice transmission was definitely more than level 3, otherwise, he would not be able to command and dispatch so tightly and smoothly. Guima had been in the Qilin Union before, and everyone knew that level 3 voice transmission could not achieve this level. This left only one explanation. The 12 zodiac signs lent the spirit rune to Jiu-Si and helped Johan upgrade voice transmission. There was another thing that just proved this inference. Lele found Tengu appearing at the dock and airport several times. He was a college student, and was really busy, a bit abnormal. Because Tengu was most likely the contact person between the 12 zodiac signs and Jiu-Si, and his flight was indeed suitable for this. In addition, when Tengu and Gao Yang went to the island country to deal with the beast Zhuang Mei, they were considered to be friends of life and death, so it was natural for the two to have a close relationship. Once suspicion began, targeted investigations would be conducted. Soon, Lele's intelligence team discovered that in addition to the -6F of the Millennium Building, the place Tengu often went to was the flower shop of the singer. The next day, Miss went to Sheng Ruxia flower shop under the pretext of visiting an old friend, and secretly planted eavesdropping seeds in several flowers in the shop. It can't really eavesdrop, but as long as there is an awakened person coming, it can be faintly sensed. After a period of time, Miss found that different awakened people always appeared frequently in the Song Girl's flower shop, which became more and more suspicious. After that, Lu Qingying took the initiative to join the Haichuan group. Although the Haichuan group had invited Lu Qingying to join, and then helped Lu Qingying kill Chen Hui, it seemed reasonable for her to join the Haichuan group. But Qilin and Yin Liang did not believe Lu Qingying. This intelligence dealer, who had been wandering around the three major organizations, was too hidden, and no one knew her true purpose. So, Mrs. Mind Reading came in handy. On the surface, Miss suddenly went crazy and pursued Tingting from the intelligence department fiercely. In fact, Miss just wanted to find a reason to frequently go in and out of the intelligence department without arousing suspicion, so that he could eavesdrop on Lu Qingying's heartfelt words. One late night, Miss came to talk to Tingting on duty again, but in fact, she used mind reading on Lu Qingying. This time, she finally showed her fox tail. On the surface, she was wearing an eye mask and lying on the recliner to catch up on sleep. In fact, she didn't close her eyes at all, and was quietly using clairvoyance to monitor Mrs. Li and Qilin's office. After discovering Lu Qingying's secret, Miss was shocked and immediately reported to Qilin and Yin Liang. Of course, she picked a time when Lu Qingying had absolutely no chance to use clairvoyance. After some discussion, Qilin and Yin Liang confirmed one thing. Lu Qingying joined the Haichuan group to monitor the Haichuan group's every move. What her purpose is still unclear, but it is obviously not good for the Haichuan group and can be judged as an enemy. In this case, let's take advantage of it. In fact, Qilin couldn't wait any longer. He had to get the spirit rune and try to upgrade Wanxiang to level 8, otherwise, the road ahead would become more and more difficult. Since Long killed Zhuang Mei, he has not appeared again. In addition, Qilin used Mrs. Li's prophet to predict that Long is still hibernating. Even if he could win the war against the 12 zodiac animals, he would pay a great price. Besides, the 12 zodiac animals are not stupid. They may take the rune and hide, just like Jussi, hiding in the dark, which would be even more troublesome. All is fair in war. Yin Yang suggested to take the initiative. Qilin did not object. After that, he had a complete plan. In this plan, in addition to the mind reading that Miss missed, there are 3 other keys. The first is a large-scale lethal weapon, a space bomb that can destroy the entire -6F in 2 seconds. Dr. Jia has already developed this thing. The second is people. Someone must send the space bomb into the -6F of the Millennium Building without arousing the suspicion of the 12 zodiac signs, and it must be removed and destroyed in one fell swoop when there are the most people in -6F. Lu Qingying is the most suitable candidate. The third is the execution method. Lu Qingying can't just take the space bomb and die. She must be used. Lu Qingying is very smart and cautious. She can't be used easily. Once she finds out that she is being used, or even if there is any disturbance, the plan will fail. Therefore, it must be half-use plus secret control, so that it can be seamless and no one, including Lu Qingying herself, can notice anything wrong. This is exactly what Qilin can do. At the beginning, When he saw the corpse of Qilong, he realized his second talent, puppet master, in extreme grief and anger. Qilin became the first awakener in the Misty World with 2 top 12 talents. At that moment, he became more and more convinced that the path he was on was the right one. Even Song Dao recognized him and gave him more favor. No matter who blocked his way, no matter what the price was, he would never stop. The summoning rune was always on Qilin, and Qilin quickly broke through level 4, and then directly rose to level 7. Qilin also wanted to merge with the rune to break through level 8, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to do it. However, even a level 7 puppet master has very terrifying abilities. Qilin can not only control lost people and corpses, but also awaken people with strong mental power such as Lu Qingying. As long as they are marked with the puppet mark, he can also achieve implicit control. When the target realizes that he is being controlled, Qilin can also switch to strong explicit control to achieve the goal. Tonight, Qilin knew that Lu Qingying was monitoring him and reading his lips. On the one hand, he confronted Li, and on the other hand, he was also performing for Lu Qingying. Sure enough, when Lu Qingying learned that Yin Liang was going to take action against the 12 zodiac signs tomorrow, she couldn't hold back. In fact, if it weren't for Mrs. Mind reading, it would be impossible for anyone to discover Lu Qingying's move. Lu Qingying decided to go to the 12 zodiac signs to tip off the news. Qilin and Mrs. Li appeared in time, and the 3 of them took a trip to the sky ladder. In the 30 seconds of riding the elevator, Lu Qingying was marked with a puppet mark by Qilin without anyone noticing. Of course, the reason why Lu Qingying was unaware of it was because Qilin also activated all things at the same time, constantly rationalizing Lu Qingying's abnormal mental feelings, making her ignore the energy invasion of Puppet Master. When she walked out of the elevator, Lu Qingying had become half of Qilin's puppet. The 7th level puppet expert has a skill called Puppet Ballad, which allows Qilin to convert his own mental power and consciousness with the puppet within a kilometer range, which is equivalent to possession. The questions that Lu Qingying asked inadvertently in -6F were actually Qilin's, and those weird subconscious movements were also Qilin's movements. After the incident was exposed, the singer tried to stop Lu Qingying from detonating the space bomb, and Qilin was 100% possessed by Lu Qingying and did it himself. Even though they were half a kilometer apart, even though the singer launched the level 6 lullaby at close range, even though Lu Qingying, who had sensed something was wrong, was trying to resist, Qilin's mental power still had an absolute upper hand. In the end, Qilin detonated the space bomb, then pulled himself out of Lu Qingying's puppet, and put a perfect end to the plan to sneak attack the 12 zodiac signs. Miss, you made a contribution in the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion, and you have made an even greater contribution to tonight's plan, Yin Yang said. It's mainly because the plan made by the president and the elders is perfect. I just executed it. Miss was respectful. Don't be modest. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Qilin was still looking ahead. From today on, you will be promoted to elder. Madam Li, what do you think? I have no objection. Li said lightly. Thank you for the appreciation of the president and vice president. Miss immediately lowered her head to express her gratitude, but in fact it was to cover up the corners of her mouth that could not help but curl up. Miss, from now on you will be Elder Qinyu. Qilin said. Yes. Qinyu said solemnly. Yin Liang, Qinyu, send someone to block this area. When Song Dao is partially restored, you can go find the rune. Qilin ordered. Okay. Yes. Qilin put on his glasses again, leaned on a crutch with one hand, pushed Mrs. Li's wheelchair with the other, and turned to leave. Yin Liang and Qin Yu were still standing on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the Millennium Building, which was already a ruin and a sea of fire under their feet. The night wind was still carrying faint whistles and screams. Yin Liang had a blank expression on his face, as if thinking about something. Qin Yu suppressed the arc of his mouth, and his eyes became colder and harder. Xiaonan, don't blame me, I gave you a chance. You chose the road yourself, I said, you will regret it. Chapter 833. Early morning, the Ghost Group Villa. The silver moon was in the sky, the forest was silent. A gust of wind blew over the top of the mountain, like an invisible and gentle giant hand gently caressing, the leaves rustled, and soon returned to silence, just like a sleeper turning over in a daze. Soon, the gust of wind blew to the front yard of the villa and slowly landed, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept around. 2 thin figures appeared. It was Nana and Hong Xiaoxiao. They walked quickly towards the villa. Captain! Something happened. Hong Xiaoxiao opened the door in a panic. Millennium Building collapsed. Gao Yang hadn't slept yet, and was sitting on the sofa in the living room with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes, and said in a steady tone, Hong Xiaoxiao, speak slowly. Me, Nana and I. Hong Xiaoxiao took a breath. We were patrolling over the city, and happened to pass by Daxa district, and found that Millennium Building suddenly collapsed. Explosion, or external force destruction? Gao Yang asked. Neither. Nana put her hands on her hips. It's the power of the Witch of Creation. I smell its evil breath. Gao Yang automatically ignored Nana's second-year speech and stared at Hong Xiaoxiao. It wasn't an explosion, nor was it damaged by external forces. It just collapsed. It looked a bit like an earthquake, but it was definitely not an earthquake. Hong Xiaoxiao stepped forward and took out her phone. We quietly approached and took some photos. Gao Yang took the phone, quickly flipped through the photos, and immediately came to a conclusion. The foundation must have been damaged, and something happened to -6F. Hong Xiaoxiao's face turned pale for a moment. In fact, along the way, she probably guessed that this would be the result, but now that Gao Yang said it himself, it was still hard to accept. The 12 zodiac animals are so strong. There is a fighting tiger, a dragon, and... Zhonghe, how could this happen? Before Gao Yang could say anything, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on the back of his head, and his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Gao Yang had a premonition. He slowly leaned back, leaned on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Before his consciousness was pulled into a sweet dream, he whispered, I sleep for a while, gather everyone, and wait for me to wake up. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and was slightly stunned. He was sitting in a cafe. The interior decoration was retro, with plenty of light, and lazy folk songs playing. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was an old-fashioned street with a sense of age. The ground was covered with ginkgo leaves that had not been cleaned in time, and cars drove by from time to time. Gao Yang was sitting at a coffee table by the window. Opposite him sat Lu Qingying. Her hair was dyed brown and slightly curled. She wore a cream-white sweater on her upper body, a skirt of the same color, and black and white sneakers. She looked young and beautiful. Gao Yang was a little surprised. The role played by Lu Qingying this time seemed to be her younger self. Strictly speaking, Lu Qingying's face has not changed much over the years, but the different makeup and clothes show a completely different temperament. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment between Boss Lu and Miss Lu, and decided to use the original name. He said lightly, Boss Lu. The woman opposite did not respond, as if she didn't hear it. She looked sideways at the glass window. Her expression was a little anxious. She glanced at her watch, took a sip of coffee, and looked out the window again. Gao Yang immediately reacted. This is the beautiful dream left by Lu Qingying before, which means that it was made in advance, not in real time. If I die, you will soon enter the dream. Gao Yang thought of Lu Qingying's words, and his chest sank. It seems that Lu Qingying is dead, and her death is likely related to the collapse of the Millennium Building. Gao Yang has never trusted Lu Qingying, and they just used each other, but even so, the relationship between the two is not shallow. Gao Yang looked at the young woman in front of him. This young Lu Qingying probably really drank coffee here, and waited for someone. At that time, she would never have thought about what kind of path she would take in the future, and how she would die. At this moment, Gao Yang witnessed this scene in his dream, and there was an indescribable sadness. Gao Yang activated spiritual armament to stop his thoughts from dispersing in time. Soon, Lu Qingying's eyes lit up, and her face was full of joy and excitement that could not be concealed. Gao Yang immediately looked sideways, and a young girl wearing a baseball cap, a white shirt, ripped jeans, and canvas shoes passed by the window. A few seconds later, she pushed open the glass door of the cafe, and the sound of wind chimes rang. Here. Lu Qingying raised her hand to greet him. The girl in the baseball cap at the door noticed Lu Qingying, strode over, sat down on Gao Yang's chair, and overlapped with Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang was shocked to find that they were just holographic images. Gao Yang immediately stood up, and sat down on the chair next to him to observe better. A cup of black coffee. After the girl ordered, she took off her baseball cap, put the 2 strands of hair on her cheeks behind her ears, and grinned at Lu Qingying. It was Bachiochi when he was young. Her eyes were shining, beautiful and heroic, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, giving people a natural and gentle feeling of intimacy. But her condition was not too good, her skin was too pale, and her lips were bloodless. Xiao Lu, Bachiochi held his chin with one hand, looking at Lu Qingying exaggeratedly. Have your breasts grown again? It's a foul. Why are you still growing? Lu Qingying frowned and glared at Bachiochi angrily. Don't try to get away with it. Bachiochi's little conspiracy was exposed, and he stuck out his tongue playfully and lowered his voice. Are you angry? How can I not be angry? Lu Qingying also lowered her voice. You are divorced, and I understand that you want to go out and relax, but how can you just disappear for a whole year without any news? Lu Qingying paused, her eyes a little red. I thought I was eaten by the little cutie? Ba Qiuqi smiled. Lu Qingying looked around nervously and glared at her again. Keep your voice down. It's okay, the shop owner is a white face. Ba Qiuqi still smiled. She leaned forward, stretched out her hands, and held one of Lu Qingying's hands. Xiao Lu, I'm sorry, you see I'm fine, don't be angry, okay? Lu Qingying was still angry. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but Ba Qiuqi held it tightly. How about this? I sing a song for you to make amends. Ba Qiuqi acted like a child and deliberately sang loudly. I love you love me, Xiao Ba Xiao Lu sweet. Okay, okay. Lu Qingying was so embarrassed that she surrendered. Don't sing, I surrender. Hee, Xiao Lu is the best. Ba Qiuqi let go of Lu Qingying. The shop owner came up with black coffee. Thank you. Ba Qiuqi smiled sweetly, and tasted the coffee leisurely. Lu Qingying didn't say anything, just looked at Ba Qiuqi so seriously, as if she was afraid that she would disappear from her sight. After a long while, Lu Qingying said with some distress, Xiao Ba, you have lost weight. Really? I haven't weighed myself recently. Ba Qiuqi put down the coffee and smiled at Lu Qingying. Xiao Lu, you must have a lot of things to ask me. I will tell you slowly later. I have something to ask you now, and you are the only person I can trust and entrust with this matter. Chapter 834. You don't want to disappear again? Lu Qingying's face darkened. You haven't made enough trouble yet? I won't disappear again. Ba Qiuqi made a promise. Actually, I plan to go to Baichuan Group. Lu Qingying was stunned, but she was not surprised. You and Lao Zhu are divorced. It's really awkward to stay together. It's good to change places. But why Baichuan Group? Lu Qingying paused. With your talent, you can definitely go to Qilin Union. I have my reasons. Ba Qiuqi curved his eyes. I can't tell you. You can't even tell me? Lu Qingying was a little unhappy. Not yet. Ba Qiuqi said lightly. But I can tell you another thing. What is it? Lu Qingying picked up the coffee to drink. I'm pregnant. Puff. Lu Qingying spit out a mouthful of coffee. Ba Qiuqi had predicted it, and lifted the tablecloth to block it. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I deliberately said it while you were drinking coffee, and it really came out. Lu Qingying put down the coffee, and was so shocked that her whole body was shaking. She slammed the table and roared loudly. Ba Qiuqi. Are you silent? Silent crazy? For a moment, everyone in the store looked over. Naturally, including Gao Yang, he really didn't expect this development. Hey, what are you doing so loud? Ba Qiuqi hurriedly reached out to pull Lu Qingying, and at the same time smiled at other customers. I stole my best friend's boyfriend. She is a little angry, sorry. Let go! Lu Qingying shook off Ba Qiuqi's hand. She took out 2 bills from her wallet, and threw them on the table, and rushed out of the store angrily. Ba Qiuqi seemed to have expected this. She quickly took another sip of black coffee, put on her shoes, and ran out of the door, leaving the onlookers in shock. Gao Yang was in a mixed mood and got up and ran out of the coffee shop. As soon as he pushed the door, he was dazzled by a jumping orange-red light. He calmed down and found himself at the old fisherman's wharf upstream of the river. In front of him was a dilapidated wharf and a retired sand dredging boat, and under his feet was a soft and wet shallow beach. Lu Qingying and Ba Qiuqi stood on the shallow beach. It was already evening. The river was sparkling. The evening breeze gently caressed the red river bank, bringing a sad and lost drunken feeling. Gao Yang thought for a while, and accepted the movie editing like jump scene method. After all, this was Lu Qingying's beautiful dream. She could select her own memories at will to ensure that they were all useful information. Ba Qiuqi bent down, picked up a smooth little stone, and threw it into the water. 6 water splashes were made in a row. She was very happy. Wow! I broke the record. Lu Qingying looked at the river surface worriedly, and was too lazy to respond. Shall Lu be happy? Ba Qiuqi came over and took her hand. I'm a mother, aren't you happy for me? Is the child Lao Zhu's? Lu Qingying asked coldly. Ba Qiuqi nodded. It's a daughter. Who does she look like? Lu Qingying only cared about this. Of course it's my turn. Ba Qiuqi smiled. Thank God. Lu Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. Hee. Ba Qiuqi was very proud. Her name is Ba Youqi, and her nickname is Ba Xiaoming. Where is she? Lu Qingying asked. A very safe place. Ba Qiuqi blinked mysteriously. Her life is almost static now. You could understand it as hibernation. Lu Qingying's face darkened. What are you doing? Why do you do this to a child? For her happiness. Ba Qiuqi answered seriously. Lu Qingying became more and more confused. Ba Qiuqi, you are talking nonsense now. I don't know which of your words are true, and which are false. I find that I don't understand you at all. Xiao Lu, don't be anxious. Ba Qiuqi looked at Lu Qingying deeply. She turned around, found a clean stone to sit on, and pointed to another stone beside her. Come, sit down, I will tell you slowly. Lu Qingying hesitated for a while, sat down beside her, and her face was still a little angry. Last spring, I found out I was pregnant. Ba Qiuqi squinted his eyes, a few strands of hair dancing gently on his face. I was so happy, you know, I have always wanted a child. But I didn't tell you, and Lao Zhu right away. I thought I would tell him on Lao Zhu's birthday as a birthday gift. Ba Qiuqi smiled faintly, his eyes were a little complicated. As a result, I met a very powerful person. Who? Ba Qiuqi shook his head. I can't say. Ba Qiuqi slightly turned sideways, and gently took Lu Qingying's hand. Xiao Lu, I never knew what fear was before. Even death didn't matter. But when I got pregnant, I seemed to have a soft spot. I hope that the child can live in a beautiful world in the future, and have a complete and happy life. For this, I am willing to give everything. Lu Qingying became more and more worried. Xiao Ba, was you threatened by that person, so you divorced Lao Zhu and disappeared for a year? On the contrary. Ba Qiuqi smiled and shook his head. That person came to me and wanted my help. Help? Lu Qingying was confused again. That person wants to save humanity and the world. The power of one person is limited after all. The power of too many people is easy to get out of control. Destiny is like a lottery. You have to be extra careful every time you draw a piece. You are so weird. Lu Qingying frowned. Have you been possessed? Who are you? Give me back the old Shiba. Ha. Ba Qiuqi was amused. Xiao Lu, I haven't been possessed. I just had some spoilers about the future, so my thoughts are different. Anyway, I want to ask you for a favor. You go first. Lu Qingying was very cautious. If you go crazy, I won't accompany you. Yeah. Ba Qiuqi nodded. I will go to Baichuan group tomorrow. If I die one day. Shut up. Lu Qingying interrupted excitedly. You won't die. Yeah, that's why I said if. We have to keep an insurance policy for everything, otherwise the future of mankind will be ruined, and my daughter's happy life will also be ruined. Ba Qiuqi said in a relaxed and even joking tone. Lu Qingying didn't know how to answer for a moment. Xiao Lu, I have prepared something for you. You will understand everything then. Then you can make a choice. What is it? Ba Qiuqi reached out and gently tapped Lu Qingying's temple. I created a beautiful dream for you. If I encounter an accident, the beautiful dream will be triggered, and you will know everything in the dream. Lu Qingying lowered her head and remained silent. After a long time, she raised her head and held Ba Qiuqi's hand tightly. Xiao Ba, I know that once you decide, no one can stop you, so no matter what you do, I support you. But I beg you, you must protect yourself. I don't want to, and can't lose you. I miss you every day during the year you disappeared. Me too. Ba Qiuqi looked at Lu Qingying seriously. You are my best friend. You are my only friend. Lu Qingying said. Doesn't Lao Zhu count? Ba Qiuqi asked with a smile. He can only be counted as a gift for recharging the phone bill. Lu Qingying looked disgusted. That's too mean, ha ha ha. Ba Qiuqi laughed so hard that his body shook. Lu Qingying sighed helplessly at first, but soon she also laughed. Chapter 835. Gao Yong, who was standing by, watched silently, trying not to miss any of the two people's words. But in fact, he was similar to Lu Qingying. He was confused and had no idea what Ba Qiuqi was going to do. However, he guessed that there was more to the beautiful dream. Sure enough, after a while, the laughter of the two girls disappeared, and the evening breeze blowing from the river surface turned into a cold wind, with bursts of rain and fog. When Gao Yang's vision became clear again, he was already on the top of the mountain of Taipingqiao Cemetery. The sky was gloomy and drizzling. Lu Qingying was wearing a solemn black dress, holding a black umbrella, and her face was haggard. In front of her was a brand new tombstone with Ba Qiuqi's posthumous photo and a simple inscription summarizing his life. Next to Lu Qingying stood a man in a black suit without an umbrella. This man was Dead Pig. He was tall and burly, soaked all over, and full of sorrow. How did Xiao Ba die? Dead Pig asked. Lu Qingying shook her head. Her voice was calm and somewhat numb. I only know that it was definitely not suicide, nor was it an accident. It means that he was killed. The hatred in the dead pig's eyes burned up little by little. No matter who he is, I must find him and cut him into pieces. Lu Qingying's voice still had no ups and downs. Count me in. Lu Qingying glanced at her watch. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. As she said that, she turned and left. The dead pig stopped talking. He was still standing in the rain, looking at his ex-wife's tombstone, like a statue frozen by cold rain and sadness. In Gao Yang's eyes, the dead pig and everything around him were frozen like that. Gao Yang knew that the information here had ended, and turned around and followed Lu Qingying down the mountain. A black car was parked on the cement floor at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qingying put away her umbrella and got into the driver's seat. Gao Yang opened the passenger door and just bent over to get in. He felt his vision flash and found that he had passed through a small wooden door. He got into a low attic that was no more than 1.5 meters high. The attic was warm and bright, with soft carpets. The walls were covered with animation and celebrity posters. There were small bookshelves and sundry boxes in the corners, with many comics, magazines, and music tapes. There was also a small electric fan next to it. Lu Qingying curled up in the corner and fell asleep. Her hair was messy, and her face was full of tears. She must have cried a lot. Xiaoba. Suddenly, Lu Qingying woke up and shouted. She looked around and realized that she was just dreaming. She looked at her palm in disbelief and murmured to herself, 50, beautiful dream. This is Xiaoba's talent. Tears burst out of her eyes. She covered her face with both hands and cried again. Gao Yang was depressed for a moment, and recalled some past events. It took a while for Lu Qingying to stop her sadness and crying. She raised her head and looked at the corner of the attic, where there was a cardboard box sealed with transparent tape. Lu Qingying stood up, bent over, walked over, picked up the utility knife on the ground, and unsealed the cardboard box. Gao Yang also went over, thinking that there would be some old things and books inside, but it turned out to be a small safe made of pure black gold. Lu Qingying was shocked for a few seconds. She took out the safe with some effort, then closed her eyes and recalled, and soon silently recited the code left by Ba Qiuqi in Beautiful Dream, 1998323. Lu Qingying was stunned. That was the day she and Ba Qiuqi first met. Lu Qingying turned the safety lock, and soon, the cabinet door opened, and inside was a thick black craft paper diary and a black gold pen. Lu Qingying took out the diary and pen with doubts. She sat down with her legs together, carefully opened the diary, and read from the first page. Gao Yang came forward, and there were words clearly written on the diary, but they were blurry. Gao Yang knew that this was Lu Qingying's coding when making Beautiful Dream. Lu Qingying carefully flipped through the diary, from the initial doubts, confusion to surprise, and then shock. In the end, there was no expression on her face, like a reading robot, flipping page after page, madly absorbing the information in the diary. Gao Yang waited on the side, and it didn't feel long. The time in Beautiful Dream was accelerated, and the light cast from the attic skylight quickly changed its position and color. Soon, the attic became dim, and Lu Qingying had to turn on the small table lamp next to her to continue reading. Late at night, Lu Qingying finally finished reading the last page. Her eyes were sad and determined. She put the diary and pen back into the black gold safe, and then sealed it with a cardboard box. After doing all this, she took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected, and a voice with a strong nasal tone of a dead pig came from the other end. Lu Mei. Old Jew, I have something to ask you. You say. I want to borrow money from you. Lu Qingying said. Okay, but you have to tell me what you want to do first. Dead pig said. Lu Qingying said, I want to open a store in Shilongzai. It should be a restaurant. The more traffic the better. Why? I want to collect intelligence, all kinds of intelligence, and specialize in intelligence business in the future. Lu Qingying said. Find the murderer who killed Xiaoba? Asked Dead Pig. Yes, but there is more than this reason. I can't say more about other reasons. Lu Qingying was very frank. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Lu Mei, think it through. Intelligence work is easy to bring danger. If you have any accident, how can I deal with Xiaoba? My life does not need anyone to be responsible. Lu Qingying interrupted impatiently. One word, will you help? There was another moment of silence, and the other party sighed. How much do you want? Thank you. I will find you when I decide what store to open. Lu Qingying hung up the phone, picked up the cardboard box containing the safe, lowered her head, and knocked open the wooden door of the attic, and soon there was a dong 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 sound of going downstairs. Gao Yang immediately followed him out, and as soon as he pushed open the attic door, the scene changed again. He approached a dim, narrow corridor with doors on both sides, but these doors were not uniform, with different colors, styles and designs. Most of the doors were placed with shoe racks and storage cabinets. Gao Yang guessed that this should be an old single apartment building. Lu Qingying was dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses and a mask. She seemed not to be recognized. She walked quickly and lightly to the end of the corridor, holding something in her arms. Gao Yang quickly caught up with her and was shocked. Lu Qingying was holding a sleeping baby. The baby was about half a year old, chubby and very cute, wearing pink baby clothes, biting a pacifier in her mouth, with fluffy black hair, and holding a small name tag in her hand with the word cute written on it. Gao Yang guessed that she was Ba Youqi, the daughter of Ba Qiuqi. It turned out that the cute sheep in the 12 zodiac signs was the child of the dead pig in Ba Qiuqi. But why did Ba Qiuqi hide his daughter's identity and send her to the 12 zodiac animals for foster care in such a complicated way? There are too many things that are hard to understand. Lu Qingying came to the door of the innermost apartment, looked at the baby reluctantly, and made up her mind to put her at the door, quickly took the pacifier from the baby's mouth, and turned away. Gao Yang was thinking about whether to catch up with Lu Qingying, and heard the baby crying at his feet. Wow! Wow! Chapter 836. The baby who lost the pacifier seemed to have lost the whole world, crying so hard that Gao Yang, an outsider, couldn't help but want to comfort him. Click! A minute later, the door of the apartment opened a crack, and a man in pajamas and a nightcap appeared behind the crack. He had a thin face, a wide chin, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and slightly deep nasolabial folds, giving people a tired, gloomy and indifferent feeling. It was hard to get along with him at first glance, but the nightcap on his head was printed with a cute little deer, which was too contrasting. Gao Yang recognized at a glance that this was Gui Ma, who had become much younger. Gui Ma was woken up in the middle of the night, with a sleepy face, but a cautious look. He observed the outside of the door through the crack for a while, and then looked down at the source of the crying. Gui Ma was stunned. He thought it was a prank, but he didn't expect it to be a real baby. He stayed still for 5 seconds, then immediately opened the door and walked out, gently picked up the baby, and clumsily comforted him. Don't cry, don't cry. Wow! The baby cried even harder. Don't cry, shush, don't cry. Gui Ma was at a loss, and he sang a song while shaking his arms. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. It should be said that Gui Ma has a good taste in music, but he didn't expect that he would sing nursery rhymes out of tune. Suddenly, Gui Ma's singing and the baby's crying all stopped. Gao Yang realized that this scene in the dream had stopped, and the holographic image created by Lu Qingying for Gao Yang had ended. Gao Yang no longer lingered and caught up with the direction Lu Qingying left. Gao Yang pushed open the door he came from, and a tsunami-like strong light rushed in and swallowed him. Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes, and woke up from his sweet dream. Captain is awake. Hong Xiaoxiao sat next to Gao Yang, hugging a pillow on her chest, watching Gao Yang carefully. Others came over after hearing the sound, some in the living room, some in the yard. Wang Zikai sat down next to Gao Yang, and put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, you are not kind. You called us here just to watch you sleep. You think you are doing a sleep show? That's right. Zhang Wei followed with a smirk. If you don't wake up, I have reason to suspect that you are playing Sleeping Beauty and want to cheat me, a pure boy, of my first kiss. Wow! You are so disgusting. Wang Zikai looked like he was willing to admit defeat. Mortal, my king doesn't mind you kissing my right foot. Nana put her hands on her waist, took off her uniform shoes, and stepped on the coffee table with her feet in white socks, looking down at Gao Yang. Nana never misses any opportunity to stand higher than everyone else to highlight her noble status. Qingling, who was standing behind the sofa, was too lazy to even speak. She raised her right hand and placed it on the hilt of the knife at her waist. Nana shuddered, hurriedly jumped down from the coffee table, put on her shoes, found a chair to sit down, put her feet together, and put her hands together on her thighs in a proper manner. She was so well behaved that she looked like a completely different person. Captain, is there something wrong? Jiuhan already had a bad feeling. Gao Yang gradually pulled himself out of the illusion of beautiful dream, and his voice was cold. Lu Qingying is dead. Ah? Qining was shocked. She's dead? How did she die? No, didn't she join the Haichuan group? Zhang Wei also thought of something. The Haichuan group is very safe now. How could she die? I don't know. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. She once implanted a dream in my subconscious mind. If she died, this dream would be triggered. Damn! Does that mean you were dreaming just now? Wang Zikai was smart for once. The Millennium Building collapsed. Lu Qingying died. Hong Xiaoxiao also reacted. It seems that these two things are related. Could it be that Lu Qingying is from the 12 zodiac signs? Qining boldly guessed. She went undercover in the Haichuan group and was discovered by the Haichuan group. So the Haichuan group retaliated against the 12 zodiac signs? This is a possibility. Jiuhan nodded. No, how dare the Haichuan group? Zhang Wei was quite surprised. That's the 12 zodiac signs. Fighting tiger. Dragon. The Haichuan group can't even eat our juicy. How dare they turn around and eat the 12 zodiac signs? I'm afraid that Qilin is unable to deal with us, so he decided to take a gamble, betting that the dragon is still hibernating, and his goal is to kill the dragon and get the spiritual rune circuit. Gao Yang didn't say his speculation. He looked up at Johan. The situation of the 12 zodiac signs is unclear. Tiango and Fat June have been here. This place is at risk of being exposed. Clean up the traces immediately and move the base. Yes, Johan said. I'm going out for a while to do something. Gao Yang stood up, and Hong Xiaoxiao beside him took the black coat and put it on Gao Yang. Thank you. Gao Yang put on the coat, raised his hand to grab his long hair, and tied it behind his head, then stretched out his hand to Nana and Hong Xiaoxiao. The two girls immediately understood and held Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang quickly copied Nana's swift wind and Hong Xiaoxiao's invisibility. Then, Nana stretched out her hands and put them on Gao Yang's face, activating 1,000 faces to disguise him. A dozen seconds later, Gao Yang turned into an ordinary-looking, unremarkable young man. Gao Yang thought of something again and warned, Qining, if someone from the Chinese zodiac contact you secretly, don't rush to respond. It may be someone sent by the Haichuan group in disguise. Everything will be discussed after I come back. Understood. Qining nodded calmly. 3 o'clock in the morning. Nanji District, Old Town. This is an old street to be demolished. All residents have moved out and shops have closed one after another. Because of the power outage, even the street lights are not on. The gray moonlight outlines the outline of the old building, like a ruin immersed in the sea of old times. A black figure ran and jumped quickly on the roof, and soon came to the door of an old shop at the end of the old street. The rolling shutter door was rusty, and covered with withered creepers. The signboard with women's underwear store on the lintel was crooked, the faded spray paint peeled off, and covered with a layer of dust. Gao Yang secretly maximized his 6 senses to confirm that there was no danger nearby, and that he was not being followed. He disappeared with a whoosh. Chapter 837. Gao Yang teleported into the store. It was pitch black inside. Gao Yang lightly snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared in the air, like a burning insect, slowly leading the way forward. The firelight illuminated the interior furnishings. Most of the things had been taken away, leaving only a few empty shelves and a small counter, on which were stacked several old women's fashion magazines. Gao Yang did not stop for too long, walked through the store, climbed up the stairs at the back, and soon came to the small attic on the 3rd floor. Gao Yang did not teleport through the wall. He used the firelight to check the wooden door of the attic. There was an obvious dust under his feet. It seemed that this door had been opened recently, and the dust had fallen off. Gao Yang pushed open the door, hunched his back, and entered cautiously. The attic was similar to what Gao Yang had seen in his dream, but there was dust and cobwebs everywhere, and the air was full of stale smell. Gao Yang extinguished the flames, and with the moonlight from the skylight, it was enough to see the room clearly. He looked around and soon found a large cardboard box in the corner. There was no tape on the box, and there was no black gold safe inside. There were some romance novels, girls' comics and youth magazines, all of which were very old. Gao Yang took out one by one. When he got half of it, his eyes fixed. I found it, the diary in Lu Qingying's dream, with a black gold pin stuck on it. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to pick it up, but separated a phantom, and asked the phantom to pick up the notebook and pen and examine them carefully. After confirming that the two items were not dangerous, he merged with the phantom. However, for safety reasons, Gao Yang still attached a layer of absolute defense energy gloves to his hands. However, after opening the diary, there was nothing on it. Gao Yang was disappointed and a little bit unbelievable. He continued to turn the pages, but there was still nothing, all blank pages. Could it be a worthless book that only people with destiny could see? Gao Yang thought for a while, and had a new idea. He took off the pen cap, and decided to write something in the diary. In this way, maybe he could trigger something. Existence is reasonable. Since there are diaries and pens, the pens must be used for writing. What to write? Gao Yang thought again and again, and wrote down 5 words, and a punctuation mark solemnly and concisely. Lu Qingying is dead. Gao Yang stared at the penned words on the diary, and waited quietly. Soon, a magical thing happened. The sentence on the white paper began to fade, as if it melted in the water, and soon disappeared. This diary is really mysterious. As soon as Gao Yang had this idea, 2 black pen words appeared on the diary, received. Gao Yang was more and more surprised. Who is answering, and what is this answer? After a few seconds, the black pen words disappeared, as if they had never existed. Gao Yang almost thought it was his own hallucination. Gao Yang calmed down, thought calmly for a moment, and wrote in the diary, "Who are you? What is your purpose? Why did Lu Qingying find me?" The blue handwriting disappeared word by word, as if it was swallowed by the diary, digested and reorganized. After a while, the diary spit out 4 black words. No comment. Gao Yang frowned, and soon he wrote another question. "What do you want me to do?" Half a minute later, the diary answered again. "Wait patiently." This time, the handwriting did not disappear. Gao Yang ignored his sloppy handwriting and continued to write. "I don't understand." But this time, no matter how he wrote, he couldn't leave any traces on the diary. The pen seemed to have no ink, and the diary no longer gave any answers. Gao Yang stared at the patiently wait on the diary, and was silent for a long time. He exhaled lightly, put away the diary and pen, and put them in the inner pocket of his coat. 48 hours after the collapse of the Millennium Building, in the western part of the West Country. The moonlight was cold and silent, and a red SUV ran quickly in the desert covered with low weeds, leaving billowing smoke and dust. The driver was a young woman wearing a loose men's sweatshirt, a hat covering most of her face, and a black mask with foreign swear words written on it, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Slowly, the SUV began to slow down and drove to the foot of a huge dry rock mountain, and soon disappeared. There was a hidden cave under the dry rock mountain, just big enough for the car to drive in. After the car entered the cave, the woman jumped out, opened the passenger door, and took out 2 heavy bags of supplies. In front of the woman were 7 or 8 dark caves leading to the depths. They looked winding and complicated, like a natural maze. In fact, this is indeed a maze, but it is a man-made trick. No matter which cave you walk into, you will get lost and keep going around in circles. It is basically impossible to get out using conventional methods. This is Meng Yang's masterpiece. Half a month ago, Meng Yang realized the second talent maze, serial number 119, auxiliary system. As the name suggests, the gifted can create a maze at a fixed location. The size and complexity of the maze are determined by the terrain and scene itself. The woman with the supplies in her hands did not enter any cave. She took a deep breath and held the 2 bags of supplies in her arms. Immediately, circles of strange light blue energy ripples spread out under her feet, and the ground seemed to turn into water. Then, her feet sank into the water surface, and slowly, the whole person sank. She had just used her talent shuttle. If the gifted person only had clothes and a few personal belongings, then the speed of shuttling between the ground and the wall was very fast. But if the gifted person brought other items and people, the shuttle would be very slow. The gifted person must concentrate all his mind to control the transformation of the energy form around him. If there is a slight mistake, those items may directly merge with the land and the wall, and it will be difficult to reverse. The woman shuttled 30 meters underground and fell into an underground space. This was originally a private nuclear shelter built decades ago, but it has never been used. After its owner died, it was forgotten. Until the 12 zodiac signs took a fancy to it, made a simple repair to it, and made it one of the organization's secret bases. The interior is decorated like a modern living room, with bright lights. The cute sheep is sitting on a soft sofa, holding a remote control in his hand, watching cartoons seriously, with colorful pictures flashing in his big eyes. Cute little sheep. When the cute sheep heard the voice, he immediately put down the remote control and turned around to take a look. Chapter 838. Sister White Rabbit. The cute little sheep jumped off the sofa, rushed over happily, and hugged White Rabbit. White Rabbit put the supplies in her hand on the ground, lifted the hood of her sweater, took off the mask, squatted down, hugged the cute sheep tightly, and put her face against her soft and warm little face. Beloved little sheep, where is Uncle Tiger? White Rabbit asked. In the room. The cute sheep felt a little wronged. He doesn't play with me, and he's mean. White Rabbit felt a pain in her chest. It seems that Dohu hasn't told the cute little sheep that the singer is in trouble. He's in a bad mood. White Rabbit touched the cute little sheep's head. I brought you a lot of delicious food this time. I chat with Uncle Tiger for a while, And then I make you food later. Yeah. The cute sheep was very obedient. She let go of White Rabbit, sat back on the sofa, and continued watching cartoons. White Rabbit walked through the living room and came to a half-open iron door. Baitu walked in and closed the door. Inside was a simple room of several dozen square meters. The light was dim, and a set of hibernation chamber equipment made of black gold stood by the wall. There were 2 folding chairs next to the hibernation chamber. Dohu sat on one of the chairs, his hands hanging naturally, his head tilted back, and a cigarette, but that had been extinguished in his mouth. His lips were burned by the cigarette ash, but he seemed to feel nothing. He looked like a madman who was concentrating on thinking, and an idiot who was drunk. There were cigarette butts all over the floor beside Dohu, and the air in the room was dirty and choking. Baitu frowned and walked forward, resisting the urge to kick him over. You are finally here. Dohu leaned forward and laughed. Did you bring cigarettes? Baitu sat down on the chair opposite Dohu and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Dohu's eyes lit up and reached out for the cigarettes, but Baitu quickly retracted his hand. Are you going to stay here and rot and stink? Baitu asked coldly. Look at what you said. Dohu smiled awkwardly. Isn't your idol also in a coffin? Why don't you say he is rotting and stinking? The captain is recuperating. What about you? Are you here to recover from lung cancer? Baitu was disgusted. Bullshit, I'm just thinking. Dohu said. You are blaming yourself. Baitu exposed mercilessly. Singers. Baitu wanted to say die, but was afraid that the cute sheep outside would hear it, so he changed his words. Singer's matter is not your responsibility. Dohu frowned and scratched his messy hair. I should have insisted on taking her away at that time. I could have knocked her out directly. I used to be very tough. Why did I lose my mind that day? Let me tell you why. Baitu interrupted Dohu. Because when you decided to find Jing Shu to use the substitute plan, you thought that it is impossible for all the people in the base to be substitutes, so it would be easy to be discovered. Singer didn't want to leave the flower shop. Her shop was close to the Millennium Building, and it was the main contact point between Tengu and Jussi. She was the most suitable person to be the sentry, so you didn't insist. When you made this decision, you might not have thought so much yourself. It was just a subconscious experience judgment. Dohu was silent. Baitu threw the cigarette to Dohu. He took it, tore open the package, shook out a cigarette, and held it in his mouth. He smiled bitterly and said, Jilin will tear his face off with us sooner or later. I won't be surprised when he fires the first shot, but I never expected that the madman would be even crazier than me. If we hadn't prepared a backup plan, we would have caught him all in one fell swoop. Yes. White Rabbit looked at the hibernation warehouse, feeling sad and scared at the same time. If the singer is also a substitute, our trick will not fool Jilin at all. Once Jilin realizes something is wrong, he will definitely stop in time. He will continue to maintain the surface peace, hide secret weapons, and hold back until he finds our real hiding place, and then finds an opportunity to catch us all in one fell swoop. By then, we, and the captain, will not have such good luck. Perhaps, everything is arranged in the dark. Baitu looked at Dohu. The singer saved the 12 zodiac signs. Uncle Hu, you have to cheer up. We have to avenge the singer. Dohu was silent for a few seconds, looked up at Baitu, and the light in his eyes became cold and sharp. Rabbit, give me a light. Baitu took out a lighter, and threw it to Dohu. Dohu scraped the lighter with a click, lit the cigarette skillfully, and took a deep breath. He stood up, stretched his body, and said, You and Ming Xiaonong stay here first, I'm going to do something. Okay. White Rabbit asked, What are you going to do? Xiao Yangyang contacted Tiango. Dohu smiled. Tiango said that he will come to Shigua in the next few days, and wants to have a leader-to-leader conversation with me. Late at night, in the northern suburbs of Shigua, Gao Yang, wearing a red racing suit and a black helmet, rode a black motorcycle and ran wildly on the suburban road, like an oval light insect swimming quickly along the black artery of the earth. Soon, the motorcycle slowed down and drifted sideways to stop at the entrance of a private farm. Gao Yang got off the car, took off his helmet, and threw it back. When the helmet was accurately hung on the front of the car, Gao Yang had already teleported through the iron gate, and his figure disappeared into the farm. Gao Yang walked for a while, and soon saw a farmhouse built in the 1960s and 1970s. Facing the farmhouse, Gao Yang turned left and entered a grassland pasture. There was a large wooden stake shed on the pasture, with dozens of cows locked inside. Gao Yang quickly crossed the pasture and walked into an oak forest. In winter, the leaves fell, the shadows of the trees were looming, and the twisted and weird branches seemed to be cast by a witch, and could turn into dangerous tree spirits to attack passers-by at any time. After walking for a few more minutes, Gao Yang passed through the gloomy oak forest, and the view in front was wide, with a small gray-blue lake. There was a wooden pier by the lake, and there was a person sitting in a wheelchair by the pier. Gao Yang immediately became alert and slowly approached, and found that it was a frail old man. He was wearing thick pajamas, a cute Christmas hat on his head, one black and one blue thick cotton socks on his feet, one foot in wool slippers, and one foot without. The old man leaned weakly on the wheelchair, his hands clasped together, holding a fishing rod. Gao Yang looked at him from the front. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with loose and dark skin, high cheekbones, and a pair of cloudy blue eyes that were very protruding, like the eyes of a fish that had been smashed on the head. He had a big trough nose, thin and cracked lips. Like two earthworms exposed to the sun, his mouth was gritting to one side, revealing a mouthful of rugged yellow teeth, and drooling from the corners of his mouth. His facial muscles seemed to be out of control, twitching from time to time, like an old man who couldn't take care of himself after a stroke. Gao Yang was puzzled. Why would an insignificant lost person appear in the place where Dou Hu asked him to meet? Suddenly, a very murderous gust of wind hit his back. Gao Yang raised his hand back, and golden energy emerged from his arm, quickly forming a translucent golden giant shield. Dang! The heavy black gold giant sword chopped on the golden shield, stirring up dazzling energy particles. Gao Yang blocked the attack steadily, but the powerful sword energy spread from the energy shield. The old man behind Gao Yang was blown away along with his entire wheelchair, and fell onto the grass not far away. Chapter 839. Failed to sneak attack, Dou Hu jumped back, stood still, and put the heavy and broad dragon-eating giant sword back on his back. It's worthy of absolute defense. It's really tough. Thank you. It was not as easy as it looked for Gao Yang to take this move, and his whole arm was numb. He saw how Dou Hu killed Tia in Aurora Town, so he summoned the highest density energy shield without hesitation to deal with it. Otherwise, the energy path in his body would be more or less destroyed by the shock force of the giant sword. Of course, Gao Yang could also use Absolute Barrier directly, but he didn't want to consume too much energy. After all, it was just a test of each other's skills. Okay, let's confirm each other's identities. Dou Hu grinned. Let's talk about business. Did you forget someone? Gao Yang reminded. Oh, right. Dou Hu slapped his forehead. I almost forgot him. Dou Hu almost ran over happily, picked up the wheelchair, and roughly pulled the stroked old man up and threw him back on the wheelchair. The old man's face and body were covered with dry grass and dirt. His eyes kept rolling, his mouth twitched violently, and he made ambiguous sounds, exuding obvious impotent and furious emotions. Just tell me what you want to do. How can I know if you don't tell me? Dou Hu leaned over and put his hand to his ear and shouted in a mean way, "Ah? What are you talking about? I can't hear you. I can't hear you." Uh-huh. The old man became more and more excited. Gao Yang was really worried that he would get angry and kick his legs in the next second. Ha ha ha. Dou Hu laughed happily. You are such a waste, you can't even speak clearly. Dou Hu reached out and patted the old man's face. Bye, I see you next time. Dou Hu put one hand in his pocket and waved to Gao Yang. Let's go. Don't care about him. Gao Yang followed Dou Hu, and they walked into the oak forest. It's okay. Don't look at his ghostly appearance. He is in good health. He won't freeze to death overnight. His nanny will find out he is missing at dawn, and come to find him. Gao Yang asked casually, Who is he? My father. Dou Hu took out a cigarette and lit it. Of course, he is not his biological son, but a relatively stable lost person. You are really a filial son. Gao Yang was moved. Ha ha. Dou Hu was getting happier. My dad was a famous boxer in the West when he was young. He dominated the boxing world for several years, and was very successful. Later, he lost to a newcomer, and never recovered until he retired. Dou Hu took a puff of cigarette and narrated leisurely. After retiring, my dad stopped boxing and started beating women. It's a common scene in movies, such as alcoholism and domestic violence. It's nothing new. Later, my mother couldn't stand it anymore and jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Dou Hu pointed his thumb behind him. That's it. The lake just now. I played in it when I was 5 years old. It feels like a big bathtub, but it can drown people. It shows that if you want to die, you will die. Dou Hu seemed to be talking about someone else. After my mother died, my father started beating me. Before I was 14, I was basically his human punching bag. After 14, he gradually couldn't beat me. One night, I broke his nose, knocked out his 2 front teeth, and probably kicked several of his ribs. I looted the money from the family and ran away from home. I sneaked to Licheng because my mother was from Licheng. I wanted to see her hometown, but I found that place no longer existed. Not long after, I awakened and met the dragon again. I joined the 12 zodiac signs. Dohu smiled and glanced at Gao Yang. Although I have awakened, I am a filial son after all. I will go home to visit my father from time to time, so that he can feel his son's love up close. It's a pity that he had a stroke 2 years ago. I really lost a lot of fun. Gao Yang listened calmly. He was not surprised that Dohu, such a madman, had such a childhood. Rather, he thought Dohu's childhood should be darker and more unfortunate. Let's stop chatting here and talk about business. Dohu put away his playful smile. We were robbed. You know about this? I know. Gao Yang nodded. Dohu flicked off his cigarette ash. Our people have long been dispersed to other bases. Jingshu made our stand-ins and asked everyone to continue to stay in the Millennium Building -6F and occasionally walk around the nearby streets to confuse people. Dohu paused. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Songji refused to leave, so I didn't tell her about the stand-in plan, nor did I make a stand-in for her. On the night of the accident, she took Lu Qingying to -6F. Lu Qingying talked with our stand-ins in the conference room, and the stand-ins responded in advance. After that, Lu Qingying and Songji left the conference room. While the two were chatting, Lu Qingying took out a strange gadget that looked like a Rubik's Cube, and then -6F disappeared. The gadget looked like a bomb, but it wasn't a bomb. I suspect it was a space weapon. How do you know so much when you were not there? Gao Yang asked. The cameras in the public area of -6F are real-time monitoring, and the video will be backed up to a hidden server. We can only see the screen, no sound, and can't understand the specific details. Gao Yang thought for a while, and told me his information. Lu Qingying came to me before joining the Haichuan group. She seemed to guess that something might happen to her. Dohu narrowed his eyes. The Haichuan group is quite safe at present, but Boss Lu is worried that something might happen to her. It seems that there is only one possibility, that she was an undercover agent in the past. Same idea as me? Gao Yang nodded. There must be a secret organization behind her, and going to the Haichuan group should be the task assigned to her by the organization. Dohu touched his chin as he walked. Since Lu Qingying is not truly loyal to the Haichuan group, then she sacrificed herself to attack us. It is absolutely impossible for her to do it voluntarily. She was forced or manipulated. Manipulated? Gao Yang was slightly surprised. Dohu took out his phone and clicked on a video. Watch it first. Gao Yang took it over and played the video of the tea room on the -6th floor. The singer suddenly rushed up and ripped open the buttons of Lu Qingying's shirt. Soon, Lu Qingying threw the singer out. Gao Yang pressed the pause button and found a familiar web-like mark faintly visible above Lu Qingying's collarbone. Gao Yang took a breath. This is the energy mark of the puppet master. Are you sure? Dohu's face darkened. Gao Yang said with certainty. At the beginning, Xuan Wusoft controlled many lost people, and later controlled the bodies of awakened people. This mark is too familiar to me. Chapter 840. Fuck. Dohu uttered a dirty word in a low voice, and took a deep puff of cigarette. It is true. Gao Yang looked at Dohu and knew that he had something else to say. I've been thinking about this for 2 days. Dohu put out the cigarette but with his thumb and index finger and flicked it towards the dead tree trunk beside him. Let me think about it with you. Do you think it's right? You say. Lu Qingying has an organization behind her. She received the mission, and went to Haichuan Group as an undercover agent. She must be targeting Qilin. It could be assassination or surveillance. I think surveillance is more likely. Lu Qingying doesn't have the ability to assassinate. When Lu Qingying was monitoring Qilin, she accidentally learned that he was planning to take action against the 12 zodiac signs, so she came to tip off, but was used by Qilin. Someone used Puppet Master to secretly control Lu Qingying until Lu Qingying saw all of us and detonated the space weapon to wipe us out. Unfortunately, Qilin didn't expect that except for the singer, all of us were substitutes. The logic is smooth. Gao Yang nodded. So the question now is? Dohu took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth. Who on earth has comprehended Puppet Master? Who do you think it is? Gao Yang asked Dohu. Dohu was in a complicated mood and did not speak. I guess it was Qilin. Gao Yang said for Dohu. I would rather we guess wrong. Dohu smiled bitterly. One all things is disgusting enough, and then there is Puppet Master. What kind of hell difficulty is this? There are 2 reasons. Gao Yang said. Lu Qingying has level 7 sweet dream and charm, and her mental power is very high. The singer also activated the level 6 Requiem. The mental power of the three talents together resists the remote control of Puppet Master. If there is only a level 3 Puppet Master, I think it is impossible. Dohu nodded and took over the conversation. So the person who remotely controlled Lu Qingying to detonate the space bomb must be at least level 4 Puppet Master. Or even higher, Gao Yang said. Dohu was stunned. Gao Yang continued to walk forward. No matter who comprehended Puppet Master, it must have been recently, and it won't be long. If someone comprehended it a long time ago, then the owner of this talent would not have been absent from the battle when our Juicy took revenge on the Haichuan group last time. Yeah, that makes sense. Dohu nodded. After Qinglong's death, there is one more talent in the top 12 vacancies, and the probability of comprehending is higher. I also think that someone comprehended Puppet Master after Qinglong's death. Follow this logic. Gao Yang's eyes turned slightly. Someone in the Haichuan group recently comprehended Puppet Master. It is difficult to break through level 4, because the summoning rune circuit is in Qilin's hands. If he is not his confidant, Qilin may not lend him the rune to upgrade. Dohu nodded. If Qilin comprehends Puppet Master by himself, it will be different. The rune is originally on him. His all things is already level 7. As long as his Puppet Master breaks through level 4, he can immediately reach level 7. Not to mention Lu Qingying and Ge Ji, even 2 more can't resist. Gao Yang said nothing, and his heart was not optimistic. Level 7 all things and level 7 Puppet Master, in terms of mental power bonus alone, at least 5,500 points. I feel like I can't play it. Dohu shrugged. Think about it on the bright side. Gao Yang said, this at least proves that the first 12 talents can appear in the same person, and we all have a chance. That's right. Dohu began to imagine, if I get another infinite evolution, I won't kill people indiscriminately. Gao Yang was silent for a moment, then he spoke solemnly. Uncle Hu, I have something to ask you. Ask as you like. Is Long still in hibernation? Nonsense. Dohu laughed exaggeratedly. If he were awake, he would have led us to the Haichuan group's lair. That's right. Gao Yang thought for a few seconds, then asked, when Long is in hibernation, does he have any special way to contact others? For example, through tools like diaries? Dohu shook his head. I have never seen or heard of it. He should not have this ability. If he can still give us orders when he is in hibernation, I don't have to be a dog-headed military advisor here. Gao Yang was silent. Dohu slowed down his pace and looked over. Xiao Yang, Uncle also has a question that I have always wanted to ask you. Asked. That time when we fought Zhuang Mei in the island country, what did Long say to you before he fell into a coma? Gao Yang was stunned at first, then smiled faintly. So it was this matter. Open the door from the beginning to the end. Gao Yang no longer held back. Ah? Dohu didn't react. Open the door from the beginning to the end. Gao Yang repeated, just these 4 words. Dohu fell into deep thought. Gao Yang further explained, Long told me that he believes all talents are a whole, a ring. Domination is the beginning, and luck is the end. I guess what Long meant is, only he and I can open the door to the end, no one else can. Dohu was stunned. You kid didn't tell Qilin about this, and then tore your face off with him, did you? How dare I say it directly? Do you think I'm too old? Gao Yang looked helpless. Dohu laughed dumbly. Haha, that's right, you've always been very cowardly. Gao Yang recalled, I proposed to Qilin to find a neutral party to open the door, meaning that I, Long, Qilin, and Li would not be the one to open the door, but Qilin insisted on being the one to open the door. I opposed it, and he did it without hesitation. I would do it if it were me. Dohu said, as if it was a matter of course. Keeping a potential stock like you will cause endless troubles. Look, he is suffering now. Gao Yang was silent. What on earth is this Qilin trying to do? Dohu knew that Gao Yang had no answer, but was just talking to himself. At the beginning, Gao Yang asked Tiango to tell Dohu that Qilin did not want to open the door, and Yin Liang was Jiangyi. It was because Dohu learned these things that he was more cautious against the Haichuan group and decided to start the substitute plan in advance, thus escaping a disaster. It can be said that Gao Yang's information indirectly saved all the members of the 12 zodiac signs. Unconsciously, Dohu and Gao Yang walked out of the oak forest. In front of them was a flat pasture, and the moonlight cast a layer of silent and dim silver light. The two slowly walked through the pasture, chatting as they walked. Fighting Tiger. Gao Yang's tone became more serious. Whether it is to stop Qilin's ambition or to avenge him, Juicy will continue. What about you 12 zodiac signs? Fighting Tiger smacked his lips. Emotionally speaking, I wish I could go to Haichuan Group and slaughter those bastards immediately. But reason tells me that before Long wakes up, we can't be Qilin's opponent. Now, he has comprehended Puppet Master, which is simply adding insult to injury for us. Gao Yang nodded. I also specially investigated when I was in Qilin Union. When Xuanwu was level 3 Puppet Master, he relied on the empowered black gold bracelet and talent mark to softly control more than 300 stable lost people. Heh. Fighting Tiger frowned. Level 7 Puppet Master, as long as there is enough time, he can probably create a high-level beast army. Just like the Aurora town at night, you will be exhausted to death. By the way, Fighting Tiger thought of something else. I heard that the first 12 talents need to apply holy water on the runes for the first breakthrough to level 8. Is it true? Chapter 841. Fake. Gao Yang said calmly. That's just fake information I made up to lead Qilin's people to the underground ruins of Ningguo. How can I fuse the runes to level 8? Dohu asked. I don't know. Gao Yang said. It won't be very simple anyway, otherwise Li's prophet will definitely be level 8, and Qilin's puppet master will also reach level 8. Xiao Yangyang, stop pretending. Dohu laughed evilly and hit his arm with his elbow. You are so smart. You have figured out the 5 stages of talent. How far is this? Gao Yang looked helpless. I just made reasonable guesses based on the information I have. I bet you must have new guesses. Dohu insisted. Gao Yang sighed. In fact, I have been thinking about this for a long time. I will talk about it casually, and you can listen casually. Hurry up. Dohu couldn't wait. One of the methods that has been proven so far is to take holy water. Let me explain. I believe that only animals with divine heirs have pure energy, that is, holy water. The holy water of other animals is not pure, but more like poison. My father relied on the pure holy water in my mother's body to merge with the guardian rune to reach level 8, which shows that this method is feasible. Gao Yang paused, but there may be a condition hidden in it. I will talk about it later. Go on. Dohu hurriedly lit a cigarette and followed Gao Yang's thoughts. We know that X and Lilia have successfully broken through the 8th level talent, but these two people have never taken pure holy water. Except for my mother, there is no other animal in the misty world that has pure holy water. Isn't this the way back to the beginning? Dohu slapped his thigh. You mentioned in your previous false intelligence that these two people should have used impure holy water. Have you ever seen an awakener who took impure holy water? Gao Yang asked Dohu. Dohu thought for a moment. I've seen one, a cockroach in the tail team. He has the cockroach talent, but he inevitably became a retard. Gao Yang said, I've seen other people, Hongfeng, Xiao Lu, Xiangjie, they all turned into monsters after taking impure holy water, even Officer Huang. Gao Yang didn't say anything more. In short, I don't think this thing can help awakeners upgrade to level 8. At the beginning, X and Lilia didn't show any signs of monsterization at all. Dohu fell silent. Gao Yang was also quiet for a while before speaking again. So the other upgrade method I speculated is actually based on the 7th level of having faith. I call it practicing faith. Dohu held a cigarette, frowned, and seemed to understand. Gao Yang had this speculation because of the system's reminder, which was the metaphor of compass and rudder. It's very simple to just tell you the answer. Gao Yang, but I want to break it down and tell you, just in time for you to help me see if there are any loopholes in the logic. Okay. Dohu was very straightforward. Upgrading your talent to level 7 means having faith, and to put it more concretely, it means having a clear and specific faith, that is, a goal. Then upgrading to level 8, I think it means practicing faith, that is, practicing and executing this goal. Why do I feel? Dohu scratched his face. You are talking nonsense. It's a bit confusing, but this is my line of reasoning, and I have to go through it again. Gao Yang continued, let's put the 3 people who have successfully reached level 8 together, Lilia, X, and Gao Shou. Then what? Dohu looked confused. Gao Yang prompted, think about it, what else do these 3 people have in common besides having strong and clear beliefs? Dohu was stunned for 2 seconds and slapped his thigh. Ah! I figured it out. The 3 of them have been carrying runes with them for many years. This time it was Gao Yang's turn to be stunned. Ahem, it seems that we have found another common point. What? After all this time, you didn't find this? Dohu was a little amused. Gao Yang smiled and confessed, it's really not, but this common point of carrying them for a long time should have secretly contributed to their success. Okay, stop beating around the bush. Dohu's appetite has been whetted. Gao Yang said, Lilia, after reaching level 8 talent, she learned Elemental Angel. One of her abilities is immunity to all conventional elements. X, after reaching level 8 talent, she learned Hell Poison, and through the sacrifice of sacrifices, she killed everyone. Gao Shou, after reaching level 8 talent, she learned Fate Chain, and locked her fate. Dou Hu's eyes tightened, as if he had caught a vague inspiration, but he was not sure. Gao Yang continued, I heard that Lilia revealed in her conversation with Qilin why she merged with the delusion beast, because she felt unhappy as a human. Why not? You have seen Sarah, and if you think about her childhood experience, you will know that she has been unfortunate all the way, so she chose to give up her human identity. Angels, in most people's understanding, are carefree, holy and pure, while elemental angels are immune to all conventional elemental damage. If we regard angels as carefree beings and all conventional elements as the filth and dirt of this world, Lilia's transformation into an elemental angel implies that she wants to become a holy, pure, carefree life that is not polluted by the filth of the world. This should also be her belief. Leveling up to level 8 and learning elemental angels is just a clear path to realize her belief. Dou Hu tried hard to digest these speculations. You may think I'm overinterpreting. I can't help it. I don't know Lilia either. Gao Yang said, but let's take a look at X and Gao Shou. X's belief is to kill everyone and make himself a god. This is also the answer given by Zuiyi. Think about it, the ability of Hell Poison is a perfect match for X's path to realize his belief, isn't it? My father Gao Shou's belief is to protect his family. Zhu Yuan was born to kill the heir of God. This is its destiny. In order to protect me, my father must forcibly change Zhu Yuan's destiny. Is the ability of Fate Chain the best way to realize his belief? Does it seem tailor-made for him? My mother's pure holy water may just help him quickly jump from level 4 to level 7. The reason he can successfully upgrade to level 8 is because my father's belief, and the way to realize his belief are consistent with the Fate Chain learned from level 8 absolute defense. Perfect fit. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he looked at Dou Hu. Have I made myself clear? Xiao Yang. You are a real genius. Dou Hu felt as if he had suddenly realized something, and his constipation was instantly relieved. Soon, Dou Hu frowned again. Wait, this seems to involve a philosophical question. Chapter 842. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Gao Yang guessed Dou Hu's question. That's right. Dou Hu was stunned, then laughed again. No wonder the condition of carrying the rune for a long time that you just mentioned may have secretly contributed to the upgrade of talent to level 8. Yes. Gao Yang spent some time to sort out the context. Imagine that when we humans come to the foggy world, we may not awaken, or we may awaken. Once awakened, we will want to understand the truth of the foggy world, and we will slowly develop our own beliefs. If the belief is strong enough, we will try every means to realize it. In the process of realization, we will inevitably strengthen ourselves and find the most appropriate method, that is, the path to realize our beliefs. If we happen to comprehend a powerful talent and have the corresponding rune circuit in our hands, over the years, will our way of realizing our own beliefs unconsciously move closer to the ability of level 8 talent? Of course. Dou Hu thought. Here is a good analogy. For example, if I want to kill a strong enemy, and I happen to have a good knife in my hand, I will practice hard with the knife. And if I happen to have a good gun in my hand, I will practice hard with the gun. From the process point of view, whether I kill the enemy with a knife or a gun depends only on whether I have a knife or a gun in my hand. But from the result point of view, killing the enemy with a knife or a gun may lead to very different fates. Yes. Gao Yang concentrated slightly. People often say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But no one has ever thought that different abilities also have different responsibilities. Gao Yang's eyes were firm, but his tone was a little pessimistic. I feel more and more that it is not the awakened who comprehends the talent, but the talent or the Song Dao that controls the talent that chooses the awakened. The 12 rune circuits are like walkie-talkies distributed by Song Dao to the misty world. Some lucky people, holding walkie-talkies, can hear the signals coming from there for a long time, and naturally take a certain path. You can say that this path is your own choice, but maybe it's just Song Dao that makes you think so. In the final analysis, Gao Yang looked at Dou Hu. Do we humans really have free will? A gust of wind blew from behind, and Dou Hu couldn't help shivering, suddenly a little cold. Dou Hu almost subconsciously took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Don't talk too much. Let's focus on the present. Okay. Gao Yang no longer struggled. He concluded. In short, if you want to successfully upgrade the first 12 talents to level 8, the method may be incredibly simple, that is. Gao Yang paused for a few seconds and said the tip given to him by the diary. Be patient. Yes, be patient. Waiting for firm belief. clear path to achieve belief, and specific ability acquired by level 8 talent to fit each other, the Trinity can be successfully integrated with the rune and reach level 8. On the contrary, if the three are not matched from the beginning, it may never be able to reach level 8. We can't wait! Dohu was very excited. We can't wait! According to what you said, Jilin will definitely be the first to reach level 8 Puppet Master, and the old fox's level 8 Prophet is estimated to be soon. We are afraid that we can't hold on until Long wakes up. Even if Long wakes up, without level 8 domination, it's hard to say who will win. Dohu didn't say this. Gao Yang naturally knew this. In fact, he had thought about it before. If Jilin really comprehended the second top talent, it should be Qinglong's infinite evolution. It stands to reason that the bond between close people seems to affect the distribution mechanism of talent, but what Jilin comprehended is the Puppet Master, which is completely unrelated. This may be because, in addition to the bond, the Jilin's own beliefs, and the reason why the summoning rune circuit has been carried on Jilin for a long time affect the distribution mechanism of talent. No matter what Jilin's ultimate conspiracy is, judging from his current behavior, he is definitely an iron-blooded ruler who would rather let the world down than let the world down. In this case, the ultimate ability of the 8th level Puppet Master will definitely be more in line with Jilin's path to realize his beliefs. Gao Yang stopped and stretched out his hand to Dohu. In this case, even if we have reached a consensus, Jiuxi needs the 12 zodiac signs, and the 12 zodiac signs also need Jiuxi. Dohu was stunned. This kid in front of him is really becoming more and more like a dragon. He firmly held Gao Yang's hand. Okay. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. 3 seconds later, the two men let go of each other's hands and looked at the wooden fence in front of them. Most of the cows in the fence were lying down and sleeping, unaware of the approach of the two strangers. Only a few were still standing, but their eyes were also wooden. What are you going to do? Dohu asked Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the herd of cows. The longer we drag it out, the less chance we have of winning. Let's take the initiative to attack. Damn! Dohu took a step back exaggeratedly. How can you be crazier than me? You are really better than your teacher. Do you have a better way to tell me? Gao Yang said. Dohu took 2 puffs of cigarette, took a long breath, and shook his head. No. I plan to end the civil war in 2 steps. Gao Yang had a preliminary plan in mind. The first step is to take the initiative to attack, divided into 2 fronts. Haha, your old trick. Dohu knew something about Jus's revenge on Haichuan group last time. Open line, gather everyone to attack Haichuan group. It would be best if we can win, but if we can't, we must find out all their cards and prepare for the final battle later. Another hidden line, snatch Dr. Jia. Dohu grinned. I agree with this point. This genius must be found. Who knows what kind of horrible things he will invent. It's too dangerous. First find a way to find Dr. Jia's hiding place, and I will be responsible for snatching him. Gao Yang said, I have experience in this area. If you really can't snatch him away, kill him. Dohu sneered. He didn't have a good impression of Dr. Jia. After all, he indirectly killed the singer. Gao Yang said, it's better to get it and kill Dr. Jia. The probability of genius falling into the Haichuan group is higher. Dr. Jia is at least neutral now, and Jilin can't be used at any time. If a genius who completely obeys Jilin comes, it will only be more troublesome. Wait, why can't we take Dr. Jia away first, and then launch a general attack on the Haichuan group? Dohu asked. Of course, but I'm worried that once we get Dr. Jia, the Haichuan group will take the initiative to avoid the battle. After all, they know best what kind of horrible things this genius can do. Time is not on our side. The longer it drags on, the higher the possibility of Puppet Master and Prophet reaching level 8, and we will be even less of a match. So it's best to proceed with both lines at the same time, and not give them time to come back to their senses. That makes sense. Dohu, but do you know where Dr. Jia is hiding? Gao Yang said, under the ground of Feiyang district, where the capsule train can reach. Nana hid on Dr. Jia's body, and went to the Qilin Union, and then quietly left. We just need to go find her. Dohu said. It's not that simple. There are alarms and sensors everywhere. Nana was able to leave successfully last time, because Dr. Jia found an excuse to return to Shilong village, and then helped Nana escape. If we search everywhere, we will definitely alert the enemy. What should we do? Dohu said. There is still a way. Gao Yang glanced at Dohu. A while ago, Qining realized perception. Xiuqian's talent was inherited by Qining. Dohu was not surprised. Okay, I will lend her the spirit rune immediately. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, but still confessed. No need, she is already level 6. Ah? Dohu was surprised. The spirit rune is in our hands. How did she reach level 6? Gao Yang explained simply. Her original words were that she dreamed of Xiao Tian, and when she woke up, she found that she had realized perception, and it was directly level 6. Dohu was dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? This is the first time I have heard of such a situation. Gao Yang replied. TSK. Dohu smacked his lips. This Song Dao, I'm afraid he's getting old and confused. Don't worry about it. Gao Yang returned to the point. Chen Ying's level 6 perception can search for a more accurate location. We send someone to sneak underground, avoid sensors and alarms, and survey the route. After that, we go to war with the Haichuan group. Dr. Jia's defense will be weaker, and I go and kidnap him. It's indeed feasible. Dohu stroked his unshaven chin. It means that now we just need someone who can easily sneak underground. Yeah. Gao Yang sighed. The more suitable talent is Shuttle, but it's a pity that Ko died in Jiaxing Pavilion. Oh! Isn't this a coincidence? Dohu smiled. Chapter 843. I mute. Baitu shouted. The story started a day ago. Baitu received an encrypted text message from Dohu, and immediately took Ming Yang to leave Long's hiding place, and went to the hotel in the center of Shigua, where she successfully met up with Nana, a member of Jiusi. Nana disguised Baitu and Ming Yang, and put on the aura of the lost. The three returned to Licheng, and went to the secret base deep in the sewer late at night. Baitu was not unfamiliar with this place. It was an early base of the 12 zodiac signs. It had been abandoned for many years, and did not want to become one of Jiusi's bases. When Baitu pushed open the secret door disguised as a wall, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Swearing was not enough to express her excitement. There were so many people in the house. The last time Baitu saw so many awakened people was in the 10 Dragon Village before the Scarlet Tide. At this moment, Jiusi and all the members of the 12 Zodiacs gathered together, and the originally spacious living room suddenly seemed a bit crowded and noisy. Gao Yang and Dohu, the two leaders of the organization, were sitting on the main sofa in the middle of the living room discussing something. Dohu was drinking a can of beer, with his legs crossed on the coffee table. He was old but not serious. Gao Yang sat normally, with a slightly hunched back. He was obviously young, but seemed too calm. Jiuhan and Zhong He, two tall, thin and handsome men, sat on the sofa nearby and also participated in the discussion. Gao Xinxin, Wang Zikai, Yasha, Wang Wayne, and Jingshu were sitting around a game table, playing a group game. Jingshu held Wang Wayne in his arms. The two had a very good relationship. Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai were arguing with each other, probably because of their different game concepts. Yasha, who was caught in the middle, looked pitiful, weak and helpless, and didn't say a word. Gregor, the host, was still the same, holding a thick instruction manual, dancing with joy and full of emotion. Shu Kei, with a dull look in his eyes, sat in a wheelchair, quietly watching everyone play games, but behind her, gently combing her hair. Zhang Wei, Huang Furong, Muzitu, Huang Daihu, and Hingmu sat around a small round table, playing Texas Hold'em. Huang Daihu was big and strong, but his shuffling skills were skillful and flexible, comparable to a professional dealer. Tiango sat alone on a 5-finger lazy sofa in the corner, wearing white headphones, closing his eyes, his long black eyelashes trembling from time to time, immersed in the music. The monkey on the side was wearing a black training suit, doing Tai Chi with full concentration. There seemed to be an invisible wall around him, separating him from everything else. Qingling, Chening, Hong Xiaoxiao, Juanma, and Dead Pig sat around in the dining room, eating instant noodles with their heads down. Everyone ate and talked, laughing, except Qingling, who ate without saying a word, meticulously, and with a pious face. After Baitu's earth-shattering curse appeared, everyone was interrupted, and the room was silent for a while. Everyone looked at Nana, Baitu and Ming Yang in the direction of the door. Oh hee! Nana laughed strangely and artificially. She grabbed her cloak and threw it, revealing a sailor suit. She put her hands on her chest and shouted, "People of the fallen angels, your queen is back." If Baitu's curse made the atmosphere awkward, then Nana's opening remarks made the awkward atmosphere turn subtle. After a short silence, Gao Yang stood up from the sofa first and smiled faintly at the three people. It seems that there is no need to verify your identity. Uncle Dead Pig. Ming Yang's eyes were red, and her mouth was pouting. She couldn't stop missing, and grieved for many days. She trotted forward and hugged the dead pig. Hee, Ming Xiaoyang is suffering. The dead pig gently lifted Ming Xiaoyang, and put him on his shoulder. Whoa. I miss you so much, and brother Tengu. Ming Xiaoyang rubbed her eyes and cried. Let's go find brother Tengu. The dead pig walked towards Tengu. Ha ha ha. Nana saw so many people, and her second-year soul was burning. It seemed that she was about to get sick. Qingling glared at her from the dining room. Nana's laughter stopped abruptly. Qingling made a face and motioned her to come over. Nana's face was panicked, and she hurriedly trotted to Qingling's side. Sit, Qingling said coldly. Nana sat down next to Qingling obediently, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at her. Are you hungry? Qingling asked. Not hungry. Nana's face felt cold, and she felt the familiar death gaze. Impossible. My king has been running all the way, and he is already hungry. I cook you a bowl of noodles. Qingling got up and walked to the kitchen, and did not forget to remind him. Stay quiet, don't make noise. Humph. Since you are sincere about cooking noodles, my king will be merciful and eat a bite. Nana muttered softly, fearing that Qingling would hear. After Nana was quiet, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. Baitu walked through the crowd, and couldn't wait to join Gao Yang, Dou Hu, Jiuhan and Zheng He's discussion. She pushed Dou Hu and squeezed onto the sofa, looking at Gao Yang meaningfully. Gao Yang, I haven't seen you for a few days, you are very stylish. Baitu said. Gao Yang smiled back. Yes, I haven't seen you for a few days. He raised his hand and threw it gently. White Rabbit immediately caught the flying object. Looking down, it turned out to be a genuine rune circuit with a flag on it. Auxiliary rune? White Rabbit asked. Rabbit, hurry up and upgrade shuttle to level 4. Gao Yang said. Heh. White Rabbit put away the rune circuit. It seems you have a plan. The first step of the plan is to share runes. We will try to upgrade all talents that can be upgraded within a week. Dou Hu grinned. Then what? White Rabbit asked. Then find Haichuan group to fight. Dou Hu said in a relaxed tone. White Rabbit was slightly startled. Are you serious? Of course. Aren't we waiting for the captain? White Rabbit frowned. Long won't wake up for a while, we don't have time. Dou Hu smacked his lips. Puppet Master and Prophet will be upgraded to level 8 at any time. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Wait, how come there is suddenly an extra Puppet Master? And have you found a way to upgrade talents to level 8? Baitu was shocked. Baitu, you can't do it, the information is several versions behind. Zhang He deliberately teased. I explain these to you later, Jiuhan said. Okay. Baitu didn't ask any more questions. Let's continue. Gao Yang brought back the topic of the previous discussion. There are 2 individual players that must be won over. The first is Gregor. His Plague Knight is already level 4, but he said he would never participate in the war. Jiuhan glanced at Gao Yang. Gregor said the same thing last time, but he still participated in the war. Haha, one thing conquers another. Dou Hu, who knew the details, smiled and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. A tiger brother cannot have a dog sister. Gao Xinqing can do it. I will try to get Gregor to protect our rear, but don't count on him to participate in the war. He has a lot of variables, and cannot be included in the battle plan. It is easy to get into trouble. Gao Yang commented objectively. Okay, let's do it. Dou Hu agreed. Gao Yang continued. There is another individual player who must be recruited, that is Dr. Jia. If you can't recruit him, kill him. Baitu's face darkened. She thought of the death of the singer, and the collapse of the Millennium Building, and she had a lot of hatred for him. Dou Hu nodded. This is the worst plan. I tell you briefly. Jiuhan explained to Baitu. This time we're still fighting on 2 fronts. The main line is to attack the Haichuan group, engage in appropriate confrontations, and try to find out all the opponent's cards. At the same time, we must also keep a way out and retreat if the situation is unfavorable. The hidden line is to find Dr. Jia, take him away or kill him, and it would be best if we can bring him back for our use, which can greatly increase our chances of winning. Baitu thought seriously. I have no objection. There are still some things to decide. Gao Yang looked at everyone. Meng Xiaoyang and Yining, will you go to the battlefield? Chapter 844. As long as there is a battle, there will inevitably be sacrifices. Gao Yang said calmly. So, we need to think this through. I don't agree to take them with us. Baitu said firmly. They are still children. This is too cruel for them. Besides, they don't have much fighting power. Instead, they will distract our attention and disrupt the rhythm of the battlefield. I agree. Jiuhan said. I agree too. Zheng He said. Dou Hu shrugged. That's the truth. Gao Yang already had the answer in his mind. He nodded. Then it's decided. Meng Yang, Wang Wayne, and Zhu Ke will stay. The other Awakeners will all join the battle. Others nodded. Gao Yang began to arrange detailed tasks. By 2, after you shuttle to level 4, take Chening with you to find Dr. Jia's hiding place. Remember, just find it, and don't alert the enemy. Okay. By 2 gestured. Once we confirm Dr. Jia's hiding place, we will officially start the plan. All of you will attack the Haichuan group, and I will kidnap Dr. Jia or kill him. You alone? Jiuhan frowned. It would be inconvenient if there were more people. Gao Yang said. That's right. Jiuhan figured it out quickly. Gao Yang has strong mobility, and can copy 3 talents. He easily took Gregor away by himself. Now Gao Yang also has absolute defense. To put it bluntly, even if he rushed to the Haichuan group base alone, the other party would have no way to deal with him. Gao Yang looked at Dohu beside him. Dohu, you will be the captain and Jiuhan will be the deputy captain. Okay. Dohu agreed straightforwardly. I will assist Captain Dohu. Jiuhan said meticulously. The question now is, Baitu asked, how should we attack Haichuan group? Last time, Yu Jusi used explosives, but the effect was not good. Yes, I want to ask this too. Zhang Yi knew the underground base of his former organization, and it would be difficult to threaten Haichuan group. Hee. Dohu took out a cigarette, and found that he couldn't smoke here, so he sniffed it and clamped it on his ear. I do have a plan. Others looked over, including Gao Yang. Dohu threw a coquettish eye at Gao Yang. Xiao Yang, you must understand me, yes? No, it's a waste of brains. Gao Yang has enough things to think about every day. Uncle Hu, don't think about getting something for nothing all day long. Baita looked disgusted. What a joke. I am the #1 think tank of the 12 zodiac signs. Do I need to get other people's ideas for free? Dohu felt insulted. It's not that we don't believe you, we just want to broaden our horizons. Zhong He smiled gloatingly. Tap. Dohu snapped his fingers. It's very simple, just challenge me to a fight. There was silence for 3 seconds. Great. Gao Yang broke the silence. This is a clever move. No. Baitu was a little confused. Where is the cleverness of this? Isn't this a second stroke? Uncle Hu, don't you often say that only the protagonists of hot-blooded comics will call each other names and duel openly, but this is not popular in reality. Dohu tapped his temple with his index finger. Rabbit, you need to think more. Don't think, it's a waste of brain. Baitu put his knowledge into practice. Do you think my analysis is correct? Jiuhan also came back to his senses and tried to follow the train of thought. Ms. Li has a level 7 prophet. Any sneak attack of ours will not work. As long as it concerns Ms. Li's safety, she can predict it and respond in advance or even counter us. We seem to be active, but we are actually passive. That's right. Dohu gave a thumbs up to show his approval. Jiuhan continued, Qilin's current state is radical to put it nicely, and a mad dog to put it bluntly. He is very confident on the one hand, and very anxious on the other. Confident because he has comprehended Puppet Master again, and it is likely that he has reached level 7. Zhong He couldn't help but curse. This is simply too outrageous. Don't forget that Qinglong's body is still in his hands. Gao Yang nodded. I have fought with Xuanwu, a level 4 Puppet Master. His ability depends on the strength of the puppet. It is very difficult to have a puppet of Qinglong's level. Let's not be too negative. With the current talent mechanism, there must be strict restrictions on the number and duration of Qilin's control of puppets. Dohu said. If it reaches level 8 Puppet Master, it may not be the case. Zhong He was not optimistic. So we can't wait any longer. Dohu said, if we wait until that day, there will be no fun. Jiuhan nodded. Let me continue. Secondly, I think Qilin is very anxious, at least more anxious than us. What is he anxious about? Zhong He asked. Jiuhan smiled. First of all, he is very afraid of the dragon. He attacked the 12 zodiac animals this time, because he was betting that the dragon was still hibernating, and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop to eliminate the trouble forever. However, Qilin should realize that the attack failed, because they couldn't find a single rune, which means that the 12 zodiac animals had already evacuated. Since the plan failed, Qilin must consider the possibility that the dragon will wake up as soon as possible to seek revenge on him. This is what Qilin least wants to see. Even if he can really deal with the dragon, it must be a lose-lose situation, and GOC will benefit. In addition, from a long-term perspective, Qilin. Kirin must have less time than us. Jiuhan said, is this easy to understand? White Rabbit rubbed his temples. I don't want to understand, it's a waste of brain, Just tell me directly. Johan said, we have the same goal, that is to open the door to the end and escape from the foggy world. Our deadline is the day when the end of the world comes. Kieran's real goal is not to open the door. Assuming that what he wants to do is Plan A, then he must complete Plan A before the end of the world, so in the long run, Kieran is more anxious than us. Ah, I understand. White Rabbit suddenly realized. Chapter 845. Johan nodded. Based on the above 2 points, Jilin should be more than happy for us to fight head-on. He doesn't care how many people will die in a head-on fight. He just wants to realize his ambition as soon as possible. In addition, a head-on fight is more beneficial to us. Whether we choose to attack by force or sneak attack, it may affect Li, and she may predict and counter it. But if we fight openly, Li will have little room to play. As long as we don't kill Li in the fight, it will be fine. Moreover, in a head-on fight, we can choose the most suitable terrain, such as one that is convenient for us to attack and retreat, or one that can limit the opponent's talent to a certain extent. It's almost. These. Johan looked at everyone. I've finished the analysis. Tuzi looked at Johan with a new look, and then she looked at Dohu suspiciously. Uncle Hu, don't tell me that you have thought of all these? Nonsense. Dohu smiled with a sophisticated and naughty face, and he threw a wink at Johan. Look, this is the gold content of our vice-captain. We have more preparations for a head-on battle, but the opponent is the same. Zhong, he said, compared with hard power, can we beat the Haichuan group? It's definitely not possible in a single fight, and it's hard to say in a group battle, but we can make a simple analysis. Dohu slapped his thigh and stood up, walked to a blackboard, picked up the chalk and wrote wrestling. The other people in the room were also attracted by Dohu's actions, and many people gathered around. Dohu wrote 12-9 and Haichuan group respectively, and then wrote T0, T0.5, T1, T1.5, T2 and waist below. For T0, Haichuan is the Kirin, and Shirju is the dragon. Dohu said, as he wrote down the names of the two, and then crossed out the name of the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon is still charging. Dohu continued to write. For T0.5, Haichuan has none now, Shirju has 3, Gao Yang Mi, and Wang Zikai. Bullshit! How could I be worse than AT0? Wang Zikai was unhappy. He thought Dohu would put him in the god level alone. Wang Zikai, you are destined to become a god sooner or later. You suffer because you have a short awakening time and need to develop. This ranking is mainly for battle analysis. You can just watch it for fun. If you take it seriously, you will lose. Gao Yang was not embarrassed when he was fooling around. Hey, forget it. What gods are not gods, they are all empty names. Wang Zikai was happy in his heart, and no longer cared. Gao Yang is T0.5, and Uncle Hu, you can count as 1 too? Bai Tu said with disdain, when will you killing expert reach level 7? You can't even fuse the damage runes now, it's a waste of talent. Do you think I don't want to? Dohu winked exaggeratedly, but I just can't find this belief. Ah! Dohu suddenly slapped his thigh, how about I kill all of you? Maybe I can level up. As a killing expert, I probably have to kill more people. Instantly, the room was silent. Haha, just a joke, liven up the atmosphere. Dohu laughed, but no one else laughed, and the atmosphere was awkward and weird for a while. Let's get off topic, let's continue. Dohu turned around and crossed out Gao Yang's name. Unfortunately, Xiao Yangong is going to rob Dr. Jia, so the only T0.5 players who can play are me and Wang Zikai. Why can't you wait until Gao Yang finishes snatching people before joining us in the battle? Qing Ling asked a question that many people were concerned about. Let your husband explain it to you later. Dohu was too lazy to repeat Gao Yang's reasons. Qing Ling looked at Gao Yang, met his tacit eyes, and stopped asking. Uncle Hu, I actually have a question as well. Hengmu held a poker card in one hand and pushed his glasses with the other. The corpse of Qin Long is also considered T0.5, right? That's a good question. Dohu praised Hengmu loudly, and then explained to everyone. In theory, it is, but if Qilin controls Qinglong's corpse to fight, he can't fight himself. Gao Yang and Xuanmu had a fight, and the situation was the same. Gao Yang added, even if Qilin is a level 7 puppet master, he can act while controlling the puppet. The combat power of 2 minds cannot be compared with a situation of 100% concentration. However, there is another situation. Qilin gives up controlling Qinglong's corpse, and directly transfers Qinglong's ability to himself. But in this way, he is still equivalent to 1 combat power, not 2. That's right. Dohu played with a chalk head. So, Qilin can only be considered a T0, not AT0 and AT0.5 at the same time. I have no problem, Hengmu said. Next are T1 and T1.5. Dohu narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. The only T1 members of Haichuan group are Yin Liang and Wu Sei. Yin Liang was beaten badly by Gao Yang last time, so he should have dropped to T1.5. Lei Lei is also T1.5. The rest are T2 and trash. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a pain in his knees. He wanted to say something, but finally chose to keep quiet. Looking at the 12 and 9, there are many T1 and T1.5, and most of you are in these two echelons. Dohu was quite proud. It seems that the advantage is ours. Don't be blindly optimistic. Johan was very cautious. After all, the Haichuan team has a lot of people. During this period, some of them may have realized strong talents. Yes, these variables must also be considered. Dohu looked up and looked for Gao Xinxin in the crowd. Sister Gao? What's the matter? Gao Xinxin stood up with a look of disgust. Every time this Dohu called her, it was definitely not good. Next we have to hold a detailed operational meeting. All members must participate. I'm afraid we have to work all night. Dohu smiled. Hee, thank you for making us some midnight snacks and freezing some beer. Gao Xinxin pulled the corner of her mouth and sighed helplessly. I take Ming Xiaoyang and Yinyin to take a bath and sleep first, and then help you check what's in the refrigerator. You are so virtuous. Gregor praised Gao Xinxin. I want to eat braised pork trotter noodles. You're eating shit. Gao Xinxin glared at Gregor. Come over and help me later. No. Gregor felt a little aggrieved. Why? You are not going to join the war. What does the combat meeting have to do with you? Gao Xinxin sneered. Or do you also plan to fight the enemy? Not to mention pig's trotter noodles, I will make dragon claw noodles for you. Gregor changed his face in a second, smiled, and rolled up his sleeves. Tonight, I will let you see the gold content of the two chefs. Okay, everyone is free for a while, and the meeting will start on time at dawn. Dohu shouted, and added, also, no one can leave this room without my permission, otherwise they will be treated as traitors. Yes. Understood. Okay. Everyone responded and dispersed. At this time, Tiango, who was curled up on the lazy sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and took off his headphones. He was stunned for a few seconds, as if he heard something. Soon, his eyes were a little red. He stood up with a swish and looked at the crowd, but he didn't know who to share with. Finally, he looked at Dohu. Uncle Hu, I just realized a new talent. Good news. Dohu was very happy. What talent? Tiango hesitated for a long time before spitting out two numbers. 66. The smile on Dohu's face froze quickly, and Baitu, Siju and others also had a gloomy face, with a sad light in their eyes. People of the 12 zodiac signs are not unfamiliar with this number. Serial number 66, Spiritual System, Requiem. Good, this is good. Dohu nodded and repeated absent-mindedly. He took the cigarette off his ear, twisted it in his hand, and walked towards the study. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Gao Yang heard what Tiango said, but he thought of something completely different. He stood up and walked towards the utility room. Tiango, come in with me. Oh! Tiango didn't ask the reason and followed him directly. Gao Yang walked to the door and shouted again, Zhang Wei, come here too. Zhang Wei was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong, and pointed at his nose. Looking for me? Are you sure I'm a waste team? Come here. Gao Yang repeated. Okay. Zhang Wei smiled and ran over happily. Chapter 846. 2 days later, at 10 p.m., Feyong District. It was a busy time, and people of all kinds shuttled through the brightly lit bar street. There were young people seeking novelty, office workers releasing pressure, infatuated men and women trapped in love, and veterans in love who were ready to make a move. Some people's nightlife had just begun, but some people's nightlife had already died down, and they squatted on the streets and alleys to vomit and cry early. At the exit of the bar street, the crowd surged like surging waves. The roadside washed by the waves was full of cars, including a very inconspicuous gray sedan with the last number 36. In the car sat two middle-aged women with ordinary looks and mediocre dress, who were Chening and Baitu, who had disguised themselves. Chening sat in the driver's seat, and Baitu sat in the passenger seat behind Chening. Are you sure it's this? Baitu asked. It should be correct. Chening was not 100% sure. At noon today, White Rabbit broke through the 4th level shuttle, and the mission to find Dr. Jia began immediately. After the two disguised themselves, they drove to Feyong District and searched on the ground with Shilong Zai as the center. The underground of the Xuanwu building in Shilongzai is the terminal of the capsule train. In theory, there should be an underground transportation network composed of tunnels nearby. Dr. Jia's secret room laboratory must be hidden within the coverage of this transportation network. Now, all the awakened people in Liqing are concentrated in 2 camps, and they usually don't move around in Liqing easily, so it is not difficult for Qinying's 6th level perception to find an awakened person here. Sure enough, a few hours later, Qinying found the target and locked the approximate location, which was 100 meters underground at the exit of the bar street. There appeared a life form, and the energy was very low, which just met the characteristics of Dr. Jia's developed brain and weak body. Confirm again, Baitu said. Qinying closed her eyes, trying to block out the chaotic flow of people around her, and let her perception turn into countless tentacles to focus on exploring under her feet. 10 seconds later, she opened her eyes. It's right under our feet. It didn't move. It didn't move at all? Baitu asked. It didn't move at all? Maybe he was sleeping? Qinying was not sure. He went to bed so early? Baitu teased. Shouldn't his personality be reversed day and night? Not necessarily. Qinying smiled. People who go to bed early and get up early now are non-mainstream. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Just go and confirm it. Baitu exhaled lightly. It's about to start. Are you ready? Qinying took a deep breath. Okay. Baitu activated the level 4 shuttling, leaned forward, stretched out her hands, and soon, her hands passed through the back of the driver's seat and hugged Qinying's waist. Swish. The white rabbit pulled back, and Qinying felt a trance, like a swing, and her body passed through the driver's seat and sat on the white rabbit's thigh. Qinying felt magical, and then embarrassment followed. Try not to move, close your eyes. The white rabbit still hugged Qinying's waist tightly, his chest pressed against her back, his chin resting on Qinying's shoulder, and his breath caressed her ear. I have to control the energy form around me to take you underground. If you are not careful, your body will be stuck underground. In serious cases, some parts will even be mixed with the things underground and cannot be restored. Qinying smiled bitterly. It's better if you don't say it. I'm more nervous when you say it. Don't be afraid. If something happens, I will support you. The white rabbit made a joke, and then said, You continue to sense when diving. If I go off the direction or the situation changes, remind me in time. How to remind? Qinying was a little confused. You can't talk when you're burrowing underground, right? No, unless you want to eat dirt. White Rabbit's eyes rolled, and he had a solution. Come on, put your hands on my hands, fingers facing each other. Qinying did as he was told, and put both hands on her waist. White Rabbit's hands were smaller than she had imagined, soft and tender, just like a child's hands. Qinying's heart ached slightly. White Rabbit continued. Tap once with your left index finger for front, tap once with your middle finger for back, tap once with your ring finger for left, and tap once with your little finger for right. Tap me with your right hand to indicate. Something is wrong, stop diving. Tap me twice with your right hand to indicate. There is danger, return to the ground immediately. Pinch me gently with your right hand to indicate. Continue diving. Qinying remembered silently. No problem. Okay, hold the steering wheel tightly, let's go. White Rabbit hugged Qinying's waist tightly. Qinying suddenly felt a slight numbness enveloping her, and her body became erratic, as if her body was gently disintegrating in a weightless environment. A few seconds later, she fell into the darkness. Baitu hugged Qinying from behind, took her through the car chassis, and drilled into the ground. Qinying quickly adapted to the feeling of escaping underground, concentrating on perception, and tapped Baitu's fingers from time to calibrate the direction of diving. The target was getting closer and closer, only more than 10 meters away from the two. The closer to the target, the clearer Qinying's perception became, and the more delicate the layers. She immediately realized that something was wrong. The energy was very rigid, and almost did not flow. For a normal life form, even in deep sleep, the energy in the body would not be completely still. Qinying could almost tell that this thing was not a human, but it was not strong and not dangerous. Qinying hesitated again, and chose the latter between escaping immediately and finding out what was going on. Baitu received Qinying's reminder and slowed down her diving speed. After more than 10 seconds, Qinying felt herself upside down, and then the numbness in her head disappeared. Open your eyes. Baitu's very light voice appeared in her ears. Qinying opened her eyes quickly, and was surprised. Her and Baitu's heads were like two connected light bulbs, hanging upside down on the ceiling, while their bodies were still underground. Qinying calmed down, and saw a dim small train tunnel. Needless to say, it was the passage of the capsule train. There were railroad tracks in the middle of the tunnel, and there was a dark cabinet on the wall of the tunnel next to it, which contained a metal device similar to a battery box. It contained a certain amount of black metal, and there was a signal light on the box, flashing a faint orange light. Chinning immediately reacted. This is a large battery that stores active energy. You sensed it, White Rabbit said softly. Yeah. Chinning was disappointed at first, but then she felt it made sense. Xiao Tian was still alive, and the Qilin Union wanted to hide Dr. Jia, and also had to guard against the Baichuan group, so they set these traps for Xiao Tian, who had perception. What should we do? White Rabbit asked. Let me take a look first. Chinning entered the perception, and opened the Master Key's detection energy field. Chapter 847. Soon, Chinning found traces of traps around the large battery. Once they approached, they should be noticed immediately, and the alarm would be triggered. Go back, don't get close to it, Chinning said softly. Okay. Baitu's voice revealed fatigue. Her one-time shuttle time was almost at its limit. Baitu hugged Chinning and returned the same way, quickly drilled out of the ground and entered the car. The two returned to the back parking space, and Baitu immediately let go of Chinning, tilted her head and fell down, complaining, It's too tiring, shuttling by yourself and leading others to shuttle are completely different levels. Chinning was also exhausted and sweating. She smiled bitterly. Sorry, you worked in vain. It's normal. Baitu still tilted her body and waved her hand. It would be suspicious if it succeeded in one time. I continue to drive and find it, eliminating one by one, and I always find it. Chinning took out the map of Feiyang District from the car drawer, and crossed out the area of Bar Street. I drive, you just focus on sensing. Baitu sat up straight. Sisters work together, work is not tiring. Chinning was stunned, thank you. You're welcome, I'm not doing this for you. Baitu smiled. She had to do more meritorious deeds, so that the captain would praise her next time he woke up, which was one of the things she looked forward to most. Take a break first, and act in 10 minutes. Baitu kicked off her shoes, and took out a few bottles of nail polish from her pocket. Come on, help me choose a color. Chinning took a serious look. Red. Okay, I listen to you. Baitu unscrewed the lid. Chinning had never applied nail polish before. She watched Baitu paint her toenails seriously and attentively, and she found it very interesting and watched with relish. Baitu looked up and found Chinning staring at him with a sly smile. Do you want to try it too? No, I never do these things. Chinning waved her hand quickly. It's too troublesome. Isn't life just looking for trouble? Baitu said confidently. Haven't you heard the saying? Life is endless, and troubles are endless. Chinning was stunned and couldn't refute. Come on, try new things. You can change your mood, broaden your mind, and help the task. Baitu said. Well, okay. Chinning found that she couldn't help but jump in joy. When she was a student, Chinning had rebellious classmates around her. She stayed away from those who dyed their hair, pierced their ears, painted their nails, and even got tattoos. When she grew up, she could try these things, but she never put them into action. She couldn't say why. Now, she seems to understand a little, because she lacks a certain opportunity. In life, many things need opportunities to happen. When the opportunity comes, you will have a strong feeling of now is the time. If you miss it, you may miss it forever. What color do you like? Baitu asked. Chinning shook her head. I don't know, help me choose one. Purple. Baitu didn't even think about it. Why? Chinning was a little surprised. Purple is sultry, and suits you very well. Baitu smiled evilly. Nonsense. I didn't. Baitu and Chinning cooperated and drove to search all night, and found 3 more places one after another. Baitu took Chinning underground, and the results were the same, all of which were traps composed of large energy batteries and alarm sensors. In the early morning, the two overused their talents and reached their limits, so they had to call it a day. Baitu filled up the car with gas and parked it in an open-air parking lot, intending to sleep directly in the car for a few hours, and then continue searching after recovering his physical strength. Before resting, the two walked into a 24-hour Huangdongmen and ordered 2 sets of meals. Chinning was hungry, and didn't care about losing weight. She picked up the fragrant hamburger and took a big bite. In an instant, she was alive. Baitu also gnawed the chicken leg quickly, not caring about her image at all. After a full meal, the two people's sugar levels rose rapidly and began to feel sleepy, so they decided to rest in the store for a while, and then go back to sleep in the car. Baitu was browsing his phone, and Chinning was looking out the window in a daze. It was already dawn, and the sleeping streets woke up in the clear morning light. There were more pedestrians and traffic, and everything was so prosperous and vigorous. In the store, a young woman dressed in a workplace led a cute little girl into the store. The two ordered some food and sat down at a table near Channing. Listening to the conversation, they were a mother and daughter. The mother urged her daughter to eat quickly, saying that she would send her to school and then go to the company. The little girl was unhappy and didn't eat. It turned out that tomorrow was Saturday, but her mother had to work overtime. They had agreed to go to the park together. The mother had to coax her daughter, "Next month, I will take a year-end vacation and take you to Dishy and I Park, okay? Invite your father to come." "Will your father come?" The daughter raised her head expectantly. "Aren't you divorced?" "Even if you are divorced, he is still your father. Mom and Dad just don't love each other anymore, but we will always love you, and this will never change," the woman promised. "Yeah." The daughter smiled happily and ate the hamburger. The mother also smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. She picked up a tissue and wiped the sauce off the corner of her daughter's mouth. Chen Ying's face turned pale in an instant. She frowned, unable to hide her sadness and pain. Her chest rose and fell faster, and she trembled all over, as if sitting on pins and needles. Bai Tu leaned forward and immediately held one of Chen Ying's hands. She looked into Chen Ying's eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Don't resist. The more you resist, the more painful it will be." Chen Ying breathed rapidly and grabbed Bai Tu's hand hard, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. "Chen Ying, no matter how painful you are now, you have to accept this fact." Bai Tu continued to comfort. "Accept it. Accept its arrival unconditionally, and don't try to suppress and stop it with your will." Chen Ying tried to do so, and her breathing began to slow down. Soon, Chen Ying's eyes were red, and she shed sad tears, but her face was no longer pale, and her body was no longer trembling. Chen Ying shed tears quietly for a while, and finally got through the most difficult moment. Chen Ying's voice was still a little choked. "Thank you. Is it very useful?" Bai Tu let go of Chen Ying's hand and smiled proudly. "The captain taught me." "You also have inner demons?" Chen Ying didn't know how to describe it, so she could only use the word inner demon instead. "Well, I encountered some bad things when I was a child, which left a shadow. Every time it appeared, I was very painful and scared, and wanted to die." Bai Tu took a sip of Coke. "I'm not afraid now. In fact, as long as you let yourself go, nothing can hurt us forever." Bai Tu tilted his head and smiled. "People just don't want to let themselves go. Maybe this is the only way to feel alive. But when you really can't hold on, just accept it, surrender, and let it defeat you. There's nothing shameful, right?" Chen Ying was thoughtful. "These are all taught to me by the captain. I'd be responsible for summarizing." Bai Tu stood up and stretched. "Well, let's go." "Okay." Chen Ying also stood up, and suddenly, her face sank, and she quickly grabbed Bai Tu's hand. Chapter 848. When Chen Ying stood up, she subconsciously activated perception for a few seconds. To be on the safe side, every time she changed places, she would quickly check if there were any awakened people or suspicious targets nearby. Unexpectedly, she found something with just a casual check. White Rabbit guessed what was going on and immediately became alert, staring at Chen Ying. Chen Ying looked around and pulled White Rabbit away. The two came to the toilet in the store and closed the door. Chen Ying immediately said, "I just sensed that there are two life forms moving about 100 meters below us. One is an awakened person, and the other is not sure, like a beast." "Are you sure?" White Rabbit frowned. "Well, this time it shouldn't be a trap. The target is moving, and the speed is not slow." Chen Ying closed her eyes and continued to track. "Quick! They are moving away from us." White Rabbit quickly went around behind Chen Ying and hugged her waist. Chen Ying suddenly thought of something and looked embarrassed. "Wait, go down from here? What else?" Chen Ying's face was ugly. "This is the toilet. I will avoid the sewer pipes, and essentially, we are isolated from all obstacles, worrying about it. But you are very tired now. If I accidentally fail to control the energy form, won't I become a dung man? I really can't accept this way of death." Chen Ying complained in her heart, but she didn't say anything else. 2 seconds later, the numb energy wrapped around Chen Ying, and she fell into the floor tiles under her feet. Chen Ying tapped the White Rabbit's fingers, as if driving the White Rabbit, a burrowing beast, while diving and catching up with the moving target. After tracking for 2 minutes, suddenly, the target accelerated. Chen Ying was surprised, and immediately controlled the White Rabbit to dive in one direction. 10 seconds later, the heads of White Rabbit and Chen Ying popped out, hanging upside down on the top of the tunnel. Chen Ying was unwilling to give up. The two suddenly accelerated, and we lost them. "Did they find us?" White Rabbit asked. "I don't think they did." Chen Ying said, "When people sense danger, They will be alert immediately, and the flow of energy in their bodies will fluctuate. If it's close, I can tell. White Rabbit hesitated. Are there any traps nearby? Chinning closed her eyes and activated the master key to scout. Safe. Go down and explore? White Rabbit asked. The shuttle is almost at its limit. I need to rest. Okay. Chinning agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her body slip, like a loach sliding down from the top of the tunnel, and her head was about to hit the ground. Ah! White Rabbit landed first, opened his arms, and caught Chinning steadily, giving her a false alarm. In front or behind? White Rabbit asked. There was a dark tunnel in front of her, with only two directions, front and back. Chinning made a judgment based on the direction she had tracked before. Go forward. The White Rabbit did not put Chinning down, but held her and trotted. Chinning was a little embarrassed, but she also understood the White Rabbit's intention. On the one hand, the White Rabbit wanted to chase someone, and Chinning's pace was too slow. On the other hand, Chinning could concentrate on sensing and help the White Rabbit avoid risks. It was like the White Rabbit was holding a human radar and rushing on the road. Chinning hooked her hands around the White Rabbit's neck, closed her eyes, and heard the whistling wind in her ears. She felt like she was riding a roller coaster, bouncing up and down. Half a minute later, the White Rabbit suddenly stopped and put Chinning down. Chinning opened her eyes and looked up. There was a wall in front of her, and the two had reached a dead end. But this is really unreasonable. The tunnels of the capsule train must be connected to the platform. There is no need for a dead end. It is almost impossible that a dead end was built due to an error in the initial construction. White Rabbit glanced at Chinning. Is there any danger nearby? Chinning quickly sensed. There is no one else nearby, and there is no smell of traps. White Rabbit nodded, walked towards the wall in front of him, and slowly melted into it. Chinning was a little worried, took a few steps closer, and stared at the dark concrete wall. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the wall, scaring Chinning. It turned out to be White Rabbit's hand. She made an okay gesture to Chinning, and then hooked her finger. Chinning took a long breath and held White Rabbit's hand. Suddenly, a burst of energy spread throughout Chinning's body. The hand in the wall pulled Chinning in with force. The wall was not solid, but a narrow secret passage. This secret passage was a bit long, and there was a glimmer of light at the end. Chinning and Baitu were face to face, communicating with their eyes. Chinning activated perception again to eliminate the danger. Baitu was relieved, grabbed one of Chinning's hands, and led the way forward. The two walked very slowly to ensure that they did not make too much noise, and soon they walked out of the secret passage. Outside the secret passage was an underground space the size of an indoor basketball court. On the wall at the end was a high-tech metal door, which was obviously mixed with black gold and empowered. Chinning immediately understood. She immediately held Baitu's hand and pointed to the top of her head, meaning, leave immediately. Baitu did not dare to ask more questions, hugged Chinning, and pushed her to melt into the wall behind him. A few minutes later, Baitu and Chinning returned to the ground. The two of them popped their heads out first and looked around. It was a dark alley. After confirming that there were no pedestrians and cameras here, the two got out of the ground. Chinning was full of words and immediately said, that door has been empowered. I can feel the energy on it. It should be the shielding talent. No wonder I can't sense Dr. Jia. Shielding, talent 166, Guardian System. This talent can hide energy for life forms in a certain space. It can shield all detection methods other than the naked eye. If combined with Labyrinth, it is basically impossible to be found. Shielding originally belonged to the Baichuan group. He died in the Scarlet Tide. Unexpectedly, he is now in the hands of the Haichuan group. Then can we be sure that Dr. Jia is hiding behind the door? White Rabbit said. It should be. Chinning said. White Rabbit thought for a while and asked again, can your master key remove shielding? Yes, but that will alert the enemy. Chinning remembered Gao Yang's advice. We don't know who is behind the door besides Dr. Jia, so we can't go in rashly. Chapter 849. Yeah. Baitu didn't plan to turn back, but she was not in a hurry to leave. She took a short rest and tried to review the situation. That is to say, Dr. Jia was hiding in the laboratory under our feet. At the beginning, in order to prevent others from finding him, Qilin Union set up many traps and alarms. Later, Qilin Union merged with Baichuan Group, and someone realized shielding, so they added another layer of barrier to Dr. Jia's hiding place. Just now, it should be Haichuan Group who sent people to find Dr. Jia, and you happened to sense it, so we followed the clues and found him. This is the most likely possibility. Qining didn't dare to say it for sure. Who do you think those two people will be? Baitu asked. One is definitely a human, and the other is beast-like. Qining frowned slightly. The human is quite strong, and should be a senior member of the Haichuan group. As for the beast-like life form, its energy is relatively weak. Could it be Master Jiang? Think the same as me. Baitu bit her lower lip lightly. But, Master Jiang is very strong, how could he be weak? Qining tried to speculate reasonably. Maybe he has a way to hide the energy in his body, or maybe he was seriously injured in NI last time, and has not recovered yet. God bless it's the second one. Baitu sneered and thought of something else. I also did intelligence transactions with Lu Qingying. According to her, after the Civil War, many weapons were invented by Master Jiang and Dr. Jia, which is enough to show that the two of them were in frequent contact. Then now, in addition to Master Jiang and an Awakener, there may be other people guarding Dr. Jia's laboratory. It should be. Qining agreed. Okay, this is the information we can grasp. Baitu breathed a sigh of relief. Leave the rest to Gao Yang. He is now AT 0.5 boss. It's not easy to beat 10. Although it was an accident, the investigation made significant progress so quickly, and her mood suddenly brightened. Baitu, from your tone, it seems that you don't like our Captain Gao very much. I like him. Of course I like him. Baitu exaggeratedly winked. As an HR, what I admire most is young people who lead their teams to leave and start their own businesses. Look at what you said. Qining also laughed. Aren't we all a family now? That's true, but there can only be one head of a family, right? Baitu said firmly. Anyway, I am a firm fan of Long. Qining was stunned and confessed. Sorry, I am a Yang fan. Sister, you are confused. Baitu was very excited. You haven't seen the charm of our Captain Long, otherwise you would definitely climb the wall overnight. I think you have a deep misunderstanding of Captain Gao. If you really understand him. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Baitu covered her ears and strode out of the alley. Qining looked at Baitu's willful back like a child, angry and laughing. She quickly chased after her and suddenly attacked her armpit. Are you looking for death? Haha. Stop scratching me, haha. Do you surrender or not? I surrender, haha, I surrender. Watch this. The next morning, Haichuan Group underground base. There were two people guarding the elevator to the ground. On the small bench on the left, sat a thin young man with a tough face. He had a short haircut with lines on it, a big gold chain around his neck, and a flirty floral shirt under his open black leather jacket. He looked like a gangster, a fire tyrant. Sitting on the bench on the right was a short and fat young man wearing a baseball cap, a loose sweater and baggy jeans, dressed in a hip-hop style. It was Old Seven. Botsy, have you heard that Lu Qingying is a traitor? Old Seven crossed his legs and played with an empty Coke bottle in his hand. Your dormitory just got internet. I'm almost wiped out by the Zodiac here. Yehuoba looked disdainful. Oh, then do you know? Old Seven lowered his voice. Miss didn't find any runes at all. The Zodiac ran away long ago. He is now the elder Qinyu. You kids should be more respectful. Yehuoba deliberately spoke in a high voice, revealing a hint of sarcasm in his tone. TSK, Old Seven looked disdainful. You clown, you really think you're a nobody. Old Seven was not jealous of Qinyu's promotion. When Qinyu was still in Qinying's group, Old Seven couldn't stand him. Old Seven's intuition was always accurate. As soon as he saw Qinyu's face, he felt that this kid had bad intentions. Later, when Old Seven learned that Qinyu was the great hero responsible for finding Jioci's hiding place in the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion, his disgust for Qinyu doubled. First, many former colleagues died in the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion. Many people in Qinying's group had personal relationships with Old Seven, especially Zhang Wei, Kowa and Buzhou. Second, Old Seven actually admired Gao Yang a little. Although he chose Qilin Union for his life, he always had a fluke in his heart, hoping that the three major organizations would eventually put aside their prejudices and find a way out together to fight against the doomsday. Many people in Baichuan Group held this idea at the beginning. But after the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion, this possibility was completely buried. The reason why Lao 7 dared to complain to Yehuoba was because he knew that Yehuoba secretly admired Gao Yang a little bit and hated Qinyu very much. At this time, Old Seven thought of something. Ba Zi, what has your group done recently? Yehuoba crossed his hands and rested his head on his head, crossing his legs. No. No, or didn't tell you. Old Seven teased. Get lost. Yehuoba was unhappy. After the battle in Ningguo, the Haichuan group suffered a heavy blow. 10 people died at once, and masters such as Qinglong, Liu Shuang, and Ling Chou were also lost. Even Elder Yin Yang was seriously injured and retreated from the front line and avoided seeing people. The Haichuan group held a funeral for the sacrificed companions, and then reorganized the personnel. The remaining people of Qinglong and Yin Yang group were merged, commanded by Qilin himself, and Chu Yu served as the guardian. The personnel are as follows: Qilin, President; Chu Yu, Guardian; Unhegi, Shinkong, Saqing, 0618, Liutu, Lingjie, Bumblebee, Tang Qid, Ihua Ba, Xiao Xian, Flower. Another group was led by Mr. Li, and the members were as follows: Mr. Li, Vice President; Wu Sei, Elder; Ai Man, Guardian; Canary, Jing Ke, Hui Che, Lin Fu, Musashi, Wan Zhu, Qi Feng, Lao 7, Wei Xiao Luo, Xiao Qin Kai. Qin Yu once again made merit by finding out the traitor Lu Qingying, and because he had already comprehended 4 talents, his strength increased greatly, and he was promoted to Elder and took over the intelligence department of Lulu, while Lulu was demoted to a guardian. Lao 7 wanted to find Ihua Ba to find out something, but 2 men came over to take over. The man on the left was about 30 years old, with a burly figure and a sturdy face. He had a head of extremely thick, long, curly golden hair, like a golden lion king. He was shirtless, and there was a huge black iris tattoo on his strong and sturdy back. He was Flower, with talent telekinesis, serial number 97, mental power. The man on the right was younger, no more than 25 years old. He was of medium build, with greasy black hair that looked like it hadn't been washed for days. There were several scars on his tough face, as if he had been cut by a sharp weapon. His triangular eyes always seemed to be staring at someone, giving others a sense of irritability that he was ready to rush up and fight without saying a word. He was a wandering man, with a talent of Jianghu rules, serial number 186, and a damage system. Ihua Ba had a good relationship with Wandering Man, and he said disdainfully, "Can you wash your hair, kid? I can smell a sour smell from a distance." Willow Man raised his middle finger to Ihua Ba, and just as he was about to greet his family, his face suddenly darkened. Flower, who was standing by, also stopped suddenly, as if facing a great enemy. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lao 7 and Ihua Ba turned around immediately. Both of them were shocked. Chapter 850. The red number on the elevator shows that the elevator is descending rapidly. At present, all members of the Haichuan group are staying in the base, and no one is going out. How can the elevator descend by itself? Could it be that the enemy entered the elevator openly, passed the identity verification, and came to visit the Haichuan group? How is this possible? Old 7 didn't think much, and ran away, while pressing the alarm carried on his waist. Woo woo woo. The whole base immediately sounded the first level alert alarm. Old 7, Ihua Ba, Lu Tu and Hua all retreated, keeping a distance of about 30 meters from the elevator, and prepared for the battle. What happened? Iman was nearby and rushed over with a few people. I don't know, it may be an enemy invasion. Old 7 was very nervous, with both hands aimed at the elevator, ready to eject air bombs at any time. Get ready for battle. Iman shouted, and everyone set up their positions. Iman held a giant boomerang, not daring to relax at all, but began to think calmly in his heart. If it was Jussi or the 12 Zodiacs who attacked, Madame Li would definitely be able to predict the danger. Since Madame Li did not predict it, it means that no one invaded, and even if there was an invasion, it would not cause serious casualties. Ding. 3 seconds later, the elevator door slowly opened. The air suddenly solidified, and everyone's heart was instantly clenched. In the elevator, there was a person standing. It was Gao Yang, the leader of Jussi. This tall and thin boy, who was less than 19 years old, wore a slim black windbreaker, tied up black hair, had deep facial features, cold eyes, and a majestic aura. At his feet was a brown-red cowhide box, which was opened and filled with white paper with contents written on it. He certainly didn't look like he was going to fight. Go! Iman was the first to react and threw the boomerang in her hand. She certainly didn't expect to be able to deal with the enemy in front of her. All she could do was to delay time as much as possible and let the big guys come to take over the battlefield. Others were also prepared for the same thing and attacked Gao Yang in the elevator. Dang dang, da-da, ka-ka. The dazzling black gold weapons, energy streams, and elemental attacks attacked the elevator, but were intercepted by a translucent light golden barrier, leaving no trace. Gao Yang in the golden barrier raised his chin slightly, and a hurricane immediately emerged, blowing his windbreaker and hair. Voila voila. The white paper in the cowhide box flew in disorder, filling the elevator. Gao Yang was like a black angel, standing in the white wings floating in the sky. The Black Angel looked at everyone present lightly, and a friendly sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This sneer immediately made everyone shudder, and their blood coagulated. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang disappeared. In fact, this was just his phantom clone. He used invisibility and shuttle to let the phantom sneak in smoothly. The moment Gao Yang disappeared, the absolute barrier was lifted, and the white paper immediately flew out of the elevator and poured into the entire hall, like a group of frightened white doves. Be careful, it may be dangerous. Iman did not dare to neglect. Everyone avoided these white papers, and no one rushed to touch them. However, these white papers seemed to be harmless, and fell to the ground one after another. Everyone was attracted by the words on them. Old Seven was no exception. He lowered his head, and saw the contents of the paper clearly. This was a letter of war. The president is here. Someone shouted, and the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Qilin leaned on a black gold cane, and Li controlled an automatic wheelchair, walking side by side. Behind them followed Wu Sei, Qin Yu, and Yishur and 3 others. The others immediately made way for them. Qilin was calm and composed. He had already used his mental power to check, and these letters of challenge were very ordinary and not dangerous. He raised his hand, grabbed a letter of challenge that passed by and read it. All members of the Haichuan group, listen carefully. Your leader Qilin, Mr. Li, has long been treacherous and unforgivable. He is only a human body, but has lost his humanity. The 2 are guilty of the following. First, Qilin had secretly colluded with the delusion beast. The true identity of Elder Yin Yang is the observer Jiangyi, whose ability is vain. The answer is, destroy the gate of the end and cut off the only hope of human survival. Second, Zhu Kei, who discovered the truth, was killed by Qilin and became a vegetable. Juicy is currently treating him. Third, Qilin openly tore up the peace treaty, took the lead in launching a sneak attack on the neutral organization Zodiac, destroyed the Millennium Building, and attempted to kill all the Zodiac. Fourth, in order to eliminate dissidents, Mr. Li slandered Gao Yang as a curse abyss, and did not hesitate to use his confidant Shening, and also buried 3 groups, who planned the Jiaxing Pavilion incident, was cruel and ruthless, and was outrageous. The above 4 major evidences are conclusive. We are open and above board and can accept any verification from anyone in any way. I hope you will wake up soon, stop helping the tyrants, stop killing each other, and go against the will of heaven. Finally, we will issue a declaration of war to Qi Li and his ilk, end their unjust war, crush their wolfish ambitions, and then lead our compatriots out of the fog and welcome the dawn. Evil cannot prevail over justice, and light is not afraid of shadows. The brave are invincible, and the world is determined by themselves. In the early morning of the Little New Year, Qingyang Bridge, Qi Li and his ilk dared to fight. That's all. 9 heirs, and the 12 zodiac signs. Qilin quickly finished reading the declaration of war, his lenses reflected white light, and his face was expressionless. While Qilin was reading the letter of challenge, others also picked up the letters of challenge that were still falling from the ground or in the air and read them carefully. Everyone had different reactions: disdain, shock, expressionless, half believing, half doubting, fearful and worried. Then, everyone began to whisper with their close friends, and the hall was in turmoil. Mrs. Li had put on her reading glasses and finished reading the letter of challenge that Wu Sei handed over. She looked calm and quickly organized the corresponding explanation and counterattack for the 4 major crimes. Of course, before that, Li was more concerned about one thing. She looked up at the man beside her. President Qilin, do we accept the challenge? Qilin loosened his slender fingers and let the letter of challenge fall lightly to the ground. Of course. He pushed the frame on his nose and raised his voice. Evil cannot prevail over justice, and light is not afraid of shadows. It's time for us to end our relationship with Zhu Yuan.